In his previous life, Liang Mingzhang willingly became a son-in-law out of love, utilizing his extraordinary talents to elevate his wife Yang Fuzhen's company to great heights. However, when his father-in-law was murdered and fell from a building, Yang Fuzhen mistakenly believed him to be the mastermind behind it, leading her to betray him with a college classmate and subject him to relentless humiliation. Liang Mingzhang, besmirched and vilified, became the target of public scorn, ultimately succumbing to severe depression and drowning in the bathroom. Upon his rebirth, he vowed to take control of his father-in-law's company while steering clear of the unfaithful young lady. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back on the day when Yang Fuzhen was in a hotel room with her former flame, witnessing her emerge from the room, tearfully pleading, "Husband, please let me explain." At that moment, empowered by his newfound authority, Liang Mingzhang flung the pre-prepared divorce agreement at Yang Fuzhen's face, declaring, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau." He then unhesitatingly entered the sports car of the second daughter of the Yang family. Chapter 1. Previous Life. Wife, do you still refuse to believe me? Feeling life ebbing away, Liang Mingzhang gazed into the tub before him, stained crimson with his own blood. "I told you my father-in-law's death was not my doing. What must I do for you to believe me? Would you prefer if I died?" His wrist had been deeply lacerated, nearly exposing the stark white of bone. Flesh torn and exposed, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter in an abattoir. Liang Mingzhang grasped his phone. Although he had contemplated divorce, his long-standing campus romance made it difficult for him to part with the relationship. "Wife, please return. I miss you so dearly. I made your favorite braised spare ribs and steam base. You told me your infidelity was all a deception. Jinjin, why must you treat me this way? What does he offer that I cannot? Can he protect you or provide you comfort?" To prevent his wounds from healing, he submerged his wrist in the nearly overflowing tub of water. Under the influence of alcohol, he surprisingly felt little pain. "Wife, Jinjin, why, during our university days, did you not reject me as a poor boy, defying your family's opposition to marry me? And I did not disappoint you. Within merely 5 years, I helped my father-in-law elevate the Yang family's business to the pinnacle of Haichin. Why? Do you now heed the instigation of outsiders and refuse to trust me? I am your confidant." Until a mocking voice resonated from the other end of the line. It was a familiar, sweet voice, yet it cut like a knife. "You should have perished long ago, Liang Mingzhang." Once she called him husband, Zhang, and brother. Even during their most intimate moments, she exerted great effort, showering him with affectionate and flirtatious words. Now, in her cold indifference, she addressed him by his name. "You, a so-called phoenix man, no, a mere grass chicken, have disgusted me for a decade. The greatest regret of my life is knowing you, marrying you, and inviting a wolf into my home, leading to my father's demise. To call you a phoenix man is an insult to phoenixes. I once believed that your humble beginnings allowed you to attend the same university as I, unlike me, who is privileged with abundant educational resources. The journey has been arduous, revealing your remarkable talents. Now I see that you are indeed intelligent and capable. Yet your cleverness has been squandered on scheming against your own family. You do not deserve love. You should hasten your demise." Though separated by a phone screen, Liang Mingzhang felt as if he could see his wife's face, her eyes filled with loathing and her vibrant lips moving. He yearned for validation, but he felt an overwhelming chill. "Jinjin, please don't say such things. Do not claim you do not love me. I am on the brink of death. Consider it a ruse. Wife, I am in so much pain. Would you hold me?" Yet Yang Fuzhen ignored all his pleas, blinded by hatred, and continued to unleash her vitriol. "Enjoying the act? My brother once remarked that you possess a dramatic personality, and I do not believe it. After being subjected to your manipulation for so long, I was blinded by you. If you can take your own life, I shall change my surname to yours." Still pretending? Did you think I remained a sheltered, naive young lady, protected by my family, who knew nothing upon entering university? Indeed, if you did not rely on melodramatic performances, what could you possibly use to compete with my suitors? Blame my romantic naivety. However, Liang Mingzhang, let me be clear, I have never loved you. I have never found pleasure in our intimacy. Liang Mingzhang struggled to grip the phone, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he pursued her, yet after they began dating, she would meticulously prepare gifts for their first hand-holding, presenting him with running shoes, a switch, and a lighter. She would even sign up to be a cheerleader when he played basketball. A woman of her background would never deign to dress in such a manner to entertain others. Yet she was willing to engage with him, setting aside her aristocratic temper. Now she claimed she had never loved him. If saying that brings you joy, then go ahead. Those familiar with one another always know how to wound deeply. I merely find it tragic that before I die, I must provide you with a source of amusement. She claimed never to have enjoyed their intimacy, but did he not give her his first time and remain faithful? Who, then, was it that anticipated the next encounter? Until a voice not belonging to her echoed through the phone, causing Liang Mingzhang to nearly lose consciousness from the pain. A sudden flash of clarity struck him. Having you manage the Yang family's business is truly a disservice to your talents. Such acting and eloquence should be pursued for an Oscar. If you possess any sense, you should swiftly proceed with the divorce. Prolonging this matter serves no purpose. Jinjin has long been with me. She has repeatedly stated that while you may be somewhat handsome, in reality, you are merely short and diminutive, akin to a golden needle mushroom. Liang Mingzhang could no longer hold his phone, and just before it slipped from his wrist, he activated the speakerphone. His wife's voice was magnified with alarming clarity. "Oh, what are you doing? You're being so troublesome. Don't bite there. It itches terribly. Let go quickly. Hang up the phone. We cannot allow anyone to overhear." Liang Mingzhang longed to end the call, but he found himself utterly devoid of strength. However, the once sweet memories were now overshadowed, replaced by the recollections from 3 years prior, when he frequently discovered condoms, men's underwear, and seductive lingerie in their bedroom. While she did wear such lingerie during their time together, she had never used condoms, claiming she disliked any barriers between them and opted for birth control pills instead. So, with whom were these condoms used? Wouldn't it be better if he heard? For 3 years, has this turtle ever uttered a word? Aside from his alcoholism, what has he ever done? After enduring it all, hasn't he continued to serve your Yang family like a beast of burden? Just then, the voice of his wife's white moonlight interrupted his reverie as it emanated from the phone. "Have you ever encountered a laborer with such an impressive cost-to-benefit ratio? He demands no salary, is a graduate of a prestigious institution, and has multiplied the enterprise's revenue tenfold, all for the mere title of son-in-law. Without him, where would one find such a valuable resource? One that yields milk yet consumes no grass." However, now that he has outlived his usefulness and the Yang group has officially entered a stable phase, he should be promptly dismissed. Liang Mingzhang was deeply concerned that his wife lacked discernment and that, in his absence, she would be left unprotected. This white moonlight of hers was a quintessential hypocrite, simultaneously ingratiating herself with her father through Yang Fuzhen while covertly colluding with competitors of the Yang group. Unfortunately, Yang Fuzhen had previously been overly sheltered by her father and mother. After marriage, she had been coddled excessively by him as well, resulting in her retaining a naive disposition even at the age of 30. More than his worries for his wife, he was engulfed by regret. Initially, he had contemplated using his own demise as a means to punish this pair of treacherous lovers, hoping that his wife would come to cherish what she had lost. Yet, as he listened to their flirtatious banter over the phone, engaging in their playful dalliance, he suddenly felt it was all too worthless. Life was far too precious, and he still had countless unfulfilled ambitions. He had not repaid his dutiful parents who had sacrificed for his education, had not realized his own dreams and aspirations, nor had he provided any closure to the devoted Second Mississippi. Yet it was all too late. His body was growing progressively cold, his consciousness fading into a complete blur, succumbing to a dark, chaotic abyss. Thus, he did not hear the further insults from the illicit couple. "Liang Mingzhang, I ask for nothing more than a divorce. If you agree to the divorce, I can give you 20 cents as compensation for your years of service to the Yang family. If you were to die, it would be perfect. I wouldn't have to wait for the cooling-off period of the divorce. As soon as you perish, I shall set off fireworks, 1,000 firecrackers right at your parents' doorstep, to send them a son with white hair mourning a son with black hair, complete with drums and gongs for your funeral." Chapter 2. Rebirth. Liang Mingzhang opened his eyes once more, not upon a hospital bed, but in the opulent villa of the Yang family. Instead of an overwhelming expanse of white or the blue striped garb of a patient, he found himself clad in a luxurious cotton nightgown. Rubbing his eyes and pressing his numb scalp, he pondered, hadn't he perished? Had he truly been rescued? It was only when he glimpsed the skin on his wrist, miraculously healed from the gash he had inflicted upon himself, devoid of even a scar, that questions arose. Who had taken me to the hospital? Brother-in-law, you're awake? At the bedside sat the second daughter of the Yang family, Yang Fuzhen's half-sister, Yang Yueping. Seeing him regain consciousness, her former worry transformed into delight as she sprang up, leaning closer with a gleeful inquiry. "Brother-in-law, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Yesterday, you had a fierce argument with my sister and then drank alone, sleeping for an entire day and night. Hospital? Which hospital? Did you have a nightmare?" During that day and night, Yang Yueping remained vigilantly by his side. Observing his restless movements, his furrowed brows and curled-up form, she sensed his profound anguish. He occasionally murmured incoherent phrases that bewildered her, such as, "Save me. I regret it. I truly regret it. If I could do it all over again, I would never act foolishly again. I must cherish those who treat me well, and I will repay those who owe me double." This caused Yang Yueping great distress. Fearing he was ensnared in a tormenting nightmare, she yearned to rouse him. Yet, aware of the burdens that had befallen him since their father's passing, with the weight of the company's affairs resting heavily on his shoulders, she also wished to let him rest. In the end, she merely accompanied him, occasionally using her sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. She wondered what was wrong with her sister, who often returned home late. Did she not realize her responsibilities as a wife? I cannot fathom why she fails to cherish such a good brother-in-law. If I were his wife, I would care for him diligently, never allowing him to feel the slightest sorrow. Liang Mingzhang's head throbbed painfully, the incessant buzzing of his sister-in-law's voice failing to penetrate his consciousness. He struggled to recollect the events leading up to his collapse. The vivid pain and clear images assured him that this was no dream. Thus, he refrained from rash movements and instead inquired of the woman by his bedside, who wore a perplexed yet concerned expression. "Xiaoyu, what time is it now?" Yang Yueping replied earnestly, "It's 4:30 in the afternoon." Her demeanor as obedient as a primary school student. Liang Mingzhang sought a different answer, but let it go, realizing it would be futile to explain. Turning over, he grasped the phone resting on the nightstand, glancing at the date displayed upon it. Time had reverted to 5 years prior. It was shortly after his father-in-law's demise, and the Yang family was in turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. The surrounding pack of ravenous wolves, akin to vultures sensing carrion, had coalesced into 3 factions. One comprised the maternal relatives of his mother-in-law, another included the brothers from his sister-in-law's maternal side, and the last was the white moonlight of his wife. Each group coveted the Yang group, eager to tear it apart. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Yang Yueping observed his dazed expression, mistaking it for illness. After calling out to him several times with no response, she gently pressed her delicate hand to his forehead, ensuring he had no fever, before reluctantly accepting the situation. "I've made some hangover soup. Would you like to drink some?" Liang Mingzhang, feeling the softness of his sister-in-law's tender hand, found no solace for his inner turmoil and waved her off. "No, thank you, Xiaoyu. Your efforts to curry favor with me must be at your mother's behest, right? She called yesterday, demanding I relinquish half of the Yang family shares. When I refused, she sent you over today." Although Yang Mingzhang rarely indulged in novels and was busy with work, he had occasionally surfed the internet. Yet, he had never anticipated that such a phenomenon as rebirth would occur in his own life. Perhaps the heavens had deemed his past servitude to the Yang family unjust, granting him another chance. He resolved never to be as foolish as he had been in his previous life. This time, he would fight for what was his. What belonged to him would be reclaimed. What did not belong to him would be seized. "Brother-in-law, how could you think of me this way?" Yang Yueping's eyes brimmed with tears at his words, especially since her brother-in-law had always refrained from speaking harshly to her. It wasn't that he cared excessively for her, but rather his affection for her sister had extended to his treatment of her family. Now he seemed transformed, exhibiting a coldness that was unfamiliar. "After all these years, do you not know how I have treated you? I have yet to marry or have a boyfriend because of you. Those who have sought my hand have nearly trampled the threshold of the Yang family. My mother may have sent me to ingratiate myself with you, but I have my own convictions. Brother-in-law, please do not allow the company to fall into the hands of my uncles. My eldest uncle is a gambler, and my second uncle is involved in debauchery. What good could come from the company being in their hands?" Yang Yueping refrained from disclosing that her mother's greed had led to a fierce argument between them. Additionally, her refusal to assist had resulted in her being slapped by her mother, incited by her uncle. "I am well aware," Liang Mingzhang replied, turning over despite still feeling a bit dizzy. He was uncertain whether the dizziness stemmed from the protracted aftermath of his previous life or from the toll his heavy drinking had taken on his body. He was no longer the robust and sturdy man he had been just after graduating from university. "If it were not for me, the wolves surrounding the Yang family would have devoured you all, leaving not a trace." How he had toiled for the Yang family in his past life, repelling wave after wave of predators, only to exhaust himself and ultimately provide a wedding garment for his wife's white moonlight, allowing that scoundrel to profit from his sacrifices while he suffered. This time, he would confront him first. "Indeed, my mother is useless. Had she any ambition, she would not have been a mistress to my father. Even after his passing, she has yet to be legitimized." Yang Yueping sighed, unable to place all the blame on her mother. After all, her father's legitimate wife and elder sister were formidable. Yet, her mother had not been entirely unsuccessful. At least she had secured her position as a hidden daughter, growing up alongside her sister in the Yang family. "Brother-in-law, you seem different in some way." "Different how?" Liang Mingzhang wondered. Apart from his ailing kidneys, he felt unchanged. Yet, it was fortunate that this was 5 years prior, and before his body had deteriorated beyond repair. He still had a chance to mend it. He had a splendid life ahead to savor. How could he manage without robust kidneys? Previously, if I expressed even a modicum of affection for you, you would hastily remind me to be silent. Yang Yueping hesitated, biting her lip, which only accentuated her allure. You profess your love for my sister, declaring that you would only love her in this lifetime. You vowed never to betray her and forbade the flirtations of other women. You said that if I were not her sister, you would not even spare a glance at a woman with ulterior motives like me. Liang Mingzhang wiped away the sweat. Had he truly been so earnest in his previous life? Yet, what had his unwavering devotion to family brought him? Only a vast expanse of grasslands above his head. If that was the case, then damn it all. Let us indulge ourselves. After all, there is still plenty of time ahead. Having ulterior motives is quite all right. Reflecting on this, he suddenly recalled that today was the day his wife was rendezvousing with her white moonlight. Would he feel sorrow? Absolutely not. He would never again play the fool. However, he intends to exploit this situation to his own advantage. By the way, while I was asleep, did your sister send me a message about what she was up to? He recalled that in his previous life, at this very moment, Yang Fuzhen, that wretched woman, not only rekindled her romance with her brother-in-law, but also made it a point to inform him, solely to torment him. Chapter 3. This Life. Oh, your sister did call. But I answered it. Yang Yueping is quite perplexed. Her sister has always cherished her husband like a precious gem, and even when their relationship soured, she remained fiercely possessive. She declared that her man, even if she no longer wanted him, was not to be claimed by anyone else. This time, upon hearing someone else answer her husband's call, she surprisingly remained unshaken and composed. Her sister mentioned that she was at a hotel drinking with old friends and would return home later, asking you to pick her up. As for the brother-in-law, in my opinion, my sister's friend, Sun Dongsheng, is clearly no good. He approached my sister with ulterior motives, preying on her innocence solely to covet the Yang family's wealth. Is that so? Your sister remarked that I was the one after the Yang family's fortune. Liang Mingzhang rose to light a cigarette, reminiscing about the years spent with Yang Fuzhen. To avoid bothering her with smoke, he would always retreat to a designated smoking room or the balcony. Now he pondered why bother. He should smoke in front of her and make her pay for the second-hand smoke. She accused him of being a gold digger, willing to become a son-in-law without any regard for his dignity. She called him spineless, unable to be driven away, scolding him like a mutt. She claimed he lacked romantic flair, failing to provide her with emotional value. Had it not been for his prowess, she would have strayed long ago. Reflecting on it now, it was truly tragic. In his previous life, when she criticized him, he always introspected, believing he hadn't done enough. He thought he must continually improve to meet her ever-changing demands. Now he thought, improve my ass. Brother-in-law, I never expected that the man I secretly adored would be treated like a mere rag by my sister. Yang Yueping listened to her brother-in-law's words, feeling her heart shatter. She distinctly remembered how her sister was once infatuated with him. Especially during their early courtship, she would eagerly spend weekends talking to him on the phone, her eyes sparkling with joy whenever his name was mentioned. She even wanted to bring their parents to Haicheng, vowing to work hard to buy them a house there, ensuring they could enjoy their twilight years in comfort. Why things turned so askew? Was this what it meant to have it all, and yet not cherish it? It was one thing for her sister to lack appreciation, but to say such things was simply excessive. You are a person, too, deserving of dignity. Moreover, you are a benefactor of a Yang family. She is utterly shameless. I have never seen infidelity described so refreshingly. Was that really a secret crush? You were just a step away from undressing and crawling into my bed. Liang Mingzhang shot her a sideways glance, too disinterested to lay it bare. He was not preserving her face. He simply had more pressing matters at hand. After finishing his cigarette, he casually stubbed it out in the ashtray beside him. He then grabbed his coat and stepped out. You simply had no chance. If you had, you wouldn't be so innocent. There is no such thing as a naive little rabbit in the Yang family. Now that you speak so freely about your sister, if I had married you instead, you would have likely adorned me with even more green hats. The naive one took his words as encouragement and followed him out the door, still clinging to him, saying sweetly, I wouldn't. Brother-in-law, with a Maserati at home, why would I take the bus? That would be foolish, right? If brother-in-law says so, can I interpret that as you not minding if I crawl into your bed? Brother-in-law, where are you going? Are you going to find my sister? I'll go with you. If a fight breaks out, there is strength in numbers. Yang Yueping could genuinely understand her sister. They both hailed from affluent families, akin to royal families of ancient times. What was the harm in a princess having a few lovers? If blame were to be placed, it should be on her sister for being so brazen, treating her husband as if he were nothing. Strength in numbers? If you go, will you help your sister scratch my back, or will you assist me in dealing with that scoundrel? Liang Mingzhang found it amusing. His little sister-in-law, with her slender arms and legs, he could lift with one hand. Besides, wasn't she the one who loved being her sister as sidekick? Of course. I would help my brother-in-law. I have always been one to support reason over kinship. Yang Yueping puffed out her chest, as if trying to make her two assets appear more formidable. My sister's infidelity was the first offense. Even if it were to be exposed, it would still be your fault. If a conflict arises, having an extra person could provide you with more support. Otherwise, with just the two of them against you, you would be at a disadvantage. Liang Mingzhang scoffed softly. That pair of dogs was hardly worth his effort alone. His 4 years of boxing practice in college were not in vain. You speak as though you were ever protective of me. When we dined at home, you never missed a chance to jab at me when your sister was being flirtatious. Don't tell me you supported your sister before, because she was right. In my view, it's just that with your father-in-law gone, you're no longer pretending. He had long suspected that his sister-in-law's flattery of his wife was merely a ploy to secure her place in the family. Now that her father-in-law had passed, she was quick to pledge allegiance to a new overlord, all to ensure her own stability. What familial bond or genuine affection did she possess? However, if she could be of use to him, it wouldn't be entirely unwelcome. Brother-in-law, I could truly envy my sister, no matter how she treats you. I believe in her and wish to give her another chance. Yang Fuzhen sat in the passenger seat, still captivated by the profile of this man. Before meeting Liang Mingzhang, she had no idea men could be so alluring. After knowing him, she increasingly felt he was a masterpiece of Nuwa, while others were mere mud clumps casually tossed aside. Brother-in-law, have you noticed my unrequited love for you? Then I shall drop the act. I know you have feelings for my sister, and I want to compete with her. But if she hurts you, I can see it. If you're feeling down, you can use me as an outlet. I wouldn't mind. Liang Mingzhang started the car. Listening to her grandiloquent proclamations, what she called venting sounded lofty, but he suspected she had long desired it. How to vent was what I think venting is. Yang Fuzhen buckled her seatbelt, her face flushing. Just the thought of engaging in unspeakable acts on the wedding bed she shared with Yang Fuzhen made her heart race. Countless nights of fantasizing about him now had a tangible outlet. Brother, there's no need for formality. Feel free to indulge in me. I'm more than willing. If you still like my sister, using me as a substitute is fine too. I can wear my sister's clothes. After all, I'm fond of you. Is it affection for me, or for the thrill of competing with her? Liang Mingzhang was no fool, piercing through her pretense without mercy. Since childhood, regrettably, just as the Yang family's business had begun to flourish, my father-in-law was cruelly murdered. Brother-in-law, Yang Fuzhen, wished to express more, but Liang Mingzhang completely disregarded me. He drove straight to the hotel where his wife was meeting that white moonlight figure. Chapter 4. Caught in adultery. Liang Mingzhang parked the car, but did not enter the hotel. Instead, he stopped at a nearby print shop to print out a divorce agreement. Upon entering the elevator, he arrived at the hotel entrance and immediately spotted Yang Fuzhen, flustered and disheveled as she hurriedly exited. In the last 2 or 3 years of his previous life, he had spent little time with his wife. Despite the relatively short span of time, he found himself struggling to recall her features. Now, as she stood before him again, she possessed that angelic face and a devilish figure, evoking a visceral reaction with just one glance. No matter how many times she stood before him, she could still make his heart race. However, Liang Mingzhang, as a son of humble origins who had persevered through diligent study, had cultivated an extraordinary willpower. Even if the flower bloomed beautifully, if it were a poisonous poppy, he would be able to forsake it. Husband, is it truly you? Yang Fuzhen longed to throw herself into his embrace and weep freely. Seeing him felt like a drowning person catching sight of a piece of driftwood. Her makeup was smudged, but it was unclear whether it was due to the intensity of her earlier struggles or from tears. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Liang Mingzhang raised his hand and struck her across the face. Wretched woman, how dare you call me husband? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing my ears? I fear even touching you might soil my hands. Stunned by the slap, Yang Fuzhen stood there in disbelief. She recalled the Liang Mingzhang of her past life, who had never treated her in such a manner, nor had he ever raised his voice at her. Momentarily at a loss for words, she would have retaliated in her previous life, creating a scene. In Haicheng, even the most debauched scion would think twice before speaking disrespectfully to her, as she would have promptly retaliated with her high heels. Now, with tears streaming down her cheeks, she gazed at him in disbelief. Husband, please let me explain. Before she could continue, Liang Mingzhang tossed the divorce agreement at her face. Haven't you always desired a divorce? Allow me to grant you that wish. However, regarding the division of assets, we must calculate it carefully. When I first arrived at the Yang family, there were significant financial losses. I helped recover a substantial amount of those losses. So, is it not reasonable for you to leave with nothing? Yang Fuzhen clutched her swollen face, struggling to comprehend the situation. In her previous life, it was only after Liang Mingzhang's suicide that she realized the depth of her love for him. After being pampered day in and day out, she had taken his affection for granted, believing it would last forever. It was only when she held his cold corpse that she understood the permanence of her loss. as if her heart had been crushed repeatedly by a truck, leaving her ribs feeling like they had shattered. Is this not the Yang family's son-in-law? What brings you here? Aren't you too busy living off your wife to come here and play the cuckold? Sun Dongsheng emerged from the hotel room, adjusting his pants as though he had just finished an affair. No wonder everyone aspired to be Xiao Mingde. One could only blame the allure of his wife. Xiaozhen's figure is truly exceptional, slim in clothes and curvaceous without them. She may look slim, but she is far from emaciated. Her body is pleasing to the touch and adept in many ways. Thanks to your training, I now have the benefit of her. If only your prowess were as impressive as your business acumen, she wouldn't be seeking someone else. Sun Dongsheng continued, but Liang Mingzhang delivered a swift kick, knocking him to the ground. Having trained in free fighting for years, even with his recent indulgence in alcohol, his foundational skills remained intact. With a single kick, he had Sun Dongsheng sprawled on the floor. Yet he was not done. He stomped down on his groin with precision and ferocity, delivering several more punishing blows. To die under the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. If you enjoy stealing others' partners, you might as well become a eunuch and continue seeking out debauchery. Choosing to die without picking a proper grave only invites calamity upon your ancestors. Mingzhang, stop. Yang Fuzhen, witnessing the scene, rushed over and clutched Liang Mingzhang from behind. This was not the man she remembered from her previous life. He merely cast a sorrowful glance her way before turning away, wounded, and departing. How had the trajectory of his life changed so completely? What you're doing could lead to tragedy. She did not wish to see Liang Mingzhang imprisoned for a failure to discern the true nature of people. What? Are you feeling sorry now? Did you consider the consequences of your infidelity? Liang Mingzhang felt a wave of revulsion as she clung to him, while her delicate frame was inviting. He understood that within that soft exterior lay a heart as cold as a serpent's. Being held by her, though warm, was akin to being ensnared by a venomous snake. If you truly care, why not suffer the consequences in his stead? When you indulged in infidelity, did you ever think about the pain it would bring? Realizing the slap had drawn tears, Liang Mingzhang forcefully pushed her away, feeling a strange sense of bewilderment. In his past life, his wife had always looked at him with disdain, never exhibiting the longing or reluctance he now witnessed. Could it be that her temperament had shifted? A woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle in the ocean, changing faster than one can turn a page. Liang Mingzhang, you will pay for this. Sun Dongsheng, writhing in agony on the ground, struggled desperately. He had never anticipated that this seemingly meek, pretty boy would strike with such ferocity. He found himself utterly defenseless. I will call the police. I won't let you get away with this. Initially, he could still muster some bravado, but as the pain in his groin became unbearable, he nearly bit his tongue in despair. Ultimately, he could only howl in agony, unable to utter another word. What do you do to threaten me? Liang Mingzhang refrained from Delhi. Will you keep your lips sealed for me? Chapter 5, Redemption. When Sun Dongsheng agreed, Yang Fuzhen already anticipated his response. Having known him for nearly a decade, she was well aware of his temperament, a quintessential miser, valuing money more than his own life. After being transported to the ambulance and administered pain relief, he regained his clarity of speech and perplexedly inquired, Jinjin, what is the matter? Did Liang Mingzhang threaten you? Or did he plead with you? Didn't we agree that you would have me accompany you in this charade, pretending to cheat, to coerce him into divorce? However, when Sun Dongsheng emerged from the hotel, he witnessed Liang Mingzhang throwing a divorce agreement in her face, which signified consent to the separation. Yet that scoundrel, Liang Mingzhang, not only acted swiftly, but also shamelessly proclaimed that the daughter of a Yang family should leave with nothing. He was just a step away from digging his own grave, and still had the audacity to demand more effort. Mr. Sun, I don't know how to convey this to you. My mind is in disarray, and my heart is tumultuous. Yang Fuzhen sat in the ambulance, pressing her forehead as she recalled the events of the day. She was initially engulfed in the anguish of her husband's suicide, suffering from severe depression that manifested in physical symptoms. Out of love for him, she had even reached a point of forgiving him for causing her father's death, until it was revealed that her father's demise had different causes. I tell you, you may not believe it, but know this, I love him and will never leave him in this lifetime, unless I die. When I asked you to act with me, just consider it a whim. Sun Dongsheng was enraged, his veins bulging. It felt as if he had endured a beating for nothing, only to receive a mere declaration of her madness in return. Truly, the wrath of an emperor can result in the fall of millions. A bored young lady can unwittingly reduce herself to a state of disability. But you didn't say this before, Jinjin. You claimed that Liang Mingzhang was a parasite, responsible for your father's death. You believed that failing to avenge your father's murder meant you were unworthy of being a daughter. You also asserted that he was infatuated with you, that you had him under your thumb. If you were to engage in infidelity, he would collapse and become deranged. Nothing would come of it. Initially, when Yang Fuzhen encouraged him to go through with his plan, he too had been apprehensive. Engaging with someone else's wife felt akin to disturbing a grave. He feared not the notion of Liang Mingzhang's delayed revenge, but rather the prospect of facing immediate retribution. I am struggling too, Dongsheng. Did you not profess your affection for me? That you were indifferent even after my marriage? Is this truly how you feel about me? That you would endure a beating for my sake? Yang Fuzhen was beginning to grow impatient with this toad. In her previous life, she had detested him, claiming to Liang Mingzhang that son Dongsheng was her white moonlight, merely to provoke jealousy over his assistance to a senior in fixing her computer. In truth, her white moonlight and vermilion mole had always been Liang Mingzhang, with no one else. When Liang Mingzhang pursued me, he wouldn't hesitate to confront anyone who dared to cross me. After I was harassed by a group of thugs outside school, he retaliated fiercely, taking on 10 without fear. They suffered greatly at his hands, yet there were too many of them, and he ended up with a nosebleed that lasted for days. Was it you who suggested that Mingzhang was after our family's fortune? Son Dongsheng choked on his words, feeling as though today's beating had been in vain. Nonetheless, he refused to concede. Otherwise, all his prior efforts and schemes would be lost. Of course not. I merely wish to assist you, Xinjin. Moreover, you mentioned that he could not satisfy you. So why not turn our charade into reality? You must be joking. I only said that during a quarrel. I'm fine with him. Yang Fuzhen regretted her decision to report him for fear of injury, disguising her intentions under the pretense of companionship to monitor him at the hospital. Now, she was desperate to return home to see her husband. Thus, once the ambulance came to a halt, she dashed out, initially walking, then breaking into a run. However, the high heels she wore hindered her movement, so she removed them, clutching them in her hand as she stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Returning to the world, she gazed out the window at the familiar scenery rushing by, reflecting on the last lonely decade of her life, 10 years devoid of Liang Mingzhang. She endured the onslaught of depression while searching for the hidden culprits behind her father's death, striving to clear his name. Yet, before she could find any leads, long-term malnutrition and mental strain led to her untimely demise during one of her sleepless nights. Upon arriving home, she failed to notice the sharp stones that had cut her feet, now bleeding. The housekeeper, startled, exclaimed, "Miss, your foot." Yet, Yang Fuzhen paid no heed. Her focus solely on Liang Mingzhang, who sat in the living room. He held a business newspaper, a cup of tea before him. She was unsure when he had developed this habit. Although he previously seldom checked his phone, he would read some bedtime literature. Now, after spending so much time with his father, his every action and mannerism seemed imbued with a noble aura. Mingzhang. He sat there, so unfamiliar. In the past, if she had injured her foot, he would have immediately set aside his task to check on her, even if it meant interrupting a meeting to bandage her wounds. Now, he remained indifferent, even when she called out to him. "Finished with your lover?" Liang Mingzhang finally set down his belongings and lifted his gaze, his words dripping with scorn. "Why didn't you stay out all night again? Has your lover lost his charm? Just find another one. One to you? Miss Young, you have beauty and wealth, and more importantly, you aren't shy about sharing your affections." That is not true. Yang Fuzhen pushed aside the housekeeper who approached with iodine, feeling no pain in her foot as her heart ached far more. Stumbling toward him, she yearned to embrace him. Yet, though he was within arm's reach, she hesitated to extend her hand, merely gazing up at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, my husband. I shouldn't have been so immature, so headstrong, so self-centered. I should have considered you more, taken care of your feelings. You know I was spoiled since childhood, accustomed to doing as I pleased. But I will change. I truly will. The 10 years without you were unbearably lonely and excruciatingly long. I felt like a mere shell of a person, a wandering spirit. Now that I have you back, even if you cannot forgive me right away, I can wait." "Enough of this crocodile tears," Liang Mingzhang retorted, rising to glance at his watch, weary of engaging in pointless chatter. He was already preparing to bathe and retire for the night. Countless sleepless nights spent waiting for dawn on her behalf felt so foolish now. Why not simply sleep well, eat well, pursue your career, and enjoy the company of women? Isn't that far more delightful? Sign the divorce agreement quickly. From now on, whether we divorce or not, it will no longer be your decision. All will be under my control. You've spoiled yourself with bad habits." Despite his harsh words, a residual tenderness from his past affections for her compelled him to glance at her foot. In her eagerness to return home to see him, she had discarded her towering heels and now walked barefoot, injuring herself in the process. Though it had stopped bleeding, the new scab rested atop an old one. He remembered how she used to be a delicate girl. Even a small cut while slicing fruit would prompt her to seek his comfort, insisting he blow on it. Soothe her, and shower her with affection. Now, it seems she could endure the pain. Who among us is truly performing a tragic drama? However, weeping until one's eyes are blinded serves no purpose. Since you have already stated that I wish to sever ties, then so be it. Even if I do not genuinely desire this, I must proceed. Otherwise, I would be remiss in light of your assessment of me. Liang Mingzhang forced himself to suppress the trivial compassion from his past life and withdrew his gaze, determined to unleash more scathing remarks. Yet he acknowledged that life was long and he could afford to play along with her slowly. Mingzhang, can we not get a divorce? Yang Fuzhen mustaret her jourage, tugging at his sleeve, only to be forcefully brushed aside. Do not touch me. I find you repugnant. I'm not a trash bin where anything can be discarded. Yang Fuzhen moved her lips, whispering in a barely audible manner, Husband, I'm not dirty. Chapter 6. The Jade Maiden After Bathing. Liang Mingzhang lay on his bed, perusing his iPad, contemplating the tasks for the morrow. On WeChat, he received a suggestive message from the rising star of the media company, Wang Ziyue. Mr. Liang, have you given my proposition any thought? I mean, no offense. I simply wish to be candid. I hope to exchange my body for resources and seek your opportunity. Liang Mingzhang nearly rolled his eyes heavenward. The audacity of young women today is astounding. Even if they are forthright, must it be to such an extent? Very well, the new direction of the Yang group is well known, but I only entertain virgins. Are you one? The rapid pace of today's youth is something I find hard to keep up with. Must we forego discussions of ideals and literature in favor of such blatant pursuits? As Liang Mingzhang sent his response, he realized he had mentally transported himself 5 years back, to a time when he was not yet the seasoned man he had become, merely a fledgling. In fact, the age at which he perished in his previous life was not particularly advanced. However, the final 2 years of his existence were spent being tormented by Yang Fuzhen, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted, aging at least 20 years in spirit. When conversing with the younger employees in the company, he could not help but adopt a somewhat paternal tone. Mr. Liang is exceedingly busy. I would not dare waste your time, Wang Ziyue replied swiftly, seemingly surprised that the illustrious Mr. Liang would deign to acknowledge someone like her. Stars may appear glamorous and be adored by fans, yet, in the face of capital, they are but novices. Wasting time is tantamount to endangering lives. Moreover, I have not even completed 2 years of schooling. The associate degree noted in my profile was crafted by my agent. Even if I wish to engage Mr. Liang in discussions about literature and geography, my knowledge base is woefully inadequate. Here is my introductory video. I hope you'll review it. Following her message was a self-indulgent video showcasing her seductive demeanor. Liang Mingzhang opened it to see the young starlet posing provocatively, shedding her garments one by one while executing a captivating dance. Had he encountered Wang Ziyue before knowing Yang Fuzhen, he would have undoubtedly pursued her. Yet, after 4 years of dating and 4 years of marriage, the dictates of male decorum that Yang Fuzhen instilled in him rendered him physically unresponsive to other women. Damn it, Liang Mingzhang unceremoniously dismissed the striptease, offering a few critiques. Not bad. Those starlets in the entertainment industry are all as thin as lollipops, but you still have a bit of flesh on you. However, I must decline. I advise you to focus your energies on more legitimate pursuits and refrain from such dubious activities. Seeing her advances rebuffed, Wang Ziyue, undeterred, sent another voice message. I understand this is merely an excuse. I appreciate your consideration for my dignity. However, Mr. Liang, I possess more skills than what is shown in the video. You must experience it firsthand to comprehend. How about this? Do you have time tomorrow? I could visit your office. Liang Mingzhang was flabbergasted. He was tempted to ask whether her fans were aware of her promiscuity. If memory served him correctly, her agent had meticulously crafted her image as a jade maiden. This was hardly befitting of a jade maiden. Succubus would be more appropriate. Disinclined to engage with such an immature girl, especially given the turmoil she had previously caused him in his past life, Liang Mingzhang returned to his work agenda. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Is anyone there? He recognized it was Yang Yueping once again being mischievous and replied without lifting his head. Come in. The door is unlocked. Upon entering, Yang Yueping promptly locked the door behind her. I brought you some medicine. Medicine? What medicine? Liang Mingzhang recalled that he had recently been reborn, and this body had been taking antidepressants just a month prior. He was unsure how to respond. If he claimed a miraculous recovery, would his sister believe him? After considerable deliberation, he opted for honesty. There is no need for your assistance anymore. I am well. All the severe anxiety, bipolar disorder, and avoidant personality traits stemmed from his overly lofty moral standards. Now that he had relinquished his personal integrity to embrace a more unscrupulous life, he found himself free of ailments. Not only could he walk a few steps without issue, but he could also dance exuberantly. I know you are feeling unwell. but you must not shy away from confronting the truth. Yang Yueping regarded him sympathetically, sighing softly before continuing. Divorce is not something that can be resolved overnight. Moreover, if you wish for her to leave with nothing, you must allow her time to consider. Regardless of your personal grievances, do not let them affect other family members. While I support your desire for a peaceful separation, please do not drag me into it as well. Can you not ensure she has enough to live on before dividing the assets? Are you unable to comprehend Chinese? Or is your ear stuffed with cotton? Liang Mingzhang retorted irritably. He intended to argue further until he heard the doorknob turning. At this hour, a knock without prior warning could only mean Yang Fuzhen. Liang Mingzhang recalled the torment she had inflicted upon him in his previous existence and suddenly felt a surge of vengeful intent, wishing to make her experience the anguish of betrayal by a partner. Grabbing Yang Yueping, he pushed her onto the bed and commanded, "Call." Yang Yueping, somewhat perplexed, stammered, I cannot. Initially, she had been too shy to admit her lack of experience. Now was an opportune moment to express her loyalty. If it had been me marrying you, why would you believe I could betray you? I would be more virtuous than a nun. Have you never encountered such situations before? Have you never seen such films? Liang Mingzhang mused. He had always known these two were incompetent, yet he had not expected them to be quite this inept, even if she had not been with anyone. Surely she had watched enough films to imitate the sounds? Observing Yang Yueping, with her blank expression akin to that of a simpleton, he deduced that she would likely be a lifeless log in bed. Thank goodness he had not married her, although he had clashed fiercely with Yang Fuzhen later. Those 2 years of their relationship had been passionate. She had been like a fairy, a temptress. Even now, seeing her again stirred feelings he could scarcely control. He desired her physically, but held no love, viewing her merely as an outlet for his frustrations. Mingzhang, are you asleep? I wish to speak with you. Yang Fuzhen called from outside, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being rejected by her husband. In her previous life, she either stayed out all night or barred him from entering. Sometimes, when he returned late from social events after midnight, she would refuse to open the door, leaving him to stand outside for an entire night. Back then, he had been so naive. He could have easily turned and sought solace in the revelries of the night, indulging in pleasures, yet he refrained. He wouldn't even consider staying at a friend's house or renting a hotel room. She had always waited for him, comforted him, stood by him, and offered her apologies. But now the tables had turned. Liang Mingzhang cast a disdainful glance at Yang Yueping, who lay on the bed. That glance pierced deeply into the heart of the second young lady, born into a wealthy family, pampered and adored. Summoning her courage, she raised her voice, calling out, "Brother, you're so fierce. Please don't do this. I know I was wrong. Jean, please stop." Chapter 7, Regret. Yang Fuzhen stood outside the door, listening intently. Her heart felt as though it were being pricked by countless needles, throbbing with pain. Tears streamed down her cheeks, silently once more. The hand that had rested on the door no longer dared to knock, but fell limply to her side. She had never anticipated that there would be any entanglements between them. Yet now, every detail pointed to the truth, and she believed it to be real. Liang Mingzhang's exceptional talent was something others might overlook, but she was acutely aware of it. They had shared a bed for so many years, and she had genuinely experienced happiness during that time. At this moment, thinking of his broad shoulders and slender waist, she felt a rush of yearning. After his death, she had lived alone for a decade, enduring profound loneliness. The sudden transition from nights filled with joyous revelry to such an extended period of solitude was inevitably stirring. "Brother. Woo. Zhang, I really like you. Brother, my dreams have finally come true." Inside the room, the lascivious chatter continued. In the past, even the mere thought of Liang Mingzhang betraying her would have sent her into a jealous frenzy over a few messages exchanged with a female subordinate. She would have accused him of harboring ulterior motives, demanding that he delete and block that subordinate. Only after he swore eternal love for her, promising never to leave, would she relent. Now he brazenly engaged in infidelity right beneath her nose. Yang Fuzhen took a step back, collapsing onto the floor, crying until she no longer had the strength to leave. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before the noise inside the room began to diminish. After a sound of footsteps, Yang Yueping rushed out, her face flushed, nearly stepping on Yang Fuzhen. Liang Mingzhang, believing his wife had departed, opened the door, startled to find her sitting there. "What are you doing just sitting here?" Just as Yang Fuzhen thought he was concerned for her, worried about the chill of the floor, he added, "I often sit here for hours, and you know that." She felt as though she had been struck to stone. The hope that he might lift her in his arms was utterly futile. In their past life, he had often carried her like a princess. Indeed, life is governed by fate's inexorable hand, determining how much suffering and happiness one might endure. Yang Fuzhen could not let this opportunity to mend their relationship slip away. struggling to rise from the ground. Her tear-streaked face and the scabbed wounds on her feet rendered her a pitiful sight, akin to a broken puppy. Why, Mingzhang? If you have something to say, just tell me. Have I not been good enough? Is she more beautiful than me? Or does she yearn for you more than I do? Liang Mingzhang paused, taken aback. Even Yang Fuzhen herself could hardly believe she had uttered such self-deprecating words. In her previous life, she would have confronted both of them directly. Even if she could not win, she would have at least fought back. But after his death, the weight of her longing had become unbearable. Now, as long as he was alive and well, even if he pursued another, she would accept it. If faced with the choice between divorce and death, she would choose the former. She could lose his love, but could not bear the thought of a world devoid of him. My dear young lady, can you not count? It has been ages since we shared a bed, Liang Mingzhang reminded her kindly. Since your father passed, you have refused my touch. At first, you claimed it was to observe mourning rites, that we could not engage in such impure acts. Had I not known you for nearly half a lifetime, I might have believed your superstitious nonsense. You act as if you belonged to another era. Later, you said I was too brief and hasty, like a eunuch. You wouldn't let me satisfy you, nor would you allow us to rekindle our past. Liang Mingzhang chose not to continue, as they both understood the unspoken truth. Eventually, Yang Fuzhen not only forbade him from intimacy, but also from any physical affection. It was as though her body had become a field of thorns, reacting violently to the slightest touch. Is that why you sought comfort with Yang Yueping? Yang Fuzhen stepped into the room, visibly faltering. She collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at him. Memories of her rebirth flooded back, recalling the scene in a hotel suite where Sun Dongsheng was attempting to undress her. Just as her gown was about to be torn, she managed to slap him away and escape. As she grappled with her rebirth and replayed the current timeline, she fought against Sun Dongsheng's insistent, predatory gaze. Thankfully, she had preserved her virtue, avoiding losing herself. Otherwise, even if Liang Mingzhang had not forced a divorce, how could she face him? Unexpectedly, in this life, like the last, she remained untouched, while he had become the unfaithful one. Otherwise, how could you play around outside and still demand, I remain chaste? Liang Mingzhang seemed to find the greatest irony in the world. Your sister is delightful, soft and supple. She knows how to please me and is intelligent enough to adapt her approach. And don't think I'm weary of you. The truth is, I've grown tired of you. It's time for a change. She is a pure little rabbit, unlike your lewd and debased self. Yang Fuzhen bit her lip, reflecting on how she used to speak such harsh words without a second thought. But hearing them from the mouth of the one she loved most made her realize just how unbearable his past suffering had been. No wonder he ultimately chose such an extreme path. Mingzhang, I want you too. I miss you so much and feel so lonely. You have no idea how long I have yearned for you and how deeply I have grieved. I don't care, whatever you have given her. You must give to me again. She not only spoke, but also tugged at his clothes. Yet Liang Mingzhang ignored her entirely and forcefully pushed her to the ground. He had just decided that if this willful young lady caused a scene, he would give her a few more slaps. In his previous life, he had been reluctant to even lift a finger against her. Yet she had often struck, pinched, and bitten him, and he had indulged her whims. Now, the tides had turned, and he was the one in control. However, she did not lash out. She did not kick or bite. Instead, she remained submissive, making it impossible for him to act against her without justification. Now I understand. Women seem to prefer the straightforward and brutal approach. When I treat you gently, you perceive me as a soft persimmon, easily molded and squished at will. But when I am harsh, disregarding your feelings, you come to me willingly. As Liang Mingzhang took her blanket and retreated to another bedroom, Yang Fuzhen feared provoking his frustration further and refrained from pursuing him. Even though she longed for him, she halted her steps. In that desolate room, she had never felt such an overwhelming emptiness. She regretted not cherishing the days when she could freely embrace and kiss him in their past life. Thankfully, some of his clothes remained, still bearing his scent. Yang Fuzhen lay on the bed, utterly exhausted. Clutching his coat, it was a bittersweet solace. Upon merely contemplating this house, the memories of her partner's betrayal of their years-long affection here flood back, evoking a sense of humiliation and grievance that clings to her like a shadow. She takes one of his socks, placing it in her mouth to stifle her sobs. Chapter 8. Pursuit of love. As dawn broke, Yang Fuzhen awoke early. Yet she lingered in bed, lacking the courage to confront her lover's cold demeanor, and still intoxicated by his scent. Wrapping herself in his oversized trench coat like a blanket, she sought solace in its warmth, reminiscent of his presence. In the nascent days of her rebirth, she had been in a daze, but now, as she gathered her thoughts, she realized it was 15 years prior, 5 years before Liang Mingzhang's tragic demise. Their relationship was already fraught with tension, primarily due to her misjudgment. She had mistakenly believed that Liang Mingzhang had killed her father for the sake of the Yang family's fortune, leading her to torment him mercilessly in a fit of rage and revenge. Now returned to this life, she ought to cherish him, ensuring that the tragedy of his suicide in her past life would not be repeated. Yet, the current scene before her suggested she had overestimated the situation. Liang Mingzhang appeared unfazed, thriving in fact, which fell amiss. Nevertheless, Yang Fuzhen dismissed her concerns. What could possibly be more significant than his health and safety? After washing up, she descended for breakfast, only to find her husband and sister seated at the dining table, engaged in cheerful conversation. I'll graduate in a year. I want to join your media company, Yang Yueping exclaimed. Don't misunderstand. It's not just to facilitate my star chasing. I'm not a fangirl. You know, my only idol is you. I have no one else to admire. I've been training in Latin dance since childhood and play the violin. I wish to showcase my talents in the entertainment industry. Are you looking to reap rewards without effort? Liang Mingzhang retorted, taking a dry piece of bread from the table and chewing on it. The women of the Yang family spent exorbitantly on health foods like bagels, which he regarded as nothing more than dry buns, lacking the taste of real buns, but costing several times more. In the past, Yang Fuzhen would have corrected him with laughter, chiding him for his rustic habits and insisting he conform to the standards of high society in his dining etiquette. Now, however, he felt liberated to do as he pleased, even lounging shirtless in flip-flops. Of course, you're the boss now. Lend me a hand, Yang Yueping implored, flattering him. With you around, I'm sure I'll gain access to excellent resources. Liang Mingzhang initially considered declining, wanting her to rely on her own abilities to compete in the entertainment realm, unwilling to tarnish the industry with unappealing talents. But upon seeing his wife descend the stairs, he changed his tone. All right, I'll think about it. He even withdrew his hand from her grasp mid-motion. Rest assured, if you wish to act or sing, I'll find you the best directors and award-winning screenwriters. Yang Fuzhen approached the table and was compelled to sit across from them, casting a lingering glance at Liang Mingzhang. In her past life, he had neglected his appearance, looking haggard and defeated. Now, however, he radiated vitality, reminiscent of the charming campus heartthrob he once was. Young Yueping, have you grown up or do you still see yourself as a child? Have you no sense of propriety? Are you not even going to pretend anymore? Despite her usual astuteness in navigating social dynamics, Yang Yueping seemed oblivious to the discomfort she was causing. Yang Fuzhen swallowed her frustration, tacitly agreeing to avoid any mention of last night's events, fearing it would further alienate her husband and obliterate any chance of reconciliation. Sister, haven't you heard that you've been bullying your younger sister all these years? Yang Yueping continued, oblivious to Liang Mingzhang's mounting irritation. It's summer. Aren't you hot being so close to me? Liang Mingzhang, already lacking an appetite, found it even more challenging to eat as the heat intensified. Move over a bit, he requested. Yang Yueping complied, though she did not shift far, still seated close to him. Try the porridge I made. Does it remind you of home? She urged. I remember how much you love black rice porridge, but unfortunately, we don't have any here. I specially ordered this online a week ago. It took that long to arrive. As Liang Mingzhang ate, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. It pained him to realize that after years of marriage to Yang Fuzhen, she still did not know his preferences for food, clothing, or leisure. Had she taken the initiative, her wealth could have easily allowed her to purchase a black rice company outright. A partner should not require instruction. You're only a sophomore. What has the rush? Yang Fuzhen admonished, her gaze intermittently drifting towards her husband. She longed to look at him, but refrained. In her previous temperament, she might have seized Yang Yueping by the hair and thrust her head against the wall, but now she understood the necessity of restraint. Uncertain whether her husband had taken a liking to his sister, she dared not provoke him. Behave yourself at home, or I'll have you thrown out, she warned. Glancing at Liang Mingzhang, a flicker of insecurity crossed her mind. What if expelling Yang Yueping meant losing her husband to her outside? Yang Yueping, finally putting her chopsticks down, found the courage to assert herself for the first time in years. I won tea. Unless you give me several million. Would you take a slap from me? Yang Fuzhen had reached her breaking point. Sister, you've taken enough advantage of the Yang family. Can't you let me suffer a little less? She shook Liang Mingzhang's arm, seeking his intervention. President, say something. Chapter 9. A battlefield of emotions. Yang Fuzhen had never felt so distraught in her past life. Why couldn't she have been reborn in her university days, this time pursuing Liang Mingzhang, showering that youthful, innocent boy with affection once more? Or perhaps she could have returned to the early days of their marriage, when they were inseparable. She would certainly not repeat her childish antics of testing his love to fulfill her own insecurities. Instead, she would cherish him, ensuring he was happy every day. Igniting their passion, she would not have avoided pregnancy for years to maintain her figure. Yet, Fate had cruelly placed her at the scene of an affair, truly. What goes around comes around, and the heavens show no mercy. For so many years, you've bullied your sister. I've watched it all unfold. You can't be so domineering, expecting the world to revolve around you. Who spoiled you with such bad habits? Liang Mingzhang initially wished to ignore her, but the thought of inciting his wife's anger was too tempting to resist. Signed the divorce agreement quickly. Dragging this out is pointless. You said yourself that I pursued you for the sake of wealth and status. I haven't been idle at the Yang Group all these years. If you want to challenge my legal advisor, you're welcome to try. You know who has been spoiling me, don't you? Yang Fuzhen felt a deep sense of sorrow. Even as fear of losing him shook her to her core, she yearned for clarity. The best way to conquer fear was to face it directly. Mingzhang, why are you so heartless towards me? Is it for her? Do you love her? In her confusion, Yang Fuzhen's mind swirled. In her memories, her husband and sister had never been involved in her past life. Initially, Liang Mingzhang had cared for her sister out of respect for his father-in-law and his own dignity. After the couple's relationship reached a breaking point, he no longer felt the need to tolerate her and chose to keep his distance instead. Whether one feels affection or disdain is contingent upon comparison. If compared to you, I would find charm in anyone. Even a sow would seem fair to me, Liang Mingzhang scornfully remarked. Why? When did you come like her? Yang Fuzhen could hardly pay attention to his words, lost in her own despair, yearning only for an answer. Why would you be fond of her? A dim-witted fool with ample bosom, the child of a mistress. Or perhaps, you prefer someone like yourself, who is obsessively seeking out a mistress. Liang Mingzhang had already relinquished the desire for discourse. Clearly, she only heard what she wished to hear, never allowing him to finish his thoughts or genuinely listen to him. Sister, the disgraceful deeds you have committed have tarnished the Yang family's reputation. If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly impact the stock of the Yang Group. Yang Yu quietly bore her tirade for quite some time before finally interjecting, eager to sow discord. Sister, was it not you who first strayed from your marital vows? Do you even remember that you were married? In my opinion, you might as well divorce. While you're still young, let each other go. There are still bright years ahead. You can find someone else, and none of us need to hinder one another. No sooner had Yang Yu finished speaking than a coffee cup soared through the air towards her. Bastard! Yang Fuzhen, watching the two of them in their back and forth, trembled with rage. You intruded into the Yang family with ill intentions, and now your true colors have finally emerged. Yang Yu's expression darkened momentarily. But realizing that retaliating would yield no benefit, she swallowed her indignation and continued to play the victim. Sister, you are so fierce and lacking in gentleness, resembling a shrew. Do not create such a ruckus at home that it disrupts everyone's meals. Is it the men outside who leave you unsatisfied, prompting you to vent your frustrations on your family? What did you say? Yang Fuzhen had already risen, and seeing nothing within reach to throw, she raised her hand to slap her sister, intending to teach her a lesson. However, her hand was intercepted by Liang Mingzhang before it could descend. He had never shown tenderness to any other woman. All his gentleness had been reserved solely for her. Now, his indiscriminate affection felt like a thorn in her side. Continue this, and I will throw you out. The title deed for this villa is now under my name, thus this is my home. I have no intention of moving out. As for you, whoever does not allow me peace will have to pack their bags and leave. Liang Mingzhang, devoid of appetite, stood up, prepared to leave for work. Before departing, he made sure to remind her, the divorce agreement must be signed today, or you will be served with a court summons. There is no room for negotiation, and you will not gain any additional assets. If I am forced to file a lawsuit, you will likely lose even the savings and jewelry you currently possess. In the smoky haze of the morning, Yang Fuzhen found herself at a loss. She had struck someone, and no one had retaliated. Yet, she felt utterly defeated. As Liang Mingzhang exited, Yang Yu skipped along behind him, eagerly handing him his coat and playfully asking, will you see me off? I have a Latin dance competition today. Will you come to watch? If I win a trophy, can I give it to you? Though Liang Mingzhang's tone was laced with sarcasm, Yang Fuzhen could not shake the feeling of affection in his words. That worthless prize, what is there to compete for? You want me to attend to leverage pressure on the organizers, don't you? Fine, I'll give the judges a call. No need to spend a dime. I can have the gold medal secured for you. Nevertheless, she is indeed skilled. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu was nearly overjoyed. Thank you. Once the two had departed, Yang Fuzhen collapsed into a chair, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Yet she could not afford to surrender so easily. She recalled that at this time in her previous life, Liang Mingzhang would soon be ensnared by a minor female subordinate. It was she who had delivered herself to him, only to accuse him of molesting a minor. Not only did it harm the Yang family's business, but it nearly landed him in prison. In her past life, she had been consumed by a burning desire for vengeance for her father. and instead of helping him, she had exacerbated the situation. Believing the slanderous tales that branded him a pedophile, she had played a part in sending him to the executioner. In this life, she was determined to prevent such an event from occurring. However, before that, she needed to find a way to change his mind and prevent any talk of divorce. With this thought in mind, she left for the company and dialed his number. "Darling, what would it take for you not to divorce me? Remember how close we were in college? You worked part-time every week, returning home exhausted, yet you still played games with me, helping me level up. When I mentioned my love for nanxiang soup dumplings, you would rise 2 hours early to queue for them. Grant me another chance. This time, let me pamper you. And let us start anew, shall we?" Chapter 10. Wish Card. Yang Fuzhen, what kind of dream are you having? Liang Mingzhang had just arrived at the office, not even having taken a sip of water when he received her call. Upon hearing her voice, irritation welled up within him. "What you are describing is merely my indulgence of you. Why should I start over with you? Am I to play the role of a devoted fool again? Even if I were to be a sheep, I would not deign to lower myself to your level. Do you even consider yourself worthy? Take a good look in the mirror and ask yourself if you are deserving. Your sister was right. Is it that wild man outside who can no longer satisfy you, leading you to reminisce about the good old days with this yellow-faced husband?" Yang Fuzhen found his words hauntingly familiar. She had often said such things to him in her previous life. Whether in playful banter years ago or in malicious humiliation later on, she had frequently reminded him to maintain his looks, fearing that if he did not, he would lose her affection, leading him to the gym after work to cycle away, sculpting an 8-pack while she indulged with her white moonlight. "Mingzhang, I have not wronged you." Yang Fuzhen was perplexed as to why he refused to believe her. "I can retrieve the hotel surveillance from that day, but I fear you will think I am fabricating evidence. If you wish to see proof, it depends on my mood. Unfortunately, I am currently in a poor mood and not inclined to look. Perhaps if I indulge in some youthful models and feel comfortable, I might show you out of mercy." Liang Mingzhang wanted to scold her further, but felt it a waste of breath. He deeply regretted his overly bookish demeanor in his past life, thinking of everything in terms of scholarly propriety and unwittingly becoming a human target. "Mingzhang, if I can prove that I did not betray you, and you believe it, would you still pursue those vixens outside?" Yang Fuzhen conversed with him while he was already on the road, arriving at the company. Listening to his voice, even amidst his scolding, brought her a sense of comfort. He was like her oxygen. As long as he was willing to engage with her, she could continue to survive. Does it make a difference? He never comprehended her reasoning. His love for her had always been blind and filled with responsibility. "Yes, Mingzhang, I want to know if you still care for me." In the past, Yang Fuzhen would shout at him, but now she spoke with trepidation, fearing that any misstep might sever their connection forever. "Mingzhang, you may strike me, berate me, belittle me, but please do not ignore me if you would be so kind. Your own capricious nature is evident, yet you still desire my commendation. How naive of you." Liang Mingzhang picked up a stack of documents, already poised to attend a meeting. "Do not utter those flowery words any longer. As you have mentioned, my initial pursuit of you was solely motivated by the wealth of the Yang family. Now that the late father-in-law's fortune is secured, why should I even acknowledge you? To not cast you out would be to do a disservice to the scorn and nightly curses you have heaped upon me. Mingzhang, I concede to all that you have said. In the past, she was willful and headstrong, but that will change henceforth." Yang Fuzhen hung up the phone. Having arrived at the company, she observed Liang Mingzhang emerging from her father's office, tall and slender. She could not fathom how she had once been swayed by others, only to later regard him with disdain. "I acknowledge my past faults. I failed to admit my misdeeds and sought to shift the blame onto you. Yet, I am prepared to take responsibility now. Thus, might you consider forgiving me this one time? In light of the fact that I stood by you against the world during our university days?" Liang Mingzhang lowered his gaze, countless sweet memories flashing in his mind. During their university years, he received a scholarship, and while classmates mocked his poverty, Yang Fuzhen did not sever ties with him. Instead, she stood valiantly by his side, defending him time and again. Each time he worked part-time, she would ride her little motorcycle to fetch him back to campus, come rain or shine. Throughout 4 years of part-time employment, she had been his steadfast chauffeur. When he expressed distaste for her revealing attire, she tucked away all her provocative dresses, showcasing her figure only in his presence, while in front of others, she wrapped herself as if she were a dumpling. However, Liang Mingzhang had already repaid her in his previous life. "I had offered you a chance." Before his demise, every attempt at reconciliation hinged on her turning back just once. They would not have become estranged, yet he had already paid with his life for the privilege of a young lady descending from the heavens. "No, no, I refuse to accept this fate." Yang Fuzhen's tantrums only bore weight in front of the one she loved. At this moment, Liang Mingzhang passed her by without a hint of compassion, roughly colliding with her shoulder. Her body swayed to the side, rendered as inconsequential as air. As he entered the conference room, Yang Fuzhen wiped her eyes and followed him inside. Today's meeting was not lost on her. Regarding the division of shares after her father's passing, several elders in her past life had vehemently opposed Liang Mingzhang's monopolization of power. She had relished in making his life difficult, naturally being the most exuberant among them. Today, as she took her seat, relatives had been subtly hinting at her in recent days. Yet, she feigned ignorance. Yang Fuzhen relinquished the position of CEO to Liang Mingzhang, not anticipating that he had no intention of yielding. As he settled into his chair, she sat beside him, lowering her voice as she pleaded, "Brother, you are right. It was you who indulged me in the past. Now that we are reconciling, naturally, you would be unwilling. How about I take on the burden this time? Then you can observe my performance and grade me. If I achieve a score of 20, I shall earn a hug in exchange." Childish. Liang Mingzhang did not even spare her a glance, opening the microphone and compelling her silence. Should she continue to prattle, their previous whispers would surely be overheard. He felt a stir of skepticism. The young lady who had wished for his demise just yesterday had so quickly changed her demeanor. He neither understood nor respected her. Yang Fuzhen, wounded, lowered her head and began to scribble lines of affection on the conference paper. "Brother, you once cherished me the most. You said you were like a bank. If I behaved well, I could deposit my emotions with you. Whenever I caused a ruckus, I could withdraw a bit of your patience. You used to indulge me in this tedious game, even allowing me to redeem wish cards. Yet now, you merely deem me childish." Yang Fuzhen carefully pushed the paper toward him. Liang Mingzhang, without a glance, crumpled it and tossed it into the trash. The bank had gone bankrupt. The other elders assumed the young lady was diligently preparing for the meeting, conspiring with her husband. Little did they know, the son-in-law had publicly humiliated the young lady, asserting his independence. They believed that with the late father-in-law gone, no one could rein him in. Though we mourn the loss of President Yang, who fell from the rooftop, we are pained. However, a country cannot survive a day without a ruler, nor a company without a leader. Yang Qiutao, the second uncle of the Yang family, spearheaded the charge against this self-important youth. With the old man gone, the enterprise must, of course, be inherited by his biological children. It is not for an outsider like you to meddle. Chapter 11. The Protector. Indeed, I have never heard of a son-in-law inheriting the family business after the father-in-law's death. It seems no law states such a thing, does it? Mingzhang, did not the elders teach you that one should not be too greedy, nor devoid of conscience? When President Yang was alive, he treated you well. You cannot exploit the vulnerabilities of a grieving widow and her orphaned children so soon after his passing. Yang Qiutao's sycophants immediately rallied to his side. Liang Mingzhang glanced at them, noting that among the assembled were not only the main stakeholders of the enterprise, but also project directors and managers, insignificant figures. He refrained from engaging in disputes, remaining calm yet resolute, setting aside how the Yang group has flourished over the years. Who among you wishes to be willfully blind to the mutual accomplishments between myself and President Yang? Before his passing, he had entrusted all of the Yang family's assets to me. This reflects the trust he had in me, as well as the transfer of authority. Anyone who disagrees may pursue legal recourse. They wish to appeal to sentiment, citing how the late president regarded him as family. They wish to invoke legal ramifications. Yet he possessed more than half of the shares, along with the authority and company accounts entrusted to him by his father-in-law. Young Liang, you are still young. Do not narrow your path, nor sever your options. Yang Qiutao secretly admired this young man for not being led by the nose. Liang Mingzhang followed his own rhythm, completely disregarding the discussion of legal inheritance rights. He ignored the question of whether the son-in-law was qualified to inherit the father-in-law's assets, directly presenting the authority and shares entrusted to him by the late president. Since legal avenues were blocked, he leveraged human sentiment. Young people should not be so arrogant. Even if President Yang did make such arrangements, those were matters of his lifetime. His sudden departure left no opportunity for him to make a will. Now, the enterprise should rightfully be handed over to his eldest daughter. Moreover, you are family with Xiaozhen. There should be no division between you. Your tenacious grip on a leadership position suggests ulterior motives, does it not? Slander proved fruitless. Could a young person be labeled as arrogant? Liang Mingzhang's gaze was icy, devoid of warmth or emotion. It is well known that my parents were illiterate peasants. What does it matter if I have ulterior motives or not? Can I give the Yang family's enterprise to my parents or to my uncles and aunts? As for the second uncle, do you believe that Yang Fuzhen, a mere naive girl, is easy to manipulate, that you can marginalize her and treat her as a puppet? Yang Fuzhen quietly listened from the sidelines, automatically dismissing his naive girl remark, feeling sweetness in his reference to her as a girl. She was no longer a mere girl, especially not after having lived past 40 in her previous life. Though this body is yet to reach the age of 30, the soul within has already entered middle age. To call her a young girl feels far more familiar and endearing than the harsh epithets of the past, such as slut or wench. What do you mean by that? Let me make it clear. Do not mistake my hospitality for weakness. Yang Qiutao slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. If you persist in your obstinacy, do not say I did not warn you. From now on, cling to your fanciful dream of soaring to the heights of success through marriage and a change in social class. We will not assist you. The companies will not cooperate, and the departments will merely pass the buck. I wonder who you think you can command. His threat was blatant, laid bare without any subtlety. However, Liang Mingzhang had long been prepared. He had stumbled in his previous life due to underestimating the treachery of those he held dear. This time, with fresh grievances layered over past animosities, he cut all ties and presented his resignation on the spot. Are you still clinging to feudal traditions? You may resign immediately if you wish to take responsibility for your actions. Do you think the company will falter without you, as if the earth revolves solely around you? To be frank, if it weren't for your father-in-law's reluctance to dismiss you lot of inept individuals, you would have been optimized out long ago. This is a perfect opportunity. It's time to clear space for those with actual talent. Just the other day, I dispatched numerous recruitment notices seeking to attract exceptional individuals from all corners. Liang Mingzhang's bold move sent shockwaves through the room, causing those who had previously taken the lead to withdraw like turtles into their shells. Some among them were middle-aged, with responsibilities to their aging parents and young children, while others were fresh graduates eager to make their mark in a leading enterprise in Haicheng. No one wished to be the scapegoat. Indeed, it was no longer like the old familial hierarchy where disobedience could lead to immediate dismissal. Seeing that a hard approach was futile, Yang Qiutao resorted to a softer tactic. He pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his tears, and blew his nose, lamenting, "Alas, my elder brother departed too soon, leaving no word behind, and allowing these wolves to exploit the gap. I once doubted that my brother was framed, but now I understand. Those who benefit from his demise are indeed the ones who orchestrated it. Niece Xiaozhen, say something. If you wish to ascend to the helm of the Yang Corporation, your second uncle will do whatever it takes, even at the expense of his own frail body, to support you." "Uncle, what are you talking about? When my father was still in the morgue, you were sobbing and telling me that his fall was not an accident." Yang Fuzhen, wearing a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth, first cast a deep glance at her husband. In a conflict between her sister and herself, she chose to align with her sister's interests. She bore him no grudge, nor did she seek vengeance. This time, she chose to stand by his side, united against a common foe. "Darling, in my previous life, I am sorry for all the suffering I caused you. I will not let that happen again in this life. I will protect and cherish you." Thankful for the chance to be reborn, she vowed to make amends. After silently affirming this to herself, she redirected her focus to the dispute at hand, her resolve aligning with her husband's. Their united front would be formidable. "At that time, I was consumed by grief over my father's death, and the coroner declared it an accident. But I believe your words, that my father was led to the rooftop by Mingzhang after drinking too much. You said it was Mingzhang who guided him, causing him to slip and fall. Yet, his swift consolidation of the company mirrored the ambitions of a wolf. You claimed he sought to cut off our lineage, masquerading under the guise of love to usurp the Yang family's assets. If that were true, why would he later take his own life after achieving success?" Yang Fuzhen deeply resented her own naivety, pondering why she had believed such nonsense in her past life. She had trusted the uncle who had once cradled her as a child and gathered with her family for New Year feasts, while doubting her husband, who had loved her deeply throughout their college years and showered her with affection. Was it solely because he was an outsider? Indeed, in her previous life, her uncle had exploited her mourning period to repeatedly brainwash her, insisting that her husband was merely an outsider. You, Xiaozhen, one must be kind-hearted." Yang Qiutao pointed an accusing finger at her, trembling with indignation. Just half a month prior, when she had come to his home, she had not spoken this way. At that time, she had urged him to join forces with her to secure Liang Mingzhang's position in management, thereby sidelining him. The next step would have been to transfer the company's power to her uncle, a respected elder of the Yang family. Though he lacked business acumen, his hard work and loyalty had won him the trust and reliance of Yang's own, leading to their rise from humble beginnings. Little did they know that enduring hardship could lead to unending suffering. Truly, fate can be cruel. Had he only been playing her for a fool? Or was it that this young man had threatened her? Could it be that from the very beginning, they had conspired together against him? Chapter 12. A Cruel Fate. Yang Qiutao pounded his thigh in frustration. His mind flashed back to that stormy evening when Yang Fuzhen had tearfully implored him to help her avenge her father. In a matter of days, everything had changed. Uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You accuse me of colluding with you against my husband. Do you have any evidence? Yang Fuzhen fignet innocente. What can you do to me? In the first half of her life, she had mastered the art of throwing tantrums devoid of morality, especially when it came to Liang Mingzhang. In our family, my husband has always been the cornerstone. This is known by my father, by everyone. How could you not know? After her father's passing, he did not stand idly by as everything crumbled. He was not like her, weeping and accomplishing nothing. He grieved too, but he was stronger and more capable, managing the company with remarkable composure in the face of sorrow. His efforts were a testament to her father's investment in him, proving that he was the rightful successor to lead the Yang Corporation into a new era. You were there when I conspired with others. There were plenty of witnesses. If you insist on being obstinate, I shall summon your second aunt to confront you right here. Yang Qiutao felt his heart race, his blood pressure spiking as he realized he needed a quick remedy. You don't believe me? I can review the surveillance footage. My second aunt is on your side. Of course, she will speak for you. But I did not expect my uncle to be waiting for me, having prepared for this confrontation. Yang Fuzhen, as if struck by a revelation, nodded in understanding and boldly declared, "But I have changed my mind now." What of it? Is it illegal for me to refuse to team up with you without signing a contract? You scheming over my father's inheritance is also for the sake of your own children, is it not? I too act for my family's benefit. So what's the issue? As for her uncle's claims that after her father's death, Liang Mingzhang had bullied the vulnerable widow and orphan, those assertions were utterly ludicrous. Where was the orphan? Where was the widow? Yang Qiutao steadied himself, glancing at Liang Mingzhang, who was observing the conflict with keen interest. He recognized that this young fox had matured into a cunning old fox, making him all the more formidable. Liang Mingzhang, ruthless in business dealings, had not annihilated this old man, merely because Yang Zong was still alive, treating him as family. Now, however, the situation was unpredictable. He turned his gaze toward his niece. Sheltered by her father and husband, with little experience in the world and prone to impulsiveness, women can never achieve great things. They possess neither intellect nor discernment. Had I known of your ineptitude, I would have preferred to support your sister and involve her in the affairs of the company. How unfortunate for your father, who fathered only 2 daughters, a man of great wisdom throughout his life, yet his lineage has come to an end. If he were aware of the turmoil within the Yang family now, he would surely rest uneasily. To claim that supporting my sister is mere pretense, while your true desire is for your son to inherit the estate, is the unvarnished truth, is it not? Even if my father were to die with his eyes open, it would be due to your incessant meddling. Yang Fuzhen, lost in thought, busied herself with the exquisite manicure adorning her fingers. Since her rebirth, she had yet to fully appreciate this youthful form. Youth is indeed a treasure, especially for a woman. The notion that women are without value is absurd. My sister is no less a woman. Does that make her a transgender? I ought to summon my sister so you can witness her admiration for her brother-in-law. She's far more obedient to Mingzhang than I ever was. One must prioritize oneself. I am aware of this. However, even when considering your offspring, one must not be overtly obvious, nor should one disturb the resting places of others. Clarify your words. Whom have I disturbed? Yang Qiutao, agitated, felt his heart rate surge. Striving to regain his composure, he sought to salvage the situation before her determination shifted entirely. Niece, do not act rashly. Heed not his whispers, lest you continue to be deceived. The Yang group is in your hands. You could indulge in frivolous pursuits now, and in the future, bequeath the family business to your son. Yet, if the company falls into his hands, and he turns his back on you, you would be left with nothing. Should he father a child with another woman, your child would inherit naught. It is tragic that your elder brother's lifetime of labor has ultimately been handed over to his son-in-law. I have no desire for frivolous dalliances, so there is no need for you to worry, uncle. Listening to his words, so reminiscent of his previous life, helped Yang Fuzhen recall the events surrounding this juncture. Otherwise, with the passage of time, her memories might have become obscured. In the past, I was led astray by your rhetoric, aspiring to become a powerful woman. Taking control into my own hands, I engaged in numerous actions that harmed my husband, leading to a rift between us. Seeing your family united while I languished in solitude, I gained nothing of value, losses in both relationships and wealth. I will not repeat my past mistakes. I refuse to be so naive again. Just now, it was your uncle who was at fault, aging and unable to rein in his temper. Your sister's admiration for her brother-in-law is understandable. It is akin to a sister-in-law being like a mother, and this brother-in-law also serves as a father figure. Yang Qiutao recognizing the inevitable defeat, was reluctant to accept the outcome. Yet, as the elder sister, you cannot resemble a hapless university student, lacking in resolve and cunning. You are the legitimate eldest daughter, bearing the hopes and affections of the family since childhood. You cannot afford to be so ineffectual. Your father raised you as if you were a son. In the past, you embodied strength and resilience. Why now do you wish to retreat into the role of housewife? There it is. In her previous life, Yang Fuzhen had been swayed by his words, constantly striving for female independence to uphold this company. She endeavored to compete with men in the professional realm, detesting the notion of being a mere trophy wife. In her previous existence, she had been thoroughly exhausted. Now, apart from living a simple life with Liang Mingzhang, assuming the role of the supportive wife, she harbored no other aspirations or ideals. He embodies her every ideal. A strong woman has her own way of living, while a parasitic flower has its own beliefs. I trust in Mingzhang's character. He would not betray this family, even should he stray in the future. I must support him at this moment. One must honor their commitments. Moreover, the affection between them has reached an icy low. Even if she wished to consider their child, her womb is barren. What can she contemplate? Furthermore, if this continues, Liang Mingzhang may not even provide her with a child. How then could she plan for their future? Yang Xiaotao clutched his chest, his complexion pale, a spasm overtaking him. Liang Mingzhang promptly summoned security personnel, both as a directive and a precaution. Carry my uncle out and take him home. He was once my uncle, and he shall remain so. But he can only be that. At his age, he is no longer fit to shoulder the burdens of the company. After his discharge, he need not return. I would not wish for him to perish on the job, for compensating his family would be trivial, but rather, it would cause sorrow for his wife and children left behind. Liang Mingzhang observed the unfolding drama, relishing the spectacle of their infighting. It was truly splendid. He was but a spectator, ready to reap the benefits while applying pressure on the heads of the other branches, compelling them to declare their allegiance. Manager Liang, we shall follow your lead in all matters with unwavering loyalty. Manager Liang, here are the sales figures from the previous quarter for the toy manufacturing facility. Please review. Manager Liang, this is the work plan for the second half of the year for the chain hotels. We await your approval. How obedient. Liang Mingzhang nodded in satisfaction, distinguishing between rewards and punishments. By the conclusion of the meeting, he had achieved victory without expending a single resource, his spirits soaring. Once everyone had departed, Yang Fuzhen hesitantly approached him, casting her gaze upward with a hint of pride, as if seeking approval. Darling, how did I perform in the debate? Chapter 13, Old Resentments. Yang Fuzhen had expected to earn his praise. Even a moment of softened heart would have sufficed. Yet it did not come. Their relationship, having plunged to an icy nadir, showed no signs of thawing. He offered no kind expressions, nor a single soft word. Yang Fuzhen, what are you scheming now? Liang Mingzhang found it amusing yet perplexing. Yang Fuzhen, it is precisely because I treated you too well in the past that you have grown so brazen. To stand united with your husband is simply the duty of a wife, yet you believe that mere fulfillment of this responsibility warrants my gratitude. But then again, for someone of your low moral caliber, not causing harm is a form of assistance. My hopeful gaze felt empty, and my smile froze upon my face. I found myself without a retort. I am sorry, it is my fault. I have always held you to high standards while allowing myself to slip by with little expectation. After years of education, the principle of being strict with oneself while lenient with others seems to have eluded me. You are aware of this? The value of self-awareness is precious. Her candid acknowledgement left Liang Mingzhang momentarily taken aback, swallowing back the retorts he had prepared. She had deftly sidestepped his criticisms. You have consistently held me to the standard of a saint while applying the measures of scoundrel to yourself. Regardless of the hour, should you feel hunger, I must venture out to procure food for you, even if we have a chef at home. If you were to occasionally prepare a meal for me, and I did not praise you vigorously enough, you would sulk. Liang Mingzhang truly could not fathom the nature of his past existence. Nevertheless, the shadows had finally receded, and brighter days were just beginning. Mingzhang, I was once thoughtless, acting without contemplation, relying solely on instinct. I have now learned to reflect and to deliberate before acting. Yang Fuzhen not only spoke, but genuinely began to introspect. I previously lacked the ability to tend to others, not due to a lack of love for you, but rather my own ineptitude. You may find it peculiar that, with my father's formidable abilities, I would be so foolish. After all, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a mouse can dig a hole. Yet, it was precisely because he took on all responsibilities that I grew up carefree, devoid of experience. The more Yang Fuzhen pondered, the deeper her feelings of guilt became. In the past, her heart had been entirely devoted to him. She had no friends, no social life. He was her entire world, driven solely by the desire to extract more affection, security, and emotional value from him. I neglected the essential duty of treating him with the care he deserves. Each time I subjected him to unbearable trials, I mistakenly believed that my happiness was fulfilled. Yet, did I truly remain oblivious to your thoughts? For all these years, Liang Mingzhang has harbored this resentment, which now finds its release. You incessantly profess that we are equals in character, asserting that in this new era, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat should unite. Yet, deep down, you have never regarded me with respect. Initially captivated by my beauty, you later became entranced by my physical company. Yet throughout, you have always deemed me unworthy of you. Thus, you frequently demand my loyalty, compelling me to bow before you and tread beneath your feet. Believing this will afford you a modicum of solace and a semblance of fairness. Yet what imbalance does she truly feel? Liang Mingzhang cannot fathom. What merit does she possess? Her sole talent lies in having been born into privilege. It is often said that being born into fortune is also a skill. However, Liang Mingzhang, unwavering in his resolve, refuses to succumb to fate. Does not a nobleman possess the right to rise above his circumstances? Even if dealt a poor hand, he will not lament his fate or blame his upbringing, nor will he resent his parents for their lack of wealth in choosing to have children. Instead, he will strive to play his hand well, transforming it into a royal flush that instills fear in all. Mingzhang, that is not my intention. I simply love you too much. Upon hearing this, Yang Fuzhen was immediately flustered, uncertain whether his words struck a chord with her hidden concerns or if she perceived his resolve. I fear losing you, fear that you might abandon me. Thus, I constantly test your limits. Each time you concede to me, I feel a fraction safer. As time has passed, I now ponder whether my father's infidelity and the existence of a half-sibling have ingrained in me an inherent distrust of all men. Are you jesting? Can one truly attribute this to their upbringing? If Liang Mingzhang once harbored animosity towards her, it has now evolved into a profound loathing. Her behavior, akin to that of a wolf in sheep's clothing, bears no distinction from that of a treacherous ingrate. If she possesses the ability, let her not indulge in the comforts bestowed by her father-in-law while simultaneously criticizing him. Otherwise, does she not embody the very essence of hypocrisy? Living off her father's generosity, she lacks the standing to condemn his infidelity. If he chooses to maintain extramarital affairs, should not her mother reflect upon her own demeanor and consider whether she has been sufficiently gentle and nurturing? Had she offered ample care and affection? Would her father have sought solace elsewhere? If her mother truly harbors discontent, why not pursue a divorce? Yet, unwilling to relinquish a life of luxury, she seeks to occupy the moral high ground while simultaneously reaping the benefits of her situation. Why does her mother not consider engaging a young man for companionship? If she truly desires it? Yang Fuzhen choked on her words, hurriedly attempting to clarify. I do not blame my father. I recognize his indulgence. Otherwise, his passing would not have caused me such sorrow. She also does not hold her upbringing accountable. The affairs of her parents are theirs to resolve. She wishes not to perpetuate the grievances of the previous generation onto her own life. If we are to blame our origins, I possess more grounds for complaint than you. Why did my impoverished parents continue to bear children, bringing forth 4 sisters and even giving one away? By your logic, should I not sever ties with them? Given that I often lacked food and warmth in my childhood, one must not be shameless. Since Liang Mingzhang has spoken, he might as well elaborate. Yet I will always remember that in our household, when there was only one meal to be had, my parents would ensure I ate first. To fund my education, my father borrowed from every relative he could. He traversed rugged mountain paths for dozens of miles, wearing out his shoes, enduring countless disparaging looks. When I sent my scholarship home from university, my father wept tears of joy, though he was never one for words. He simply stated that his son had grown up and could be relied upon. At this juncture, Liang Mingzhang regretted being consumed by depression in his previous life, leading him down a path of despair. He could only imagine how his parents fared after his death, likely enduring great hardship. In this life, he would not be a coward nor a deserter. I understand, Mingzhang. The father-son relationship in Chinese culture resembles strong liquor, appearing as plain water on the outside. Yet only one knows the intensity of the emotions within. Regrettably, she did not comprehend this before. He had previously mentioned that in the Chinese context, a father-son relationship could embody roles of monarch and subject, adversaries, rivals in love, brothers, friends, and roommates. Only in the moment of lying on a sickbed do they become truly father and son. She failed to grasp this and mocked him for his perceived sentimentality, thinking it trivial that he would discuss lineage and the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Now, she is beginning to understand his emotional depth and sense of responsibility. My dear husband, I acknowledge my shortcomings, yet I am not entirely at fault, am I? I have always admired you. Respecting your perseverance in a family that favored sons over daughters, never once considering to exploit my sister's sacrifices while tirelessly striving to elevate our family circumstances. Furthermore, I support your decision to take on a part-time job, understanding your desire to contribute to our household, although this means less time together. It is precisely because I cherish you that I wish to be close to you every moment. Were Liang Mingzhang to choose a similarly modest girl with shallow ambitions, would she permit him to work part-time, sending all his earnings home rather than spending them on dates and movies? After marriage, she would demand he hand over his salary, not only expecting him to support his parents, but also resenting her in-laws if they failed to contribute to raising children. Here we go again. Have I not mentioned that a girlfriend should not seek credit for fulfilling her role? Is love merely a means to find a servant? If Liang Mingzhang were as self-righteous as she, he could boast of his deeds countless times a day. Your affection is laced with poison. I am ill-equipped to bear it. Your love could be lethal. All I desire now is liberation. Chapter 14. Rejected at the door. After work, Liang Mingzhang returned home first. Yang Fuzhen pleaded to accompany him, but was met with a firm rejection. Upon arriving home, he instructed the housekeeper to securely lock the villa's doors, not allowing even a mosquito to enter. Consequently, when Yang Fuzhen returned and rang the doorbell, no one dared to respond. Only Guomin, the nanny who had cared for her since childhood, akin to a second mother, ventured to speak, cautiously imploring, "Young master, there is thunder and lightning outside, and rain is imminent. Please allow Miss to come in. This autumn rain brings a chill. If she were to get drenched, what would become of her? You cannot take advantage of her now that her father has passed." Torn by inner conflict, she hesitated, unsure whether to call the madam. If the madam were to find out, she would undoubtedly be furious, returning from abroad to defend her daughter, which would only serve to disturb the household's peace. You cannot continue to stifle your feelings. Liang Mingzhang lounged with one leg crossed over the other on the sofa, perusing corporate documents page by page, reviewing the work reports submitted by various subsidiaries in Jiangxing. If anyone dares to open the door for her today, I will promptly fire them. Enqua, I am human too. I can fall ill from the rain. Why did you remain silent when the young lady shut me out last year? He harbored deep suspicions that Yang Fuzhen's seemingly innocent and kind nature had been warped by the wickedness of those around her. Young master, regardless of the situation, you're still a man. Guomin kept her head bowed, afraid to meet his gaze, her hands, hardened from years of labor, clenching her apron. Her voice barely audible. Miss accompanied you to the company meeting to lend you support. You cannot destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Last time you quarreled with Miss, you two were merely playfully bickering, and as an outsider, how could I intervene? Moreover, the Yang family's properties are not limited to this one. You could reside in another house. Indeed, you have spoken wisely, Enqua. She can certainly find accommodation elsewhere. Liang Mingzhang lifted his head, casting a languid glance at Guomin. The warning in his eyes was unmistakable. Even if someone were to open the door for Yang Fuzhen, he would simply cast her out again. This means that not only would the young lady be unable to enter, but that individual would also be dismissed. It would be a futile endeavor, a loss on both fronts. When Miss Jiao once held sway over me, behaving with arrogance, you deemed it a family matter. Yet now, why deny her entry? It is no longer a family concern. If you're unwilling to continue, you may be the first to pack your belongings and leave. Woman immediately sealed her lips, even refraining from lingering in his presence. She could not fathom what had come over her son-in-law. He seemed suddenly transformed. I have served the Yang family for nearly half my life. You cannot be so heartless. The Yang family has always treated loyal servants with kindness. When I first arrived, the previous nanny, unable to continue, was directly provided for in her old age by the Yang family. It cannot be that as I grow older and lose my capacity for labor, I am cast out instead. Had I been dismissed earlier, I could have sought other means of livelihood. Now, finding work sweeping the streets is exceedingly difficult. On one hand, my physical strength is waning. On the other, I have grown accustomed to a life of luxury in the Yang household, making the transition to a more modest existence challenging. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have noticed your plight. Yet hearing you speak has served as a reminder. Indeed, if one has lost their ability to work, what purpose remains in staying here? Liang Mingzhang called her back, urging her to face the reality. The tides have turned. Everyone else can see it. Yet you persist in your delusions. It seems that ignorance is best remedied by education. Who told you that living in the Yang household equates to being part of the establishment, that when you can no longer work, you would still receive a pension? The merciless nature of a market economy dictates that those who are unproductive must be discarded. I have not signed a contract with you. Young master, no, sir. Please. Guomin halted, turning back to him with a beseeching gaze. Her hands clasped together. She hoped for a moment of his mercy. My son has just married, and I have spent all my savings on his bride price. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, requiring a confinement center and a maternity nurse. I am expected to finance these without being involved in childcare. I cannot afford to lose this job. Sir, would it be acceptable if I were to act as your eyes and ears in this household, reporting on everyone's words and actions? After all, you have done the same for Yang Fuzhen, reporting her transgressions, have you not? Liang Mingzhang scoffed lightly, fully aware that these individuals held him in contempt. They hailed from humble beginnings, yet looked down upon him for his rural origins. Their envy was palpable. They believed their poverty necessitated labor. With their limited means, how could they justify elevating themselves to the status of employer by marrying the young lady? Everyone has their own struggles. If your situation is dire, it is due to your own inadequacies. So why impose moral burdens upon me? Was I not kept outside because Yang Fuzhen had just returned from a business deal, likely indulging in revelry? Her intervention on my behalf was merely a nuisance. How fitting it is that she now experiences the bitter taste of ungratefulness. In a previous life, I endured the torment of moral coercion. When servants would speak sharply to me, I felt that the young lady marrying down was an injustice, and thus I treated her with excessive kindness. Now I realize that a servant is merely a servant. Why should I treat them as equals and heed their counsel? I was born superior, the very best. As for Yang Fuzhen, to have her as a wife is a stroke of fortune for her. Being with her only adds to my burdens. She owes me, not the other way around. Guomin shook her head, sighing as she departed. She longed to say, since the young lady has turned you away, why not leave and find another place to stay? Yet she knew all too well that her son-in-law, eager to placate the young lady, would fear that leaving would only incite her anger further. She worried that the young lady might foolishly remain outside, waiting aimlessly, especially now that it was raining. Guomin considered that her son-in-law was busy managing affairs at home, and if she secretly opened the door, he might not even notice. By then, the couple might have a heart-to-heart, and with shared sentiments, perhaps they could reconcile. With this thought, Guomin stepped outside, holding an umbrella as she traversed the courtyard, making her way to the villa's entrance, instructing the guard to open the door. This is our Yang family's villa. When did it become the prerogative of someone with the surname Liang to decide? The guard glanced at her. Having just received the instruction from the young master not to open the door for the young lady, he disregarded her words. If you wish to lose your job, feel free to resign, but do not drag us into this. Do not claim that the young master sent you to relay a message or agreed to let the young lady in. Unless we hear the young master himself say it directly from his study, we will not allow entry. The current climate is dire. Without this high-paying job, where else could one find work that also provides social security benefits? Guomin, summoning her courage to seek freedom for the young lady, had exhausted all her bravery. If she were to fabricate a lie, falsely claiming to convey a message, she would not dare. Could her son-in-law truly keep the young lady outside indefinitely? Do not worry. Anqua, you should return home. You are not young anymore and cannot withstand this turmoil. I am still young. It is of no consequence for me to wait outside. Yang Fuzhen understood her husband's intention. The torrential rain above soon drenched her completely. She felt no resentment, instead recalling the previous life when she had kept Liang Mingzhang outside. Him standing beneath the eaves, soaked to the skin. How uncomfortable that must have been. With a faint smile, she looked toward the family maid. If it brings him a bit of joy, that is sufficient. Anqua, you should hurry back, lest he requires assistance, and you are not there to serve him tea or water promptly. Young people enjoy romantic moments in the rain. You wouldn't understand. Yang Fuzhen did not accept the umbrella Guomin offered. If she were to hold it, why not simply leave? It was not as if she lacked the means. However, if her husband wished to punish her, she would willingly accept. She often claimed to understand her faults. Well, this was a chance to prove it through her actions. Chapter 15. In the Rain. Guomin truly did not comprehend, but her heart ached. Miss, should we not inform the mistress? Are you mad? Do you not think our household is chaotic enough? Yang Fuzhen stood in the rain, having just accepted her circumstances with grace. But upon hearing Guomin's suggestion to report back, she immediately grew anxious. This is just a playful intimacy between the two of us. Why involve the elders? Without my mother's participation, I am on the verge of divorce. If she intervenes, my husband will only flee faster. We are all adults here. We are not children who call for parental intervention during a spat. Even if we were to inform a parent, Mingzhang is my family, my guardian, telling him suffices. After my father's passing, my mother has been in deep sorrow. I encouraged her to travel, so why would you disturb her? Have you not considered the consequences? If I have returned to this life without bringing my family greater peace and happiness, what is the purpose of this rebirth? Besides, before my rebirth, I had already complained to my mother about Liang Mingzhang's misdeeds. My mother never approved of this cross-class relationship, and now feels even more strongly that we should be matched in status. Yes, I understand, Mississippi. I will not foolishly act on my own accord. That is why I came to consult you first. Guomin wished to remain with her, but felt it would be futile, only serving to amplify her worries and discomfort. However, even if she returned indoors, she could not do so with a clear conscience. Not watching over the young lady would still leave her anxious. After all, this was the young girl she had raised. Miss, it is my inadequacy. I advised the young master, yet he would not heed my counsel. I shall remain here with you, for there is little else to be done. After all, our household is staffed with numerous servants. Should the young master require sustenance, others can attend to it. However, I shall return to prepare a bowl of ginger soup for you, so that once the young master has calmed down, you may warm yourself. Alas, my mother has been disheartened by my complaints and now holds some disdain for my husband. I must devise a means to mend their relationship. Yang Fuzhen Sigid, her heart heavy with remorse and compassion for Liang Mingzhang. Since marrying me, Mingzhang's plight resembles that of a woman far removed from home, surrounded by the Yang family. During quarrels, he finds no ally. There is no one to comprehend or listen to his heart's burdens. How isolated he must feel, unable to integrate. I ought to care for him diligently and provide him with warmth. Yet, I have shown him little concern and have often excluded him. After being ostracized by relatives and servants, he must frequently experience profound loneliness. It is no wonder that such a strong-willed man has succumbed from mild depression to severe melancholy. Miss, could it be that the young master has placed a curse upon you? Women seemed to hear utter nonsense. Presently, it was the young lady who was being tormented, yet she found herself sympathizing with the tormentor. If the mistress finds him displeasing, is it not a reflection of his own shortcomings and lack of effort? Would she lament not marrying into wealth if he possessed a higher emotional intelligence or a sweeter disposition? The young master's depression is merely a sign of his excessive sensitivity. What obstacles could a man of his stature not overcome? He has been spoiled by the good life, as if he were not of this city. In his days as a farmer, I have never heard of anyone suffering from depression. Guomin, you must cease this talk. Yang Fuzhen regarded the nurse who had raised her with the utmost respect, yet could not withstand her disparagement of her husband. Even my own mother should not belittle my husband, much less a mere servant. Do not fault me for addressing you by your full name. I hope you recognize your station. Even if it were my mother, I would not turn a blind eye to any disrespect towards my husband. I may not sever ties with her, but I would certainly counsel her and firmly stand by my husband's side. She could empathize with Mingzhang's plight. As far as she knew, her mother-in-law had suffered a minor head injury. Thus, Mingzhang's depression might be congenital, a pathological condition rather than one acquired. It merely flared up under subsequent stressors. Very well, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, Mississippi. Your devotion to your husband is commendable, and I shall henceforth be more circumspect in my words. Guomin understood the nuances of human relations, which was one of the reasons she had secured her position in the affluent household. To love one's husband is a virtue, and I naturally wish for you and the young master to live in harmony, swiftly welcoming a robust child to the Yang family. A child was a distant hope for Yang Fuzhen, overshadowed by feelings of guilt. I have always been candid, voicing everything. In my resentment, I even shamelessly brought up his mother's disability to insult him. His current indifference is indeed what I deserve. Depression has never been a trend to chase after. In the past, no one in the countryside suffered from such ailments. They simply lacked the means to seek treatment. Otherwise, those who drowned or ingested poison, were they not merely haunted by misfortune? Yang Fuzhen harbored only guilt and compassion for him, vowing to love him well in this life, to shield him from sorrow, and to prevent further illness. Yet as the rain intensified, she initially felt merely cold, but soon her eyelids grew heavy. Guomin stealthily engaged in her own schemes, mistakenly believing Liang Mingzhang was unaware. In truth, he stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, observing every scene unfold. When the chef brought over the brewed coffee, he outright refused it. I cannot abide the Western concoction. Fine tea surpasses it in aroma, invigorates the mind more effectively, and is far better for one's health. It is also more costly. The chef was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden change in the usually agreeable son-in-law. He had always been accommodating, particularly towards the young lady, extending kindness to those of similar humble origins. He had never taken offense at their jests. Now, however, he wore a stern countenance, exuding an unsettling aura. As the chef exited, Guomin rushed over in a fluster, her expression one of alarm. Young master, something is amiss. The young lady has fainted. It seems she has fallen ill from the rain. You must go and see her. What are you wailing about? It will be too late to mourn when she is gone, Liang Mingzhang replied nonchalantly. He was not inherently unfeeling. He merely echoed his wife's past words. Yet her sharp tongue was directed at her husband. Who could discern the truth? Given her penchant for melodrama, it might very well be an act. He not only mirrored her words, but felt compelled to repeat them. Guomin, however, had never witnessed the young lady's husband respond with such coldness, leaving her utterly astonished. Young master, your demeanor could lead to dire consequences. My young lady, coddled and pampered, cannot withstand the cold rain striking her face. The old mistress will surely be heartbroken upon her return. Liang Mingzhang had anticipated her reaction and preemptively silenced her. What the old mistress's anger? What difference does it make? Is she of such importance? Is she the arbiter of fate? If she understands the times, I might refer to her as an elder. Yet if she wields her age as a weapon, she should keep her distance. I should not be dictated by her notions of respect for the elderly. Guomin now harbored grave doubts as to whether the young master's previous melancholy had morphed into something akin to madness. Listen to yourself. Is that even human speech? Chapter 16. Fever. Whether Liang Mingzhang's words were human or not mattered little. What was significant was that Guomin had forfeited her salary for the month. If due to her negligence in transferring money to her daughter-in-law, she faced a few scoldings, it could only be viewed as her karmic retribution. Yang Fuzhen had indeed permitted him entry. Though he found her repugnant, he did not wish for her demise, and that was the truth. To let her perish now would merely grant her an undeserved reprieve. The years ahead were long, allowing ample opportunity for torment. Moreover, with the Yang group in disarray, her presence might yet prove useful. At a critical juncture, he could cast her aside to shield himself. What a delightful prospect that would be. At that moment, Yang Fuzhen stood at the doorway, drenched, her hair dripping with water. To Liang Mingzhang, there was a certain allure to her disheveled state. Thank you. She could scarcely maintain her footing, leaning against the bar in the foyer. Upon opening her eyes, she had hoped the one to carry her back would be him. Although it was not, and her hopes were dashed, his allowing her entry still brought her joy. You still hold a place for me in your heart, do you not? My husband? Liang Mingzhang paid little heed to her words, his gaze fixated upon her rain-soaked dress, which clung to her form, revealing her exquisite figure. Only when Guomin presented a fresh, ample bath towel to envelop her did he divert his attention. With an icy tone, he remarked, do not indulge in fanciful notions. I merely wish to avoid the burden of a life. Yang Fuzhen bit her lip, being pulled by Guomin to the bathroom for a shower. Yet she could not help but glance back at him, reluctant to part, each step a lingering farewell. Once she entered the bathroom, she murmured, I am sorry. In truth, Liang Mingzhang was rather perplexed. Why should she apologize for being locked out by herself? Was her mind muddled by the rain? Yet recalling their past life, he too had once bowed his head in contrition after she had locked him outside. He had offered apologies for the scant time he spent with her, for forgetting their wedding anniversary without a small surprise, and for promising to accompany her to the amusement park only to stand her up due to business commitments. Thus, her current apology seemed deserved. However, Liang Mingzhang found it somewhat peculiar. The former Yang Fuzhen had never spoken to him in such tender tones before her father-in-law's demise. She treated him as a mere laborer, and after his passing, as a mere pawn. Was it a shift in the trajectory of their lives since her reincarnation? Or something else? Contemplating this, he resolved to take another glance at her, hoping to uncover the truth in the subtle hints. At that moment, Yang Fuzhen had just finished her bath, and Guomin was drying her hair in the bedroom. Indeed, she resembled a pampered young lady, untouched by the common toil of life. If she could, she would have someone attend to her even for the most private of matters. Not to mention, in her previous life, she often roused him in the middle of the night to accompany her to the restroom. Darling, did you come to wait for me out of concern? She asked, her face lighting up with surprise as she dismissed Guomin and approached him. Clad in a bathrobe, cinched at the waist, her long, slender legs were unmistakably visible. I knew you cared. I'm just a bit dizzy, but otherwise I'm fine. I took some fever medicine. After a good sleep, I'll be all right by tomorrow. Yang Fuzhen playfully leaned on him, reminiscent of how she used to insist he dry her hair in their past life, regardless of how late or weary he was from work, whether he wished to unwind with a game or engage in business discussions. Yet now, seeing that he had no intention of helping her with her hair, she decided to dismiss Guomin entirely and simply relish the long-awaited tranquility of their two-person world. Have you considered what you are saying? Liang Mingzhang mused. As remnants of trauma lingered within him, he had come to discern her peculiar antics, but upon seeing her, his heart began to race. I often feel out of place in the Yang family, lacking your confidence. Yang Fuzhen, how can you possess such audacity? When I scold you, it seems to reward you. You cling to me, thinking I might have affection for you. It matters not if you do not like me. Your fondness is all that matters. Yang Fuzhen contemplated stepping into the changing room to retrieve the set of intimate apparel he had favored in their previous life, yet feared that if she left, he might vanish upon her return. Having a rare opportunity to converse, she felt compelled to pour out her heart. Darling, as long as you do not divorce me, you may do as you please. My confidence, is it not a product of your indulgence? You once said that a girl spoiled by you would remain with you. Come what may. Yet, seeing your cold demeanor today is particularly disheartening. Liang Mingzhang, unwilling to engage further, spun on his heel and departed with resolution. Yang Fuzhen, alarmed, hurried after him, pulling the bedroom door shut before pressing him against the wall. This commotion only intensified her dizziness. Darling, I've heard that those with high fevers often feel warmth there. Would you care to see? The flush of fever graced her cheeks, her gaze glazed. Liang Mingzhang nearly lost his resolve at the sight, especially as her warmth enveloped him, her breath like a fragrant breeze against his chin. He felt an urge to reverse their roles and press her against the wall. In their past life, they had long ceased their conjugal relations. He wished not to betray the sanctity of their marriage, thus had relied on himself. After such a lengthy period of abstinence, his physiological needs surged forth, and he longed to unleash his desires upon her, in whatever manner he deemed fit, before addressing other matters. However, before he could lift her hair, Yang Fuzhen relinquished her advance. Darling, you should go. I wouldn't want to pass my cold to you. Her arms fell limply, weakly supporting herself against the wall as she returned to bed, cocooning herself in the covers. Fortunately, her hair had dried in the bathroom, no longer dripping, though still damp. Sleeping this way might induce a headache, yet Liang Mingzhang refrained from reminding her. A fire brewed within his chest, causing him to curse under his breath as he observed her curl within the sheets, enveloped without a gap, listening to her disingenuous concern. Darling, your complexion appears poor. Is your heart troubling you again? It's my fault. I shall care for you better in the future. I've scheduled an appointment with a renowned psychologist. When you're free, I'll accompany you for your consultation. Shall I? Get lost. Liang Mingzhang spat, exiting her bedroom. He returned to the study, smaller than the bedroom, yet significantly larger than the humble abode of his childhood. He opened a familiar work by the renowned Yumi Takeda, finding solace in the ease of its pages. Yet, as he read, his mind unwittingly drifted to his wife's visage. He struggled to dispel the foolishness that clouded his thoughts, battling with his own willpower. Ultimately, he succeeded in banishing the foolish image, but his enthusiasm waned entirely. Chapter 17. Visiting the Grave. On the day designated for honoring his father-in-law, Liang Mingzhang rose early. In a show of respect, he donned his suit. Despite his disdain for his wife, he remained grateful for the support his father-in-law had provided him. One matter had no bearing on the other. Yang Fuzhen had recovered from her fever, yet still appeared somewhat listless. She too wore mourning attire. Seated beside him in the extended Lincoln, resting her head on his shoulder, greedily inhaling his scent. Raising an eyebrow playfully, she remarked, Darling, your scent is truly delightful. Though you haven tea-worn cologne, it still ensnares me. Perhaps this is what masculinity entails. I feel as though I'm addicted, unable to be apart from you for a day. Nay, not even for a second. If I could, I would cling to you perpetually as if we were conjoined twins. Yang Fuzhen, you truly are a devoted daughter, Liang Mingzhang retorted, pushing her away as one would brush off unwelcome dust from his shoulder. We are here to honor your father, so why are you smiling so broadly? If memory serves me right, you wept inconsolably on the day of his death. Could it be that your sorrow was mere pretense, merely to secure a larger share of the inheritance? Indeed, I find joy in this, she replied. Last time I wanted to share a vehicle with you, you refused. This time, the nod of agreement seems to indicate that you have granted me a modicum of forgiveness. Hasn't it? Yang Fuzhen, despite being pushed away by him, harbored no resentment and was still subtly exploring the possibility of closeness. Fearing that she might entirely deplete his patience, she refrained from further attempts to entwine her arm with his. A little progress is indeed commendable. Moreover, my father, watching from the netherworld, would surely feel at ease seeing us in harmony. He cared for me deeply and would not wish to see me weeping and mired in sorrow. Darling, would you consider, for the sake of my esteemed father, bearing a child with me, to comfort his spirit in the heavens? Today, our attire resembles that of a couple, reminiscent of our passionate university days. Is this not a cause for joy? If given the choice, I would wish to be reborn in my college years. My heart is nearly bursting with anticipation. Is your desire truly for a child? Or is it merely the process of creation that excites you? Liang Mingzhang unhesitatingly exposed her intentions, regarding her with a look of disdain. He distinctly remembered how, in their past life, he was obsessively eager for a child, while she adamantly refused. In this lifetime, to desire his offspring, that was out of the question. Even if he were to spill against the wall, he wouldn't offer it to her. How could you know? My husband is exceptionally clever. Such a bright little one. Whose husband is he? Yang Fuzhen chuckled, undeterred by his cold remarks, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Since he would not grant her a child, she would treat him as one instead. The process of creation is indeed delightful, and a child holds great significance. Just the thought of a lovely little one, standing there with your blood running through their veins, brings me joy. Of course, the act of creation matters as well. My secret garden longs for you dearly. Yang Fuzhen, do you not possess a shred of shame? Liang Mingzhang timely admonished her against further flirtation. He wondered how she had transformed in this manner. While she had never been particularly reserved in her previous life, her provocations were usually confined to the bedroom. Why is she now so indiscriminately amorous? Teasing her husband is harmless. She was not flirting with anyone else. Yang Fuzhen retorted with boldness. If you want tea, let me tease you. Then who would you prefer to be teased by? Liang Mingzhang averted his gaze, turning his head to force himself to look out the window. The Mayu season had cast a perpetual gloom over the sky. He sought to prevent her from uttering any more vulgarities, fearing he might lose control and succumb to his desires right then and there. To appear charming, one must uphold filial piety. Does she not realize how alluring she is at present? Yet, she remained blissfully ignorant, clasping her hands and proclaiming, "Father, my husband and I have come to see you today. I am well, and my husband is too. Please watch over your daughter and son-in-law from above, wishing us a long and happy life together, and may we be blessed with many children, perhaps even a football team." To suggest birthing a football team is to liken him to a beast of burden, or perhaps she fears he might not survive her. Yang Fuzhen, must you vocalize such sentiments? Can you not keep them to yourself? It is not only you in this vehicle. There are others present. Just look at your demeanor. What makes you think you should be having children? What light did your father gain from you before his passing? He raised you in life, and now must bless you in death. When she had just mentioned husband, she stole a glance at him, wondering if he would catch sight of her in his peripheral vision. Alas, it was no longer possible to see her reflection in his eyes as she once did. No matter the time, she could always find a little version of herself within his pupils. You lack the ability to read minds. If I silently repeat it in my heart, you wouldn't hear it, would you? Besides, you're not a stranger. We are family. What harm is there in letting you hear my thoughts? Although Yang Fuzhen had not drawn any light from her father, she firmly believed her son would not be as ineffectual as she had been, owing to Liang Mingzhang's formidable genes and guidance. Little did she know that Liang Mingzhang, at that moment, wished to silence her, whether through a passionate encounter or some other means. Upon their arrival at the cemetery, the day's memorial drew a considerable crowd. As the car door swung open, Liang Mingzhang's polished shoes hit the ground, attracting a swarm of camera flashes and whispered from the onlookers. This is the new generation of Yang family, the one who is always elusive, yet now possesses even more presence than the elder. What a pity he is a son-in-law and not a young master. Otherwise, countless noble ladies from Haiqing and Jingqiang would be vying for his affection. What does it matter that he is a son-in-law? As long as he wields a good shovel, there is no corner that cannot be dug. Especially since I have heard that their marital relationship is not particularly harmonious. Liang Mingzhang automatically tuned out these voices, offering a bouquet of flowers to his father-in-law. His sorrow genuine and heartfelt. He vividly recalled the first time he accompanied his father-in-law to an important occasion, where his father-in-law introduced him to people, guiding him on how to navigate society and the business world. It was also his father-in-law who defended him against ridicule, silencing dissenters with authority. His father-in-law had taught him various ways to tie a tie, often expressing a wish that he could have been his own son. He was shaped by his father-in-law, bearing his influence, and it was no wonder. Yang Fuzhen bowed deeply to her father, placing a handful of earth upon his grave, and then noticed Liang Mingzhang not far off, engaged in a phone call. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over her, wondering which seductress was ensnaring him this time. After the memorial concluded, a throng of reporters, who had been waiting, surged forth from all directions. Some hailed from the financial evening news, others from social media platforms, and some were independent journalists, microphones in hand, bombarding her with questions. Is it true that there are many controversies within the Yang group regarding Mr. Liang's inheritance rights? What does Miss Yang think about her husband's extravagant spending just to make the little flower Wang Zus smile? Some claim that Miss Yang and her husband's bond is unbreakable, and that outsiders seeking to disrupt their relationship are wasting their efforts. What is your perspective? Yang Fuzhen gazed at her husband in the distance, still on the phone, his brow occasionally furrowing and his expression fierce. He did not seem to harbor any ulterior motives. He appeared to be negotiating a business deal, which brought her some relief. Seizing a microphone, she declared to the world her love for him, her dependence on him, enunciating each word with conviction. First and foremost, please refer to me as Mrs. Liang, not Miss Yang. I am now married and willingly take my husband as surname. In this marriage, I have not yet achieved passing marks, but that does not signify my resignation. I shall strive harder to be a good wife and virtuous partner to Mr. Liang. Liang Mingzhang is my one true love, irreplaceable. Should anyone covet my husband, whether for wealth or otherwise, they should not be surprised by unfortunate consequences in the future. Chapter 18, Correspondence. Liang Mingzhang methodically conducted the handover of work responsibilities. The loyal subordinates within the company had, unbeknownst to him, begun to seamlessly transition their address for him from General Yang to General Liang. Even within the Yang group, this unspoken understanding made it sound as though it had been the norm for a century, without any hint of awkwardness. When it was time to board the boat, Liang Mingzhang stepped onto the yacht created by the Yang group, illuminated by the moonlight. Docked by the riverside, it boasted 3 levels, brightly lit throughout the night, catering to the whims of the wealthy with food, drink, and entertainment. His father-in-law's office had accumulated dust over time. He entered to organize the belongings, using the key left by his father-in-law to unlock the safe adorned with a lock. Inside lay a few gold bars, nothing extraordinary. The Yang family may not possess much, but they are certainly laden with wealth, gold, and silver piled high. However, it was a letter addressed to him that captured his attention. Silently, he unfolded it, revealing the familiar handwriting of his father-in-law. Dear son-in-law Mingzhang, in this position, life and death are reliant upon fate. Should misfortune befall me one day, I would have no regrets, for I can entrust both the Yang group and my daughter to you. I have faced numerous storms in my life, and knowing you as my successor brings me great solace. To be candid, I was initially skeptical when Fuzhen married you. I envisioned a marriage of convenience, a powerful alliance for mutual benefit. Yet, she wholeheartedly pursued you, and as a father, I could not sever our bond. For her sake, I took a gamble on you. You have not disappointed me. In fact, your performance has exceeded my expectations. I did ponder what I would do if you failed to thrive. Perhaps I would have handed the company to Fuzhen or supported another relative. Fortunately, you surpassed my former self. After my passing, do not bestow the company upon the eldest or second daughter. They're not worthy of such responsibility. You will take over the Yang group, and with that, the weight of the burden upon your shoulders will grow heavier. Should you and Fuzhen find yourselves at odds in the future, I hope you will extend her a chance out of respect for me. If it proves too difficult to maintain after a divorce, she may continue as CEO of a Yang group, provided you ensure their needs are met. Do not feel compelled to sacrifice your own life for others. Each person's life is their own to live. You need not be bound by morality, but rather pursue your own path. Mingzhang held the letter, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. In his previous life, his father-in-law had also left him a letter, yet its contents were starkly different, primarily detailing whom to trust within the company and which partners to be wary of. Indeed, many experiences in this life diverged significantly from those in his past. Hearing a gentle knock from his assistant, Mingzhang carefully stowed the letter away, locked the safe, and stepped outside. Ascending the stairs to the top floor, he stood at the mast, gazing into the distance at the surging river, feeling invigorated by the evening breeze. His father-in-law's admonitions had momentarily softened his heart. Yet, one must seize the joy of life, if he were to become entangled in love as he had in his previous existence. Would that not squander the divine gift of rebirth? Mr. Liang, Joanna, the head of the tourism industry from the beautiful country across the ocean, is waiting for you. His assistant announced. Let her wait, Mingzhang replied nonchalantly. After enjoying the evening breeze for a while longer, he entered the private room. The river's surface was tumultuous, yet the cruise ship remained steady, and he walked across it with the unwavering composure of a pine tree, undisturbed by the slightest sway. Joanna, exuding the unique warmth of a foreigner, rose to embrace him, following it up with an enthusiastic remark in English. The personal translator accompanying her immediately provided simultaneous interpretation. Joanna expressed her congratulations to Mr. Liang for ascending to the throne and taking over the Yang kingdom. Mingzhang raised his hand to halt her further enthusiasm, reminding her, Madam, if you wish to discuss business, please use our country's language. Joanna flicked her hair back, hesitated momentarily before breaking into a smile, and invited him to take a seat. Very well. I chose Chinese as an elective in university. Though my reading and writing are mediocre, I have no issues with listening and speaking. I just didn't expect you to have such a temper, Mr. Liang. Mingzhang's gaze swept over her golden hair and blue eyes, before he disinterestedly returned his attention elsewhere. You must have a Chinese name, then? I do not. Why not help me come up with one now, Mr. Liang? Joanna's eyes glistened, lingering on him. Her confession was bold and fiery. I once saw your photo on the Asian entrepreneurs list and thought it had been overly beautified. Seeing you in person, however, you are even more exquisite than the picture. I used to believe that Asian men were all effeminate, fond of lipstick and eyeshadow. I never expected that in this era. There are still such masculine men. Is that so? Are all men merely squinty-eyed? Mingzhang teased, taking advantage of the situation by whimsically naming her. To wish for a pleasant collaboration, let us call you Qinggong, which means success, and it carries my surname, Liang Qinggong. That sounds great. Joanna not only felt unoffended, but seemed to find it amusing, erupting into laughter that caused her bosom to heave. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, entwined playfully as she laughed. Once she calmed down, she continued their conversation. I've noticed that your countrymen differ greatly from those of neighboring countries. In what way? Mingzhang inquired. When girls in public buses face sexual harassment, those from the island nation endure it, while those from the beautiful country comply, yet your country's girls will directly retaliate. Joanna remarked, expressing admiration. Just like Mingzhang's earlier display of temper, it made her feel he was quite the man. Collaborating with such a rugged individual made her feel more grounded and secure. Mingzhang, however, held a different view. While it's a good thing, many young ladies in our country have been spoiled. Thus, there are instances of false accusations in the news. Sometimes, a few words from a young lady can ruin a man's career. Joanna gasped, covering her face in disbelief. Then that man's career is too fragile. Those who are barefooted fare better. If they are public figures or work within the system, relying on exposure and public attention, such as celebrities or hosts, they could suffer irreparable damage, Mingzhang explained. His assistant brought forth a contract drafted by the legal department, presenting it to Joanna for her review. The Yang family had built their shipbuilding business over half a century, and Joanna held great trust in them. However, to negotiate a better price, she needed to engage in some bargaining. There's an old saying in your country, a smile from a beauty is worth 1,000 gold pieces. If Mr. Liang could concede a little and share some of the profits, it would make me happy. Not a chance, Mingzhang promptly refused. His willingness to sit there and haggle with her had already shown him to be quite accommodating. Are you saying I'm not beautiful, Mr. Liang? Joanna's smile turned slightly awkward, surprised at his bluntness and lack of social finesse in considering a lady's feelings. She recalled what her subordinates had said. Mr. Liang was a true egalitarian, indulging neither species nor gender. But I have a large order. Joanna persisted. If you finalize this deal, I aim to venture into the robotics industry next, which would provide you with capital. Though the Yang Group is not short on funds, wouldn't it be wiser not to touch the principal? Mingzhang countered. You are beautiful. But what does that have to do with me? He remarked, already being quite polite. Beauty is inherently subjective, and he had little tolerance for foreign allure. Indeed, her curves were impressive, yet the scent she wore was unbearable, penetrating even through the perfume. Then why not give me an extra 2 billion for my exceptional qualities? All right then, Joanna teased. If Mr. Liang is willing to indulge me, shall we go for a drink? Despite her fiery temperament, hearing his blatant suggestion made her heart race. However, her inherently open nature swiftly embraced his invitation. Yet, if we were to engage in a more intimate liaison, would not Mr. Liang be inclined to relent and offer a more favorable price? Are you here to negotiate business or to sell something? Liang Mingzhang, seated upon the bench, did not hesitate to remind her. Since appearance can be monetized, if I were to share your bed, it would be a concession on my part, and I would be even less inclined to pay you. Does Mr. Liang harbor any grievances against me? At that moment, Joanna found herself at a loss, unable to discern whether she was captivated by the Yang family's shipbuilding enterprise or entranced by his charismatic persona. Had Mr. Liang perhaps experienced the betrayal of a beloved, rendering him so devoid of romantic wit, so averse to flirtation? Are you foreigners not the most protective of your privacy? Allow me to inquire, just how old are you? Liang Mingzhang was not lacking in other skills. Surely he understood the art of offense. He was engaging her in earnest conversation, yet she persistently ventured into inappropriate territory. What could he do? Was he to rescue her from her own folly, indulging her bad habits? Even foreign enchantresses should not be coddled. I am aware that we are not the sole shipbuilders in the world, yet we do not lack for clients either. Our orders have long since exceeded capacity, and should you continue to delay, your shipment will be pushed back to the following year. As for the state of industry, 2 years hence. With advancements in materials and product upgrades, if you persist in utilizing these antiquated devices without timely renewal, do not say, I did not forewarn you. Liang Mingzhang was prepared to elaborate further when his phone vibrated. He retrieved it from his pocket and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Yang Fuzhen. Darling, I miss you so much. What time will you be home? Will you return for a late night snack? May I prepare some tanyuan for you? Black sesame filling. Without you, home feels so cold. May I call you? I long to hear your voice. No wonder the phone had been silenced. Her messages were still audible. In a previous life, he had set her as a priority contact and had forgotten to revert the setting. Liang Mingzhang promptly unpinned her chat and rescinded her priority status. Darling, where are you? Please send me your location so I can come pick you up. I have been so obedient, enduring my longing for you without demanding a video call, merely wishing to hear your voice. Cannot you fulfill this small desire of mine? You used to dote on me the most, even calling to remind me to eat well while you were negotiating business. Must you be so indifferent toward me? I beg you. Liang Mingzhang cast a glance at her latest message, ignoring it entirely. He did not respond to a single word and returned the phone to his pocket. He resumed his discussion with Joanna. You are well aware that our nation's market is vast, with an astonishing purchasing power. The population is numerous, and economic development is rapid. Therefore, many countries, eager to welcome affluent patrons, adorn their airports with signage in Mandarin. This is also the reason I can afford to make you a generous offer. Not only must one be formidable in their own right, but I also have the formidable strength of my homeland behind me. Strengthening ties with me is a guaranteed profitable venture for you. Moreover, should you procure our vessels for transportation or tourism, we will handle the local maritime routes. Navigating relationships and connections. The challenges involved require considerable monetary investment, time, and social capital. Fortunately, Joanna did not utter the phrase made in China, which carries connotations of inferior quality and shoddy craftsmanship, destined for the refuse after a single use. Such comments would not only terminate negotiations immediately, but would also compel him to cast this foreign horse into the river to feed the fish. Until the order was finalized, Joanna remained insatiable, frequently hinting to him, there will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. We shall indeed become formally acquainted. How about we find a place to unwind tonight? You are the host, after all. Would it be so scandalous to indulge in a fleeting romance? Liang Mingzhang, having concluded his business dealings, intended to conclude his day. He had no desire for unpaid overtime, even as the proprietor. He was even less inclined to foster such a culture of extended hours. That evening, Liang Mingzhang opted to stay at a nearby riverside apartment, and by dawn, before the sun had fully risen, he drove home. Upon arriving, he changed into a fresh set of clothes, gathered the necessary documents, and set off for the office. Just as the first light of day broke, he opened the door to find a small figure curled up on the sofa. She lay in a tight ball, covered with a blanket, the source of which was unknown. The living room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a soft night light casting a warm glow. The morning sun began to rise, reflecting upon her visage. Ultimately, it was the same face from 5 years prior, though marred by disdain, yet still brimming with youthful collagen. As Liang Mingzhang found himself lost in thought, he noticed her lips moving as she murmured, No, darling, please don't. Wake up, will you? I shall take you to the hospital, sobbing, Please don't leave me, don't abandon me alone. Without you, what shall I do? Liang Mingzhang could not discern her words clearly, only grasping the general sentiment. Was she dreaming of being pursued? Indeed, even in dreams. She did not wish for her own well-being. As he prepared to pass by the sofa and change into his tailored suit, her grip on his pant leg tightened. Fortunately, his belt was secured tightly. Otherwise, she might have pulled his trousers down. Liang Mingzhang now confirmed that her cold had completely subsided, for she displayed an abundance of energy. Darling, you're back. Her voice was muffled, still tinged with sleep. I called you yesterday, but you didn't answer. I didn't want to call too often, fearing it might annoy you. Yet, I truly miss you. She hesitated to call, fearing he might think her inconsiderate. And indeed, she missed him terribly, akin to a cough that could not be suppressed. Let go. Liang Mingzhang was bewildered by her sudden display of affection, seeing her unwilling to release her hold. He gently pried her fingers from his trousers. In the past, when I was away on business for half a month, did I not receive a single call from you? It seemed as though my health and well-being were of no concern to you. Your belated concern is unnecessary. You are right. Your calls would indeed interrupt me. Henceforth, be more considerate and refrain from being so bothersome. What constitutes excess? A winter fan, a summer cotton coat, and your unsolicited concern after I have no need for it. Master, Guomin observed the young lady's wounded affection and reached out, wishing to grasp his sleeve, but her timid fingers fell silently, filled with sorrow. You did not return all night, and not a word was sent. The young lady worried for you throughout the night, waiting on the sofa for your return. How can you be so heartless? Even if you could not return, could you not spare a moment to call? No matter how busy work may be, can one truly lack even a moment to make a call? Liang Mingzhang's brow furrowed deeply, unsure if this servant was angling for a pay deduction. Yet, recalling that any fines he imposed on her would be compensated by Yang Fuzhen, it was no wonder she exhibited such fearlessness. It seemed that termination was inevitable. Before Liang Mingzhang could voice his intent to dismiss her, Yang Fuzhen intervened. Aunt Gua, please cease. It is my fault. Since I did not inquire after Mingzhang when he returned late before, I have no right now to demand his reports. It is all right, I can wait. Life stretches long ahead, and I can afford to wait. I trust that with time, even if his heart is made of stone, I shall warm it. Why have you fallen silent? Previously, you claimed I was theatrical. It appears you are the one who delights in drama. Having resolved to sever ties with her, Liang Mingzhang deemed it unnecessary to wear the couple's rings from a previous life any longer. Without hesitation, he removed the ring from his ring finger and placed it on the coffee table beside the sofa. Why not let your beloved wet nurse listen in? When I returned home late in the past, apart from your indifference, do you recall the curses you hurled at me? Chapter 20, The Wedding Ring. His act of removing the ring pierced her deeply. It was not merely his resoluteness that she perceived, but the bloodied ring from a past life that instantaneously thrust her into a nightmarish reverie of parting and loss. No, Mingzhang, don't. Yang Fuzhen, who had been suppressing her emotions, suddenly clutched her ears and cried out in anguish. Memories flooded in, vivid and haunting, the gash on his wrist, his hands submerged in the fish tank, the pool of water stained crimson, and within it his ring-clad finger. It was only when he was laid to rest in a past life that the ring was removed, accompanying her into the twilight of her existence. Why don't you wear it? Would it not be better if you did? Yang Fuzhen, almost in a trance, reached for his hand, attempting to place the ring back upon it. Is it the design that displeases you? Then let us procure a new pair of diamond rings, chosen by you this time. But before we buy, please, wear it for now. Fuzhen, what madness has overtaken you? Liang Mingzhang's countenance was stern as he forcefully pushed her away. He would not allow her to continue her meddling with him. In his previous life, he had no desire to purchase any engagement ring, deeming such a trinket a tax on intelligence, preferring the lasting value of gold. She stubbornly insisted that diamonds endure forever, love eternal. Eventually, realizing that the Yang family spent $1 million as easily as ordinary folk would spend 100, he ceased to dissuade her. Now, he could finally rid himself of this trivial object. Do you not comprehend why I removed it? I have resolutely decided to divorce. Why should I continue to wear this symbol of chastity? Remove it and embrace singlehood. It prevents the starlets who wish to cling to me from being deterred by this ring. Impossible. You are far too charming. We both know it. Even if you are married or even incapacitated, there will be shameless young women who will still seek your affections. Yang Fuzhen was bewildered by his newfound insincerity and pretense, for he had always been the most candid. At times, his unvarnished truths would even provoke her ire. He could not bear to deceive her even slightly. He would be truthful and then soothe her afterward. Why is this? Liang Mingzhang, you now not only seek the company of others, but you brazenly declare it. Return the former Mr. Liang to me, will you? You have extinguished him. Liang Mingzhang snatched the ring from her grasp and, through the open window, hurled it into the void without a moment's hesitation or a shred of compassion, swiftly retreating to the cloakroom to change, followed by a maid tasked with pressing his suit. Yang Fuzhen clutched her chest, a pang of heartbreak gripping her, gazing at the direction where the ring had vanished. She rushed outside in a daze. In the courtyard, amidst neatly trimmed hedges, she rummaged frantically. She longed to find that ring, as if its recovery could bring her back her lost Mr. Liang. In a past life, he had died. This ring was a remnant of her memories. In this life, he lived on, yet felt as cold as a corpse, devoid of any lingering thoughts. Until Liang Mingzhang emerged from the house, attired in a suit. Spotting her deep within the garden, disheveled, a strand of hair clinging to her egg-shaped face. Her hands were lacerated by the thorns, wounds crisscrossing, with droplets of blood oozing forth. Miss, please stop searching. What sort of ring can our family not afford? Guomin observed anxiously from the side, breaking into a cold sweat. She did not understand what made this ring so special. The Yang family had an array of jewelry. Was it merely because it had once adorned the finger of their son-in-law? Miss, would you like to step out? I can have several servants search separately. Otherwise, how long will you continue alone? You do not grasp the significance. It is ominous. Yang Fuzhen retorted, glancing back to see Liang Mingzhang's imposing figure standing there. Whether it was out of pity for her plight or merely to witness her humiliation, she could not tell. Wherever he stood, her gaze was inexorably drawn to him. Her words to the maid transformed into a soliloquy. Retrieving the ring would be akin to having him still with me. Without it, I may forever lose him. Observing her erratic demeanor, Guomin harbored doubts about whether the time spent with her son-in-law had affected her mental faculties. Fearing that her behavior might lead to actual harm, she decided to take a risk, suggesting, Miss, since you've acknowledged that the young master currently does not favor you, if you were to injure your face in your search, would he not then dislike you even more? Let us preserve our resources. We need not fear the lack of firewood while the mountains stand. Yes, Yang Fuzhen nodded thoughtfully. He is unsettled by my emotional volatility. I must cultivate a more stable demeanor. I cannot afford to be hurt. If I am unwell and require care, how can I tend to Mr. Liang? If not for the maid's intervention, Yang Fuzhen might not have realized the blood trickling from her hand. She had never understood how Liang Mingzhang could be so ruthless toward her, inflicting pain upon himself. Did it not hurt? Now, she seemed to comprehend. When a deeper pain resided within, one became numb to superficial wounds. Bring down all this flora and fauna until the ring is found. If it remains unfound, the search shall continue. A reward of 5 million awaits the first to succeed. Liang Mingzhang, having no desire to witness her descent into madness, departed early for work. Seated in his car, he intended to review the company's reports, yet his mind was preoccupied with her commanding words. He cursed himself internally, berating his foolishness. Before dialing his personal attorney, Yuan, I intend to pursue a divorce. Is there any complication in proceeding with the legal formalities? Yuan Luqing pondered the implications. Discerning that Liang intended to secure a significant portion of the assets in the division. Money had become inconsequential. He merely wished to distance himself from her. Liang Mingzhang now feared not the potential harm she could inflict upon him, for he was now impervious. The memories of a past life equipped him with foresight. Rather, he dreaded her emotional outbursts, which could rekindle the spark of affection he once felt for her. He feared that this tenderness might one day lead him back to her, repeating past mistakes. Thus, he must summon the courage to sever ties completely. The troublesome aspect was her adamant refusal to divorce. If I unilaterally request a divorce, can it be granted legally? Is challenging Mr. Liang. Yuan Luqing understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, he was not solely an attorney specializing in divorce cases. He primarily assisted Liang with commercial disputes. However, Liang had sought him out not because he was the lawyer retained by Yang, but because he was a compatriot of Liang Mingzhang, a true ally. The current divorce cooling-off period posed a significant challenge. Moreover, with rising divorce rates and declining marriage rates, regions sought to control these statistics by promoting marriage and complicating divorce proceedings. To illustrate, there was a case where a man committed adultery and even resorted to domestic violence. Yet the woman stubbornly refused to divorce. In court, she argued that being struck twice by a man was inconsequential. Ultimately, the judge ruled that the relationship had not irreparably broken down. There was another case where a man attempted to rape his mother-in-law, yet when the wife sought a divorce, the husband opposed it, and they too remained married. Chapter 21, Infatuation. Liang Mingzhang had already arrived at the company, yet he felt burdened with a heavy heart. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Luqing promptly entered his office. President Liang, you need not feel compelled to pursue a divorce. Being married does not preclude you from enjoying life outside. Or is it that the young lady outside desires a formal recognition of your union? He had always been aware that this ambitious compatriot was a romantic at heart. Regardless of the trials he faced during his low points or the temptations that surrounded him now, he had remained steadfastly devoted. Yet, the loyalty once bestowed upon the eldest daughter of the Yang family now seemed to be redirected to a new flame. No, Liang Mingzhang now regarded women as formidable forces to be avoided, wishing to remain untainted by worldly affairs. He merely sought liberation. Why then? Did it feel as though he were less free now? In both the Republic and the Qing dynasty, divorce had not been such an arduous endeavor, had it? Indeed, various regions had their own metrics, and failing to fulfill matrimonial obligations resulted in a persistently high divorce rate, affecting the assessment of civilized cities. Thus, the Civil Affairs Bureau had to exercise control, urging reconciliation, and if that proved futile, to prolong the matter as much as possible. Yuan Luqing was not there to sow despair. Since the president was supporting him, he had to be of value. He promptly devised an alternative strategy. What if President Liang considered separation first? If you remain apart for over 3 years, the likelihood of divorce increases. Moreover, in 2 years, the tides may shift. With rising birth rates, divorce could become even easier. Likelihood? Liang Mingzhang waved his hand dismissively. Separation was not an option he would entertain. It was not that he did not want to, but with Yang Fuzhen's tenacious nature, if he moved to Beihai, she would undoubtedly pursue him there, even setting up a tent outside his bedroom. This was precisely why he had refrained from moving out of the villa. There was no need for unnecessary complications. Why not speak with a judge? No, President Liang. You are currently involved in the selection of patriotic entrepreneurs, providing numerous employment opportunities for the unemployed. Should any collusion between officials and businessmen come to light, it would be a grave loss, tarnishing your reputation. Yuan Luqing discerned his resolve, but could not fathom why he was so determined to divorce. Since you are not being coerced by a mistress and have this marriage contract, what does it impede? You can still indulge and seek pleasure. Does it truly affect you? It does affect me, and profoundly so. Initially, Liang Mingzhang had delayed the divorce, hoping to witness her regret, slowly tormenting her. Yet, as time wore on, he realized he was the one being tormented. He wished to grant himself a reprieve, refusing to allow past injuries to his body to manifest as wounds to his soul in this lifetime. Then why not initiate a lawsuit and see how the judge rules? If the first trial does not grant a divorce, you can appeal. After several rounds of this, you will surely achieve your goal. Yuan Luqing played the role of a diligent strategist, brainstorming solutions. Liang Mingzhang gestured for him to leave. He did not mind pressuring Yang Fuzhen. But if she were to take her own life as a result, would that truly be the outcome he desired? He merely wished to distance himself from her, not to demand a blood price for her actions. Once alone in the office, he dialed his mother's number. In a previous life, he had scrimped and saved for a month to buy her a set of cosmetics, which she took to the counter to verify. He had gifted her a box of hand cream, and she had been overjoyed, proclaiming that her son had grown up. It was better to show more concern for his mother. Mom, have you received the money I sent home? Yes. But why are you sending so much money home? Your father and I have counted our bank account several times, fearing we might have made a mistake. There is nearly 10,000 yuan. Enough for us to live on for a year. Liang's mother was evidently delighted to receive her son's call, her words imbued with joy. Azang, let me return this money to you. Your father and I are still in good health and able to earn a living. We do not wish to burden you. Your father has found some carpentry work, and I can take on some waitressing. We can manage on our own. When you have children in the future, we can still help you out. You're secretly sending us money. Is Jinjin angry with you? Do not provoke your wife's anger. Listen to me, once a man is married, he must hold his wife dear. One must not mistreat a girl. Liang Mingzhang did not interrupt his mother, quietly listening to her ramble on. He could never forget the day of their engagement when his parents traversed mountains and rivers, overcoming their trepidation to reach Haicheng for his lifelong commitment. Two elders, unfamiliar with the subway, braved their anxieties to sit in the most luxurious dining hall in Haicheng, facing their in-laws. His father-in-law was amiable, able to converse with people from all walks of life, making one feel as if they were basking in spring's warmth. However, the disdainful gaze of his mother-in-law, looking down upon his mother for her ignorance of idioms and judging his father's tattered clothing, was a memory he could never escape. Mom, your son has grown up. You need not toil any longer. 10,000 yuan is not much. It is but a mere product of my efforts. What is the purpose of raising a son, if not to ensure a comfortable old age? You and Dad have labored all your lives. It is time for you to enjoy some rest and pleasure. As for Jeanne, I have not mistreated her. Yet, a mother's intuition could not be deceived. Liang's mother sensed the underlying tension in her son's tone, leading her to express her concern as a seasoned advisor. Zhang, while Jinjin may appear willful, her heart is not unkind. Besides, she is wholly devoted to you. And I can see that clearly. Just think back to that day at the engagement dinner, when you remarked that the shrimp at the restaurant was delicious. She immediately began to peel it for you. A single glance from you would draw her gaze. As a mother, I can discern between true affection and mere pretense. Liang's mother harbored countless worries for her son, fearing that with wealth, he might become corrupt and that he might not withstand the temptations of the world outside. Mom, it is not her goodness, it is yours. Liang Mingzhang dared not recall that meal, for it remained a thorn in his heart. On that day, not only did his mother-in-law look down on him, but his wife also disregarded him. Although Yang Fuzhen later explained that it was not disdain for rural folk, but jealousy over her mother-in-law. Unable to bear seeing her husband treat another woman better than he treated her, he found it incomprehensible. Was it not foolishness to be jealous of his own mother? Many mothers-in-law delighted in criticizing their daughters-in-law, inciting their sons to seek divorce, finding fault at every turn. Yet his own mother had never done so. She had consistently advised him to cherish his wife, to treat marriage with gravity, and to take responsibility as the pillar of their home. At times, he questioned whether having too much responsibility was a blessing or a curse. Liang Mingzhang firmly believed that Yang Fuzhen had not deceived him regarding this matter, for her possessiveness was indeed palpable. More often than not only could she not tolerate his mother, but she also found it intolerable to see him interact with any other woman. Even a mere glance at a stray cat or dog would send her into a fit of jealousy. She desired for his eyes to be solely for her, to focus exclusively on her, to speak only to her. She resembled a lovesick individual. Liang's mother interjected, disagreeing with her son's assessment. Jinjin may have her moments, but I recall when I used to wash clothes by the river, my fingers would crack. She made a point to ask her foreign friend to bring me a bottle of hand lotion. Though it was inscribed with foreign characters I could not comprehend, I must admit it proved quite effective. After applying it, no matter how cold the winter, I could wash clothes without my fingers cracking. She did not merely buy me lotion. She also purchased a washing machine. It is not the washing machine I covet, but the thought behind it. This washing machine has never been used. She has spent her entire life accustomed to washing by the river with a stick, believing a machine would not clean thoroughly. Yet, that sentiment remains, and it touches me every time I see it. Chapter 22. Seeking Medical Attention. Jinjin may have a bit of a temper, but who among us is devoid of any temperament? We're not robots, after all. You are a man of fortitude and integrity. Do not fret over trivial matters with a young lady. Instead, soothe her. Women can sometimes be rather naive and easily swayed. As long as you acknowledge her efforts and utter a few heartfelt words, she will be willing to continue her sacrifices and devotion to you. Liang's mother felt her son was too innocent, his education having rendered him oblivious to the malice that lurks in human hearts. In their village, there were numerous young women who, in their youth, indulged in frivolity, some even becoming courtesans. As they aged, they would settle for an honest man to marry, often demanding exorbitant dowries. There were even those who profited from marriage, deceiving their spouses for the sake of dowry before seeking divorce. In contrast, while Jinjin may not be flawless, her genuine affection for their son suffices. As for your father and me, we are still youthful and capable. Even if we were to remain at home, we would not be idle. We work daily and maintain our health. Idleness makes one feel unanchored. Humans cannot be stagnant, for in stillness lies decay. You too must take care of yourself, being so far from home. Money is infinite. Do not compromise your health in pursuit of wealth. My son possesses great capability, surpassing both your father and me. While we cannot provide much assistance, we will strive to be no burden to you. Liang Mingzhang felt a swell of emotions, his nose tingling with unshed tears. Though his parents lacked significant means, in his eyes, they were the finest of parents. He had no regrets about being born into this family. Given the choice, he would choose to be their son again, even if it meant enduring a humble upbringing and times of hunger. Zhang, his father said, your mother and I are not accustomed to the big city. Bring Jinjin home for the new year. Liang's father took the phone from his wife's hands and engaged warmly with his son. If Jinjin is unwilling to come to this impoverished valley, do not pressure her. She is a good child. Should she call us in tears, claiming you have wronged her, we will disown you as our son. One must not forget their roots. Your father-in-law has treated you well, and you must manage the Yang family's business diligently. Rest assured about home. We have turned away relatives who sought to come to you. They barely completed elementary school. What could they possibly contribute? If they were to go, it would only bring ridicule to our family and hinder your progress. Liang Mingzhang struggled to voice his thoughts of divorce, repeatedly haunted by his father's mentions of his father-in-law. He recalled the warmth with which his father-in-law had grasped his father's hand at the dining table, claiming kinship as a rural man himself. As a child, he had lived in the countryside with his parents, who had been sent to the countryside as educated youth. The neighbors had treated him kindly, always considering him when there was food to share, despite the many who lamented those tumultuous times. His father-in-law never blamed history, but rather spoke of the vast countryside that had sustained those educated youths who nearly starved in the city. He asserted that farmers had endured for centuries. What was there to complain about for those who had only toiled in the fields for a short while? Zhang, his mother continued, I understand the pressures and complexities of modern life. However, you must remain clear-headed. Do not hastily consider giving up. Establishing a family is no easy feat. Perhaps sensing a maternal intuition, Liang's mother took the phone once more and spoke candidly. Young couples require time to adjust, just as your father and I did. When I first married him, we often quarreled. Eventually, he learned how I wished for him to act, and I began to appreciate his diligence, integrity, and responsibility. Gradually, we built a better life together. A marriage with the original spouse is preferable. Unless you intend never to marry again, the notion of finding another wife is futile. I assure you, even if she lacks Jinjin's flaws, she will certainly have her own shortcomings. There is no such thing as a perfect person in this world. I find Jinjin quite delightful. She is a simple-hearted girl, untroubled by the world when she smiles. She is beautiful and innocent. I hold her in high regard. Let us change the subject, mother. Liang Mingzhang felt his mother's affection extended to his wife, embracing her imperfections out of love for him. He shifted the conversation to more serious matters. Do you not often suffer from headaches? A neurology expert has arrived at Haicheng First Hospital, specializing in complex ailments. I will bring you there for a consultation. If you truly find it difficult to leave your hometown, we can enjoy a brief stay in Haicheng after your appointment before returning. In his previous life, his mother had ignored her ailments, allowing minor issues to develop into serious ones. By the time they were discovered, the problem had spread beyond remedy. Given the chance to live again, he was determined to advocate for his mother to seek early diagnosis and treatment, preventing the regrets of his past life. Oh, there is no need for that. Country folk are used to hard labor. It is normal to have the occasional ache or pain. Do not trouble yourself, as long as you and Jinjin are well. And I can hold a chubby grandchild in my arms sooner rather than later. That is all I desire. Liang's mother feigned rejection, yet warmth lingered in her heart. The advantage of having a son was that he provided warmth greater than a leather jacket, more useful than nuclear bomb. Moreover, her ailments were long-standing. She was inherently slower than others, unable to be cured, only enduring. Yet despite her slowness, she had lived her life without hindrance, raising her children well. You are so busy with work. Why waste time on such matters? I know you are now prosperous, but the money you earn is hard-won. I cannot bear to spend it. For years, his parents had saved the money they sent home, stowing it away in the bank without touching a dime, envisioning a future where they could provide for their grandchildren, perhaps a golden lock or silver bracelet. They were aware that their in-laws were wealthy and likely looked down upon such trifles. Yet this was their intention as grandparents. Mother, who says you are inherently less capable than others? You are simply more suited for meticulous tasks. Had you received an education, you would have made an excellent scientist. Researchers possess patience, able to sit in a laboratory all day. Liang Mingzhang did not wish to exert pressure on his parents, striving to remain the steadfast and warm-hearted son they knew. Yet in this matter, his tone brooked no argument. Those relatives who once claimed you were foolish were merely envious of your dexterity, deliberately undermining you to sow seeds of self-doubt, ultimately leading you to falter. You must believe in yourself. Your son is exceptional, capable of managing businesses worth billions. You brought me into this world. How could you be lacking? Give yourself positive affirmations, and you shall continue to excel. Trust me. Do not delay the matter of your health any longer. If you are constantly unwell, how can I focus on my work? If you fear that I will be distracted, I shall send a subordinate to accompany you. Rest assured, I will reimburse all travel expenses and lodging. Liang's mother could not suppress a laugh over the phone. A simple countrywoman, a scientist? Her son was quite the charmer. It was uncertain whether he had won such a wonderful daughter-in-law through sweet talk. No longer resistant, she acquiesced. Very well, let us take this opportunity to visit Jinjin. She called me a couple of days ago to inquire about my health. It would not do for us to have missed your father-in-law's passing. While relatives may not need to visit frequently, some contact is essential. Liang's mother spoke thus to spare her son from discomfort, yet anxiety simmered beneath the surface, particularly when faced with such a large family of high society. She wondered how cautious she must be to avoid embarrassing her son, akin to the character Lu Lao Lao stumbling into the Grandview Garden. Chapter 23, Drowning Sorrows. Liang Mingzhang, for the rare occasion, returned home after a night of socializing, not staying out late. Yang Fuzhen understood that he now had the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Waiting for him was an exercise in futility. Upon his return, she felt a pleasant surprise. With her fingers wrapped in bandages, she awkwardly approached, removed his coat, and tossed it to the nanny for cleaning and ironing. Liang Mingzhang caught a whiff of the alcohol on her and was taken aback. Have you been drinking? He inquired. Yang Fuzhen nodded, turning to indicate the red and white wine on the coffee table. Her speech slightly slurred as she replied, I'm sorry, darling. I missed you so much. But I didn't dare check on you. I didn't mean to drink, but I couldn't sleep, so I had just a little. Is the smell of alcohol too strong on me? I'll step out to the balcony for some fresh air to dissipate it, all right? You come a long way. Yang Fuzhen, you, who can barely handle a drink, dare to mix them, Liang Mingzhang retorted, unwilling to engage further. Yet, oblivious to his irritation, she leaned against him, emboldened by the alcohol. Indeed, a woman neglected by her husband is a pitiful sight. Jinjin is now the most unfortunate little darling in the world. If I don't drink, what else can I do? Yang Fuzhen, still nestled against his chest, playfully traced circles on his shirt pocket with a finger, right over his most sensitive spot. He yearned to push her away, but feared she might crumple to the floor in her drunken stupor. Though he was no mama's boy, he found himself wishing for parental intervention as an excuse for his leniency towards his wife. Deep down, he told himself that it was his parents' disapproval of divorce that restrained him from being harsh with her. Yet, being the astute man he was, he ultimately could not deceive himself. Did you meet with Yuan Lu today to discuss the divorce? You no longer wish for me to be your wife, do you? Yang Fuzhen buried her head in his chest, gazing up at him. What if I became your little dog instead? I'm so weary of being human. I've had enough. Why didn't I turn into a little dog when I entered the cycle of reincarnation? If I were a little dog, you wouldn't be angry with me, right? As long as it pleases you, I would gladly become a little flower or blade of grass, living only a season and being trampled on daily. Did Yuan Lu tell you? Liang Mingzhang held the warm bundle of her against him, perplexed at the absence of her loyal servant, who usually cared for her so tenderly. Clearly lacking in discernment, the servant had failed to assist her. Of course not. Yang Fuzhen replied with a mischievous smile. her eyes reflecting his image. Do you think I'm truly foolish? I have my connections at the company. The legal department has informed me. Darling, I don't contest your authority in the Yang group. I know you are more capable than I am, and besides, I love you. At our age, still playing this love game. How utterly ridiculous. Liang Mingzhang had reached his limit, impatiently guiding her to the sofa before turning to shower. Predictably, this stubborn gum dropped to her feet, stumbling as she rushed from behind to embrace him. Shaking her head like a rattle, she exclaimed, "Not ridiculous at all. I simply adore my husband. What is wrong with that? Everything about you is delightful. Even your saliva. Delicious, and everything else too." Enough. Liang Mingzhang interrupted her, feeling exasperated. He had no interest in anything beyond maintaining his health, much less taking a quick shower, as he preferred to linger in the bathroom for half an hour. "Then kiss me, and I'll stop," Yang Fuzhen pressed, sensing his reluctance. But Liang Mingzhang offered no tenderness. He not only refused to kiss her, but also pushed her away, prying her fingers off him before heading to the bathroom. As he turned on the shower, he heard her voice outside like a cat's meow, knowing she crept up stealthily. "Mr. Liang, may I offer you a backscrubbing service? I'm a new #1 technician. C.O. Young. Forget $9.98. Forget 98. Just 9. 8 covers all packages. With essential oils, massages, and more. Get lost." Liang Mingzhang snapped, turning the shower back on. "Oh," Yang Fuzhen replied, her tone tinged with disappointment as she hung her head and retreated to the bedroom. When Liang Mingzhang emerged, he found her sitting at the vanity, his phone beside her. He rushed over, intending to retrieve it, but she quickly clutched it, blocking his attempt. Their hands accidentally overlapped, his large palm meeting her small one. "Honey, am I really that disobedient? You used to say I shouldn't drink because I can't hold my liquor to avoid encountering bad people." I laughed it off then, thinking who would dare touch the Yang family's young lady, not fearing for their lives. But you said some are reckless and don't care. Every day, there are women outside bars who suffer as victims of violence. I've been good, listening to you. An upright man doesn't stand beneath a dangerous wall. Even when feeling low, I've only drunk at home. Yet he remained oblivious, as if he hadn't heard her or didn't care. "Give me my phone," he commanded, his tone firm. Yang Fuzhen reluctantly shifted her hand, returning the phone to its owner. "You used to let me look through your phone freely. Now you only scold me. I hesitated for a long time, wanting to try my birthday to see if I could unlock your screen. But I feared the outcome would disappoint me and make you dislike me even more." Today, she wore the set of lingerie he favored. Yet he hadn't even noticed her. Since entering the room, he had rushed straight for his phone as if it held some secret of utmost importance to him. "From now on, do not touch my belongings." "And can I touch you?" Yang Fuzhen pouted, tilting her head back, trying to hold back tears. Fearing her tears might irritate him further, she added, "I'm also yours. Why can't you touch me? Is your phone more enjoyable than me? Why don't you let your phone be your wife?" He truly wished he could. After all, as long as his wife wasn't her, he wouldn't mind who it was. You still talk about wanting to turn into some cat or dog. What if I were to be so unfortunate as to marry another woman like you? But even the wild grass by the roadside would not be allowed to catch my eye. I wouldn't dare approach those cats and dogs. Seeing you makes me want to take a detour. Yang Fuzhen perked up, unsure if it was just her imagination, but she sensed a hint of possibility in his words. It seemed that although her pursuit of him had not progressed, there remained some room for negotiation. Seizing the moment, she asked, "Darling, after our divorce, could we have casual encounters? Do you think that is possible? He wouldn't even touch her now, let alone after they were free. Then I want to divorce you." Yang Fuzhen lowered her head, her gaze resolute as if she were pledging allegiance. "Unless you promise me that after the divorce, I can still be your girlfriend." "You?" Liang Mingzhang was taken aback, his heart racing. He could deceive her into divorce, but he was too lazy to engage in flirtation. "All right, darling, you can loathe me. But please don't touch that little flower from the entertainment company, Wang Ziyue." Yang Fuzhen shelved her melancholy and shifted the conversation to serious matters. Not only is she unattractive, but her intentions are also questionable. If she asks merely after wealth or status, it's not as terrifying. "I fear she may harm you." "It's none of your business." Liang Mingzhang maintained his cold demeanor, yet doubts crept into his mind. In his past life, Wang Ziyue had outsmarted him. But that was a matter for 2 months hence. How could his wife possibly foresee the future? "As long as you don't harm me, I'll be eternally grateful." Who besides you could possibly harm me? Chapter 24, Separation. Yet Liang Mingzhang did not contemplate much further. Aware that this foolish person is akin to a jar of pickled cabbage, easily consumed by jealousy at the slightest provocation. It is assumed that her possessiveness stems from her inability to tolerate his indiscretions, prompting her to find excuses to disparage other women. By sheer happenstance, she unwittingly revealed Wang Ziyue's questionable character. On the day when my parents arrived in Haicheng, delayed by business matters, We spotted Yang Fuzhen waiting at the airport from a distance. My mother carried a canvas bag on her back, while my wife, beaming with joy, affectionately linked her arm with my mother's. They were engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to the world around them. As Liang Mingzhang approached, the words became clearer. Xiaozhen, have you lost a considerable amount of weight lately? Look at your ring. It's nearly slipping off your finger. Not at all, Mom, this isn't my ring. Upon seeing her husband, Yang Fuzhen's previously pained expression softened further, appearing quite pitiful in front of the elders. This is Mingzhang's ring. He is upset with me and tossed it aside. I searched the yard for quite a while before finally finding it. As she spoke, she revealed her hand, still bearing some scratches, to her mother-in-law. Oh dear, Liang's mother exclaimed, taking her hand to examine it closely. Where did Zhang pick up such bad habits? Throwing things in anger. You must discipline him and steer him back to the right path. We cannot allow him to be led astray by bad influences. Mom, at home, he calls the shots. I wouldn't dare to discipline him. Yang Fuzhen replied, contentedly retracting her hand and casting a proud glance towards Liang Mingzhang. She continued to chat with her mother-in-law. I had thought about resizing the ring so it wouldn't slip off like this, but I still hold out hope that one day Mingzhang will wear it again. If I take it to be resized, he may never have the chance to wear it again. What is just a ring? It's not a shackle. If your wife wants you to wear it, then you should wear it. You're a grown man. Why all the fuss? Liang's father interjected, asserting his patriarchal authority. Dad, Mom, you must be tired after such a long flight, Liang Mingzhang said as he took the suitcase from his father, avoiding the topic entirely. Xiaozhen's hand isn't that serious. Her skin is just too delicate. A slight scratch leaves a mark for quite some time. Yes, thank you for your concern, Mom. But there is no need for you to worry. My husband's anger is also my fault. If I had done better, would he still be upset? Yang Fuzhen felt a pang of hurt from his indifference. In the past, even a small scratch would have caused him to drop everything and rush to her side in concern. Now he merely stated it wasn't that serious. Indeed, compared to his self-harm, what could be worse than the cold, lifeless body that once lay in her embrace? Yang Fuzhen quickly reassured herself. He still affectionately called her Xiaozhen instead of merely her name. Even if it was for her parent Sake, it still made her feel cherished. Mom, once I've soothed him and he is willing to wear it again, he will. He is already upset. Forcing him with your insistence would only make him feel worse. Liang's mother patted the back of the young woman's hand, feeling both sympathy and a touch of melancholy. She marveled at her son's good fortune in marrying such a thoughtful and understanding wife. As they exited the airport and had yet to board the extended Lincoln, Yang Fuzhen noticed Liang Mingzhang's shoelace had come undone. Without waiting for him to bend down, she squatted beside him to tie his shoelaces. Only after did she rise and link arms with her mother-in-law as they approached the vehicle. Liang's father observed with a hint of disapproval, "You have hands and feet. Why act like a lord and allow your wife to tie your shoelaces? Where did you pick up such bad habits?" Liang Mingzhang was caught off guard, still processing the moment as he sat in the car, his mind blank. Dad, I know Mingzhang was raised well, and there's no rule in your family that women can't join the table. This is just something I wanted to do for him, a bit of marital playfulness. Yang Fuzhen sat beside her mother-in-law, casually arranging her bag and thoughtfully offering her a bottle of water. The bag she brought didn't appear to be purchased. It looked hand-sewn. Feigning ignorance, she remarked, "Mom, your bag is beautiful. Where did you buy it? I want one too." Liang's mother chuckled, a bit shy. "I made it myself. If you like it, I can make you an even better one." "Wow," Yang Fuzhen exclaimed, "praising her effusively." "Mom, your hands are extraordinarily skilled. Even the finest embroiderers from Jiangnan cannot compare. Don't let those foreign fashion brands see it, or they might steal your ideas." Liang Mingzhang couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at his wife's obsequiousness, even though her words rang true. Previously, he had seen a foreign brand priced in the tens of thousands that was nothing more than plastic sandals sold at a rural market. "Youngsters like you have no sense. You just enjoy making us old folks happy," Liang's mother laughed, though her gaze drifted to her daughter-in-law's flat abdomen, tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "Xiaozhen, I'm not urging you to have children. I just worry that in a couple of years, it might be harder to recover after childbirth. I think it's best to have kids sooner, so I can help you. Just let them decide. If they want to have kids, they will. If not, they won't." Liang's father interjected, signaling her to be quiet. At home, he had reminded them incessantly, yet now he couldn't help but meddle. "They can have children whenever they like. We shouldn't interfere. Besides, Xiaozhen can hire a maternity nurse. They're professionals. What do we have to offer?" Liang's mother felt a bit embarrassed, but acknowledged the truth. Even if she paid for the grandchild's upbringing, she shouldn't dictate matters concerning her offspring's family planning, especially when she had contributed nothing. Yang Fuzhen had nearly reached 50 in her previous life, even if she hadn't understood the nuances of social dynamics in her youth. A lifetime of experiences had taught her to read people as expressions. Sensing her mother-in-law as discomfort, she quickly chimed in with heartfelt words. Of course. I would love for you to help take care of the children. I just don't want you to overexert yourself. A professional nanny can't compare to a loving grandmother. The outcomes are simply not the same. If you're willing to help, I would be immensely grateful. I will also hire a nanny to assist you, so you don't get worn out. Liang's mother, noticing her daughter-in-law's openness about childbirth, recalled a conversation from half a year prior when she asked her son about having children. He had said it was Zhenzhen who didn't want to. Now she found herself doubting the truth of his words, especially as her daughter-in-law sighed with regret while glancing at her son. Mom, I do want to have children. I'd like to have two, a son and a daughter, to form a complete family. But Mingzhang is unwilling. We've been separated for a month now. Chapter 25, Best Friends. As the car arrived at the Yang family villa and parked smoothly in the lot, Liang's mother intentionally lagged behind to whisper to her son, Zhang, I know young people today feel immense pressure. If anything is troubling you, don't hesitate to seek help. The sooner you address it, the better. Do not delay the happiness of Xiaozhan for the rest of her life, nor hinder her from having children. Liang Mingzhang's face flushed crimson, and he supported her, struggling to find the words. Mom, what are you talking about? I am perfectly healthy. Do not listen to her nonsense. Then why are you living apart from her? His mother replied earnestly. A married couple should not harbor grievances overnight. Even if she has committed some transgression, a few words of admonition suffice. Ultimately, life must go on. Without regard to his consent or dissent, Liang's mother decisively declared, You shall move back tonight and live with your wife. Liang Mingzhang clenched his teeth, recognizing the woman's cunning. Once inside, Liang's mother appeared somewhat anxious, clutching her son's hand. Her half-a-lifetime of experience melting away, revealing a childlike demeanor. Zhang, perhaps I should just stay in a hotel. At that moment, Liang Mingzhang noticed the strands of white in her hair. The once small boy who trailed behind his mother to cook for employers, watching other children devour chocolate with longing while feigning indifference, had now matured. No longer needing his mother to shield him from the storm, he had grown into a pillar of support for her. Where he once perceived her as tall, he suddenly realized her petite stature in this moment. Mom, I do not know how to say this. My mother-in-law is not home, and I do not know when she will return. But even if she does, it is of no concern. This house is now under my ownership. There is no need for you to worry about the squatter situation. Everything belonging to the Yang family is relying on me. I'm merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. However, if you insist on moving out, I shall not impede your decision. Your comfort is paramount. Yang Fuzhen had arranged for her in-laws' belongings and led them to the tidied bedroom. The atmosphere was serene and desolate. Opening the window revealed the sycamore trees in the courtyard, and on rainy days, one could hear the sound of raindrops dancing upon the leaves. Mom, if there is anything you wish to discuss, please tell me. If I'm not around, you may consult Angua. She is meticulous and reliable. Azin, I feel I am imposing too much on you, Liang's mother remarked, gazing at the room, which resembled a palace, unsure of where to place her hands. We are family. If you are so formal, I shall feel embarrassed asking for your help when I have children. Yang Fuzhen smiled gently and graciously, her words soothing. After personally pouring tea for her in-laws, she turned to Liang Mingzhang and asked, Darling, did you make an appointment for Mom's medical consultation in Haicheng? Liang Mingzhang could hardly recall the last time she had called him darling. Hearing her say it so naturally in this life felt somewhat awkward. No, it is difficult to book an appointment with that specialist. I have arranged for someone to take turns waiting for Professor Yin's availability. Once we secure a slot, I will take Mom. In truth, Liang Mingzhang had already concocted a plan to leverage his connections to expedite matters with the doctor. Unexpectedly, his wife resolved the issue with just a few words. It must be Yi, right? She is my childhood friend. Though her family moved abroad when we were in middle school. She then sat beside her mother-in-law, took her hand, and affectionately said, Mom, I have inquired about your condition in advance. I was thrilled to learn that the neurology professor is her. Although we have not met in years, we have maintained contact. We have both been busy with our own lives, which is why our communication has not been frequent. She comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and has pursued Western medicine in neurology. She has just completed her doctorate and returned to the country for medical exchanges. She has garnered some fame abroad, so you could trust her. Oh my, such a distinguished professor, renowned both domestically and internationally. How could I possibly have any reservations? Liang's mother exclaimed with delight. Yet a trace of anxiety lingered at the thought of burdening someone. Mom, rest assured, I will call her right away. Yang Fuzhen not only spoke but immediately retrieved her phone. She dialed Yin and stepped to the window. Professor Yin. A familiar voice soon resonated from the other end. Tinged with weariness. Stop teasing me. Had it not been for your call, I would not have answered. I have been so worn out these past few days that I wish to retreat from the world. If it were not for the duty to save lives, I would not have been able to endure. Indeed, a woman of high birth does not succumb to the lure of wealth, but rather shines for her aspirations. Yang Fuzhen did not beat around the bush, but spoke directly. My mother has been experiencing headaches for some time. My husband is concerned there may be something amiss in her brain, so we would like you to take a look. How could you expect me to not be of service? I thought you missed me, but it seems you just wanted to enlist my help. Yin Yiyu did not decline. Aware that her friend had a tendency to be overly romantic, their contact had been sparse in recent years, and each time they spoke, it was to hear her flaunt her affections, which nearly drove her mad. Yet, it had also caused her to waver in her own commitment to remaining single. All right, then come by tomorrow. Just give me a call before you arrive, since the old lady has just come a haichung. If she struggles to adjust to the bed at night, there's no need to wake her up early. I can adjust my schedule to accommodate yours. Your kindness is beyond words, Yang Fuzhen replied, taking the opportunity to chat a bit more. This time you return to the country, please do not leave again. Although you were trained in a foreign land, what is wrong with serving our nation? In the past, we lost many talents trained in our country. Your return is an opportunity to repay them for poaching our talents at high salaries. The current state of medical care is underdeveloped, and many complex ailments remain untreatable. You staying will contribute to the advancement of our nation's healthcare. Yin Yiyu was impressed. The couple was truly in sync. One just recognized as a patriotic entrepreneur, while the other sought to recruit talent for the country. After hanging up, Liang Mingzhang shot her a glance filled with complex emotions, saying nothing, and took his father to the bathroom to teach him how to use modern technology. Left alone, Liang's mother inadvertently asked Xiaozhen, "Why didn't I see your sister this time?" During the last engagement banquet, she had clung to her son, acting spoiled, which Liang's mother had found distasteful. Feeling she did not conduct herself properly, she is away at university and only returns home during the holidays. The mention of her sister brought back memories of that night with her husband, and sorrow surged within her like a broken dam, flooding forth. She leaned on her mother-in-law's shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. It is not Mingzhang's fault. I failed to educate this sister properly, allowing her to disgrace herself. I know I am at fault, but I do not know when this punishment will end. Will I be free of it? Liang's mother gently stroked her head, a gesture of a senior's boundless affection for a junior, vaguely grasping the situation. After all these years, we have witnessed how you have treated Zhang, and it is etched in our hearts. Your sister is grown. There is no need for her to live with you any longer. Moreover, with the head of the household deceased, this is no longer her father's home. It is your sister's home now. This is not about driving her away. It is time to separate. Do not cry. I shall bear the burden of this villain. If Zhang wishes to blame someone, let him blame me. Chapter 26. Push-ups. As for those who sought connections to secure appointments with Dr. Yin, Liang Mingzhang was grateful that his wife had swiftly resolved the matter. People are not made of wood. Previously, he could coldly assert, "This is what a wife should do. Why should I commend you?" Yet now, witnessing her weeping on her mother's shoulder, his heart softened, if only for a moment. However, that flicker of tenderness was swiftly suppressed by his willpower. "Mom, the water in the other bathroom is ready. You should take a bath." Yang Fuzhen, upon hearing the sound, lifted her gaze to her husband, fearful that he might disdain her fidgety demeanor. If she could suppress his sorrow, she would prefer not to shed tears at all. Yet, unlike his stoic and unyielding nature, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Turning her head away, she quickly wiped her tears and mustered a faint smile to converse with her mother-in-law. "Mom, I sent my elder sister's child about to start elementary school. Should we consider investing in a private school? As her aunt, I'm willing to contribute. I'll cover the tuition for her prestigious private education." Mother Liang, though she had only a few years of schooling herself, placed great importance on education. However, she had never been one to take advantage of others and thus declined. Mother knows that in ancient times, Mengmu moved 3 times to ensure her son's education. It's not that I believe education is futile. It's just that there are no good elementary schools in our county. Everyone is in the same boat. We all have access to education. There is only one elementary school, and it lacks key schools or bilingual programs. I appreciate your goodwill, but the child is still quite young. We cannot send her to the provincial capital to board. The knowledge taught in elementary school is minimal. Let us maintain the status quo for now. Yang Fuzhen pondered the notion of having her sister accompany the child to the provincial capital for her studies, even considering purchasing a property for them. However, she felt it inappropriate to dictate another's decisions. Instead, she suggested, "Mom, how about I establish a private elementary school in your area? Whether through donations or profit, we could recruit numerous esteemed educators." While her intentions were to benefit the community, her extravagant ideas once again left her mother-in-law astounded. She shook her head repeatedly, saying no, Xinjin. The average salary in our area is only 10,000 a year. Such an elite school is unaffordable for everyone. Even if you manage to hire many teachers, and even if it incurs losses, who will be the students? It would be absurd to establish an extravagant school catering to just your sister's child. Moreover, the educational environment in Liang Mingzhang's hometown differed significantly from that of the southeastern coastal regions. Their public schools were of high quality, with experimental elementary schools and prestigious secondary schools. In contrast, many wealthy families in this area opted for private institutions. All right, Mom. I see that I haven't considered this thoroughly, Yang Fuzhen conceded. She had always relied on financial solutions, believing that money could address 99 of life's challenges. And if there remained one unresolved, it was merely a matter of insufficient funds. After reflecting seriously, she recognized that even if one were to gift a mansion to a beggar in a destitute area, they would be unable to afford the upkeep. Nonetheless, Yang Fuzhen refused to surrender her resolve, tirelessly expressing her intentions. Mom, I've heard that gift-giving is quite prevalent in your area. I will cover all the expenses for gifts such as white wine, cigarettes, jewelry, and cosmetics required for the child's schooling. Let my sister invest in her education without worry. Yang Fuzhen had anticipated her husband would counter her proposal, arguing against fostering such customs at an early age. However, she had forgotten that he had been immersed in dealings with all manners of people, where innocence could be devoured without a trace. Having long adapted to the rules of the world, he had become a rule-maker himself. Uncharacteristically siding with her, he acknowledged, yes, the child's education is indeed a significant matter. Despite the present atmosphere of superficiality, where one might claim that hard study is inferior to a blind influencer's shout, those in power rarely emerge from the lower strata. The least they do is have family members finance their education abroad at second-rate institutions, only to return with a gilded degree. You need not fret over money. Our purchasing power is distinct. Spending $1 million for us is akin to a poor family spending 100. Mother Liang was aware of this, having understood it even 2 years prior. Yet, she still refused, stating, Zhang, every individual has their own fortune, and each must bear their own life's burdens. She preferred that her children live according to their own abilities, not wanting the entire family to depend on the youngest for sustenance. It was not about whether they would be looked down upon by their in-laws, but rather a simple unwillingness to see one person ascend while the rest languished. Mom, what then is the purpose of having many children? Isn't it for one child to succeed and support their siblings? Liang Mingzhang had previously failed to recognize his mother's stubbornness and her refusal to relent. I'm not sacrificing my own interests to unconditionally support my sister's. If a small effort can improve my sister's family's circumstances, why not? Liang Mingzhang even contemplated that if his mother disagreed, he would proceed with a direct transfer to his sister. Whether she wished to buy toys for her nephew or would take her niece to an amusement park, it was their choice. Indeed, Mom, the charity we engage in is countless. Supporting underprivileged children and donating to the disabled not only enhances our reputation, but also fosters good relations with the government, ultimately accumulating virtue. If we can extend this to others' children, why not our own? Initially, Yang Fuzhen had not intended to support those underprivileged children, believing that their increasing poverty was self-perpetuating. However, she later reflected on the necessity of labor in the lower strata, who would undertake these jobs in the future. She did not wish for her society to mirror that of foreign lands, where a sparse population rendered service industries costly. Furthermore, though her sister's children bore a different surname, they were still part of the Liang family. Now that Mingzhang had successfully managed the enterprise, it was destined for prosperity for a century to come. When the children grew up, they could assist their uncle. Mother Liang lowered her head, at a loss for how to respond. Yang Fuzhen shot her husband a playful glance. Don't upset, Mom. What is wrong with having more children to support the family? Don't you understand that more children bring more blessings? When will you realize this feeling by having a few more children with me? Liang Mingzhang, who had been tense just moments before, suddenly relaxed, exclaiming, Yang Fuzhen, do you have no sense of shame bringing this up in front of my parents? Should I prioritize my dignity or my husband? Naturally, I choose my husband. Yang Fuzhen felt no shame. Rather, she took pride in it. Moreover, we are both adults and lawfully married. If you want to engage with me, must I remain silent? The previously tense atmosphere dissipated swiftly. Although Mother Liang lived in a somewhat insular village, she was no stranger to life as realities. If she were utterly ignorant, how could there be so many children? She urged the young couple to retire for the night, while she headed off to bathe. Yang Fuzhen eagerly anticipated sharing a bed with her husband after so long. Yet, she stifled her eagerness and accompanied her mother-in-law to the bathroom to assist her in using the fully automated facilities. Upon returning to the bedroom, she noticed the door ajar. Inviting her in, Stealthily, she entered to find her husband performing push-ups on the floor, his black tank top revealing 8 well-defined abs, stirring a flutter in her heart. Darling, why don't you do push-ups on me? Chapter 27. Tempting the Husband. Liang Mingzhang had a habit of frequenting the gym in his past life, primarily to maintain his appearance and physique to please his wife. However, upon his rebirth, he had neglected this routine for quite some time. Picking it up again was now purely for health and longevity, as someone who had tasted death valued health and life more than ever. Upon hearing his wife's words, he turned, instantly straightening up, wary of any implications of impropriety. Don't think that clinging to my parents will ensure your comfort. They won't be staying long. Once they you sought medical attention, they return home. Even if they were to stay long-term, I won't indulge them excessively. Nor will I remain in a marriage out of blind filial piety. One day, I will lay it all bare. I would rather cling to you than to them. And I want to embrace all of you. Yang Fuzhen, however, was lost in her own infatuation, hardly absorbing his words. My dear husband, you are truly handsome. Just gazing at you leaves me utterly breathless. How could someone be born so perfectly? The physique of a warrior combined with the visage of a scholar. Previously, I would only dream of you at night. Yet now, during the day, I find myself unconsciously thinking of you, yearning to engage in intimate activities. Especially now, having just completed his push-ups at home, a light sheen of sweat glistening on his skin, breathing heavily, he is simply mesmerizing. I do not wish to feel this way. But how can he not be like a walking aphrodisiac? Yang Fuzhen, I am not your plaything. Do not look at me every time as though you are under some intoxicating spell. If Liang Mingzhang did not consider that his mother was about to go for a medical appointment and could not afford to worry a patient, he would have swiftly taken the blanket and retreated to the next room. Should his mother discover this, he would have no choice but to reveal the truth. Now, the two of them lie on the same bed, and she has removed all her clothing. He casts a glance at her, tempted to utter a torrent of embarrassing remarks. Yet she is undoubtedly his lawful wife. What are you doing? He asks. I prefer to sleep in the nude, as you well know. Yang Fuzhen has been quite obedient, curling up in the blankets, motionless, gazing at him longingly. Liang Mingzhang simply shuts his eyes, wishing not to see. But this woman has no intention of letting him off the hook, inching closer to him. Darling, I'm cold. Autumn has arrived, and I wish for us to cuddle for warmth. Would you like me to give you a big hug? Liang Mingzhang almost falters for a moment. No, he replies. Because the forces at play are reciprocal. I am not afraid of your retaliation. I pity my husband's sore hands. Yang Fuzhen feigns ignorance, having already nestled against him. Darling, if I do not hold you while I sleep, I will have nightmares. If you keep talking, I shall throw you out, he retorts. For she is not clad in any garments, allowing the maids to witness her current state. In their eyes, she is the lofty, capricious young lady, now reduced to a pitiful sight. Yet, she insists on speaking, and her words are numerous. Darling, may I fantasize about you while I pleasure myself beside you? Yang Fuzhen is not merely attempting to entice him. She is genuinely lost in thought, reminiscing about the sweet and tender moments they once shared. When he performed push-ups at the gym, she would sit upon his back, and he would manage to lift her effortlessly over 100 times. Though she was light, it was during a time when his body was in peak condition. It was not like later, when he would spend nights drinking excessively, plagued by anxiety, struggling just to survive each day. All of this was her fault. Thus, now that her husband has finished exercising and refuses to include her, it is her just retribution. Yang Fuzhen, do you still remember your noble lineage? You now resemble a common courtesan. What difference is there? Liang Mingzhang's throat is parched, grateful for the thick blanket that conceals his arousal. Yet he dares not move, fearing that even the slightest shift could lead to an uncontrollable blaze of desire. Every second, he battles against his own willpower. He does not wish to give in to her, nor does he want to look back. Whether subdued by her physical form or her spirit, or bowing to the singular aesthetic of their past, he yearns only for a glance from his husband. Not this monk-like demeanor. If I transform into a fairy, what would it matter? Yang Fuzhen feels a profound sadness, a psychological ache far more unbearable than any physical discomfort. Previously, when she flirted with him, he would say she exuded charm and vitality. Now, as she seeks to draw near, he questions her intentions. Before long, Yang Fuzhen drifts into slumber. On the bedside, the ring he had discarded now rests carefully on a small, golden deer-shaped stand. Liang Mingzhang is relieved that she fell asleep early. Otherwise, if she were truly before him, her words would have become reality. He considers lifting the blanket to retreat to the adjacent room for some relief. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to rest. Just as he is about to rise, she suddenly opens her eyes and exclaims, Darling, you are so hard. Liang Mingzhang quickly pulls the blanket back over himself, feeling exposed despite his honesty, irritated and ashamed. Weren't you asleep? Ah, Yang Fuzhen, have you now learned to feign slumber? What else are you capable of? I can also drink bubble tea. But you want tea, allow me. Yang Fuzhen replies, pitifully tugging at the corner of the blanket, making him acutely aware of the intensity of her gaze. She peers at him with a sticky, longing look, her eyes glued to his legs beneath the blanket. Darling, do you not wish for me to? Then why do you refuse to accept me? If only she had the capability, she would not be resorting to such desperate measures. Yet her efforts continue to fall short. Because I find it distasteful, Liang Mingzhang responds, seated on the bed, the chaotic thoughts from moments ago now dissipated. He fears that if he continues to torment himself, one day he might transform into a mere decorative pillow, beautiful yet useless. Darling, I have never betrayed you. What must I do for you to believe me? Yang Fuzhen no longer lies down, for if she cannot embrace her husband, and he avoids her like a venomous serpent, what is there left for her to sleep for? I am currently overwhelmed with a profound sense of defeat. Despite my youthful beauty and alluring figure, you refuse to glance my way. She has always been a proud little princess, with her eyes set high. Yet now, she feels an unfamiliar sense of inferiority. Diminishing her sharpness is a good thing. Liang Mingzhang feels no pity, only a sense of satisfaction in the cycle of karma. In the past, her infidelity had drained him emotionally, leading to numerous errors in contracts. Each day, he heard reminders echoing in his mind, labeling him useless, ugly, foolish, emotionally inept, and a waste of air who ought to perish immediately. Ultimately, it was she who led to his demise, just as he had driven himself to a dead end. Before Liang Mingzhang could revel in the satisfaction of retribution for too long, he saw her on the bed, raising her hand to slap herself across the face. Darling, if I truly did something unforgivable, I would own up to it, never deceiving you. I may not be the brightest, but I have always been forthright. Yet I have not betrayed you. How can I explain this to you? If I act this way, can you believe me? I wish to say, think whatever you wish. But I cannot bear to lose you. I love you. With each statement, she strikes herself anew. Liang Mingzhang had only known her to be merciless towards others, inheriting a semblance of her father's decisiveness. Yet he had never anticipated her to be so harsh with herself. Her delicate skin quickly bore the marks of her self-inflicted punishment, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, clear impressions of her fingers visible. Do not morally bind me. Liang Mingzhang interjects, seizing her wrist as she continues her self-flagellation. Were it not for their parents residing there, he would not have intervened. But if tomorrow, her face bore the marks of his doing, what would he say? You must clear this up yourself. Otherwise, my mother might suffer a heart attack. What would become of a well-mannered, kind-hearted son suddenly accused of domestic violence? Liang Mingzhang feels as though he cannot wash away the stain of guilt, no matter how hard he tries. Yang Fuzhen is well aware that her in-laws are of good upbringing, and they would never condone their son striking his wife. Their family values are pure. At this moment, with her delicate wrist in his grip, she disregards it, viewing it as a sign of his concern for her. Then bribe me, and I shall not wrongfully accuse you. Otherwise, if you accuse me, I shall retaliate. You know, I have never repaid kindness with kindness. I thrive on the thrill of vengeance. Liang Mingzhang feels as though he is on the verge of madness due to her relentless persistence. He need not sacrifice himself merely to prove his innocence to his parents. Yang Fuzhen understands that he would undoubtedly refuse to engage in any intimate act with her at this moment. Seize the opportunity, give me a kiss, and I shall refrain from exposing your misdeeds. Hurry. Chapter 28. A kiss becomes enchantment. Liang Mingzhang remained motionless as she leaned in, planting a gentle kiss upon his cheek. His profile was cool to the touch, yet his skin bore the characteristic firmness and delicacy of youth. The ransom had already been paid, and thus, the formidable figure of Bashan decided to let you off the hook. The familiar scent enveloped Yang Fuzhen, filling her with contentment. It felt as though the persistent gloom of recent days had dissipated. The oppressive black clouds looming over the city had torn open, allowing a few precious rays of sunlight to filter through. What ransom did you pay? Liang Mingzhang feigned indifference. Yet the spot where she had pecked him felt as if it had been seared by a cigarette, but intensely hot and rather agitating. My dear husband, I have always been willing to be held in your palm, kneaded and shaped as you wish. Yang Fuzhen realized that his words implied a desire to use this as leverage to further pressure her into divorce. She quickly fell silent and retreated. Seeing her swollen cheek, Liang Mingzhang made no move to apply ice, but instead buried himself anew beneath the covers, unperturbed by the fabric's friction against his skin, which only intensified the pain. Even if it was the finest silk quilt, he felt no fear. What are you afraid of? Liang Mingzhang dismissed all his concerns. In his past life, He had endured far worse injuries, and he had never witnessed her concern. Even the twinges of reluctance that surged within him were suppressed by his formidable willpower. That night, although it was Yang Fuzhen who bore the wounds, it was she who slept soundly. It seemed that his ransom had become her painkiller, granting her a night of peaceful slumber. Liang Mingzhang tossed and turned, unable to find rest. He continually reassured himself, yet the remnants of his lingering depression emerged, demanding he engage in a constant battle against despondency. Though he spoke of indifference, his body betrayed him. It was akin to the eve of the college entrance examinations, where he repeatedly comforted himself with the notion that such tests do not determine one's fate. Repeating a year was not the end of the world, and many who had entered university turned out to be quite useless, despite feeling the tension in his mind ease somewhat. The blisters forming at the corners of his mouth signaled that his internal heat had not subsided. By the following morning, Yang Fuzhen requested a medical kit from Guomin and applied anti-swelling and pain relief medication in the changing room. She reminded her not to make a fuss over marital intimacy. "You always exaggerate. My in-laws come from the countryside and lack exposure. Don't frighten them. I know you care for me, but my relationship with Mingzhang has only just begun to mend. If you stir up trouble, I will not forgive you." To show her concern, one must do so in the manner she requires. Guomin understood and, therefore, treated the elderly couple from the countryside with utmost respect, avoiding any mockery or disdain. However, observing the swelling on her lady's face, she harbored doubts about the claim that their relationship was improving. "Miss, should we consider a visit to the hospital? Miss, don't think I'm being meddlesome, but while your husband is handsome and capable, what good is he if he treats you poorly? Life is meant to be lived for oneself, not for the eyes of others." Guomin found it hard to fathom how her delicate lady could display filial piety towards her in-laws while her husband could be so ruthless. Even if the lady's tongue was sharp, how could he resort to violence in their exchanges? "You don't understand. To hit is to care, to scold is to love. It is a form of intimacy." Yang Fuzhen chose not to elaborate further, waiting for the medication to take effect before she began her morning routine, leaving Guomin stunned and feeling increasingly out of touch with the times. Was this the latest trend among city folk, the SM they spoke of? Liang Mingzhang had initially worried that she would exploit the situation, and it was unnecessary for her to disguise her delicate skin, which was quite alarming when exposed. Until he saw her wearing light makeup, making an effort to conceal the marks from yesterday. She appeared less terrifying than the night before, with only faint traces of redness and swelling visible. Yet, her attentive mother-in-law noticed immediately, "Xiao Zhen, what happened to your face?" "Nothing serious. I had some cosmetic work done recently, and the medication caused a bit of swelling." Yang Fuzhen attempted to downplay the situation. She could not reveal to her mother-in-law that she and her husband were merely engaging in role-play. Despite her desire to do so, she had to maintain a virtuous and respectable image in front of her mother-in-law. "Zhinzhin, while I may not have seen much of the world, I am not naive. Your eldest sister-in-law remarked upon meeting you for the first time that it is remarkable for someone to be so beautiful. If one looks like you, why even consider cosmetic surgery? And if my memory serves me right, your sister-in-law even joked that you resemble a template for beauty enhancement. Those aspiring to beauty, like internet influencers or female streamers, could use you as their model. Also, do not tell me it was an accident. I know you are concerned for me. But regardless, you cannot deceive your elders." Liang's father adhered to propriety and would not scrutinize his daughter-in-law's face too closely. However, even a brief glance would reveal the signs. Xiao Zhen's complexion was too pale, and the area where she had been struck, even with makeup, did not match her natural skin tone. Initially, Liang's father did not wish to meddle in his son's affairs, but the severity of domestic violence was on par with that of thieves and robbers, and he could no longer turn a blind eye. "Mingzhang, what has come over you? Where have you learned to strike your wife? If you argue, your mother and I will remain silent." But domestic violence is the mark of an ineffectual man, one who resorts to bullying at home. "Do you believe that with your mother and me here, you can intimidate a young girl? If that is the case, you and your mother may leave at once." Liang's mother felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, not only for her daughter-in-law, but also for her son. Mingzhang was a person of refinement, the pride of the family and the hope of the entire village. To push him to the point of violence must mean he was feeling particularly stifled as a son-in-law. As a mother, she felt utterly powerless, helplessly watching her son endure such pain, until her daughter-in-law's words broke through her distress. "Mom, it wasn't Mingzhang. It was me who did this to myself. I am not deceiving you. If I were to lie, I would say I fell by accident. Yesterday, after a small argument, I impulsively struck myself." Liang's mother stood frozen, incredulous as she gazed at her daughter-in-law. Indeed, she did seem capable of such actions. Always cheerful, she was never one to suffer in silence. Her background did not necessitate it. Anyone who provoked her would find themselves igniting a powder keg. "Zhinzhin, You're no longer a child. Why act so childishly? If you are angry, hit him. He is a grown man. A couple of slaps one tea hurt him. Why would you be so harsh on yourself? Yang Fuzhen longed to express that she was merely influenced by her surroundings. In his previous life, Liang Mingzhang had no qualms about being harsh on himself, and now she had been led astray by him. However, such sentiments were not to be shared with her mother-in-law. Mom, how could I bear to hit him? Men are human too. Gender equality exists. Domestic violence is unacceptable, regardless of gender. When it comes to earning money, he is a man who must make more. When it comes to household chores, we must uphold equality, and men must contribute as well. Yang Fuzhen lowered her head, feeling a bit bashful, yet she extolled her husband in abundance. Moreover, Mingzhang is truly wonderful. His appeal begins with his looks, captivates with his skills, and remains steadfast due to his character. Even I cannot bully him. If anyone dares to lay a finger on him, I shall make them pay dearly. Guomin, overhearing the term technology, vaguely grasped why her son-in-law displayed such indifference, while the young lady seemed perpetually attached to him. Liang's mother, fully aware, refrained from mentioning it, instead advising, "Oh, you silly girl, if you wish to wound yourself to elicit his concern, what if he remains indifferent? Wouldn't that make your suffering in vain?" Chapter 29. Seeking medical help. Liang Mingzhang was bewildered. Was there truly a parent who could be so detrimental to their own child? After dining, the group proceeded to the hospital, adopting a more understated approach today by opting for his Porsche Cayenne. Upon arriving and parking, they overheard a nearby child exclaim, "I truly envy the wealthy. At such a young age, they seem devoid of worries." Liang Mingzhang ignored the comment, walking ahead with his father. "Zhenjin, you must be quite busy. Why not return to work with Zhang? Your father and I can manage just fine," Liang's mother proposed gently, grasping her daughter-in-law's hand. "Rest assured, before we came, we consulted your second sister and learned to navigate using mobile maps. With navigation, we can find our way anywhere." "That's your second sister." "Zhang," Liang's father reminded. "I fear the Yang family may not wish to acknowledge this impoverished relative. Rather than be corrected, it is better to recognize reality." Strangely, during this visit to Haicheng, the daughter-in-law appeared transformed. Unlike before, when she treated her in-laws like air and often rolled her eyes, this time she was attentive and considerate. "Dad, my husband's second sister is essentially my second sister as well," Yang Fuzhen interjected, preventing her mother-in-law from losing face. "What you said is rather ominous. As if Mingzhang and I had separated. Now, I fear losing him and have become like a startled bird, overly sensitive to the slightest disturbance." In truth, even before formally visiting, she had longed to meet his parents, curious about the guardians who had nurtured her husband so well. Only upon witnessing them firsthand did she comprehend the correlation between familial background and the character of their offspring. The feng shui of the Yang family was evidently favorable, resulting in a child of strong moral foundation. Liang Mingzhang was bemused by her flattery, wondering where she had acquired such skills. Yet, her emotional support was invaluable, and she praised all three of them, saying, "So, dear mother, you needn't worry. You've raised Mingzhang so well that I need not concern myself with company matters. I can focus on accompanying you for your medical needs." One moment she spoke of feng shui, the next of upbringing. Her eloquence seemed wasted in a sales position. Liang Mingzhang even entertained the thought of transferring her from the finance department to sales. Liang's mother playfully smacked her son's sturdy arm, admonishing, "Do not converse with your wife in such a manner. A sharp tongue is not admirable. A warm-hearted man is to be esteemed." Indeed, feng shui and good upbringing complement one another, Yang Fuzhen proudly remarked, relishing in flattering her in-laws. In her previous life, she had been envious of Liang Mingzhang's connections with others, possessing a possessiveness that even extended to his family. In her more extreme moments, she had wished to confine him to her world alone, shrouded in darkness. In this life, she had learned from her past, striving to temper her obsessive tendencies and transform every perceived rival into an ally. Having previously contacted Yin, they headed directly to her office. After years apart, their reunion rekindled the friendships of their youth. "Hello, Auntie, I am Yin, a close friend of Jinjin's. You can call me Xiaoyin," she introduced herself, shaking hands with Liang's mother before turning her gaze to the tall man beside her. In that moment, she finally understood why her sister's infrequent communications often involved boasting about her husband. He was indeed worthy of such admiration. "Is this the esteemed Mr. Liang? Goodness, if you hadn't mentioned you were the same age, I would have thought he was your new young companion," she exclaimed, marveling at how well he had aged, appearing as youthful as ever. It was no wonder that when Yang's group recently launched their smart home products, the endorsement by an internet celebrity led consumers to mistake him for the star. Moreover, having practiced traditional Chinese medicine for years. Yin Yu had some understanding of facial features and the five elements. Mr. Liang's deep-set eyes and distinct features suggest a naturally devoted nature, destined to love one person throughout his life. She couldn't fathom why her friend had such extraordinary luck, seemingly winning the lottery of life by marrying into such fortune. Truly, fortunate individuals consistently encounter blessings, while the unfortunate remain ensnared in cycles of misfortune. Yang Fuzhen interjected, "Oh no, that internet celebrity isn't a star. He is a prominent figure in the tech industry. He doesn't rely on looks, but rather on expertise. Thus, having him promote our products yields far better results. It's only natural that a passerby's looks cannot compare to my husband's, considering his dedication to fitness and health." Liang Mingzhang found himself unable to endure his wife's unrestrained praise, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. They had arrived early to register and pay fees. Yang Fuzhen did not linger in idle chit-chat with her friend, promptly guiding her mother-in-law to undergo imaging. Thanks to their connection with Yin Yu, they were granted expedited access, and the results soon emerged. "Dr. Yin, here are my images. I would appreciate your insights," Liang's mother said, though she could hardly bring herself to address a globally renowned professor with such familiarity. She had always maintained a humble demeanor, filled with gratitude. "I apologize for the trouble. Dr. Yin, I truly do not know how to thank my daughter-in-law for this. There's no need for formality. Auntie Jinjin and I were inseparable as children. Her mother is like my own," Yin Yu replied, holding the images. She intended to continue her thought, but was met with a chilling glance from her friend, compelling her to swallow her words. She feared that if she carelessly declared that her husband was hers, Jinjin might consider hiring someone to eliminate her. As the tension in the air thickened, she maintained her professionalism, calmly informing, "Auntie, there is something in your brain. It is not serious, but we are fortunate to have detected it early. However, intervention is necessary. We should remove it to prevent any impact on your future well-being. If left unattended, it could press on nerves, leading to headaches, insomnia, nausea, or even blindness." Liang's mother trembled, collapsing into a chair. With the son growing up and distancing himself, Liang Mingzhang had never been particularly affectionate with his mother, and his father, a traditional man, only amplified the tension. In this moment, Yang Fuzhen's tenderness shone through. Like a warm quilt, she leaned in, grasping her mother-in-law's hand, offering warmth and encouragement. "Mom, I understand your fear. We will face this together as a family. When the time comes, we will seek the best doctors, utilize the finest imported medical equipment, and secure the most luxurious private room. I will remain by your side, never leaving." Yin Yu anticipated that the two young individuals might be unnerved by the prospect of surgery, especially a craniotomy, but surprisingly, both remained remarkably composed. While her friend could understand, given that it was not her mother, she was equally struck by how calm her friend's partner was. Even after being tempered in the fierce arena of business, he exhibited a remarkable control over his emotions, his demeanor unflinching, calm, and composed. It was as if he possessed the gift of foresight, having anticipated his mother's upcoming surgery and thus felt assured that adequate preparation was all that was required. Indeed, Liang Mingzhang was grateful for this second chance at life, feeling particularly fortunate. In his previous existence, his mother had delayed seeking treatment until her condition had reached an advanced stage, at which point the pressure on her nerves rendered surgery impossible. The subsequent loss of her sight, coupled with relentless headaches, cast a pall over her existence, akin to living in a purgatory. How could he not rejoice at the prospect of rectifying the regrets of his past life? "Dr. Yin, if my memory serves me correctly, you have just completed your doctorate. Are you treating my mother as a mere experimental subject to hone your skills?" Chapter 30. Heartfelt Confessions. Liang Mingzhang felt a profound sense of relief at being reborn. Otherwise, as he traversed the cycle of reincarnation, even as a wandering spirit, the weight of regret would have accompanied him. He could never abandon his mother, stricken by blindness and severe illness, and succumb to cowardice, even during bouts of depression, where he found himself ensnared in self-doubt. Convinced of his own worthlessness, he could not empathize with his past self. Yet, fortunately, there was still time to amend the course of events. Outside the window, the sun shone brilliantly. Is it customary to speak in such a manner? Yin Yu wondered why he was so acerbic, a stark contrast to his outwardly genteel demeanor. However, out of respect for his childhood friend, he chose to tolerate it. His intent in accommodating the elderly lady was not directed at him. "Of course, I would perform the surgery myself. Even if you offered me the opportunity to practice, I would decline. I must ensure that Xiao Zhan feels completely at ease. I will have my mentor, the esteemed dean of the medical school at Haicheng University, a distinguished professor who has stood at the operating table for 30 years, perform the procedure himself." If he continued to voice concerns about his mentor's age and steadiness, it would surely seem like he was seeking trouble. Dear daughter, please do not take offense. My son is simply overly worried and has begun to speak nonsensically. Despite her fear, Liang's mother cooperated remarkably, exhibiting a level of sophistication that prevented her from causing a scene. Though she had not received extensive education, she understood the principles of human decency. Anyone can perform the surgery. I trust whoever it may be. Even if I have reservations about a doctor with such a fair complexion, I have unwavering faith in my daughter's engine. To prevent her son from further antagonizing the doctor, she discreetly signaled him several times. All right, when I have a moment, I will change my hairstyle to present a more trustworthy appearance for the family. Ying Yu chuckled heartily, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor that was more comforting to the patient. A consistently grave expression might only exacerbate the patient's anxiety. As noon approached, Ying Yu provided a few preoperative instructions before stepping out alongside his close friend, ending his shift. Are there still so many patients waiting outside? Especially those who have traveled from afar. A doctor's life is also valuable. I am human too and require rest. After witnessing so much suffering, one cannot save everyone. Ying Yu found himself speechless at Yang Bapi, who displayed no understanding of compassion. It seemed as though, in her view, only her beloved husband deserved care, while everyone else was merely an NPC. I have rendered you a significant favor. You could at least treat me to a meal. Instead, I must find food on my own while you fret over those patients from out of town, compelling me to work overtime. In his early days of practice, Ying Yu embodied the compassionate heart of a healer, wishing he could work like a whirlwind tirelessly for 24 hours. During flu season, he even wore adult diapers to work, all in the hope of saving one more patient. Now, he understood that health was the foundation of revolution. He needed to live a long life to assist even more individuals. Exhausting himself to death would only cause pain to those who cared for him. Professor Yin, what do you enjoy eating? Zhang, let's invite Dr. Yin out for lunch. Liang's mother, taking the initiative, expressed her gratitude. Ying Yu quickly waved his hands. No, Andy, there's no need. I was just joking around with Xiaozhen. We often tease each other. Once out of his scrubs, he remained the same mischievous spirit, not overly authoritative but certainly charming. Yang Fuzhen, aware of her husband's busy schedule, refrained from insisting he stay longer. She quickly straightened herself, revealing her trustworthy and earnest nature, quite different from her earlier display of vulnerability in front of him. Honey, there are matters at the company. You should go ahead and attend to them. I will take care of Mom here and ensure all preoperative preparations are in order. She should rest well in these next few days, avoid eating before the surgery, and wear loose-fitting clothing. Liang Mingzhang's time was precious. Every morning upon awakening, countless contracts awaited his approval. To carve out a whole morning for this was no small feat at this moment. He did not press further, simply bidding his mother farewell. Mom, take good care of yourself. I will try to return early tonight. Yang Fuzhen gazed at him with lingering affection, hoping for even a simple phrase from him. Something like, Mom, I entrust her to you, would have given her the motivation to persevere and continue waiting. Yet there was nothing. He was like a fleeting breeze, a transient dream. After confiding with his parents, he hastily drove away, leaving no parting words or even a glance. Seated in a restaurant across from the hospital, Yang Fuzhen's mood soured, rendering her nearly speechless. Liang's mother scrutinized the menu, where even the simplest dish bore a hefty price, equivalent to a month's salary earned from her labor alongside her husband. Fearing her daughter-in-law would perceive her as naive and worried about losing face, she pointed to the least expensive option. Let us have this plain noodle dish. The waiter maintained a mechanical smile, directing his attention to the other elderly patron. Liang's father, feeling somewhat at a loss, worried his daughter-in-law might misconstrue his choice as a sign of being miserly, and thus, like his wife, he opted for the cheapest fried rice. Yang Fuzhen now realized that the mental turmoil Liang Mingzhang had experienced in his past life had indeed been inherited from her. She was not merely putting on a facade in front of her husband, but rather, if she could quickly reassure herself, she would not appear to be acting when he was nearby. Her true nature surfaced the moment he departed. Ying Yu noticed her distress and, taking the initiative, order the dishes. How about this? You decide, for the four of us, let us have your restaurant's signature dishes. Money is no object, but let us not waste. He also thoughtfully reassured the elderly patrons, you two should eat well, drink well, and rest well. That is the best way to help your daughter. Liang's mother wanted to stop her from ordering so much, but feared that speaking out would reveal her own insecurities. Ying Yu understood her thoughts during his time abroad. He had encountered countless homeless individuals and recognized that the mindset of the impoverished transcended borders. He playfully remarked, your daughter-in-law is wealthy. We want to be impoverished. Today, I will benefit from her generosity, Annie. As the dishes began to arrive, the elderly lady lowered her head to eat. After Yin had served the two elders, he turned to his friend and casually inquired, "Are you truly considering relinquishing your responsibilities at the company? Aren't you concerned about unintentionally sewing a wedding gown for someone else? Your Liang seems quite decent. He doesn't resemble a playboy or a rogue. Yeah, I can't fathom why he is so awkward. This feigned indifference cannot deceive someone like me. It feels as though he is on the verge of breaking. If that is the case, why not openly express affection?" Yin struggled to understand. Did he possess some form of machismo, believing that caring for his wife would diminish his masculinity, thus deliberately feigning indifference? I once suspected my father's death was connected to him. I had committed some hurtful acts against him. He has already given up on me, yet I remain unwilling to accept it. Yang Fuzhen, famished yet devoid of appetite, stirred her coffee cup in contemplation. Was sewing a wedding gown for him? What she chose not to. Life is ephemeral, and my sole desire is for him to be blissfully content. As one navigates through existence, myriad ways of living unfold before them. I yearn to abandon the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune. To my astonishment, Yin, the once ambitious and competitive career woman I knew years ago, has now devoted herself to the role of a full-time housewife. Have you truly transcended worldly desires, preparing to embrace a life of simplicity? Do not be naive to believe that one can forsake power for beauty. Have you considered that with power comes the allure of beauty? Yet, devoid of power, one risks losing both. Regardless, a woman must cultivate her own career to avoid becoming passive, possessing the means to sustain herself and a safety net for the future. I shall engage in work that I am genuinely passionate about, rather than merely striving to validate my existence by trading time for achievements. Yang Fuzhen understands that her best friend's heartfelt counsel is for her own benefit. Had she heeded it in her past life, she might have prepared for the unforeseen and meticulously strategized. However, the outcome was far from favorable. In this life, she simply wishes to lead a languid existence, akin to a salted fish. Your words echo those of my second uncle, albeit he spoke out of self-interest, while you genuinely care for me. Liang Mingzhang's indifference has made her contemplate retreating. Yet, the death of her father compels her to seek his assistance in uncovering the truth behind it. Upon returning home, Yang Fuzhen found messages from her dear friend waiting on her phone. "Zhenjin, you have done so much for this family. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Do not hold yourself to such lofty moral standards. Spare yourself the burden. If you must cast blame, direct it outward, rather than engage in internal strife. There are plenty of good men in this world beyond your family, yes, Liang. Although I remain unmarried and childless, I have never lacked for companionship. If you're truly feeling down when the sisters return home, let us go out and refresh our spirits. A change of scenery may alleviate your sorrows." Accompanying her message were several photographs of foreign supermodels, each possessing golden hair and striking blue eyes, with broad shoulders and slender waists. Yang Fuzhen felt no interest. She merely glanced at them before shutting off her phone. "Yu, I appreciate your kindness. In truth, I am not waiting for him. I simply find it impossible to develop feelings for another. I do not possess such elevated morals. My desire to reclaim him is not rooted in familial importance. It is sheerly because I love him. I cannot live without him. My existence is intertwined with his. The most effective way to extricate oneself from a past relationship has never been to embark on a new one." She felt no jealousy over her friend's good fortune, only happiness for her. After all, she already possesses the finest Liang Mingzhang in the world. 1,000 young suitors could not compare. "I am nearly sickened by your words. If you had said this before college, I would have thought you had been possessed. I might even be tempted to strike you unconscious or send you to the Thunder King for a jolt." Yin surrendered to her friend's relentless teasing. While her Liang may be a paragon among men, he is not irreplaceable. There is no need for such obsequiousness. You once proclaimed that those who seek wealth thrive, while those who seek love perish without a trace. You insisted that women should conquer and dominate, not settle for being a man's concubine, consumed by longing for him. I am astonished at how you have been enchanted by that Liang fellow. Do you not find your own words to be trite? I almost wish I could blind myself to avoid witnessing my sister's downfall. Yang Fuzhen chuckled, intending to continue their banter, until the sounds of movement and familiar footsteps in the living room caught her attention. Anticipating that Liang Mingzhang had returned, she promptly set her phone aside and rushed out. However, upon reaching the living room, she discovered not only him but also her younger sister, Yang Yueping. "Sister, I've returned from a dance competition, thanks to Brother Mingzhang. I made it through the preliminaries and finals to win a medal. I must express my gratitude to him." Yang Yueping, ever at ease, stepped inside, removed her shoes, and sweetly addressed Liang's parents. "Damn, Mom." Yang Fuzhen had intended to say something, but upon noticing her husband at the entrance, assisting her sister with her suitcase, her strength seemed to drain away, and she turned back towards the bedroom. She could not comprehend why Liang Mingzhang could harbor indifference towards her. Yet the man she revered as a deity would deign to be servile to another. Was it a lack of servants at home? Or did her sister's suitcase possess an enticing aroma? In the past, Liang Mingzhang, with his keen perception, would have immediately sensed his wife's discontent and sought to soothe her, ensuring her grievances did not linger through the night. Yet this time he feigned ignorance. Did your father not just pass away? Where are your parents now? Liang's mother, ever pragmatic, could not afford to be overly indulgent in the presence of her daughter-in-law. You should address your sister's parents as uncle and aunt. It is far more reasonable. You are a university student. After all, surely you understand basic etiquette better than we, the farmers. Furthermore, as a guest in your sister's home, you ought to greet her first. If your arrival does not bring her joy, but rather adds to her burdens, then we cannot welcome you. Liang's father, who had been seated on the sofa, observed his daughter-in-law's expression of delight turn to despair as she retreated, feeling that his son had acted improperly. The usually taciturn man found himself speaking up, albeit reluctantly. You have taken her in for Jean's sake. If you are willing to quarrel with Jean over her, you must be out of your mind. Do not tell me that, without Jean, you would still allow her to reside in your home. Liang's father recalled that his son had mentioned that the villa now belonged entirely to him. I understand that our father has passed, and thus I cannot impose on my sister any longer. Yang Yueping stood frozen, bewildered. Previously, her sister had not been particularly fond of their parents. When had they become so close? After a moment of internal conflict, she blurted out, "But I have always had a close bond with my sister. I have been her loyal companion. I do not understand why she is upset. Moreover, I have known Brother Mingzhang for nearly 5 or 6 years. Even if I have nowhere else to go, he would surely take me in." Liang Mingzhang had not actually assisted her with her suitcase. He had simply nudged it aside upon entering. He was aware of his wife's displeasure, but could not be bothered to chase after her for an explanation. While I may believe others are foolish, I cannot accept that someone as astute as you would feign ignorance. Liang's mother, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, never displayed the demeanor of a typical mother-in-law in front of her daughter-in-law. Yet now, in an effort to stand by her daughter-in-law, she feigned a tone of authority. You just claimed to be your sister's servant, yet now you profess ignorance regarding her anger. Do you not see the contradiction in your own words? Mingzhang, you must clarify whether what she says is true. If you do not intend to live properly with Jean and instead plan to entangle yourself with someone else, your mother and I will take our leave. Liang's father feigned an intention to return to his room to tidy up. Otherwise, this fine young lady may think we tacitly approve of your escapades. Dad, I haven't tea. You two should refrain from adding to the chaos. Liang Mingzhang pulled him back, finding it easy to choose between his parents and his wife and sister. Yueping, you should leave for now. In the future, please consult your sister before coming over. If she agrees, then you may come. Otherwise, do not come at all, to spare us all from unnecessary turmoil. Yang Yueping stood there bewildered, unsure why her mere participation in a dance competition had led to such a predicament. Upon returning, I found that there was no longer a place for myself within this household. It was only then that Father Liang resumed his seat, his expression considerably softened. Mingzhang, when you first wished to marry Xiaojun, I opposed it. I feared that your thoughts and lifestyles were too divergent, which would inevitably lead to disputes. Yet, it was you who insisted, resolutely declaring your intent to wed. Very well, your mother and I, with our antiquated views, chose not to contest your decision. Now that you are married, focus on living well together. Xiaojun is a fine woman. Why do you always seem so troubled? Indeed, Liang's mother cast a disdainful glance at Yang Yueping, as if urging her to depart. Fortunately, their son had not further provoked her anger by insisting on seeing off this little vixen. Hurry back to your room and comfort Asian. In a marriage, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. She is meant to accompany you through life's journey, not to be your adversary. Chapter 32, The Crusade. As Liang Mingzhang entered the bedroom, he noticed Yang Fuzhen turning her back to him, deftly fastening her bra. In a previous life, he would have rushed to his sister. Yet now he found his feet rooted in place. It was not until Yang Fuzhen changed out of her sleepwear into a long dress, picked up her bag from the vanity, and passed by him that she spoke. Having my parents stay here these past few days must have been a burden for you. You must feel quite uncomfortable being forced to share a room with me. I won't disturb you. You should rest, for you have work tomorrow. With that, she floated out of the room like a delicate cloud. Liang Mingzhang closed his eyes, rolling his Adam's apple as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Sitting on the edge of the bed, in the very spot she had just vacated, he felt a twinge of distraction. A notification sounded on his phone, shattering the stillness. Mingzhang, What exactly is wrong with Xiaojin that you keep her at arm's length? To his surprise, the message was from Yin Yu, a friend he could hardly recall adding. Seemingly ages ago, during graduation season, she had returned to the country to attend a close friend's ceremony, and they had met briefly, exchanging contact information. Yang Fuzhen must have felt secure in her friendship with Yin. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him any contact with the outside world, let alone with women. He initially thought she was reaching out due to concerns about her mother's surgery, believing that communication with her friend was inadequate, thus opting to speak directly with him. A family member, realizing that no issues had arisen regarding her mother, he felt a sense of relief. You constantly wear a facade of resentment and indignation. On what grounds do you act so? If it were not for Xiaojin, would you possess all that you do today? Yes, you are impoverished and your pride is fierce. But does that justify your weakness? Liang Mingzhang was reluctant to indulge her, yet he remained composed, weighing the situation in his mind. He knew that any further medical examination for his mother would only subject her to more radiation. Moreover, this woman's mentor was undoubtedly a leading figure in the field domestically, leaving him with few alternatives. However, he could never stoop to appease this female PhD. At best, he would pretend not to notice and let her ramble on. Do you know that during lunch, when you snub her, she nearly fell apart? She was so dazed that, had your parents not been present, she would have wept into her meal. He paused. There is no need for you to worry. I will not seek retribution. I merely feel deeply for her, but I will ensure her surgery is well managed. This is my professional ethics, and since she still cares for you, I will also take good care of your parents. However, if you do not cherish her, be clear with her. Do not lead her on. There are many handsome men in the world. She is not without options. If you do not value her, I shall take her away. Perhaps introducing her to a translator or an athlete, someone talented and vigorous. Do you think, just because she is divorced, she cannot find a suitable partner? Liang Mingzhang was compelled to concede. He sensed that if he did not respond, she would continue messaging him. He then replied, to shatter her heart with a mere glance is excessively melodramatic. Regarding professional ethics, I have full confidence that even if I were to divorce her, you would still ensure my mother receives excellent care. Each matter stands on its own. If you were to exploit your position for personal gain, you would not have advanced so smoothly in your career. Someone must be supporting you along the way. Moreover, I doubt you would dare to tamper with my mother's surgery. If anything were to happen to her, I would hold you accountable, regardless of intent. If you wish to make an enemy of me, by all means, give it a try. I believe in repaying grievances and revenge in kind. I may not be virtuous, but I will not let you have an easy time of it. As for your vile attitude, I shall not stoop to your level. I admire those with true talent. Many of my partners possess strong personalities. Yet if they have the ability, I can work with them. However, those lacking skill will find no favor with me, no matter how much they fawn. But I wonder when I adopted the mindset of a commoner, or when being poor became synonymous with being right. Nonetheless, I reflect on the adage that birds of a feather flock together. Yang Fuzhen had always disparaged him. And now her friend's loose tongue was merely par for the course. No, you are mistaken. If you divorce her, and she feels no attachment, harboring deep resentment instead. I assure you I would never harm your mother on the operating table, as she is my patient. However, I could refuse to treat her. Should she wish to transfer to another hospital, or even go abroad, she may do as she pleases. After years in the medical system, I have the ability to refuse patients. I could easily concoct a reason, were it not for my high moral standards. I would contact my colleagues and have them refuse her as well. Damn it, how cruel a woman's heart can be. Liang Mingzhang extinguished his cigarette, feeling a blend of sorrow and envy. Yang Fuzhen had always confined him like a prisoner, forcing him to remain on an island, preventing him from maintaining friendships with his male counterparts, as though she wished to cling to him every moment without respite. Thus, in his previous life, he had nearly no friends for the sake of her feelings. Now, witnessing a good friend standing up for her, he realized how precious friendship truly is. In their school days, Xiaojin feared he might go hungry and took care to preserve his dignity, secretly adding funds to his meal card. Knowing he enjoyed basketball, she bought him branded sneakers in various styles, worried that he might refuse them out of pride. Unable to find domestic brands that matched his taste, she sought international labels, even asking him to purchase them on her behalf several times, all the while deceiving him into believing they were affordable shoes. She had to treat him well, while safeguarding his pride. Liang Mingzhang, I will be frank with you today. If you lose her, you will never encounter another girl who adores you as she does, never again. Others may show you kindness, but it will likely be for ulterior motives, mere performances. Liang Mingzhang found himself puzzled. He could engage in an affair with Yang Yueping. Yet Yang Fuzhen exhibited such a strong reaction when he merely assisted his sister with her luggage. Was it the thought of her pampered prince becoming a lowly servant to another woman that was unbearable, Or had he merely added the final straw to the camel's back? To speak frankly, in our country, we may lack many things, but there is no shortage of people. If you were to drop a brick into the Huangpu River, it would likely hit a graduate from a prestigious university or a low-ranking official. You should divorce. I support your divorce. Yin Yu, who had been striving to maintain composure, now found her emotions surging. You're still married, yet there are temptresses throwing themselves at you. My friends who are divorced can still find younger partners. And do not say, I did not warn you. If I catch you misbehaving and causing my friend heartache, she may not wish to retaliate. But I will not hesitate to deal with that temptress. You may have heard of the Yin family's influence in Haicheng, but you have never witnessed it firsthand. Let me demonstrate to you. If any woman dares to covet my dear friend's man, I shall strip her bare and parade her in disgrace. At worst, I might pour sulfuric acid upon her, rendering her face a grotesque mask, a living corpse. Liang Mingzhang did not hastily respond. Instead, in the stillness of the night, he closed his eyes and probed the depths of his own heart. If Yang Fuzhen were to consent to a divorce at this very moment, would he feel elated? If, in this lifetime, he were to traverse the remainder of his days without her, would that be his true desire? The outcome was disheartening. Merely contemplating the prospect of losing her invoked the suffocating sensation he had experienced in a previous life after a desperate act of self-harm. Yet, his free will had always triumphed over destiny. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Liang Mingzhang, have you forgotten how this venomous serpent betrayed you in your past life? Human nature is hard to change. Do not gamble your precious second chance on her. After introspection, he still yearned for liberation. Urge her to seek a divorce. My lawyer has also advised that unless both parties mutually agree, pursuing a unilateral divorce in court is arduous. Even if it were possible, the process would be interminably drawn out. He could not afford to wager his health again. He feared that if the wait were prolonged and she showed no signs of psychosomatic symptoms, he might once more fall into the abyss of anxiety and depression. Chapter 33. Under the Tree. In this country, many men are profoundly influenced by Confucian ideals. They often sacrifice their own well-being, silently bearing the weight of pressure to provide for their parents, wives, and children. He has come to understand that loving oneself is the beginning of a lifetime of carefree living. Henceforth, he intends to embrace a self-serving philosophy, prioritizing his health and safeguarding his wealth. No more sacrifices, no more selfless devotion. Let love be as it may. Alas, Yin Yu's original intention was to allow him to experience the pangs of losing a good friend like her, compelling him to confront his own heart and learn to cherish. Little did he know that his efforts would backfire, ultimately inciting their divorce. Liang Mingzhang, the heavens are watching. You tread upon your wife's grave to achieve success, yet abandon the loyal companion who built your life with you. I shall witness your fate. What fate? He has already paid the price in his past life. In this life, he simply wishes to live freely and joyfully. Liang Mingzhang prepared to wash up and retire for the night, but upon seeing his mother enter, he knew sleep would elude him once more. Where has Xiaozhen gone? Out late at night. Let us hope no trouble arises. Do you not care, check? How can you be a husband when you do not even know where your wife is? Fine. Liang Mingzhang acquiesced verbally. Yet he could hardly contain his irritation at his mother's relentless benevolence. I know you sacrificed much for me in my youth and devoted yourself to this family. However, that does not justify your continued control over my life. You cannot constantly threaten me with moral obligations. It is exhausting. His mother was indeed wonderful, tirelessly devoted to the Yang family. Yet, this excessive kindness filled him with disdain. Even worse, he had inherited much of his mother's softness, becoming a paragon of her selflessness for the majority of his life. Over the years, he needed to summon unyielding resolve to combat the self-sacrificing tendencies ingrained in his genes, which prevented him from becoming utterly wretched. My son, I'm a person who has lived through this. How could I harm you? Liang's mother felt for her son and certainly did not wish to sacrifice her own flesh and blood to please outsiders, merely to uphold her noble reputation. If Xiaozhen were to look down upon us and make our lives difficult, we would not protect her so fiercely. I understand this is her duty as a wife. But mutual appreciation is essential. We cannot simply enjoy her kindness without reciprocation. Regardless, let's find her first. It is unsafe out there at night. Any issues can be addressed in the daylight. She knows that before criticizing her son for being a husband, she should consider how her daughter-in-law is fulfilling her role as a wife. Yet, even if Xiaozhen were merely pretending, her behavior left no room for reproach from the elderly couple. If she could feign sincerity for a lifetime, who is to say it is not genuine? Liang Mingzhang had taken the car keys and stepped outside when his mother accompanied him to the door. Drive slowly on the way. If you do not cherish your own wife, others will. She could not guarantee that Xiaozhen was merely out for a stroll. Would you have me find her and limit her freedom, as she might accuse you of being too traditional? Liang Mingzhang hoped for a harmonious home, yet this time, it was not a matter of whether his wife wished to live with her parents. He could no longer endure it. If a simple argument would lead her to seek solace in another's arms, what was the purpose of keeping such a fickle woman? It would be better to part ways sooner rather than later. As a wife, she should inherently know how to conduct herself, even if I do not voice every expectation. I am busy every day and lack the energy to articulate every detail. I cannot rouse someone feigning sleep. Those who require reminders are simply pretending. Liang's mother was bewildered by her son's newfound arrogance. In truth, during this trip to Haicheng, she had sensed a significant change in him. He was no longer the resilient and steadfast man he once was, but had transformed into a prickly creature, seeking vengeance for every slight. Very well. I initially thought she had gone out to shop, but after such an extended absence, I cannot help but worry. The night is dark, and Xiaozhen is not the type to cavort recklessly. Regardless of the past or present, she may have a foul temper, but her heart is steadfastly yours. I have never seen any unsavory men pursue her, nor have I observed her engrossed in her phone or clinging to it throughout the day. What reason is there not to treasure such a devoted girl? Liang Mingzhang left the house, finally escaping his mother's incessant admonishments. With car keys in hand, he felt disinclined to drive. As he crossed the long courtyard and beheld the flattened thicket, he marveled at the audacity of the spoiled young lady, who, in her quest for a ring, had resorted to ruthless landscaping. The gatekeeper, upon spotting him, immediately offered a salute. "Young master." The loud voice startled him in the midnight stillness, where even a falling pin could be heard. Coming to his senses, he realized the guards had changed their address for him, transitioning from son-in-law to young master, which was quite perceptive. He nodded in satisfaction. Upon exiting the villa's gates, he wandered aimlessly along the tree-lined path, contemplating a brief stroll before returning home, just to burn off some energy. What could he do if he could not find her? He could not dig 3 feet into the ground. However, to prevent his mother from nagging him about whether he had called his wife, he did not wish to deceive her. This would require explaining why he had not contacted his wife, and he already felt fatigued at the thought of such a discussion. Just as he resolved to spend the night at a friend's place, since Yuan Luqing was a bachelor, he spotted Yang Fuzhen at the end of a long street. She was squatting beneath an old locust tree, hugging her legs, her long skirt trailing on the ground, appearing to either watch ants at work or simply embody the role of a homeless wanderer. Before Liang Mingzhang could approach, she had already noticed him. Her large, moist eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, yet she remained motionless. "Are you coming home? Mother sent me to find you," Liang Mingzhang spoke. "I will," she replied, eagerly accepting the offered hand. Gone was her former arrogance. She no longer required his coaxing, having been thoroughly exhausted to the point of reluctantly descending from her pedestal. "Why are you not leaving?" Liang Mingzhang had already turned away, yet she remained rooted to her spot. "I've been squatting here too long. My legs have gone numb." Yang Fuzhen not only spoke, but also struggled to rise. Ultimately, she plopped down onto the soft earth, unable to stand at all. She awaited his assistance, and though he was already somewhat impatient, he still approached her. He felt an urge to kick her, akin to striking a stone by the roadside or a wooden post. Yet, he extended his hand, offering her an arm. Yang Fuzhen clutched it, as if it were a lifeline, wobbling to her feet. In the next moment, Liang Mingzhang swiftly shook off her grasp, as if he had encountered something unsavory. From his pocket, he retrieved a handkerchief to meticulously clean the fingers she had just grasped. The numbness in his legs was sufficient to warrant tears, but it was merely an act. Yang Fuzhen witnessed his disdain. His wiping motion inflicted yet another wound on her already fragile nerves. Pouting with a sense of grievance, she lamented, "I acknowledge your harshness towards me. I accept it, for I previously failed to cherish you properly. But I cannot endure your kindness towards others. The man I hold in my palms, my dear, how can he toil for someone else? Promise me, you may disregard me, you may scold me, but please do not serve as a beast of burden for anyone else." Chapter 34. Hand in Hand. "I'm not so cheap." Liang Mingzhang had already erred for her once and had indulged her enough. Could he possibly stumble at the same place twice? He had no inclination to be a doormat for women. Even for her, his first love and legal wife in a past life, he would no longer indulge, let alone those outside, mere distractions. "Then you are agreeing to my request." Yang Fuzhen, irrespective of his inherent pride or reluctance to exhibit gentlemanly conduct towards women, chose to regard him as the latter. "You know you cannot bear to part with me. You still listen to your wife as you once did. Yang Fuzhen, you truly live in a dream." Liang Mingzhang frequently felt inferior due to the unremarkable validation from those little fairies. Had he embraced such an AQ spirit, he would not have suffered such inner turmoil before. I do not care. I have already consoled myself. Let's return home, darling. As she noticed him dismissing her, she promptly turned and pursued him from behind, taking the initiative to grasp his hand. Unexpectedly, yet predictably, he shook her off. However, she did not relent and reached for his hand once more. Darling, I once heard that if you lose a Samsung, you can buy an Apple, and thus, you will not feel sorrow. Your discomfort stems from the fact that you can only acquire a Redmi. But when I later encountered you and fell in love with you, I discovered that saying was incorrect. Each time he shook her off, she reached for him again. This was not to say he was an Apple or a Samsung. She recognized his exceptional worth. Yet even if he were a Redmi, in her eyes, he remained the most precious. Losing a Redmi, she merely wished to reclaim it. No matter how many apples were presented before her, she desired none, for they were not her Redmi. In this world, I shall not meet another Liang Mingzhang, nor shall I love anyone else. I only want you. Miss Yang, you once detested the objectification of women. Is your current assertion not the objectification of men? Liang Mingzhang did not hesitate to remind her. Yes, I was once a feminist, but what does that signify in your presence? Finally, after Liang Mingzhang had shaken her off for the 10th time, when Yang Fuzhen reached for him, he did not reject her. I am willing to sacrifice my free will, my ideals, my dignity, for you, hoping the divine might cast a glance upon me once more. I am willing to adopt your boundaries as my own, your beliefs as my guiding principles. Even if our understandings diverge, I shall adhere to your opinions as my measure, ever drawing closer to you until I earn your favor. This time, Liang Mingzhang did not shake off her hand. He simply offered no response, neither reciprocating her gentle grasp nor intertwining their fingers as in their past life. Whether beneath the cherry blossoms of the university or within the confines of the city walls, even in their previous life, despite their marriage, their love had not transformed into mere familial affection. Mingzhang, I understand I am being dramatic. I might shed tears over a word you say or suffer for a gesture. That is because I care for you. Thus, every detail concerning you profoundly impacts me. As Yang Fuzhen held his hand, though devoid of his warm embrace, this fleeting sweetness left her wholly content. For the past 2 days, she had been tormented over matters concerning him and his sister. If the final outcome could earn his compassion, what frivolities would she deny? Had there ever been someone who occupied your thoughts incessantly? If one could comprehend a love that penetrates to the marrow, they would realize that a single word from him could elevate one to paradise or plunge one into despair. I shall gradually amend my dramatics, but my affection for you is not a mistake. How could Liang Mingzhang be oblivious? If he were unaware, he would not have resorted to self-harm in the bathroom during their previous life. If it were not for the fact that I have known you for nearly a decade, I might have believed you to be a pure-hearted warrior for love, charging forth for affection. His sarcasm did not cease, yet his body remained honest, allowing her to hold his hand. This time, he did not deceive himself. He feared that if he shook her off again, she would only cling back, creating unnecessary trouble. Instead, he relished the moment, reminiscing about the innocent haze of school days. He did not wish to push himself too harshly, denying himself any sweetness. Fearing that a tightly wound string would snap, causing an even harsher rebound, he opted to treat himself kindly, ensuring that this relationship had a beginning and an end, and then mustered the courage to part ways amicably. The next day, while Liang Mingzhang had breakfast, his iPad propped beside him, he listened to an online meeting as his assistant reported the work plan for the upcoming week. The family maintained a synchronized silence, until his mother could no longer contain herself. Having lived half a lifetime, she had never adhered to the notion of silence during meals. She glanced at her daughter-in-law and, in a hushed tone, remarked, "Is Zhang always this busy? Can't he even pause for a meal?" She had initially believed that wealthy individuals merely spent their days counting money at home, unaware of their busyness exceeding that of the less fortunate. "Mom, Mingzhang is doing somewhat better now. He was even more exhausted when my father passed. He was constantly a man in the air, darting between several provinces. There is no choice. The Yang family has too many businesses spanning provinces. Thankfully, it is not international. Otherwise, he would be home in the morning and in Southeast Asia by night." Yang Fuzhen chuckled helplessly, then naturally poured him a glass of milk. She spread jam on the crispy yet tender toast and delivered it to his side. "My father's sudden passing has left us uneasy regarding the business. We can only empathize with him for taking matters into his own hands. However, once this phase is over and the company is on track, he should be able to take a breather." Yet, she also consoled herself. Liang Mingzhang's ambitions extended beyond this. He aspired to venture into multiple fields, including but not limited to dining, hospitality, and jewelry. The existing enterprises of the Yang family, along with the shipbuilding, smart home, and entertainment companies he revitalized, required considerable effort. Oh dear, will there even be time for children? Liang's mother still remembered the prospect of grandchildren, especially as she listened to the tall, fair assistant on the tablet, whose mouth flapped with incomprehensible terms. What charity gala will he attend? What invitation to the Lin Group's automobile launch? What media company has a top celebrity attempting suicide, stirring serious public sentiment? At this, Yang Fuzhen's cheeks flushed. If there's time, Mom, as long as Mingzhang is willing, anywhere could be a battlefield, and any place can serve as a warm nest. Liang Mingzhang had just stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, nearly choking. Sister, I am a meeting with my subordinates. Could you keep your mouth in check? This group of colleagues dares not discuss him openly. Yet surely gossip has spread behind his back. Yang Fuzhen this time refrained from unreasonable arguments. Instead, she lowered her head, cradling her milk, and let out a couple of soft chuckles. Did you understand? Although she did not explicitly mention her husband, what was wrong with a little playful banter? Still, reminded by him, she felt a twinge of defiance within her heart. She was being deliberate, wishing her subordinates to know that this man was her very essence, her flesh and blood. To touch him would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. She would not blame Liang Mingzhang for getting his shoes wet. After all, he frequently walked by the riverbank. But let any vixen who fails to grasp her insinuations, who dares to charge forth for personal gain, not blame her for her forewarnings. Chapter 35. A Taste of Words. Liang Mingzhang could not fathom why his wife, not yet 30 and far from the age of ravenous desires, spoke incessantly of wolves and tigers. Where was the modesty and shyness of a young bride? Instead, she resembled a rather coarse and violent ant. Little did he know, this beautiful and youthful body, round and luscious, housed a soul that had undergone a transformation, now capable of devouring the earth beneath. On the day of the Lin Group's new car launch, Yang Fuzhen remained resolute, devoid of any regrets. What was wrong with her sharing a risque joke with her husband? After all, she had not shared it with anyone else. Moreover, her husband refused to share their bed, and now forbade her even a moment of playful indulgence. Sitting in the audience beside her was Mrs. Lin Shuji, the second generation of the Lin Group. Yang Fuzhen gazed at her husband on stage. In the prime of his youth, spirited and dynamic. It was the best of times and the worst of times. The good was that he had returned to his youth, flourishing in his prime. The bad was that he now avoided her like a venomous serpent, discarding her like a worn-out shoe. Fuzhen, your husband seems rather serious. Doesn't he? He doesn't smile at all, Mrs. Lin whispered to her. Because my husband is not an actor and does not earn his living by selling smiles. Thus he has no need to grin, Yang Fuzhen retorted with a glance of disdain at Mrs. Lin. She harbored a strong aversion to anyone speaking ill of her husband, especially when recalling the Lin Group from her past life, where they had maliciously competed against her husband. The financial losses were trivial, but in a bid to recover. He had mingled with the elite, drinking to the point of gastric hemorrhage, spending several days in the hospital receiving treatment. Thus, the mere recollection of this incident in this life still caused her heart to ache with anger. By our presence today, supporting the Lin family, we are offering you the utmost courtesy. Yang Fuzhen made her warning unmistakably clear, signaling her to refrain from overstepping her bounds. Fuzhen, please don't misunderstand. I had no such intentions. Of course, Mrs. Lin hoped that Mr. Liang would smile more, as that would be beneficial for the Lin family's subsequent promotions. But if he chose not to smile, so be it. It was better than not attending at all. It's just curious. I remember your little Liang used to have a husbandly aura, and now he resembles a pure, grown man more and more. No wonder I suggested he charm and smile. Even the fans of your company's artists say, who can differentiate Liang from a star now? A few smiles would certainly aid in promoting your exhibits. You're overthinking it. One must rely on their own merits. Our competing product, once launched, sold out immediately. Only the incompetent fear the depth of the alley. Hence they shout the loudest. Yang Fuzhen chose to remain silent, instead fixating her gaze upon her dear husband on stage. She watched as the host, specially invited from the provincial station, completed the opening remarks, handing the microphone to Lin Shuji. Now, let us invite Mr. Lin to share a few words. Everyone knows Mingzhang is my good friend, but perhaps not everyone is aware that Mingzhang is also the top donor in our Lin Group's car livestream. Lin Shuji used contemporary slang, creating a stark contrast to the image of a traditional president. Following the pre-written speech from the PR team, he continued, I've heard that Brother Mingzhang has plans to develop his own car brand. I wonder if he was inspired by the Lin Group. Observing the comfort and stability of our vehicles, perhaps he too has been tempted to enter the automotive field. Supporting us is a tangible way to promote our domestic products, making our nation's goods great again. It is acceptable to promote domestic products, but you should refrain from doing so, under the guise of national pride. You're merely seeking profit. I would never purchase an eyebrow pencil priced at 79 yuan. Liang Mingzhang, possessing memories from his past life, had initially not intended to attend. However, it is unworthy of a gentleman to leave a grudge unpaid. Coming here to stir the pot, with just a few words, he could strike at his vital artery, leaving him gasping for breath for years, rendering any amount of public relations futile. Wouldn't that be delightful? This visit was merely to avoid the storm. After all, the car I purchased from your company currently has a leaking roof. When I sought after-sales service, no one attended to me. Thus, I merely offered a paltry donation to your live stream, hoping to capture your attention, yet still, no one acknowledged me. As he spoke on stage, his assistant, managing his personal account, had already uploaded the edited video of the Lin Group's car leaking from several days prior to short video platforms, directly buying views and garnering attention with money. The host, noticing the displeasure on the major donor's face, instantly turned pale and swiftly cut off Liang Mingzhang's microphone. In a pretentious tone, he declared, "Mr. Liang's microphone seems to be malfunctioning. Let us invite Mr. Liang's wife to say a few words." Before handing the microphone to Yang Fuzhen, he desperately attempted to salvage the situation, ensuring the major donor understood the value of hiring him. Our Mr. Lin is unpretentious, enjoying the company of the people. Previously, he personally opened the car doors for customers, spending 200,000. One could experience the service of a billionaire. Yang Fuzhen, sensing the microphone had been activated, unreservedly chimed in. What is the point of a president? Without the laborers, you're nothing. Now you want to ride on the backs of the people, wielding power? Xiao Yang. Mrs. Lin promptly interjected, subtly weaving in her words. Everyone knows that Xiao Yang has always had her own career. Even though the Yang family is now managed by her husband, she is not entirely let go. With the emergence of Lin Group's automotive brand, she has been actively promoting it. Your husband supports us, and you help us disseminate the word. Truly a golden couple in the business circle, envied by many. Is the term golden couple used in that way? Your opening words betray your own identity. Yang Fuzhen had always entrusted her account to dedicated personnel within the company. As for Liang Mingzhang, she had no idea why he had become the top donor for the Lin family. However, donating to the Lin Group's automotive livestream was a matter from before her rebirth. Fortunately, an opportunity now arose to correct the trajectory of her past life. Your husband stood outside our villa for 3 hours. Only after my husband reluctantly nodded did he agree to meet him. Once inside, your husband spent 40 minutes discussing the development prospects, investment opportunities, and future returns of the Lin Group's automotive line. My husband took merely a second to say yes. At 30, Lin Shuji, the new power holder of the Lin family, a titan of the automotive industry. What was he in Liang Mingzhang's presence, but a mere subordinate? With just a few words, Yang Fuzhen vividly depicted the image of that beleaguered middle-aged man, who holds a high ground and who, though it was evident. No wonder the young master forgets easily. The recently fallen star was an employee of your company. Now various conspiracy theories abound. It is only reasonable that you lack the inclination to assist me in promoting. Lin Shuji's face was visibly strained, knowing that at this juncture he could not salvage his reputation. Once his composure shattered, he resolved to abandon all pretense. But even in this state of anxiety, do not speak carelessly. I do indeed have plans to manufacture vehicles. However, it is not due to your Zhuyu being ahead, but rather because I have observed the shortcomings of the Lin Group, and thus wish to stand upon the graves of predecessors to capitalize on their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. Liang Mingzhang's mood was unmistakably clear, unaffected in the slightest. Once the microphone was open, he continued to speak freely and effortlessly, as if wandering among clouds. The demise of our female artist has sparked an uproar. Yet you shamelessly seize the opportunity to sensationalize the tragedy, oblivious to the gravity of the loss. Such individuals feast upon the blood-stained buns of the deceased. Let the bullets fly for a moment. I'm not the instigator, so why should I be alarmed? Once the investigation is thorough, the public will inevitably receive an explanation. Yet here you are, so agitated. One might mistakenly believe that the artist's death bears some relation to you. Many female celebrities are treated like canaries in a gilded cage. And as a wealthy magnate, surely you have no genuine connection with her, do you? Chapter 36. The competition among women. The shares of the Lin Group plummeted, mirroring the fate of their automobiles. On the Lin Group's official WeChat account, numerous comments emerged, rife with mockery, false business warfare, severing the financial lifeline, poaching capable talents, surreptitiously obtaining crucial information, real business warfare, cutting the opponent's internet connection, dousing their money tree with boiling water, engaging in physical confrontations, and the mutual taunts at the press conference, a spectacle for the ages. Liang Mingzhang had unfollowed all of Lin Group's official accounts long before. On the day of his mother's surgery, despite his hectic schedule, he managed to carve out a few hours. However, he was unprepared for the unexpected visitor he encountered in the lobby while his mother was in the operating room. He had no intention of ignoring her, but also wouldn't rush over. The foreigner approached him with enthusiasm, weaving through the crowd. "Mr. Liang, is that you? Long time no see. Are you unwell? Are you here for a consultation as well? Do you know anyone here? Could you possibly introduce me?" He knew people, but why should he facilitate an introduction for her? Just because she is a client does not grant her the status of a deity. "By the way, what brings you here? Are you still busy with business?" "Indeed, I intended to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. However, renowned practitioners are difficult to book. They regard wealth with disdain. The itinerant doctors, on the other hand, are not to be trusted. Joanna also wishes to return home for treatment, but her body is failing her, and she may not make it back in time. I genuinely believe your country's healthcare system is more accessible. In our place, the impoverished shun medical attention. Any ailment receives nothing but painkillers. They merely endure the discomfort until they can return home, where a bit of anesthetic will suffice. It's quite foolish. As for fevers, if it doesn't exceed 40 degrees, they send you home for physical cooling. It's a matter of differing constitutions. Much like how you drink ice water in winter while we advocate for hot water. Liang Mingzhang held no obsession with hot water. It was merely a relic from the 60s and 70s when well water was unclean, hence the promotion of boiling it for consumption to eliminate germs. This practice has lingered on as a tradition. I am not unwell. I am merely accompanying my mother for a consultation. In truth, I envy the women in your country. Always so well protected by brave men, yet they seem to take it for granted." Joanna sighed, her expression a blend of yearning and melancholy. They enjoy the privileges that come with their gender, yet remain unsatisfied, pretending to be victims. Just like the confinement period after childbirth, our women do not receive such treatment. They endure pain and exhaustion, yet manage to raise 3 or 4 children. Women here enjoy care, but seem to hold grudges about their postpartum recovery. Their bodies may carry the burdens of motherhood, yet they act as if the world owes them something. Joanna aspired to marry a man from this country. But Asian culture remains conservative, favoring the marriage of Asian women. Thus, she had yet to encounter a man of her caliber whom she admired. Yin Yiyu descended the stairs to accompany Yang Fuzhen in fetching medication, as post-surgery, some oral medications were necessary. Upon seeing Liang Mingzhang engaged in lively conversation with a foreign woman, she felt a surge of anger. She intended to confront him, fueled by indignation on behalf of her friend, but Yang Fuzhen restrained her. "Let go, Yiyu. It's normal for men to socialize. I used to be possessive to the point of alienating even his family, wishing the world contained only him and me. I'm slowly working on these extreme thoughts. Please don't let me undo my progress." Xiaojin, the onlooker, sees clearly what the participant does not. You should truly reflect on your current self. What is wrong with being stubborn or extreme? If you truly didn't care for him, it wouldn't matter if he laughed and chatted with others. Even if he were to engage in unsavory activities. Yin Yiyu found it intolerable. Her own man could frolic with others, and she would simply say goodbye and move on to the next. Yet witnessing her friend's unwavering affection for her husband, compounded with the indignities she suffered, was unbearable. She broke free from Yang Fuzhen's grasp and marched toward the foreigner. "Were you discussing so merrily? Shall I assist your merriment by eliminating your mother?" Liang Mingzhang was taken aback. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. His mother was in the operating room, and with Yin Yiyu's connections, her master was personally conducting the surgery. This afforded him peace of mind, as the outcome was nearly guaranteed. He disregarded Yin Yiyu's harsh words towards the foreigner, reflecting instead on her warnings about instigating conflict with his clients, which would ultimately lead to trouble. "I'm merely exchanging pleasantries with an old acquaintance. I've already viewed the private ward. It's quite well equipped, and I intend to wait outside the operating room." Liang Mingzhang was indeed in high spirits, even flirting openly. Yin Yiyu approached Joanna, her stiletto heel crashing down onto Joanna's foot with immense force. She exerted all her strength, and the slender heel pierced through Joanna's delicate footwear, causing droplets of blood to surface. "Do you enjoy flirting with married men? Keep laughing. One day, I will ensure you have nothing to smile about." The agonizing pain coursed through Joanna's foot as she gasped and crouched down, clutching her injured foot as if her entire leg were crippled. "Yiyu, when did you become so ruthless? Won't this affect your career?" Yin Yiyu turned with nonchalance, akin to a victorious general returning from battle, startling Yang Fuzhen in the process. "Moreover, this foreigner is Mingzhang's client. I fear it may reflect poorly on him. Perhaps you should focus on yourself, my dear. You may fool others, but can you deceive me? You're currently suffering from severe anemia and exhibit signs of depression. Should you continue to suppress these feelings, they may manifest into somatic symptoms. Yin Yiyu was entirely unfazed, unafraid of the foreigner. If my dear Liang cannot handle such trivial matters, how could he amass his current fortune? Rest assured, he is no delicate flower. He is a man who should provide you with a world of support. You need not coddle him as if he were made of glass, nor hold him in your palms as if he were fragile. You needn't feel guilty. While you're anxiously attending to your mother-in-law, he is out here flirting with women, which is undoubtedly his fault. Yin Yiyu swiftly pulled her friend away, leaving Liang Mingzhang to contemplate their retreating figures, silently acknowledging, "My wife is fierce." Could these truly be two high-achieving individuals, behaving more ferociously than street thugs engaged in a brawl? He did not offer Joanna assistance, nor did he possess the inclination to champion the cause of a stranger. He was merely tasked with managing this mess. While she may have relished the encounter, he was left with a considerable headache. "Are you all right? Should I call for an ambulance?" Liang Mingzhang maintained his composure, even jesting with her. "Oh, so this is the ambulance number? Then there is no need to call one. I regard you as a friend and therefore offer this advice. Do not contemplate involving the authorities. The Yin family possesses considerable influence, akin to the mafia in your country. There is an old adage in our land. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Should you swallow your pride, the potential losses may be even greater." Joanna was indeed eager to act impulsively, even on another's turf. Even when facing insurmountable odds, she was determined to confront the challenge head-on. Yet, the corners of Liang Mingzhang's mouth betrayed his struggle to maintain composure. Rather than expressing resentment towards his wife's friend for her impulsiveness, which had delayed his business, he appeared almost amused by the absurdity of the situation. He hoped it was merely a figment of his imagination. Chapter 37. Catching the Surprise. Liang's mother's surgery proceeded with remarkable success, the entire process unfolding as perfectly as if it were a reenactment from a medical textbook. Upon the old professor's emergence from the operating room, Liang Mingzhang presented the carefully prepared gift. "I am aware you only take on 1 or 2 surgeries a month, and you do not operate on strangers. Even the most powerful and affluent cannot sway you. I am a person who believes in repaying even the smallest kindness with an overflowing gratitude. The opportunity to engage the one true deity today is beyond any monetary expression of thanks. Please accept this modest token of appreciation and do not refuse it." Both men understood the unspoken truth. Liang Mingzhang was merely being humble. Though the envelope appeared trivial, it was substantial enough to purchase an ocean view apartment in Haicheng. "Mr. Liang, you are far too courteous. I am not as remarkable as you suggest. I still perform surgeries when time permits, albeit my availability is quite limited." The venerable professor, vibrant and vigorous, had just completed a surgery, his white coat immaculate, showing no signs of fatigue. He patted his beer belly and remarked, "Most of my time is now spent mentoring students or engaging in international exchanges. Initially, it was disheartening to witness many patients in pain, unable to assist them all. However, I gradually came to realize that sowing a single seed in spring yields a bountiful harvest in autumn. I have nurtured countless students, and their future contributions to this field will far exceed what I could achieve alone. I do not fear accusations of corruption or moral decline. I genuinely do not require this. A patient's recovery is my true reward." Yin Yiyu, this proud protege and beloved disciple, naturally stepped forward to accept his master's belongings. Their years of camaraderie allowed for an effortless exchange. If Mr. Liang truly wishes to express his gratitude, he ought to engage in more charitable acts. For even the smallest kindness can create ripples of great love. In front of his mentor, Yin Yiyu displayed a demeanor as docile as a lamb, in stark contrast to the rebellious spirit he had previously shown, entirely omitting any mention of earlier matters. As he followed his master out, he playfully turned back to add, "And please, treat my dear friend well." Yang Fuzhen felt as though she had stored an entire season's worth of autumn rains within her heart, both tangy and bitter. Cold and desolate, she returned early to her separate room, where the esteemed nurse awaited her. Upon seeing Liang's mother awaken and converse with the young girl, she called out, "Where is Jinjin? I wish to find Ajun." Since arriving in Haicheng, Liang's mother had spent most of her time in the company of this virtuous daughter-in-law, growing accustomed to seeing her at every turn. Whenever faced with confusion, she felt no apprehension about being ridiculed. She could simply inquire and would receive patient answers. In moments of homesickness, she found empathy and comfort in her presence. During headaches, she had her beside her seeking medical advice. Gradually, she began to view her as a pillar of support, feeling she could not bear to be without her. "Mother, I am here. I just went with Mingzhang to thank the doctor." Yang Fuzhen hurried to her bedside upon hearing her call, taking her hand in hers, her gentle smile providing this aging child with a sense of reassurance. "Mother, you're truly wonderful. When I treat you well, you allow me to depend on you, making me feel needed, unlike that stubborn rock, which remains cold no matter how much warmth is bestowed upon it. However, Yang Fuzhen no longer felt the initial panic. Like mother, like son. In her previous life, she had been aloof towards her mother-in-law, leading to a tumultuous relationship. In this life, having transformed conflict into harmony, she found her rewards. Would her husband be the same? He had shown signs of wavering, yet due to pride, he was reluctant to reveal it. Oh, how could I be good? It is Zhenjin who is good, helping me find doctors and taking such care of me. Liang's mother grasped her hand, unwilling to let go, as if she were some ancient Greek goddess of healing. As long as she could hold on to this lifeline, everything would surely improve. Azin, could you administer a bit more anesthetic? I fear the pain. Liang Mingzhang observed from the side, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. His mother had always been the epitome of endurance, much like most farmers, suffering in silence and never complaining to avoid ridicule. Now, she openly expressed her feelings and needs, something he had never envisioned in this lifetime. No, the anesthetic must be administered in regulated amounts. The hospital controls this dosage. Too much could harm you. Liang Mingzhang firmly rejected. Yang Fuzhen paused, contemplating, Mother, please do not worry. I will inquire with the nurse about a pain relief pump. When one is ill, they are particularly vulnerable. Previously, Liang's mother had relied on her son. Now, she had become the quintessential doting mother. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. And if it hurts, I shall endure. Mother, do you feel any discomfort? If you are unwell, please tell me so I can promptly consult the doctor. Yang Fuzhen's tone was gentle, reminiscent of soothing a child. Liang's mother nodded. Her head was bandaged, and aside from the numbness and pain, there were no particularly sharp sensations. Having just undergone surgery, how could she feel entirely comfortable? After the fears subsided, she gradually adjusted to her post-operative state, releasing her daughter-in-law's hand. She felt a touch of bashfulness. Xiaozhen, you and Mingzhang should return to rest. You must be starving by now. There is no need for you to stay here tonight. Your father is here, and the nurse is present. It is only necessary to care for me. Too many people would only tire you out, and that would weigh heavily on my heart. Mother, that is not the case. We are both in our 20s, not in our 40s or 50s. Yang Fuzhen spoke with such ease that Liang Mingzhang cast a bewildered glance at her. Her tone was so self-evident, as if she had experienced her 40s or 50s already. Mingzhang must return to work. Let him go home to rest. I will stay here with you. It is no trouble. While Yang Fuzhen conversed with her mother-in-law, Liang's father, sitting silently in the corner, was visibly tense. Just as he had remained vigilant outside the hospital room, he now kept a watchful eye on the door, fearful of missing even the slightest disturbance. Uncertain if his husband's loyalty and affection were inherited from his father, he urged, You should go as well. You are not made of iron. At this hour, you both should eat dinner. Only under Liang's mother's insistence did they finally rise. Liang Mingzhang instructed the nanny to prepare dinner in the kitchen of the private room. And in the blink of an eye, he realized his wife had vanished. Although he knew she would be safe, he instinctively began to search for her in the corridor outside the hospital room, aimlessly seeking her figure. He understood that this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had no desire to play hide-and-seek with her and refrain from calling, even though he could have used dinner as an excuse. With his hands in his pockets, Liang Mingzhang wandered aimlessly for what felt like an eternity. His mind was a battleground, torn between thoughts of whether he should call her if dinner was ready and she had not returned, or allow his mother to make the call. His mother would undoubtedly use the excuse of recuperation, claiming she could not take the phone due to dizziness, intending to create more opportunities for her son and daughter-in-law to spend time together. As he was lost in thought, he caught sight of the stairwell door slightly ajar, revealing a familiar figure crouched on the ground, partially obscured from view, until Liang Mingzhang pushed open that door and beheld her, a cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke with an air of nonchalance acquired from who knows when. Chapter 38, The Princess Carrie. Yang Fuzhen, I have indulged you enough. How dare you smoke? Liang Mingzhang stated, stepping forward to snatch the cigarette from her grasp and extinguishing it in the nearest trash bin. This is a designated smoking area. Yang Fuzhen, failing agriafet, plopped down on the stairs behind her. Can you even comprehend human speech? Liang Mingzhang towered over her, the height disparity amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Does that mean that it's a smoking area where one should not smoke? I don't have a husband who smokes. I'm merely overwhelmed inside, unable to display my distress in front of my in-laws. I merely took one from your pack on my way out. Yang Fuzhen despondently lowered her head, burying her little face in her knees. Realizing he was displeased and fearing further annoyance, she pitifully remarked, The taste of smoke is utterly unpleasant. It stings my eyes and brings forth my tears. I cannot fathom why you enjoy smoking. Husband, who is that foreigner? Why do you refuse to smile at me, yet beam at her? Do you realize that witnessing you smile at another woman feels akin to being lashed with a whip upon my chest? This was her first encounter with smoking, and likely her last. She recalled during her university days, Liang Mingzhang, a longtime smoker, had tried to curb his habit at her behest, concerned for his health. She clung to him to such an extent that she desired all of him. Whenever he smoked, she would request he blow the smoke into her mouth. It was harsh, yet she relished that near-asphyxiating sensation, feeling warmth, safety, and exhilaration. Are you unwell again? Just days ago, you instructed me not to assist other women with their luggage. And today you tell me not to smile at them. Will you soon forbid me from speaking to any other women as well? Everything is overlapping, all of it. She had gazed at him in such a manner in her previous life, much like how a farmer watched over the melons in his field. Today, she had her friend Joanna to stand up for her. Otherwise, if it were her former self, she could have easily yanked Joanna's hair out. Do you wish to be punished elsewhere? Should I catch you smoking again? I shall not spare you. How could you not spare me? I adore it when my husband does not let me off easily. Yang Fuzhen chuklet, her spirits suddenly lifting. If you let me off, I would tremble with fear. I know you detest women who smoke. I shall never touch it again. If I desire to smoke, I shall do so from the lips of my husband. Liang Mingzhang certainly had not lost his memories of those sweet moments. On the contrary, his recollections were painfully vivid, rendering those memories particularly tormenting. On the day of his discharge, Yang Fuzhen, who had remained by his side throughout his hospital stay, had visibly lost weight. However, Liang's mother appeared radiant and evidently on the mend. As they sat in the car, Liang's father finally noticed that his son had changed vehicles again. This time, it was not the previous stretch Lincoln nor the Porsche Cayenne, but a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Exhausted, Yang Fuzhen, having tirelessly cared for him day and night, soon fell asleep against Liang Mingzhang's shoulder as they drove away. Initially, she nestled against him, but then she slid directly into his embrace. Liang Mingzhang remained still, neither embracing her nor waking her, until that familiar little body, radiating her unique warmth, nestled against him. They were so close, their breaths entwined. Liang Mingzhang inhaled deeply, attempting to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, and ultimately extended his arms to hold her. She remained undisturbed, oblivious to her own indiscretion. Perhaps it was of no concern. She would neither mock him nor taunt him for his nostalgia, nor use it as leverage against him. Liang Mingzhang's complexion turned pale as he became ensnared in a myriad of memories from his past life. Distancing himself from her, he was tormented by longing and desire. Approaching her, he was consumed by reminiscence and pain. He gazed at the scar on his wrist as if it were splitting open, revealing stark white bone. He averted his gaze, striving to regulate his breathing, lest his parents perceive any hint of distress. Upon arriving home, Liang's mother wore a broad smile. What could bring a mother more joy and peace than a harmonious family? Little Jeanne has fallen asleep. Carry her back, she instructed. Do not wake her. She has been utterly fatigued from her time in the hospital. Despite having caregivers, she insisted on doing everything herself. Let her rest. Liang Mingzhang's arm slipped beneath her knees, lifting her effortlessly. In her deep slumber, he bestowed upon her the embrace of a prince. It was a moment he had granted her. Until the instant Yang Fuzhen was placed onto the bed, the gentle jolt stirred her awake. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Liang Mingzhang, leaning closely, his breath brushing against her nostrils. He was momentarily flustered, wishing to escape. But Yang Fuzhen denied him that opportunity, swiftly wrapping her arms around his neck. In the next moment, she reversed their positions, pinning him beneath her as she straddled his waist, gazing down at him and marveling at the creator's exquisite handiwork. Liang Mingzhang, did you just hold me? Liang Mingzhang, pinned by her, could easily push her away but found himself helplessly reminiscent of his past life. He remained immobile, allowing her to scrutinize him with unabashed greed. He did not resist. He did not respond. But I just fell asleep and did not feel your embrace. Could you hold me once more? Yang Fuzhen sensed his momentary yielding. They had shared a bed for a significant part of their previous lives, and she was keenly attuned to his subtle shifts. Husband, I love you. Liang Mingzhang, I love you. I desire you. She reached to unfasten the buttons of his shirt, but he seized her wrist firmly. Yang Fuzhen, I recall I have work. His mind was in disarray, his heart equally tumultuous. He had been enduring the lashes of fate without struggle. Yet he understood this was not how it should be. Thus, he pushed her away, awkwardly and hastily. Vacating the bedroom, he lit a cigarette and retreated to the balcony where the wind blew, yearning to quell the fire igniting within him. He had abandoned Yang Fuzhen in the bedroom, akin to discarding a failed seductress. The humiliation dawned upon him belatedly, yet sweetness followed closely behind. He caressed the spot where she had leaned against him, longing for the remnants of his scent. Climbing down from the bed, He dispelled his feelings of grievance and ventured to the study to find her, discovering the study empty. He searched through each room until he spotted her silhouette at the window in the golden dusk. Despite his spirited demeanor in this life, she still felt solitary and pained. Perhaps love is a constant sense of indebtedness. To adore someone is to embrace them unconditionally and feel inexplicable sorrow. Husband, when you carried me back just now, did you steal a kiss? Not only that, but when she sat upon his waist, she distinctly felt something hard beneath her. His lips may have resisted her, yet his body still craved her. His primal physical response was invariably more honest. As Liang Mingzhang turned, he instinctively extinguished the cigarette. A muscle memory ingrained from his previous life after marriage, wishing to shield her from secondhand smoke. Chapter 39. Extortion. Liang's mother's health was gradually improving, and she insisted on returning home. Concerned for her grandson, she wishes to return home early to assist her daughter with childcare. Xiaozhen, she says. Mingzhang has that troublesome temperament, stubborn and reticent. Please be more tolerant of him. I appreciate your understanding. As they accompany the elders to the airport, Mother Liang reluctantly clasps her daughter-in-law's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though he may not express much, his heart is as clear as glass. He knows who treats him well and who does not. Your kindness does not go unnoticed by me, dear. Many daughters-in-law harbor jealousy when their mothers-in-law care for their siblings, creating discord within the household. Unlike them, you neither covet family wealth nor resent my support for our daughter. You willingly offer to assist both my daughters. Yang Fuzhen is well aware of this discerning partner. In the twilight, his rigid demeanor often reveals more than his heart, which recognizes itself before his body does. Mother, this is simply my duty. I harbor no unwarranted possessiveness over your resources or energy. It is only natural for parents to assist the more vulnerable child among many. To what extent must one be selfish to assume a mother-in-law must serve her? If one cannot bear to burden their husband, must they then exploit the mother-in-law? A fellow woman? As Yang Fuzhen speaks, her gaze flits towards Liang Mingzhang, brimming with charm. I am different. I will not make things difficult for my mother-in-law. Instead, I shall squeeze my husband dry. Liang Mingzhang can hardly endure this. The bustling airport is filled with people, all ears, likely interpreting her words in a different light. Indeed, husbands must be utilized. If you do not, others will. Mother-in-law whispers to her, and they share secrets. Make good use of him. Do not always feel sorry for him. If you do not rely on him, he may become discontented. Men are all like that. After bidding farewell to her in-laws, Yang Fuzhen feels a pang of sadness, regretting her previous pettiness that strained her relationship with them. Sitting in the car homeward bound, she grapples with the impending separation from her husband once again, feeling a wave of discomfort. Her plan to entice him was nearly successful, just a step away from fruition. Alas, at the last moment she faltered. Husband, please go directly to the company. No need to drop me off. Just let me out at the next intersection. I can take the subway home by myself. Do not let it interfere with your work. Am I merely a tool for profit in the Yang family? It's work? Work all the time. Liang Mingzhang notices her gloomy demeanor but maintains his composure. He had envisioned a different scenario, one where he would accompany her as he used to. In the past, he would have gladly spent time with her, sharing afternoon tea or watching a film together. Their company had recently released a movie that resonated deeply with societal issues and garnered significant box office success. Yet, her newfound decorum left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Clearing his throat, he sought to lighten the mood. My mother was here for medical treatment, and regardless of the circumstances, you have worked hard. Recognizing her somber expression, he abandoned his previous tactics. Since the company is not busy at the moment, if you wish to do something, I have a few hours to spare. With her parents gone, they could finally revel in their coupledom once more. Liang Mingzhang even contemplated using his mother-in-law's impending return as an excuse to avoid moving to another bedroom. Though lying beside her, his heart was filled with a sense of emptiness upon waking, yet he still entertained the thought. Like in his previous life, he knew this was not the right path, yet he was still willing to tread it. Before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Fuzhen's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she immediately answered, Sun Dongsheng. Yes, all right. Without sparing him a glance, she instructed the driver to stop. As she exited the car, she hurried away. The driver, bewildered, glanced at Liang Mingzhang through the rearview mirror. Mr. Liang, shall we follow her? Yes, Liang Mingzhang replied, watching his wife as he flagged down a taxi. Turning down another street. In the vehicle, his mind was a blank, his spine rigid, his body frozen in place. It was not until they approached a traffic light and the driver accelerated that reality jolted him back. Liang Mingzhang leaned back, feeling utterly drained, as if all his strength had been sapped. No need to follow her. Let us return to the company. In the past, he could tackle even the most challenging business deals with ease, but now he felt like a mere shell of himself, utterly spent. In this life and the next, he would ultimately succumb to her. Thus, on the way to the company, Liang Mingzhang dialed Yuan Luqing. Yuan, I wish to file for divorce. Meanwhile, Yang Fuzhen arrived at the outskirts of Haicheng, beside an abandoned factory. Spotting Sun Dongsheng, she immediately shouted, Sun Dongsheng, how dare you? Sun Dongsheng was well aware of her fierce nature. During their college days, she had once taken on 5 adversaries to defend Liang Mingzhang against ridicule. Her words were as unrestrained as her spirit, devoid of any semblance of a refined upbringing. If she were wealthy, why should she live cautiously and self-restrained? She did possess a gentle side, but it was reserved solely for Liang Mingzhang. Why are you so worked up, Jingmei? Sun Dongsheng recalled that it had been months since their last encounter. Though she had given him $1 million before, such money could scarcely last. Money is hard to earn, but easy to spend. You know this well. Since we last parted, I have kept my promise not to disturb you. But now, dear sister, I face difficulties. You cannot just stand by and watch me suffer. Yet today, Yang Fuzhen bore little resemblance to the one who had feigned betrayal for his sake. That day, she had been lost and overwhelmed, like a fawn wandering into a dense forest. Today, however, she resembled a firecracker, reminiscent of her once dominant self from their early days in school. Sun Dongsheng, mind your language. That was a confidentiality fee, not a breakup fee. I have never dated anyone else. If Mingzhang misunderstands, I will have no choice but to confront him. Perhaps this was poetic justice. In her previous life, she had desperately sought to instigate misunderstandings, accumulating too many sins. In this life, she fought fervently to prove her innocence and repay her past debts. Yingmei, do not be so heartless. Though I pursued you relentlessly back in school, you always ignored me, but we shared a bond as classmates. Sun Dongsheng reminisced about competing in a singing contest during college. At that time, Yang Fuzhen went to watch the performance. Although she was accompanied by her boyfriend, he narcissistically believed that she attended out of admiration for him. If it were merely a date, why not choose another venue? Wealthy individuals can travel the globe. Is it beyond their means to visit a desert or ski on snowy slopes? Now, he had been rendered a level 1 disabled person, with medical documentation to prove it. Finding a wife seemed increasingly improbable. If he did not seek other pleasures, how could he continue to live? If you disregard me, then I shall have no choice but to turn to him. I don't ask for much. Just give me 5 million more. After all, you are so affluent, and the bonuses you distribute to your subordinates exceed 5 million. Am I to be considered less than a mere servant? Sun Dongsheng, with an air of indignation, thought resentfully that if he hadn't been rendered a eunuch, he wouldn't even covet that 5 million. What woman could he not find? He could still indulge in the pleasures of life. Chapter 40, The Departure. He recalled participating in a campus singing competition, where he performed The Broken Bridge and The Remaining Snow, triumphing and securing first place. Even after graduation, he formed a band with friends. Though they never reached the pinnacle of fame, they gained a modest reputation within the industry. Alas, he regretted his failure to secure Yang Fuzhen for himself. Had he succeeded in winning her over, she would have invested in him, and he would not be the obscure karaoke singer he was now. He would have been a star. Do you know how miserable I am now? As a man, I have lost my most cherished possession. The prospect of having children is utterly impossible. If I do not seek your assistance in resolving my retirement issues, what am I to do? I am at the brink of despair, and I speak sincerely, not in jest. Before I die, I will ensure that Liang Mingzhang is eliminated, and I will turn myself in afterward. Justice must be served. Rest assured, I will not allow him to escape his debts. I will procure an assassin. Procure explosives to target the Yang family group, and find some scoundrel who has done time to ambush him on his route, driving him to his demise. A man stripped of wealth, women, and descendants has nothing left to lose. The intent to harm cannot be concealed. On the phone, Sun Dongsheng spoke of reporting Liang Mingzhang for tax evasion. No matter how upright he may be, can anyone truly go through life without error? Sun Dongsheng planned to wage a war of attrition, reporting him repeatedly over the years. As long as there was the slightest hint of collusion between him and corrupt officials or any affiliation with organized crime, he would see Liang Mingzhang imprisoned. Thus, Yang Fuzhen hurried over to discuss matters face to face. Sun Dongsheng, you are injured, and I sympathize with you. Although your actions were misguided, I was the one who orchestrated this charade. Had you truly forced me, I would not be concerned for you today. My husband has just been recognized as a patriotic entrepreneur. Do you think such accolades are easily obtained or handed out? Your reports will be futile. However, since we were once classmates, do not make this irreversible. Regardless of the circumstances, do not disturb Mingzhang. This is all my fault. I have already troubled him enough. So please do not add to his distress. Yang Fuzhen was genuinely frightened. A madman devoid of vulnerabilities, concerns, or morals could not be expected to act rationally or adhere to the law. Even if Sun Dongsheng had a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming a lawless fiend, she could not bear the slightest possibility of losing her husband. Sun Dongsheng, I love him. There can never be anything between us. You should have given up on that notion long ago. Back in school, I never engaged in flirtation with you, nor did I hint at anything to anyone else. You all approach me purely because of my beauty and wealth, not the other way around. I will never separate from my husband. Whoever causes him harm will pay dearly. Yang Fuzhen could engage with him, but not to be extorted or coerced. She needed to lay her cards on the table, making it clear that she was not to be trifled with. She could not allow her husband to suffer the fate of suicide in a past life and perish at his hands in this one. Therefore, if money could avert disaster, she was willing to take a step back. Sun Dongsheng, you know my temperament. If you use me as leverage, I will fight you to the bitter end. We can perish together, but with my vulnerabilities in your hands, I admit I care for him and cannot tolerate any possibility of harm coming to him. Then, Yang Fuzhen retrieved a bank card from her bag. She did not immediately hand it over, but instead held it between her fingers. Here is 1,500,000. If you want it, take it. If not, we will fight to the end. Do not try to haggle with me. Are you so picky about a meal when you are starving? You have no worries, and I've already faced death once. I am not easily intimidated. Even with a scar as large as a bowl on my head, I am still a formidable person 20 years later. If you accept this money now, not only will you never disturb us again, but there will be no future attempts at extortion. You know that when you mention our past as classmates, it's merely a pretext to shield him from harm. Upon seeing the bank card, Sun Dongsheng's eyes gleamed with the hunger of a wolf. He yearned to snatch it away, but understood the difference between a fleeting feast and a sustained banquet. Fine, I will take this money for my medical treatment. If I recover and regain the will to live, I shall not intrude upon you two again. Who, with a warm home filled with a wife and children, dwells on another man's wife? Not everyone is a Chowmanda. Yet he could not comprehend what Yang Fuzhen meant by having died once. In his memory, she had not undergone any surgeries nor been involved in any accidents. However, if she had indeed died once, should she not cherish life even more? Perhaps Liang Mingzhang was deemed more precious than her own life. Yang Fuzhen felt she had resolved a significant issue, but returned home still shaken. Fortunately, there had been no confrontation. Had she truly provoked him, they would have faced mutual destruction, and she would never see him again in this life. Upon arriving home, she saw her husband, Liang Mingzhang, leaving with a suitcase. Initially, Yang Fuzhen did not comprehend the situation, but quickly grasped the reality. She watched as the housekeeper loaded his belongings into the open trunk of a sports car on the lawn. She seized the handle of his suitcase. Let go. His tone was cold and calm, devoid of any emotion. Mingzhang, are you moving out? Was he truly leaving her? Now that I am well, I have no reason to stay. Liang Mingzhang did not argue with her. He merely signaled to the housekeeper. Miss, I apologize. The housekeeper snatched the suitcase from her grasp and loaded it into the vehicle, as Yang Fuzhen clung tightly to the handle, fearing that releasing it would cause their connection, like sand slipping through her fingers, to vanish. The housekeeper nearly knocked her off balance while taking the suitcase. So, I am merely the Liang family's free caretaker? She had thought her tears had dried up, yet they cascaded down her cheeks in despair. If you think so, then so be it. At this moment, Liang Mingzhang resembled a machine, too rigid, almost sinister. Mingzhang, please don't go. Can we talk just a little longer? Yang Fuzhen received no solace, hastily wiping away her tears. She blocked his path before he could leave, unsure if she was trying to placate him or herself, perhaps attempting to mend the fragile state of their marriage. It's all right. Being a free caretaker is acceptable. As long as I can assist you, I will always find joy in it. How about this? You can continue to regard me as your free nanny in an ATM. I am indifferent to it. The stereotypes people hold are indeed difficult to alter. Perhaps, in her eyes, it is deeply ingrained that he is merely coveting her familial background. Had it been in a past life, he would have fervently explained himself, asserting that if you think this way, I am powerless to change your mind. Yet, he would never have uttered such dismissive, hurtful words to her. Now, he simply states, you wish I would see you as a free source of pleasure. But I'm afraid I've grown weary of that. Yang Fuzhen stood frozen, watching his retreating figure, only to awaken, as if from a dream. She hastily ran after him, calling out, Mingzhang, did you not say that this villa is now yours? If you truly despise me, you can stay, and I will leave. No need, he replied. You are quite self-aware. My mother's surgery is over, and I no longer require your connections to reach the doctors. You are of no use to me now. You should have the decency to leave immediately. Liang Mingzhang did not pause, heading straight for his car. Your mother will return shortly from abroad. Are you planning to move out and then face her? I have no patience for dealing with a woman in her menopausal phase. If I let you move out with her, and she throws a fit later, I fear it would sully my own eyes. Just like in the past life. My mother-in-law was always keen on finding a suitable match for her daughter, whether they were dating or had publicly declared their relationship. Even after marriage, she still harbored hopes of her daughter remarrying for a better match. If I do not leave now, shall I wait for my mother-in-law to incite her daughter, thereby inviting infidelity upon myself? After Liang Mingzhang departed, he sat in his car, staring blankly at the Rolex on his wrist for an extended period. He was not concerned with the time. Rather, in his state of confusion, he sought something to occupy his mind. It felt as if the symptoms of his past life were re-emerging, which filled him with unease. In the throes of immense disappointment, one tends to either appear excessively busy or wander in endless uncertainty. The driver, stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror, noticed him staring at a specific spot for too long and feared that something might be amiss with the president. Thus, he attempted to break the silence. "Mr. Liang, we've arrived. Are you all right? Would you like me to take you to the hospital? Or perhaps call your wife?" "Call whom?" "I initiated the divorce," he replied. The driver, who should have been observant and well-informed, seemed oblivious to the situation. "What is wrong with me? I have wealth, a healthy body, and a family that is well. I am surrounded by beautiful women in the entertainment industry." Liang Mingzhang recounted his advantages, yet was unable to ignore the sharp pain that suddenly pierced his forehead. He closed his eyes, pressing his thumb against his brow, attempting to alleviate this unexpected discomfort. The driver, of course, was aware that the president had just submitted his divorce application and had moved out of his luxurious residence. However, seeing Liang Mingzhang's pale complexion and despondent demeanor made it seem as though he was the one being abandoned. Upon exiting the car, which the driver had opened for him, Liang Mingzhang steadied himself against the vehicle. It felt as though he were walking on cotton, his footing lacking stability. This villa was quite distant from the one Yang Fuzhen inhabited, yet he still felt little sense of peace. The driver, not hurrying to leave after his shift, lingered on the lawn of the villa for a while longer. Still uneasy about Liang Mingzhang, he decided to call Yang Fuzhen. He had not waited long in the car when he saw the president emerge once more. Liang Mingzhang was perplexed about when he had developed the peculiar habit of being particular about his sleeping arrangements. After bathing, he lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Deciding not to torment himself any longer, he rose to enjoy the moonlight in the yard, spotting the gardener watering the plants. He took the hose from him. The hose was quite good, resembling a snake. The gardener looked at his employer with confusion. Liang Mingzhang usually worked tirelessly, leaving no time to attend to household matters. "Mr. Liang, let the workers handle these menial tasks. Your hands are meant for business negotiations and signing contracts. They are not suited for such labor. Please get some rest. You need to work tomorrow." Once again, that same phrase. That woman always seemed to have it on her lips, and he had previously retorted, though the gardener did not understand why the president had suddenly moved into this long-abandoned residence. Upon receiving notice, he and his colleagues had tidied it up. Time was tight, and the tasks were daunting. They had worked late into the night to prepare the garden. Such chores could be left for daylight. There was no need for overtime. "I'm a capitalist, but I will not forget my origins, nor will I treat people as mere beasts of burden." Despite the workers at the Liang residence being paid above market rates, he did not contend for the hose, but instead called Yuan Luching. "Yuan, are you interested in some entertainment?" Yuan Luching, a single man, would presumably be open to it. However, even if he had a girlfriend, it would not prevent him from frequenting such establishments, as he was inherently frivolous, a notorious playboy. "Mr. Liang," Yuan Luching mumbled, groggy from sleep. He recalled the time and thought his boss wouldn't have woken him up at such an hour unless he had not slept at all. If not for glancing at the clock, he would have thought his alarm was about to ring, signaling the start of the workday. "What kind of fun are you seeking? Wait, why would you look for me for amusement? I mean, you don't need to go to the club. The models there are indeed distinctive and quite attractive, but compared to the stars in the entertainment industry, they fall significantly short." Once he was more alert, he continued, "You have a media company with a plethora of beautiful women, including several trainees and top-tier talents. I can imagine that you must have had numerous stunning subordinates who have overtly or covertly expressed a desire to be favored by you. You need not exert any pressure, just a wave of your hand, and those beauties from the entertainment circles would line up to offer themselves. Of course, if Mr. Liang enjoyed the thrill of coercive romance, he could always disregard those who showered him with kindness and conquer the frigid high and mighty flowers of the elite. Enough of this nonsense. Liang Mingzhang pinched the bridge of his nose. With a good friend, he need not be courteous, directly enlisting his help without compensation. I have never coerced anyone. As for those who have offered themselves, they have indeed never ceased, and there are many. However, I have turned a blind eye to it all. neither encouraging nor discouraging. Brother Liang, are you unable to perform? Yuan Luqing, still sleepy-eyed and with disheveled hair, voiced a lingering doubt that had weighed on his mind. Why? After being married for so many years, do you still have no children? Why? With so many temptations around you, each one a first-rate beauty, can you remain unmoved? Have you mastered the art of emotional detachment? It is not that I look down upon those models. Their beauty-enhanced videos online do indeed possess an alluring ambience. However, when meeting in person, many fall short of expectations. Stripped of their filters, some are only marginally more attractive than the average person, while others appear ghastly. Makeup cannot save them. Yet stars are different. Even without makeup, they possess exceptional beauty. Moreover, many stars look even more captivating in reality than on screen. In fact, when a star stands alongside an internet celebrity, the latter appears utterly diminished. Rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Liang Mingzhang was at a loss for how to address this subject. In his past life, he had desired a son, but Yang Fuzhen had refused to conceive. In this life, however, Yang Fuzhen was eager to bear children. Yet he found himself reluctant. I understand that the world of adults is not so simple. Yuan Luqing, catching on, provided him with an address, understanding the nuances well. This is my paradise. I will first make the necessary arrangements so that when Mr. Liang arrives, he can indulge himself directly. After hanging up the phone, Liang Mingzhang instructed his driver to head towards the designated address. Upon entering, he was greeted by a line of waitstaff who had been informed in advance. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle as they collectively exclaimed, "Welcome, Mr. Liang." Today, the establishment was graced by a notable guest, and everyone was on high alert. Not only were the young models, boasting millions of fans, eager to impress, but the waitstaff also hoped to earn a generous tip. Should this formidable figure, known for shaking the very foundations of Haicheng with a mere stomp, cast a glance in their direction, it would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation for a considerable time. Why such extravagance? Liang Mingzhang thought, feeling a twinge of regret upon seeing Yuan Luqing. He had merely sought a quiet little eatery for a casual drink before retreating to sleep. Instead, he found himself in what felt like a palace, with himself as the emperor, adored by all. This was not my design. I only mentioned that Mr. Liang would stop by for a moment, and they spontaneously orchestrated this spectacle, Yuan Luqing remarked, raising 3 fingers as if to swear an oath. I had no idea Mr. Liang intended for an incognito visit. However, it is delightful to see you no longer burdening yourself by guarding the virtue of that willful young lady. What are your plans for today? A proper celebration of your impending bachelorhood, or perhaps a selection of a bride? Chapter 42, Seeking Amusement. Liang Mingzhang was at a loss for words. In the past, he had adhered to the principles of masculinity for Yang Fuzhen without feeling any distress. It was as effortless as breathing, a part of his daily existence. Where did the notion of suffering originate? Yet, he did not wish to remain as aimless as in his previous life. So he refrained from establishing an image of a devoted husband and family man. However, was Mr. Liang celebrating a tad prematurely? Our divorce proceedings have only just been submitted. Whether we can prevail remains uncertain. Yuan Luqing, wishing to avoid dampening the mood, withheld further reminders. If that young lady insisted on not divorcing, it would be challenging to secure a ruling in the first instance, especially considering her considerable financial and human resources, capable of hiring a top-tier divorce attorney to engage in a legal battle against him. It could very well extend into a second trial. Yet it mattered little. If she chose to delay, it was she who would ultimately age unfavorably. Men only grow more alluring with age, particularly after crossing the threshold of 40, which marks the zenith of male charm. Women, on the other hand, begin to decline after 35, their physical vitality wanes, and even with cosmetic enhancements, their appearance cannot rival that of youthful maidens. If she wishes to prolong this, let us see who truly bears the burden. Should she seek a second marriage? Unwilling to lower her standards, she would find those of equal wealth inclined to seek out 18-year-olds. Unless she diminishes her own worth, settling for someone of lesser lineage. I came out specifically to avoid discussing her, Liang Mingzhang thought, his previously settled mind now in disarray once more. He couldn't help but wonder how she would behave on the day of the hearing. Would she still be as reluctant to part ways? How would she attempt to retain him? Or perhaps, during the wait for the court date, she would meet a new young suitor, abandoning her efforts to reconcile and opting instead for a swift divorce. Very well, I suppose it's my fault, he mused. Yuan Luqing, smiling, forged ahead, guiding him inside. After just a few steps, they encountered Zhou Jiuchong, the club's owner, approaching them. A grand welcome for a distinguished guest. I had a feeling that the arrival of the magpie this morning heralded good fortune. Zhou Jiuchong beamed with a mixture of flattery and a hint of streetwise charm. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Please forgive my lack of decorum. Once we reach the private room, I shall drink 3 cups in penance. Liang Mingzhang, who had previously spent his time either managing company affairs or being affectionate with his wife, had little interaction with Zhou Jiuchang, though he was familiar with his name. As an outsider who had risen from nothing in Haicheng, he had carved out a niche for himself and was doing quite well. Mr. Zhou, you flatter me excessively. We are all business people here. We must continue to support one another, Liang Mingzhang replied as they entered the spacious, brightly lit private room, devoid of dazzling strobe lights. Instead, soft lighting created an atmosphere of opulent grandeur. Your kind words leave me at a loss. Truly humbling, Zhou Jiuchang said, rubbing his hands together as he invited Liang Mingzhang to take the seat of honor. I merely dabble in minor enterprises to make a living, compared to Mr. Liang's vast empire. I am but a small workshop. I have known Lawyer Yuan for quite some time. He often stops by for a drink. But I never imagined that one day, such a revered figure as yourself would grace my humble establishment. Your presence has elevated this place immensely. Zhou Jiuchang was genuinely delighted, his smile wider than ever. The value Liang Mingzhang brought with him far exceeded any economic worth. Henceforth, Zhou Jiuchang would finally be able to sit at the table within Haicheng's financial circles, engaging in discussions with his peers. You've put me in quite the position. I must spend tens of thousands today, or I shan't be able to leave, Liang Mingzhang joked lightly. Zhou Jiuchang, however, was thoroughly earnest. Mr. Liang, today's expenditures and drinks are on me. Please do not contest this. If you regard me, a mere wanderer in this realm, today, indulge freely, and I shall keep a tab for you. Fear not, for I will not become a rogue demanding repayment. Your esteemed presence here today means I shall forever owe you this favor in Haicheng. Liang Mingzhang had full faith in Zhou Jiuchang's integrity. In the end, it was character and culture that defined one's achievements. If Zhou Jiuchang were to flaunt their camaraderie, he would not have reached such heights. You make it sound as if I am here to dine on the house, Liang Mingzhang remarked. Zhou Jiuchang, skilled in reading expressions, noted Liang Mingzhang's contentment and felt free to proceed with the arrangements. Mr. Liang, please feel free as our guest. I didn't arrive early at the entrance because I did not receive the news late. Rather, I was busy arranging for some lovely companions. While Zhou Jiuchang spoke with his new ally, he did not neglect Yuan Luqing, ensuring that a server promptly brought forth the wine he adored. He was grateful to this old friend for introducing him to such a remarkable guest. As everyone awaited Liang Mingzhang's approval, he realized that since he had come out to enjoy himself, there was no reason to hesitate. He readily agreed. It was then that he noticed the sound of a violin in the corner, where a seemingly unassuming young woman stood, her beauty striking and captivating. Zhou Jiuchang quickly brought her over, instructing her with a smile, "Introduce yourself." The young lady approached Liang Mingzhang, exhibiting no trace of shyness, yet lacking any overt seduction. She was as refreshing as a cup of strong tea. "Hello, Mr. Liang. My name is Yiming. I primarily work in the internet sector, creating videos and sharing fashion insights. I have opened my own online store, selling some light luxury clothing and accessories, just enough to support myself." Liang Mingzhang glanced up at her. Tonight, she wore no makeup yet was undeniably striking. Innocent yet alluring, her youthful face contrasted with a curvaceous figure. Most importantly, she was a natural beauty, devoid of any cosmetic alterations, not even the slightest touch-up. Liang Mingzhang remained silent, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. Yiming stepped forward, kneeling beside him, gazing up with eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, resembling a gentle lamb. He retrieved a lighter from his pocket and lit a cigarette for Liang Mingzhang. "Our esteemed Miss Yi is exceedingly modest. She boasts a staggering 2 million followers on just one short video app." Zhou Jiuchang continually monitored the situation, occasionally glancing over with a sly expression. Unlike those store review bloggers who shamelessly beg for free meals with merely 2 followers, she graduated from a prestigious 985 university in Haicheng and has been a prodigy since childhood, skipping grades and starting her own business during university. Now, freshly graduated, she has amassed quite a sum of capital. More importantly, she has never experienced love. She comes to spend time with me merely because my wife had some business dealings with her during her school days. Liang Mingzhang, listening to his extravagant praises of this woman, who was portrayed as a cold and noble virgin and an intellectual beauty, remained utterly skeptical. Who knows if this is merely a persona crafted for tonight? After all, many of the personalities in his entertainment company are fabricated, vastly differing from their true selves. He had no interest in watching the seductive videos this internet celebrity produced. He simply inquired, "What do you desire?" Chapter 43. A Shared Abode. "I desire nothing." Yiming remained on her knees beside him. "I find that answer unsatisfactory." Liang Mingzhang exhaled a ring of smoke toward her face, then pinched her chin, Nothing at all? Is your attentiveness driven by affection? Don't tell me you've harbored feelings for me in silence. Having endured the trials of love for 2 lifetimes, he was wary of being bitten by the same snake twice. He would not repeat past mistakes. He understood women of her caliber, akin to Gao Xiaofeng, would not flaunt their superficial charms but rather masquerade under the guise of love, first as a confidant and then as a lover. I'm sorry. Yiming felt his grip tighten painfully around her chin, instinctively wanting to pull away, yet she remained composed, not even tilting her head. I wish to enter the entertainment industry. Even though her business was thriving, mere numbers would not suffice without acting skills to become a sensation with 208K followers. That's the right mindset. Leave romance aside. It can be perilous. Discussing money is far more advantageous, for I possess an abundance of it. Liang Mingzhang released her, unfastened his watch, and tossed it into the corner. Retrieve it. Crawl over. Without hesitation or a trace of humiliation. Yiming turned around and crawled to the corner in front of the room full of dignitaries and colleagues, picking up the watch. She returned to his side, delicately placing the shattered watch back on his wrist. Rise. You've shown your awareness. If you display any signs of gallantry, not only will I not take you away, but my interest will also vanish entirely. Liang Mingzhang was quite pleased with the gift Zhou Jiuchang had provided. It was neither flamboyant nor sycophantic, neither provocative nor theatrical. This relieved Zhou Jiuchang as well. He had prepared a plan B and several backups, but it seemed unnecessary to showcase them one by one. However, fearing that the women he had sheltered might miss this opportunity for selection and later lament to him, he took a risk and suggested, our girls haven't seen much of the world. They've only read about President Liang in the newspapers. Now that they can see him in person, they all wish to catch a glimpse of your grandeur. Could we perhaps allow them in to sit for a moment, just to have a platter of fruit before they leave? They would never intrude upon you. Zhou Jiuchang had already discerned that this wealthy patron preferred tranquility. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but marvel internally at the benefits of being strictly managed by his wife. Just a hint of flirtation and low immunity made it easy to captivate him. If he were a seasoned suitor, the threshold would be higher. Such simplicity would hardly satiate his appetite. Hadn't he stated that guests should follow the hostess' lead? Liang Mingzhang had no objections, especially given the tone of the 2 men. Yuan Luqing frequently visited this establishment and today had not arranged for any alluring companions. He certainly could not afford to neglect him. As the door to the private room opened, a dozen young women streamed in, and fortunately, the space was ample. The number was not Zhou Jiuchang's limit, but rather the result of meticulous selection through various rounds of screening. Yiming, seated beside Liang Mingzhang, maintained decorum. Yet her expression soured. What does Zhou mean by this? President Liang has already agreed to take me away, yet he allows so many women to enter. Is he attempting to sabotage my prospects or steal my opportunity? What if Liang Ge becomes enamored with another beauty and I lose my chance? Her murmurs were perfectly pitched, audible to Liang Mingzhang, yet discreet enough not to disturb others. It was unexpected to see such possessiveness in her. However, she should refrain from addressing him as brother. Their relationship was far from such familiarity. Liang Mingzhang recognized that she was merely lamenting her plight to herself and decided to tease her. What if I take another with me? Wouldn't you enjoy a shared experience? This time, Yiming finally bit her lip, losing her earlier composure. She fell silent, prompting Liang Mingzhang to encourage her to speak. Go on. If it's a silver party, would you be willing to attend? Yiming appeared to be forcing herself to make a decision, fearing that a moment's hesitation might cost her the opportunity to transcend her current social status. She nodded. I would be willing, President Liang. Yet, she recalled that she had researched this Liang. He was not known for his flamboyance. He had thrived in the business world for years without scandal, holding traditional values and not deriving pleasure from tormenting women. Could it be that the more restrained a man appeared, the more indulgent he was behind closed doors? Your ambition is indeed commendable, Liang Mingzhang remarked, as he had anticipated. Observing her attire today, seemingly casual yet meticulously planned, reflected her cunning. The simple jeans accentuated her curves, while a plain white t-shirt crafted an aura of innocence reminiscent of a first love. Are you concerned I might be stolen away? You seem quite confident. This tactic, is it a retreat to advance? Yiming's jaw tightened as she softly replied. If I do not take you out, but provide you with excellent resources, would you prefer that? Liang Mingzhang mused. The beauties, whether standing or sitting, dared not approach him closely. Yet they made every effort to flaunt their allure within his line of sight, desperately seeking to amplify their presence. You all come here not only to catch a wealthy husband and accumulate primitive capital, but also to see what the renowned son-in-law of Haicheng looks like, don't you? Perhaps you've heard tales of my good looks, and come to see for yourselves. No, President Liang, we absolutely do not mean that. Several beauties hastily waved their hands, eager to clarify. It's just that we had the fortune to board the Liang family's cruise ship, which was particularly magnificent, and we were filled with admiration, so we wished to see the shipbuilder. Exactly. I had never heard that President Liang was a son-in-law. It's purely that the rumors in the circle have circulated so much that we wanted to see the real person. I'm here because I'm a fan. My idol is an artist under President Liang's company, so I wanted to see what kind of benefactor could cultivate Wang Ziyue so well. The young women spoke in a flurry, while Liang Mingzhang listened with a smile. This was the flattery and trepidation that wealth and power engendered. Zhou Jiuchang, observing his nonchalant demeanor, remained uneasy. Fearing that these well-trained younger sisters would not be easily swayed, I decided to take matters into my own hands, providing emotional value to the god of wealth. Mr. Liang, a hero, does not inquire about his origins, and nobles and commoners alike possess no inherent superiority, I mused. Before I could command the winds and rains in Haicheng, I too had endured hardship and perseverance. Yet today, sitting here with Mr. Liang over a drink, the struggles of yesteryears have transformed into the accolades of our present. Zhou Jiuchang had no intention of exploiting the situation. His visit today was merely a precursor to greater endeavors in the future. However, when it comes to business and friendships, a casual mention during critical moments could dissolve one's own predicaments, and that alone would suffice. Mr. Zhou need not take it to heart. I merely speak in jest, and you may take it as you will. If I truly harbored something within, I would not voice it so freely. Having absorbed enough of the ambience and the violin melodies, Liang Mingzhang prepared to escort Yiming out. As they crossed the threshold of the club, they spotted Yang Fuzhen standing by the greenery across the way. Chapter 44. Seeking Flowers and Questioning Willows. Liang Mingzhang quickly grasped the situation, casting a cold glance at the driver. You needn't drive. I shall take Missy back myself. The driver, having witnessed Mr. Liang's inebriated state, suppressed his concerns. Drenched in cold sweat, he was acutely aware that he should not report to the young lady. Yet Mr. Liang had indeed appeared quite unwell at the outset, looking almost ghostly, his complexion pallid, standing in silence for an extended period. You've come out, Yang Fuzhen exclaimed, skipping towards him. Initially, she had been alone, counting stars, but soon grew bored and began counting her own steps, 1 to 100 and back again, retracing her path countless times, uncertain of when he might emerge. Why had he sent the driver away? Was he planning something illicit with her? Yang Fuzhen tilted her head, inquiring. She had known the wait was interminable, but never thought to intrude, nor did she intend to leave. Yet, seeing him in the company of another woman, a bitter taste lingered on her tongue. The driver, a loyal servant of the Yang family, now worked under Mr. Liang's pay, and with the slightest stir, he felt compelled to report back. Liang Mingzhang observed her standing firm, refraining from causing a scene, unlike her former self. Had it been in a past life, she might have ignited the club in flames, swinging her arm to strike Zhou Jiuchang and tearing the garments off this female companion, tossing them into the street. Yet now, she stood there, seemingly transformed into a model of virtue and propriety. You've grown, he remarked. Yang Fuzhen understood his implication, responding with a nonchalant hum, feigning ignorance of his earlier mention of divorce. I fear I might disturb you. If I were to enter, wouldn't it disrupt your enjoyment? If your happiness lies elsewhere, then feel free to pursue your pleasures with other women. Her words stifled all his biting retorts, leaving him feeling as if he had struck a punch in his soft cotton. He missed the old, unruly, and tempestuous young lady. Do you not prefer my current gentleness, or rather the frail, sickly version of my past? She asked, batting her eyelashes, unable to restrain herself any longer. I want to interfere with your pursuits. However, might we reconsider the divorce? A harmonious marriage and a focus on family could enhance your public image. Abandoning a spouse would only erode the trust of some partners. And while I may not possess your prowess, I am capable in both social settings and domestic affairs. Bringing me to important events would reflect well upon you. As a spouse often fosters approachability, yielding greater results than solitary endeavors. I do not favor any version of you. Your lack of interference only reinforces the rationale for our separation. Indeed, whether he sought other women or not had no bearing on her. Yet it was she who endured the torment. Perhaps, should you accompany me to formal occasions, you might elevate my standing. The pampered daughter of nobility excels in the art of socializing, yet I have no need for that. If gratitude is due, it should be for the substantial legacy left by your family that permitted me to navigate the treacherous waters of entrepreneurship without having to rely on the whims of others. I seek neither the company of the powerful nor the approval of society. I simply desire to live freely. I do not require a partner to elevate my status. Rather, It is my presence that compels others to flatter and curry favor with whomever I choose to accompany me. Whether I attend with a partner or alone, I am formidable in my own right. Thus, maintaining this marriage serves no benefit for you and may very well hinder your progress. Yang Fuzhen seemed to muse. Summarizing his predicament, you would rather not have a stunning companion to bolster your image. Whether alone or with a Cinderella, you must rid yourself of me. Liang Mingzhang, unwilling to witness her despondency any longer, fearing he might falter, swiftly entered the vehicle. Noticing Yi Ming still dawdling, he snapped. What are you doing standing there like a statue? Can you not exhibit some awareness? Will you be able to perform in bed later? Or shall I find myself with a corpse beneath me? If I wanted a lifeless doll, why would I take you along? Yi Ming, once frozen in place, now hurriedly scrambled into the car after receiving Liang's scathing rebuke. Buckling her seatbelt in the passenger seat, she attempted to explain, I am not a statue. Although I have never been with a man, I have watched many films and will strive to satisfy you, Mr. Liang. Regarding your earlier question, I would willingly accompany you to bed, regardless of the resources available. I would be your loyal servant, ready to serve your every need. A man like Liang Mingzhang was a rare find. Even experiencing such a taste once in a lifetime would be sufficient for a woman to reminisce for years. Even without tangible benefits, countless beauties would flock to him. Here we go again. Have I not mentioned that I dislike your response? Liang Mingzhang preferred exchanges of benefits over emotional confessions. No need to feign innocence. Do you not wish to enter the entertainment industry? Then direct your talents where they are warranted. Show me your ambitions. The transaction of power and allure will only provide me with greater reassurance. Do not attempt to deceive me. Aside from honesty, you possess nothing to offer as a token of allegiance. Mr. Liang, I hesitated to enter the vehicle because I was concerned about your drinking and potential troubles with the law. I intended to offer my services as the driver. Yi Ming swallowed her words, revealing, I hesitated out of fear of disturbing your family harmony upon seeing your wife standing there. This was not the crux of the issue. What mattered was that even Mr. Liang himself was unaware of the longing in his gaze towards his wife. This sentimentality suggested that even if his mistress were to suffer grievous harm, he would not shield her. He felt a mix of desire and trepidation, frustrated that she could occupy such a position. If you are afraid, then you may leave now. To prevent her from exposing him on social media, he warned her with a tone of reprimand before starting the car. She was courting death, and he would accompany her on her reckless journey. As Yang Fuzhen saw the sports car barreling towards her, she did not flinch, nor did she harbor an ounce of fear. She simply closed her eyes, reflecting on her past life and this one. If the wheels were to roll over her, dying by his hand would not render her life in vain. Returning her life to him, would they then be free of their entanglements? Chapter 45, The Madman. At the very moment the car's headlights brushed against the hem of Yang Fuzhen's clothing, Liang Mingzhang, a master of driving, had already slammed on the brakes. Very well. Yang Fuzhen, you are indeed fearless, he mused. Yet, the inertia of the vehicle and the gust of air still knocked her to the ground. You wish to repay me? Let me inform you, it can never be settled. Madman, you think you can go crazy with me? My father is even more deranged than you. She warned, just wait. I will make you pay dearly. Liang Mingzhang conceded defeat. He spun the steering wheel, swiftly reversing and maneuvering around the fallen figure before speeding away. Yang Fuzhen emergit unstatet. Save for a scraped knee, it was far better than being crushed under the wheels or suffering broken limbs. Struggling to her feet, she gazed after him as he vanished down the long street, the echo of his earlier roar still ringing in her ears. I await your vengeance. You had best fulfill it in bed. If given a choice, she would have preferred him to triumph. Liang Mingzhang, upon reaching the main thoroughfare of the city, did not reduce his speed. Yi Ming, initially clutching the armrest with her eyes closed, dared not witness the rapidly retreating cityscape. As she sensed the sensation of walking in front while her spirit lingered behind, she could no longer suppress a scream. What kind of ghost is this? You haven't even begun to torment me, and you're already rehearsing? Liang Mingzhang gradually decelerated the car, feeling a release after that wild, exhilarating ride. Indeed, my apologies, Mr. Liang, for dampening your spirits. Yi Ming felt a mixture of anxiety and inferiority. She had long heard that the wealthy often harbored peculiarities. Some were inclined towards the world of letters. Others exhibited pedophilic tendencies, while some had peculiar eating habits. This Mr. Liang appeared rather unconventional. Of course, his wife did not seem entirely normal either. They were, after all, a rare pair of kindred spirits. Was she merely pretending to be an innocent little rabbit? Or was she truly a well-behaved girl? Liang Mingzhang, observing her pristine demeanor, began to believe Zhou Juchang's words. Perhaps this young woman was genuinely pure and untainted. As Zhou had described, a highly educated beauty. During her academic years, she was the top of her class, the envy of neighbors who referred to her as the ideal child. She scoffed at reckless youth and had never associated with unruly types. Have you been involved with Zhou Jiuchang? Yi Ming was taken aback by the bluntness of the seemingly icy and affluent Liang Mingzhang. Yet, her admiration led her to perceive this as a display of authenticity, devoid of pretension. Blushing, she shook her head. I am still a novice. My connection with Zhou Jiuchang arose when I was in my first year of university and my mother fell ill. I worked at a club, and he helped cover her medical expenses. Thus, I have always been grateful for his life-saving assistance and his protection. He ensured I was never taken advantage of by customers, even providing me with funds to start a business, treating me like a little sister. When he needs repayment, I cannot refuse. But it's not a burden. I would say we mutually benefit from our relationship. Introducing Liang Mingzhang to me was another favor he did for me. I see. You are not one to act without assurance, and you will not settle for anything less than a golden opportunity. How unsurprising. Like a tracks like. Liang Mingzhang arrived at the next intersection and pulled over, letting her out. Go on. There is no need to concern yourself with me. I have no interest in you. My promises remain unchanged. Report to my entertainment company tomorrow, and I will personally call the manager for you. It is true that you do not mind labor, but it is I who lack the desire to have you barter your body for a future. Do not waste your efforts on me. He was not responsible for addressing the issues of aging single women. Why, Mr. Liang? It is clear you do not reject me. If you favored those voluptuous vixens, you had no need to take me away from the private room where so many were in attendance. Yet at that moment, you did not even glance at those shameless hussies. Yi Ming was unceremoniously dropped off at the roadside, hugging her arms against the chill, trembling. She had once thought she could surpass his wife, only to realize she was merely a pawn in their playful game. I understand I'm getting older. If I want to find a quality man, I need to act sooner rather than later. I cannot remain aloof, waiting for a man to pursue me. I must take the initiative to capture a fine stallion. However, I have never viewed you as a mere tool. How could I dare to use someone as formidable as Mr. Liang and Haicheng? In truth, I do not feel compelled to marry. I would rather remain single for life than settle. I possess my own pride, and I would prefer to stay unmarried than to compromise. Moreover, if Mr. Liang favors those promiscuous types, I am not a naive flower either. I may appear pure in attire, but I could be scandalous without it. I have no interest in delving into your heartfelt confessions, nor do I seek a confidant to share my troubles with. That is a domestic issue not meant for public discussion. I have no desire to play the role of a father figure or engage in any nurturing relationships. Liang Mingzhang closed the car door, urging her to return home. Mr. Liang, I will change the aspects of myself that you find unappealing. Yi Ming attempted to chase after him, but Liang Mingzhang was utterly unyielding, pressing the accelerator and vanishing into the night. Her plea for an opportunity went unheard. Yet, she would not give up. Now that she had the chance to enter his entertainment company, how could she not seize the moment? Being abandoned along the way left her feeling increasingly aggrieved. She decided against taking a taxi and chose to walk back instead. The desolate outskirts were quite distant from the city center, yet she found no one to argue with as she walked, tears streaming down her face through the night. As dawn broke, Yang Fuzhen awoke to the commotion downstairs and instructed the maid to draw back the curtains. Guomin brought in warm water, chattering incessantly. Miss, you mentioned the Liang family is in the smart home business. Yet, the young master prefers traditional mahogany furniture over artificial intelligence, claiming it has a historical depth and charm. Because Mingzhang has refined tastes, you're just a country bumpkin. If the house were fully automated, wouldn't you all be out of a job? Yang Fuzhen discerned the voices and inquired, what is the commotion downstairs? Guomin responded, Miss, it's the madam who has returned. She arrived home late last night, and, fearing she might disturb your rest, instructed us not to awaken you. Rest assured, she has yet to discover that the young master has moved out. Yang Fuzhen regarded her with caution, prompting Guomin to quickly assure her, do not worry, miss. I am well aware. I would never betray the young master to the madam. I know you can handle matters yourself, and I would never overstep. Satisfied, yet still somewhat uneasy, Yang Fuzhen washed up and descended the stairs, where she found her mother enjoying breakfast, indicating that time was indeed late. Mom, Yang Fuzhen called, and Mrs. Yang looked up from her bagel, her face lighting up as she greeted her daughter. My dear girl, did you miss mommy while I was away? Look at what I've brought back for you. A limited edition designer bag, a globally exclusive set of cosmetics, and even a pair of crystal princess shoes. Indeed, upon your return, I noticed the absence of Liang Mingzhang and Yang Yueping. Have they eloped? Chapter 46, The Raven's Tongue. Mother, what are you saying? Raven's tongue. Yang Fuzhen sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand, unable to shake off her despondency. This is inauspicious. Expellet Yang Yueping. and Liang Mingzhang is seeking a divorce, hence his departure. I find myself no longer enamored with those girlish whims. I have matured. When she passed away in her previous life, she was not much younger than my mother now. As they sit together, their psychological ages are, in fact, contemporaries. Oh dear. Regardless of how old the baby is, she will always be the little princess cradled in her mother's palm. Mrs. Yang cupped her daughter's face, just as she did when she was in kindergarten, playfully molding her slightly chubby baby face into various shapes. Yet, her daughter has grown. After entering university, she has blossomed, and with age, she is transformed into a stunning beauty. What on earth is this about divorce? He must be dazed. He was well aware that your father dotes on you, and he went to great lengths to accommodate all your wishes. Otherwise, how could he aspire to our family status? This tale of a gender-swapped prince and Cinderella can only remain within the realm of fairy tales. Mrs. Yang secretly hoped for her daughter's divorce, envisioning the perfect opportunity to introduce her to a more suitable match. Mother, please don't speak so harshly. He is my husband. Will I find joy in you calling him a little brat? Yang Fuzhen turned her head away, refusing her mother's teasing. Consider it from a different perspective. If you were to encounter a charming young man, and I constantly berated him as a good-for-nothing without regard for your feelings, would you be pleased? Furthermore, addressing him by name as if Liang Mingzhang were merely a servant of the Yang family is quite unseemly. The crux of the matter is that he desires a divorce now. Mrs. Yang waved her hand dismissively. Let him leave with nothing. If he has succumbed to some affliction, he must face the consequences. It is only our Yang family that can cast aside this son-in-law. When did it become his prerogative to dictate terms to my daughter? However, during her absence, her daughter has proven herself resilient, quietly expelling the opportunistic stepdaughter, no longer the naive and unassuming girl she once was. Mother, he insists that I leave with nothing. Since father's passing, Liang Mingzhang holds all the shares in the Yang family business. I wish to salvage what I can. I refuse to divorce. Yang Fuzhen promptly asserted her position, believing she had expressed herself clearly. She hoped her mother could regard her husband as family and refrain from treating him like a beast of burden. Why should I? Mrs. Yang seemed incredulous at the notion of letting an outsider seize control of the Yang family's assets. Though she often criticized Liang Mingzhang for his ulterior motives, she recognized through her own life experiences that he was, in fact, diligent and principled. Indeed, if he dares to make such demands, he should not expect to leave unscathed. It is unjust for him to benefit from my daughter's affection while absconding with our wealth. My dear daughter, listen closely, never be foolish. One can live without many things, but money is essential. Life without it is arduous. Mrs. Yang had just begun to fantasize about introducing her daughter to a childhood friend's son after the divorce. A charming half-breed, handsome, and a diplomat, still unmarried. They are of the same age. It would be a match made in heaven. So, mother, are you truly considering my well-being, or is it merely about the money? Have you ever pondered that his willingness to indulge our extravagant spending is born from genuine affection for me, rather than sheer obligation? Now that he has turned resolute, how can we expect to retain any wealth? Yang Fuzhen was increasingly vexed, also feeling sympathy for Liang Mingzhang, who must endure her mother's materialistic and blunt demeanor. Even her own mother suffocated her at times. How could Liang Mingzhang, an outsider, possess the fortitude to maintain familial harmony amid such a self-serving and sardonic mother-in-law? When I mentioned divorce, you were elated, never once considering my feelings. Even if I wished to remain, you were ready to pop the champagne. I say he intends to take all the money, and suddenly your tune changes. Don't you realize we have relied on his benevolence to survive? Now, with his decisive actions, we stand to lose everything. I now have grave doubts that if I were to endure a wretched existence with him, you would prioritize your own interests over my feelings. Thankfully, in his previous life, Liang Mingzhang had the respect and encouragement of her father. Well, our Yang family has treated him well enough. Your father regarded him as a son, and you idolized him as a deity. If I continue to pamper him, he will ascend to the heavens. Mrs. Yang noticed her daughter pouting and turning away from her. She gently nudged her shoulder, redirecting the conversation. If you dislike those gifts, then I shall refrain from purchasing them in the future. I merely wish for you to know that everything I do is with you in mind. I never realized you were so considerate towards that young man. Guarantee you always proud and aloof, making him chase after you without yielding. Furthermore, it is he who has acted ungratefully, abandoning his wife and children while attempting to cast us aside. I must say, he is not entirely mistaken, and you still dare to say that. Yang Fuzhen rose, feigning a desire to leave. His previous displays of petulance stemmed from a desire to prove his love. We overlooked that he too requires a wife's affection and appreciation. Recognizing one's faults and striving to amend them is the noblest of virtues. I have now reformed. I must treat him well, no longer with the childishness and caprice of my past. Mother, you too must extend him respect, even if he is younger. All right. My dear daughter, I shall say no more. Come, accompany me to pay respects. Although Mrs. Yang could not fully comprehend her daughter's sentiments, she often indulged her with affection before understanding. While I may dislike the air of poverty that clings to Liang Mingzhang, I appreciate nobility and lineage. Yet, since my daughter is fond of him, even if I cannot admire him, I will still converse with him respectfully. As for you, whether to reconcile or to part ways, my support is unwavering, and not merely in words. Whatever you require from me, I shall act upon it. Listening to her daughter's reflections, Mrs. Yang felt a pang of sympathy. She did not perceive any wrongdoing in her daughter. After all, what harm is there in being a little spoiled? Why wouldn't he, her son-in-law, appreciate her daughter's charm? Yang Fuzhen exited alongside her mother, admiring her resplendent gown, which added a touch of elegance to the autumn landscape. Since her rebirth, it was the first time she had seen her mother, and unable to suppress her longing, she clung to her arm, resting her head on her shoulder. Mother, do you think Liang Mingzhang will still be with me? Mrs. Yang yearned to advise her daughter that old loves must be relinquished for new ones. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are plentiful. However, seeing her distressed countenance, she refrained from adding to her sorrow. He will, my dear. If he remains obstinate, we shall simply confine him to the Yang residence, making him a captive of our daughter. Yet I believe you are gentle and delightful. What must he be like to forsake you for another? Mrs. Yang's words were laced with doubt. Regardless of her daughter's sudden attachment to her son-in-law, what had driven Liang Mingzhang to such a state? Once content to play the knight to a willful princess, he now seemed eager to retreat. Could it be that someone else had captured his heart? Chapter 47, Paying Respects. Dear, should I hire a private detective to investigate whether he has fallen victim to some malevolent enchantment? Mrs. Yang tenderly caressed her daughter's back, overwhelmed with concern. There's no need for that, mother. I have my own pace in pursuing him, and I appreciate your concern. If you wish to investigate someone, perhaps it would be more prudent to look into me. My infatuation for him is far more severe than any curse could ever be. Yang Fuzhen gazed out the window, watching as the car approached the grandest Buddhist temple in Haicheng. Once tamed by the imperial court, the temple was now suffused with incense, yet decidedly commercialized. Through a window, she spotted a woman clad in traditional ethnic attire, kneeling with each step to prostrate herself. What is she doing? Upon exiting the vehicle, Yang Fuzhen rushed over. Are you all right? How much do you need? I can help you. Unsure if this woman, presumably from minority group, would understand Mandarin, she prepared to inquire with those nearby, only to see the woman shake her head. Thank you, kind Bodhisattva, but it is unnecessary. My daughter is afflicted with a terminal illness, one that cannot be cured. The master has said that sincerity is key if I kneel on these 99 steps. The deities will hear me and grant my wish. My wish is to trade my own life for my daughter's health. If only she could live, I would willingly die at this moment. Yang Fuzhen stood frozen, realizing that her accustomed reliance on money could not resolve such profound matters. Is this truly enough? The devoted follower wished for a lifetime of unrest, sacrificing her own peace in hopes of rekindling a connection with Mr. Liang. May the divine listen and grant my wish. With that, she lifted her long skirt, mimicking the woman's actions, and knelt upon the steps, bowing deeply. Mrs. Yang, arriving late, dashed forward to help her daughter up. A woman, quicker on her feet, restrained her. Madam, the young lady is of age. Let her choose her path. You cannot sway her. During your absence, I have attempted to counsel her, but to no avail. If this allows her to find solace and gradually let go of her burdens, it may be a blessing. If she continues to bottle it all up, it may ruin her. Despite her reluctance, Mrs. Yang held back, deciding not to intervene or lecture. As long as she does not betray her country, break the law, or dabble in drugs, I shall allow her this freedom. A daughter grows beyond her mother's control. All I can do is silently worry. With each step, Yang Fuzhen knelt, initially filled with determination, but gradually her strength waned. As the autumn breeze chilled her, she disregarded the wound on her forehead and wrapped her garments tighter, collapsing upon the steps. Looking up, she had never felt this path so interminable. Unbeknownst to her, an unseen camera captured her plight, and a passerby posted it online with a sensational headline. Wealthy heiress becomes abandoned woman. Certain socialite kneels on steps, suspected of marital strife. Upon completing the long descent, she saw her mother engaged in prayer. She pretended to kneel beside her, listening to the master recite scriptures. Her mind was chaotic yet serene, as if surrounded by countless fireflies while her heart remained tranquil. When her mother opened her eyes, the master ceased his chanting and produced a bamboo tube to draw lots. This benefactor has donated incense to the temple for half a year. If the lady has any inquiries, she may draw. Yang Fuzhen felt a tumult within her. She wished to ask if her relationship with Liang Mingzhang could be rekindled, yet feared such a question might invite misfortune. Furthermore, she was confident in her own capabilities. Thus, she cleverly altered her inquiry. Buddha, when may I reconcile with my husband? It seemed to her that rekindling their bond was merely a matter of time. She drew a bamboo stick and handed it to the master. Upon unfolding it, he read, "The hidden dragon is ensnared. Clouds of fortune have yet to rise. Await the convergence of clouds and ascend to the celestial realm." Turning the prayer beads in his hands, the master pondered thoughtfully before breaking into a reassuring smile. This is an excellent omen. The seeker may face setbacks, yet remains in a phase of waiting for fortune. When the time is ripe, desires shall be fulfilled. Yang Fuzhen remained skeptical, suspecting the master was a charlatan engaged in trickery. So, this prediction applies to everyone. Those seeking knowledge will succeed if they study diligently, and those seeking medical aid will recover if they undergo treatment. Even if they do not achieve their goals, there are always excuses to explain their outcomes. Perhaps they did not study adequately or lacked composure during treatment. "Dear, this is a sacred place. Do not disrespect the master," Mrs. Yang gently admonished, tapping her daughter's arm. "I apologize, Buddha." Although Yang Fuzhen was a materialist, she found herself devoid of alternatives and decided to grasp at straws. "I shall donate another year's worth of incense to the temple. If fate is unkind, I shall purchase luck with money. Being born into this world is already a victory for many. In matters of love, I wish to succeed once more." "Oh, you foolish girl. Do you think wealth can sway the divine? Spending money does not guarantee that Buddha will prioritize your romantic troubles." The pressure on her arm was heavier than before. As the master resumed his prayers, oblivious to whom he was beseeching for relief, Mrs. Yang leaned closer to her daughter, whispering, "That man named Liang wishes to divorce you, and he intends for us to leave with nothing. If the Yang family loses its wealth, you must learn to be frugal. Otherwise, we shall soon find ourselves in dire straits. I have already donated half a year's worth of incense here, much of which was for you." Had her daughter not been upset, she would have referred to Liang in a less courteous manner. "All right, I understand, mother." Yang Fuzhen had never been mindful of money, having never lacked for it throughout her life. However, with Liang Mingzhang resolutely determined to divorce her, harboring deep resentment, he would certainly not grant her a single penny in the settlement. Thus, she would need to be frugal and devise ways to earn money. "I regret it so much. Mother, why did I always heed others' anxieties about childbirth? Out of fear of sagging breasts and a changed figure, I chose not to have children. Had I had child, I could have used the guise of child support to benefit from it. Look at you, such a narrow-minded perspective, lacking any semblance of your father's resilience. You have not inherited my refusal to bow for mere grains of rice. Even if I starve, I will not beg from that country bumpkin. Having children is a desire to be a mother. It is the beautiful culmination of two people's love. A wish for a small life that carries the blood of both parents. You must be ready to embrace motherhood, not just mentally, but also by providing a harmonious family and loving parents. You, on the other hand, would only consider having children to extort child support from their father. You seek to profit from it. Your mindset is no different from those impoverished families in the countryside who have children without providing them with educational resources, hoping for a miraculous transformation. Mrs. Yang believed that her son-in-law valued family ties, yet was also decisive in his actions. If two individuals were to have a child, Liang Mingzhang would undoubtedly retain custody firmly in his grasp, ensuring that his son would never refer to another as father. Chapter 48. An Unexpected Encounter. Should a child truly exist, your meticulous plans would be thwarted, transforming you into a mere vessel for surrogacy, resulting in neither child nor alimony, leaving you with nothing but shattered dreams. Mrs. Yang had already risen to bid farewell to the master, departing with her daughter in tow. Furthermore, given Liang Mingzhang's current ruthlessness, it is entirely plausible that he might even sue you for child support. Mother offered no comfort, despite her words being grounded in reality. Yang Fuzhen felt a flicker of defiance, thinking, what can he do if I refuse? In our country, it is presently impossible to punish the dishonest. Many celebrity parents are notorious for their financial irresponsibility. Some have fled abroad, while others remain, thriving regardless. This applies to both celebrity parents and their offspring. Moreover, I have yet to hear of a single case where a former partner has successfully sued for child support, as judges are not inclined to chase down the unwilling. Ultimately, such matters depend entirely on one's conscience. You mentioned conscience. How can you be certain that, if the child is with you, Liang Mingzhang will provide financial support rather than harbor resentment towards his ex-wife, neglecting the child altogether? If he were truly grateful, he would not have sought a divorce. A lack of conscience would naturally lead him to disregard the child. In fact, I find myself fortunate that you do not have a child. Otherwise, being the child you are, struggling to care for yourself, adding another dependent would only hasten your financial demise. Alone, you can earn and spend freely, ensuring you will not starve. Yet with a child, life would become significantly more challenging. Surely, you do not believe that raising a child is devoid of expense? Mrs. Yang has come to realize that her son-in-law's affections for her daughter, once sincere, are now devoid of compassion. In stark contrast, her daughter's previous antics were mere facades. She is utterly captivated by this son-in-law. The manner in which one raises a child matters. It is easy to cast them out at a young age, forcing them to work and send money home as a means of support. Yang Fuzhen clung to her mother's arm as they exited the Buddhist temple, heading to a nearby restaurant for a meal. If today they took him to the racetrack and tomorrow to ski lessons, maintaining such a lavish lifestyle and hobbies would require considerable funds. Should the child reside with you, and Liang Mingzhang neglect to provide support, you would find it impossible to initiate legal action. Conversely, should the child be in his care and you fail to pay, he would not let you off lightly. Mrs. Yang perceived her daughter as overly naive, believing one could simply evade responsibility. Do you think it is so easy to shirk one's obligations? Indeed, if you refuse to pay, the bailiffs cannot enforce compliance, nor can they pursue you across the globe. However, they can freeze your bank accounts and place you on a blacklist, actions Liang Mingzhang is entirely capable of executing. This would limit your ability to travel by plane or high-speed rail, forcing you to remain secluded for the rest of your life. Child support is hardly an issue for the middle class, as they must be allowed enough to maintain a home, a vehicle, and basic living expenses before any enforcement. If they can prove a lack of income, the matter is effectively settled. But against the wealthy, such measures are more than sufficient. Simply the inflow of funds and bank statements reveal astronomical figures. I find their claims of financial hardship suspect. They may well be secretly transferring their assets. The middle class is insufferable, destined to remain in their station. Yang Fuzhen expressed her indignation. Thus, why does your mother insist on you finding a partner of equal standing? Bloodlines and genetics determine a person's character and capabilities throughout their life. Mrs. Yang sighed, acknowledging that discussing such matters now would be futile and devoid of significance. Yang Fuzhen yearned to interject, asserting that even children from impoverished backgrounds can possess exceptional qualities, displaying integrity and capability. Yet her mother preemptively silenced her. The harsh environments breed cunning individuals. The lower classes lack kindness and honesty, merely perpetuating mutual harm. Go visit a nursing home or an orphanage, and you will see. Do they assist one another? They would fight tooth and nail over meager resources like buns, eggs, or soy milk. When the granaries are full, one understands etiquette. Claiming the lower class is pure-hearted while the wealthy are wicked is simply sour grapes. Only through education can one discern right from wrong. In the future, it will become increasingly difficult for those from humble origins to rise to prominence, especially following reforms to the college entrance examination that have closed avenues for advancement. The competition has intensified, focused on familial education, rendering the examination a less effective means of altering one's destiny. However, this is a positive development, as Mrs. Yang naturally defends her own class, wishing for the underprivileged to remain obscure. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Mrs. Yang need not present her membership card. Facial recognition allowed the attendant to promptly escort her to her usual private room. The hall manager greeted her warmly, commenting on how long it had been since he last saw her sister, inquiring if she had returned from abroad. Mrs. Yang extended her hand, resting it on his, nodding proudly without further words. Turning back, she noticed her daughter standing still, not following. Upon closer inspection, she realized her daughter's attention was captivated by an unexpected guest. You left me hurriedly that day, and I bore no grudge against you. I neither dared nor wished to. However, the internal conflict was intense, leaving me feeling utterly insecure. Even contemplating cosmetic surgery, Yi Ming ignored the delectable dishes before her, appearing much like a nervous schoolchild awaiting criticism from her teacher, or a condemned inmate hoping for exoneration from a judge. But I want to know why. As long as Mr. Liang can provide me with an answer, I am willing to do whatever it takes. In your willingness to do anything, are you not hoping to take advantage of me? I can only imagine the poses you would adopt in bed would be precisely what you desire. Liang Mingzhang lifted his mug of barley tea, taking a sip before continuing with a measured tone. What if I were to propose that you sign a contract binding you to work for me for life without remuneration? Would you still find that agreeable? This time, Yi Ming fell silent, struck by the revelation of her innermost thoughts. Why leave you behind? Was there even a need for justification? If one wished to depart, they simply would. Liang Mingzhang's peripheral vision caught sight of two figures at the doorway, confirming his expectations. He had come today after seeing a video posted by an ordinary person, having just witnessed Yang Fuzhen ascend the steps in their entirety. Little did he anticipate encountering Yi Ming here. Regardless, I am immensely grateful to Mr. Liang for this opportunity. My manager has been exceptionally supportive, arranging excellent resources for me. Although some individuals behind the scenes have murmured about my success being due to favoritism and leveraging my body to rise in status, I am at a loss for how to respond. Yi Ming appeared innocent, timidly adjusting the cutlery on the table. Hopeful, I have long wished to find a way to express my gratitude, but knowing Mr. Liang lacks for nothing brings me some distress. If Mr. Liang would provide even a hint, I would be immensely grateful and would strive to fulfill any request. Should Mr. Liang be unwilling, I would understand. I shall find my own way to express my appreciation, as that would convey sincerity. Chapter 49. The Humiliation of Two Lifetimes. Did he not say to have you sign a contract of servitude? Are you deaf? Or are you merely pretending to be foolish? What means of gratitude do you propose other than selling yourself? Mrs. Yang approached, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap across Yi Ming's face, as if afraid of soiling her own hands. This younger generation ought to be thankful that she merely administered a light reprimand, refraining from unleashing her personal bodyguard. Not clarifying the situation within the company seemed an intentional ploy to invite misunderstandings. All are seasoned foxes playing their own games. Yi Ming covered her face, gazing at the well-preserved woman before her, who appeared ageless. Yet, standing alongside her mother, their different statuses were unmistakable. Aunt, you have misunderstood me. I genuinely admire Mr. Liang. Even if you were to strike me today, I would not retaliate, for I do not wish to disturb the tranquility of Mr. Liang's household. Should he be displeased, you may strike me again. I would willingly endure anything, as long as it ensures harmony for Mr. Liang. In Haicheng, no one dares to feign innocence with me. Today, you have encountered a formidable opponent. Mrs. Yang ceased her assault, merely signaling to the plainclothes bodyguard behind her. To kill or to maim, do it in moderation. Surely, you are not an orphan? Imagine if your father were to fall from a scaffold at work, becoming paralyzed for life. What if your younger brother were ambushed and harmed by ruffians upon leaving school? All these misfortunes are due to your reckless behavior outside, your indiscreet words bringing calamity upon yourself. In an instant, Yi Ming was thrown into a state of panic. Faced with Mrs. Yang's blatant threats, she dared not gamble with her family's health. If the threat were directed at her alone, though fearsome, she might have braved it. But targeting her family was an entirely different matter, and should she truly possess connections in both the legal and illicit realms, the safety of her loved ones could not be guaranteed. I am sorry, Mrs. Yang, I was wrong. We are but ants, unworthy of your footfall, lest it soil your shoe. I shall henceforth suppress all unseemly thoughts, and never again dare to feign innocence before you. Yi Ming immediately bowed, bending at a 90-degree angle. Seeing Mrs. Yang unmoved, she seized a fork from the table and pressed it against her own hand. Mrs. Yang, I am young and foolish, but my family's misfortunes should not befall them. I beseech you to show mercy, considering this is my first transgression. In these times of national efforts to eradicate crime, my family estimise would be of little consequence to you. If you were to stumble and fall, it would not be worth the price. You are of noble status, while we are but lives of little value. Given that our hands are stained, do you not feel a loss to pay with our lives? The fork pierced Yi Ming's hand, drawing blood, signaling her sincerity. Mrs. Yang, a proponent of women's rights, could not remain fixated solely on a seductress while allowing the man, who merely watched from the sidelines, to escape unscathed. Soon, she directed her ire towards Liang Mingzhang. Even before your divorce, you are eager to seek companionship. Truly a case of desperation. Our Yang family's benefactor, yet this benefaction seems solely for your own gain. My daughter still implores me to respect you. We shall see how swiftly you ensnare your prey. Previously, my husband treated you well, but perhaps he was blind. Is that so? Then you may perish at once. And below, you can question your husband directly. But whether Mr. Yang will heed you remains uncertain. He hardly paid you any mind while alive, let alone after. Liang Mingzhang had indulged her in the past, believing that a man of stature should not quibble with a woman of fading charm. It was only upon realizing her increasing audacity that he ceased to treat her kindly. Otherwise, during his father-in-law's lifetime, there would not have been a mistress. I owe you half the credit for my divorce from Yang Fuzhen. I thank you, and I believe she would be grateful too. Continue to incite my daughter's divorce. As she will soon remarry, you could introduce her to a suitable gentleman. If that fails, stir the pot for a third or fourth marriage. After all, you have pursued a facade of dignity your entire life, and the more times your daughter divorces, the more dignified it appears. Mrs. Yang trembled with rage. She certainly understood that familial harmony was to be revered. Yet, how could she maintain it in the face of such a son-in-law? Do you not possess any semblance of decorum as a descendant? Do your words and actions befit a fortune of billions? I have long advised against allowing my daughter to associate with you. You, a mere country bumpkin, may have wealth, but you are still a parvenu, not a true noble. Your rural origins seal your fate as a rural dweller. No matter how successful you become, you cannot transcend your roots. In times of familial discord, you grow anxious. Have you considered who once upheld that harmony? I owe you a duty to maintain it, yet you cannot bear to swallow your pride and immediately lash out. Have you not looked in the mirror before berating me, to see your own foul visage? Liang Mingzhang's retorts were a release of the humiliation he had borne for 2 lifetimes. Only by bloodline? Do you presume yourself a citizen of a neighboring nation? I wish you to be reborn as a Shudra, so that the Brahmins may tend to you. Alas, we are within our own nation. How many dynasties have risen and fallen? If lineage were paramount, why do you not cling to the Qing dynasty of the Republic era, resting eternally in your coffin? When it came to the divorce, I was disinclined to engage in a dispute with you. However, I would not mind should you bear the colossal debts of the Yang family without a single penny to your name. You, Mrs. Yang pointed at him, shattering a cup in the store. With no decorum left, she unleashed a torrent of curses. Beast. Mother. Yang Fuzhen, seeing her mother on the verge of an even more violent outburst, hurriedly intervened. Grabbing her dress from behind, she defended her husband, saying, "Do not scold him. If anyone should be scolded, it should be me. It is my fault, even if you call him a wolf in sheep's clothing. It is I who invited the wolf into the house. The current divorce situation is also my doing. I have failed to manage our family and do not know how to be a good wife." Yang Fuzhen's hand fell silent, her head bowed, muttering, "Do not scold him. Do not scold him." Defending him had become second nature, just as it had during a company meeting when she had stood against the ambitious elders and pushed her husband forward. "Little brat, without Jean the butcher, will you still feast on curly-haired pigs?" Mrs. Yang ceased her tirade against him and instead directly dialed her longtime confidant. "Ah Fun, let's meet up." "Yes. I have returned from abroad and am currently at the temple." "Oh, you two are here to pay your respects? Perfect, bring your son along. I have long wished to bring them together. Now that my daughter is divorced, they can finally be united in love." Mrs. Yang's face radiated with triumph, as though she were about to secure her second source of income. "You, a mere parasite with no abilities, relying solely on a man for sustenance, have always been a source of my disdain. You consider yourself noble while living as a freeloader, and yet you boldly proclaim it. One wonders where your confidence stems from." After Liang Mingzhang departed, his mind involuntarily wandered to his mother-in-law's confidant son, a playboy driven by self-interest. He knew this was none of his concern. He merely sought a swift escape. Chapter 50, Little Sister-in-Law. When Yang Fuzhen received the court summons, she was at home consulting with her lawyer, Shi Qineng. Little did she expect Yuan Luqing to come knocking as a mediator. "Miss, do not forget the court date at the beginning of next month. Avoidance will be futile. Should you delay and incur a series of legal responsibilities, the burden will fall on you. Last time, you led Mingzhang to such a place for debauchery, and I have yet to settle the score with you. You come here seeking punishment. Do you not regard me as a person?" In the study, Yang Fuzhen reclined on a genuine leather sofa, her legs crossed, her expression exceedingly grim. "Even if you're Mingzhang's fellow townsman, he recommended you. It was my father who granted you this opportunity. One must not forget their roots. Otherwise, who would wish to employ a heartless and unjust individual in the future? Do not be deceived by your current favor with Liang Mingzhang. Once Mr. Liang realizes your treachery, he will surely discard such a faithless entity. Miss, thank you for your advice. However, even if the Yang family has aided me, it was your father who once supported me, while you did not. What is this? A daughter seeking to repay her father's kindness? Rights and obligations are equal. Mr. Yang has dominated the business world for half a lifetime. And has he not faced numerous enemies? Do you endure the pain of being hunted daily? Yuan Luqing bore no guilt. Debts disappear with death. Would he be indebted to the Yang family for a lifetime? He works for a living, and it is only fair that his employer pays him a salary. What is the point of dragging in the traditional employment relationships of the past? If we are to argue in such a manner, then the Yang family hiring me, such a formidable lawyer, is still a debt of gratitude owed to me. The young lady ought to repay me for my services. As for President Liang, what do you mean by me enticing him? He is a free adult. Marrying you does not equate to being sold to you. Even if he were sold, he has already initiated divorce proceedings and wishes to reclaim his freedom. You should leave. The Yang family does not welcome you. Yang Fuzhen rose, pointing emphatically at the door, poised to expel her. It is now evident to me whom the lady has inherited her fiery temperament from. To be frank, how is it that you did not learn even one of the master's qualities? his refusal to flatter those above him or bully those below. Yuan Luqing, fearing that the young lady might truly instruct the steward to throw him out, hastily retracted his words. I am currently valued by President Liang. It is not as though I am without worth. If I am concerned about being ousted, I shall strive to perform my duties well. As for whether President Liang might harbor reservations about me due to my betrayal of my former employer, that is merely the young lady's overthinking. I am not a soldier who joined the National Revolutionary Army in '49. I have long been President Liang's eyes and connections. However, I did not come here to flaunt my prowess. I am here to assist the young lady. After all, they are husband and wife, and there will certainly be opportunities to interact in Haicheng in the future. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Yang Fuzhen then realized that her seemingly cunning husband was never the simpleton she had imagined. On the contrary, while enjoying her father's favor, he had been quietly cultivating his network. Yet she bore him no resentment. I can understand Mingzhang. It is not a business he built from scratch, and ultimately, it lacks stability. It is only natural for him to invest so much effort into solidifying his foundation, lest he end up as mere adornment for another. This realization only deepens my sympathy for him. In a previous life, he clearly possessed the capability to seize power, but chose to follow me. Abandoning the inheritance of the Yang family conglomerate was not an indication of his inability to compete with me, but rather a sacrifice made out of love. Relinquishing so much for my sake, his tolerance and affection, which I mistakenly perceived as weakness, now reveal to me that my husband is far from inept. What was that? Past life? Yuan Luqing was uncertain if he had misheard, but silently noted the young lady's slip of the tongue during her moment of distraction. Preparing to inform President Liang at an opportune time. Young lady, President Liang is now resolutely determined to divorce. Prolonging the matter is futile. Moreover, he is inclined to begin anew and is no longer averse to selecting a new partner. It is likely that a gentle and virtuous soul mate will soon emerge by his side. In such a case, retaining your married status while he dons the crown of infidelity would undoubtedly cause you distress, would it not? Furthermore, if the younger sister demands a title, causing President Liang discomfort, if you truly care for him, why subject him to such torment? If you do not care, why not part ways amicably? As Yuan Luqing spoke, he felt a pang of insecurity himself. Those superficial blossoms outside seek no titles, and even Liang Mingzhang would grant them no opportunity. Should he regard someone with favor, it is highly likely that they would engage in a lifetime of clandestine romance, content to be the hidden mistress. I do not fear the verdant expanse above me. As long as I draw breath, you shall forever be his consort. You need not speak falsehoods with open eyes. If a woman of Liang Mingzhang's caliber can create turmoil over titles, she does not deserve to be his partner. As for Yang Fuzhen, she would never seek a younger man. Her heart belongs solely to her husband. Having once experienced the vast ocean, she cannot be swayed by any other. Thus, the notion of seeking a mistress for a title does not apply to her. In this world, none shall love, cherish, or pamper me as Mingzhang does. How could I possibly develop affection for another? I care not for what may be in the past. I am determined to coax him back. Even if there exists someone willing to sacrifice their life for me, whether for money or love, I shall not consider anyone else. In this lifetime, my mission is to be together with him, a long-held wish now realized. If the benefits Yuan Luqing speaks of amount to mere trifles, I have no interest in continuing to listen. Yuan Luqing felt compelled to reveal his trump card, mentioning the debt issue that President Liang had previously discussed. Young lady, if you truly wish to test President Liang's patience and push him to his limits, do not expect him to repay malice with kindness. From what you have said, it seems you are reluctant to let go of this servant. He has always been decisive in matters of kindness and vengeance. If you do not grant him the satisfaction he seeks, he shall undoubtedly make your life difficult. Should he bestow this enormous debt upon you, you will carry that burden for the rest of your life. You are still young. Why not pursue a better path? A divorce allows for a fresh start, but if you bear this debt, a life of comfort and pleasure will forever elude you. Yuan Luqing anticipated she would assert that her beauty would secure her a new benefactor willing to settle the debts, but instead, she expressed disbelief. How can this be? Does Mingzhang truly have such external debts? She had heard nothing of the company's suffering losses. It had always been flourishing. Young lady, that is merely a sign of your inexperience, Yuan Luqing replied, unbothered, as he sought to elucidate the matter for her. If you owe the bank 1 million, the bank is your father. If you owe the bank 100 billion, you're the father of the bank. In Haicheng, those prominent billionaires do not keep large sums of cash idle. They invest it to generate more wealth. Moreover, President Liang has always sought to expand his commercial empire. Isn't it normal for funds to circulate? He believed that the pampered young lady would recognize the gravity of the situation and be compelled to change her course. However, As soon as she spoke, her career nearly faced disaster. If I can repay these debts, will he not proceed with the divorce? She understood that Liang Mingzhang was not genuinely in debt. It was merely a matter of normal financial maneuvering. Sister, you're my dear sister. Should I call you mother instead? With your lack of practical skills and understanding of the world, how do you intend to repay such an enormous sum? Yuan Luqing had never felt such discomfort in his life. Encountering someone impervious to reason felt like a work-related injury. Chapter 51, Pleading. If he is adamant about the divorce, what are my chances of success? After Yuan Luqing departed, Yang Fuzhen turned to her private lawyer for counsel. She did not wish to take him to court. She simply could not let go. 60 to 70%. Shi Qinhang adjusted his glasses and replied candidly. Firstly, Yuan Luqing does not specialize in divorce cases. He has shortcomings in his career. I am unsure why President Liang has chosen him, especially since he does not lack connections. Secondly, the current policies make divorce challenging. If one party is resolute in their decision, and a compassionate female judge is encountered, it is entirely possible that the process could drag on for 7 or 8 years without resolution. Thirdly, you are particularly steadfast in your unwillingness to divorce. And without major faults such as infidelity, gambling, or criminal behavior, he cannot portray you as the party at fault. If he is at fault, and you firmly assert that you can forgive him, it is merely a matter of emotions not having ruptured. Lawyer Shi, do you believe that Mingzhang selected such an incompetent lawyer because he does not truly wish to part ways with me? Yang Fuzhen fell into contemplation. Shi Qinhang felt a sense of helplessness, wishing to awaken her to reality. They were about to place a massive debt on her for the rest of her life, and she was still entangled in thoughts of whether he loved her. Struggling to swallow his words, he attempted to comfort her. I once represented a case where a woman supported her husband in building a business from scratch. After the husband achieved success, he sought to cast aside his old wife in favor of a younger, more beautiful companion to compensate for his youthful sufferings. This man not only cheated, but also resorted to domestic violence to force his wife into divorce. Yet, the woman resolutely refused to part ways, declaring she would outlast him and inherit his fortune. Hence, she dedicated herself to vigorous physical training. Otherwise, should she leave now, all his wealth would go to his illegitimate children, leaving her son with not a penny. In court, she maintained that a man's infidelity was normal, and any emotional outbursts were rooted in her own prior mistakes. Regardless of the circumstances, forgiveness remains paramount, for the sanctity of the family must be preserved. Divorce is a matter that involves two parties. It is never the case that one individual can unilaterally decide to dissolve the union, and a judge would simply grant the separation. One must always consider the perspective of the other party, as humanity should be at the core of such decisions. Shi Qinhang initially wished to discuss with his lady the financial distribution post-divorce, aiming to maximize his own interests. However, it was evident that she was no longer receptive. Muttering to herself, Yuan Luqing spoke to me with a degree of courtesy, perhaps because Mingzhang harbors some lingering affection for me, which he has detected. Otherwise, such a sycophant would be adept at climbing the social ladder and trampling on others. If Liang Mingzhang truly turns against me, reconciliation will be impossible. Yuan Luqing would not exhibit such patience and would reduce me to dust. His careful demeanor stems from the fear that I might regain favor, whisper sweet nothings to my husband, and undermine his position as a loyal subject. With that, she picked up her handbag and, without a word of farewell, left in a daze. Shi Qinhang hastened after her, inquiring from behind, "Miss, where are you going? For how long? Should I wait for your return?" "There's no need," Yang Fuzhen replied, taking her car directly to another villa owned by Liang Mingzhang. Throughout the journey, her mind was occupied with fragmented thoughts. Upon arriving at the villa, she parked and disembarked. She had not given him prior notice of her visit. Seeing the lights on inside momentarily filled her with hope, only to plunge her back into despair. Was he alone? Might he be entertaining a lover in this place? If she were to encounter his companion, how could she maintain decorum while greeting them? Yang Fuzhen murmured to herself, grappling with a sense of internal conflict that had crept in. For she had once been so confident and proud. Just as she raised her hand to ring the doorbell, the butler approached. "Is it the young lady? Why are you standing out here? The weather is getting colder. The master is resting inside. I shall fetch him for you." "Thank you." Yang Fuzhen managed to force a smile. Upon entering, she surveyed the spacious living room, relieved to find no signs of a woman's presence. She slipped off her high heels, placing them beside Liang Mingzhang's shoes as she had in a previous life, disliking the idea of sharing a wardrobe. She preferred her silk nightgown brushing against his robe, her dress resting atop his suit, as if she had been a constant weight upon him. This resulted in Liang Mingzhang, who had never worn perfume, carrying an indelible scent. In the past, attending company meetings, exhibitions, and haicheng, and conducting business with peers would often earn her light-hearted teasing from friends. Alas, those days were now but a distant memory. Yang Fuzhen stood in silence for an indeterminate time until Liang Mingzhang descended the stairs, clad in simple loungewear, his expression inscrutable. Mingzhang, I never expected you would still be willing to see me. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Is it to discuss the debts or to flaunt your new boyfriend? If you're here to apologize to your mother, that is unnecessary. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to my mother-in-law's biting sarcasm. It will be futile for me to let it affect my mood. Mingzhang, that is just how my mother is. I won't impose upon you to understand her. Her background does not justify her hurtful behavior. Yang Fuzhen was not there to play the martyr, seeking his forgiveness. She felt only profound regret. I was wrong in not defending you. I believed you, as a man, should provide for me. My mother's caustic remarks were trivial. You are capable of managing them. It is only now that I understand the value of what I have lost. Men are human too, and they possess vulnerabilities requiring warmth, comfort, encouragement, and the safe haven. Capable? Or merely enduring for your sake? Liang Mingzhang countered, piercing through her words. The harmony of a home relies on the concessions of the honest. When the placid endure no longer, the equilibrium is shattered. It is as though the indulgence of those at the bottom of the monkey mountain is expected. My refusal has become an act of rebellion. If I continue to retreat, others will perform their roles without noticing my plight, including you, standing here now. I am sorry, Mingzhang. I was in the wrong before, and now I strive to make amends. Yang Fuzhen cared little for the debts. If enduring hardship for the rest of her life would placate him, she would willingly bear it. I did not come to negotiate today. I implore you, can we not divorce? The request was delivered with an air that was far from conciliatory. She entered the room and broached the topic that he found most distasteful, the elderly woman. Then, would you consider this? In the next moment, Yang Fuzhen knelt, gazing up at him. Yang Fuzhen, do you remember your status as a wealthy heiress? His heart trembled as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. Have I not told you to refrain from moral coercion? Get up. My decision to divorce stands. And your kneeling is pointless. What? Is your childhood friend unable to satisfy your desires, prompting you to seek me out once more? No, Mingzhang. That day, my mother invited an aunt, and I left without waiting to meet her son. Yang Fuzhen reached out, grasping his pant leg, shaking it gently. Her expression was earnest. Her eyes filled with vulnerability. How can I meet him? I have no interest and remember my duty as a wife. He and I are not childhood sweethearts. He grew up abroad, a banana person. I have never had a penchant for foreign allure. I prefer our country's young men. No, I only wish for you. If you desire me to seek alternative means to plead, I am willing if only it would bring you back. Then how about this? Would my beloved wife be willing to accompany a business partner for a meal? Liang Mingzhang looked down, gripping her chin. His intentions clear as he sought to humiliate her with each word. I happen to have a business associate who has long harbored feelings for you. He seeks nothing more than your company for a drink, and in return, I could secure this project. You profess to love me. Would you be willing to do this? Chapter 52, Shattering the Mirror. Liang Mingzhang had no intentions of following through. He bore no interest in infidelity, and the business partner was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, he relished in trampling upon her boundaries, indulging in the thrill of revenge. Mingzhang, I would. Tears of humiliation streamed down Yang Fuzhen's face, yet she nodded in agreement. She understood the potential horrors that could ensue. There might be many involved, or they could exhibit control and violence. But if it meant doing something for him, it would be worth it. You may not love me now, but surely my indiscretions would not concern you. As long as it would not harm you, I would endure anything. I do not wish for us to drift apart, and after our divorce, the only memories you would retain would be of my faults. She yearned to do something for him that would remind him of her kindness. Yang Fuzhen, you truly are despicable. Liang Mingzhang released her, his body trembling with rage. Although the humiliation was directed at her, it was he who seethed with fury. How could she so eagerly demean herself in his presence? Indeed, it felt like a waste of talent. Since you were so desperate, perhaps I should find a few more individuals to serve you, lest I fail to satisfy your desires. I will even prepare some toys for you in advance. Collars, handcuffs, whips, whatever you desire, just let me know. He feared this oblivious woman might once again acquiesce, and swiftly turn away. After pacing the room twice, he finally struck the full-length mirror with his fist, as the shards of glass shattered. His hand was also cut by the jagged edges. Yang Fuzhen, if you can piece together this heap of broken glass, I will reconcile with you. Her eyes, devoid of any concern for the splinters, quickly sprang to her feet, disregarding the pain that had just grazed her neck when the glass had shattered. She hurried to inspect the wound on his hand, shouting to the butler behind her, fetch the first aid kit. Now, Liang Mingzhang brushed her aside. gazing at the scattered fragments, recalling her earlier nod. The mere thought of her being bound to a bed, at the mercy of those gluttonous rivals, sent a cold shiver through him. Don't touch me. Have you longed to attend lavish parties, restrained by your own nature while in my presence? I do not wish to see you again, or I shall perish even quicker. Yang Fuzhen was at a loss for words, as the prejudices between people loomed like an insurmountable mountain. I indeed failed to consider your feelings before, lacking in tenderness and care. Yet, I'm not so utterly despicable. I was merely captivated by your fingertips, not to the extent of shedding my garments at the sight of anyone. If you wish not to see me, I can leave. But allow me to bandage your wound first. Once it is treated, I shall take my leave. Yang Fuzhen, what right do you have to set conditions with me? Liang Mingzhang found her amusing in his anger. Do I require your sympathy, or am I incapable of finding someone to tend to my injuries? Or shall my hand be severed, leaving me unable to care for myself? Yang Fuzhen paid no heed to his words, her heart solely focused on his injury. When she saw the servant bringing the first aid kit, she urged him to sit on the sofa, gently disinfecting the wound with a cotton swab. The bleeding had stopped, fortunately, with no glass embedded within. Otherwise, a hospital visit would have been necessary. Liang Mingzhang remained still, neither resisting nor struggling, simply watching her quietly. She concentrated intently on his injured hand, treating it with exquisite care as if it were a rare treasure. Does it hurt? Yang Fuzhen cradled his hand, leaning down to blow softly on the wound. You may act impulsively in the future, but you must not harm yourself again. If you are unhappy, you may strike me, curse me, or vent your frustrations upon me, but do not injure yourself. Yang Fuzhen, you have overstepped. When did it become your place to instruct me, to dictate my actions? Liang Mingzhang noted that she had finished applying the ointment, yet showed no intention of releasing his hand, as if seizing the opportunity to linger a moment longer. He swiftly withdrew his hand, standing up and pointing towards the door. Leave. Should I witness more of your insincere sentiments, I shall not look back, nor will I lessen your debts. Yang Fuzhen reluctantly rose, recognizing she had no reason to stay and unwilling to provoke his ire further. The debt does not concern me. I simply do not wish to part ways with you. It's easy for you to say, but tell me, how do you intend to repay it? By selling yourself? Indeed, your mother could introduce you to a wealthy suitor, ensuring your future is secure. This notion vexed Liang Mingzhang the most, and it was also one of the reasons behind his earlier impulsive act of smashing the mirror. The realization that he had no hold over her nod at him. With Yang Fuzhen's beauty and charm, whether as a pure young woman in university or a mature lady in her 30s, suitors would flock to her, willing to repay her debts in exchange for her affection. No, I used to be involved in the sphere of ball-jointed dolls. I can transform my passion into a career. Yang Fuzhen had only a rudimentary concept of her plans, but she was determined to earn money. Regardless, she was willing to shoulder the debts and repay them. One doll may take half a year to craft. These debts could follow you to the grave, Liang Mingzhang reminded her, his mind wandering back to the BJD dolls that filled her room in university, resembling a princess's castle. In his youthful fantasies, he had once vowed to be her knight. Now he aspired to be the king of the black gold empire he had built himself. I think he would be better off selling these trinkets than pretending to be a fortune teller for quick cash. Those are sold to middle-class ladies. Affluent women purchase 50 at a time, the kind that can enter auction houses. Yang Fuzhen detected his sarcasm, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Yet she refrained from retorting. The intricate craftsmanship of BJD dolls was indeed time-consuming, but there was also a thriving industry surrounding them. From clothing to accessories, dolls could fetch astronomical prices. In the future, socializing, friendships, and matchmaking centered around dolls could yield wealth, creating a vast kingdom of dolls. Properly cared for, ball-jointed dolls could be more profitable than Barbie dolls. Moreover, within this upper-class society, she possessed inherent connections, negating the need for excessive expenditure and effort to break into the market. Liang Mingzhang was no longer inclined to engage in conversation with her, adopting a posture of dismissal. Are you planning to stay longer? Yang Fuzhen did not have the audacity to impose upon him any further, fearing she might entirely deplete his patience. After his wife departed, Liang Mingzhang surveyed the scattered shards, finally becoming aware of the subtle throbbing in his hand. Damn it, he muttered, beginning to regret his actions. Had he repeated the mistakes of his past life? Instead of confronting her, why had he turned his frustrations inward? Although he had certainly tormented her in his way. As the servant cleaned up the mess, his phone buzzed with a message from Yiming. Mr. Liang, how are you? Has your wife caused you any trouble? It is my fault for allowing my affection to overflow, causing you distress. However, I trust in your ability to manage your domestic affairs. One must first tidy their own home before seeking to conquer the world. I also believe in your decisiveness. An undisciplined woman does not deserve to be your wife. I'm doing well at the company and am grateful for the opportunities you have provided, though I somewhat regret my ambitions. My manager is diligent yet strict, particularly harsh with me. My colleagues do not support one another. It is a place rife with intrigue and rivalry. Behind my back, they often accuse me of nepotism and stealing their resources. Liang Mingzhang chose not to respond, fearing she would continue to message him. The next moment, he added her to his blacklist. He saw through her attempts to elicit his protective instincts, but he had no inclination for sympathy. A man who had lived 2 lifetimes could easily discern the subtle manipulations of women. Just as he was about to turn off his screen, he received a call from a private investigator. Mr. Liang, we have uncovered the truth. That day, your wife did not jump from the car to meet Sun Dongsheng. She was threatened by him. You injured him last time, leaving him with a lifelong disability. Sun Dongsheng, having lost his masculinity, is now desperate, frequently extorting your wife. He has threatened her that if she does not pay him several million, he would report you to the authorities. I have sent the surveillance footage from that day to your email. After hanging up, Liang Mingzhang opened his email to review the footage from that day. The first thing that jumped out at him was Yang Fuzhen's voice, strong and defiant, as she confronted Sun Dongsheng. What the hell? The revelation struck him hard. Chapter 53. The Truth Unveiled. Liang Mingzhang furrowed his brow as he watched the entire recording. He dialed the bodyguard assigned to handle the dirty work. What has Sun Dongsheng been up to lately? Initially, he had no intention of concerning himself with her affairs. Yet he found himself compelled to have the private investigator look into it. The results unfolding before it turns out that Xiao Zhan has never wavered. Her unwavering choice has always been me. She even bore the harassment of that rogue alone, fearing I might be affected by it. Liang Mingzhang toyed with the jade ring on his thumb, a tumult of emotions churning within him. Mr. Liang, Sun Dongsheng seems to have come into some money recently, though I can't ascertain where it's from. Since the boss instructed me to keep an eye on him a couple of days ago, the bodyguards have adjusted their duties. They've formed a band for bar performances and even penned a new song. Meanwhile, they've been visiting the hospital for urology consultations. Though he always wears sunglasses and a mask to avoid recognition, it's likely to maintain his image with fans. Mr. Liang, should I expose his unseemly deeds and thwart his burgeoning career right at its inception? It would certainly be more effective than letting him gradually infiltrate the entertainment industry and debut as a singer. The bodyguard had attended 2 of Sun Dongsheng's concerts and could not deny that the man was quite handsome and possessed a remarkable voice. His foundational skills were impeccable. Akin to a living CD, fans tended to grow more loyal through adversity. Initially indecisive, they now felt a deep empathy for their idol and vowed to protect him fiercely. It was far simpler to eliminate a mere bystander than to render a celebrity mysteriously missing without a trace, which would be infinitely more troublesome. Let us send him off to northern Myanmar, providing warmth to our neighboring country. The citizens there also crave music. He may have lost his virility, but all his other organs are functioning well. That suffices. If we delay any longer and he manages to recover fully, it would truly be a boon for him. Yet, that foolish Xiao Zhan dared to venture into the lion's den alone, unarmed and lacking self-defense skills. Even without his virility, a lawless fiend could still be dangerous. There will be time for a stern lesson in due course. Yes, Mr. Liang, I've taken note, the bodyguard mused. A tempest brewing within, while outwardly he began to meticulously plan the matter at hand. The following day at work, Liang Mingzhang summoned Yuan Luqing to his office to inquire about the results of his negotiations as a mediator. Seeing Yuan's disheveled appearance, it was evident things had not gone well. The lady is adamant about not divorcing. It's as if her very life depends on it. The situation is rather bleak. Her resolve is unwavering. I threaten her with debt, yet she remains unfazed. I find myself at a loss. Furthermore, the lawyer she had engaged was undoubtedly formidable, renowned in the industry, with a decade-long record of never having lost a case. In truth, there had been no defeats. The parties simply couldn't afford the legal battle and chose to persist in their marriage instead. Understood, Liang Mingzhang replied. However, he found Yuan's understanding of his intentions to be opaque, as his demeanor had shifted dramatically from one of wanting to sever ties to a more ambiguous stance. Despite my mission in the enemy territory yielding no fruits, the lady was momentarily taken aback by my eloquence during our discussion, mentioning something about a past life. I cannot discern if she is under some spell or simply overwhelmed with grief, but her mental state seems questionable. Were it not for Mr. Liang's tone suggesting some room for negotiation, Yuan Luqing would not have spoken so kindly to her. Out of deference to Mr. Liang, he treaded carefully, considering the feelings of this young lady. Liang Mingzhang, who had been lost in thought, suddenly felt intrigued. A past life? Indeed. Did not the lady recently visit a Buddhist temple to pray? Perhaps a master offered her some guidance. Yuan Luqing, perplexed, reflected on how the previously domineering young lady now seemed to dwell in a world of mysticism. No, Liang Mingzhang interjected, raising his hand to halt Yuan's musings. Do not mislead me. A tempest of thoughts swirled within him. If he could be reborn, what his wife? He refrained from pursuing that line of thought further, silently committing Yuan's words to memory. As lunchtime approached, Liang Mingzhang intended to head to the company's cafeteria when he encountered his voluptuous secretary entering. Although her uniform was appropriately worn, it did little to conceal her ample assets, which swayed as she walked. Mr. Liang, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? This is the sea cucumber soup I prepared during the night, meant to nourish you. I've noticed your complexion has worsened these past few days, perhaps due to stress from work or personal matters. You must take care of yourself. You are our cornerstone and leader. If it pleases you, I can learn to prepare your favorite dishes for you in the future. Liang Mingzhang remained silent, acknowledging the woman's thoughtfulness. She had evidently researched his past business interviews when he first emerged as a rising star in Haiqing. As a new tycoon, he had attracted media attention, being welcomed in their own distinctive ways. Liang Mingzhang did not respond, and just then, the office door swung open again, revealing his wife, who seemed to linger like a specter. What is this? Have you taken up cooking as a side job? If you're truly this idle, perhaps you should be dispatched to another province for extra work, so those who should rely on their abilities don't waste time trying to improve through cowardly means. Yang Fuzhen set down a food container atop his desk, unceremoniously tossing the secretary's meal, container and all, into the trash without seeking his opinion. Report to Human Resources. You're fired. You need to come back tomorrow. The secretary's face turned pale, engulfed by the unexpected calamity, realizing that her fate was sealed. She resigned herself to her downfall. I clearly remember the company gossiping about Mr. Liang and his wife facing a divorce. Should I seized this opportunity to make an effort? She believed her colleagues had conspired against her, knowing they had not immediately taken legal action. They set me up to fail, simply to benefit from my downfall. Speaking her truth was a mark of honesty. However, she lamented the sad reality of a once promising student who squandered her potential by seeking shortcuts rather than applying herself to the right path. Yang Fuzhen was growing increasingly impatient. The secretary understood that if she did not leave soon, she might find herself on the receiving end of a flying teapot. Ultimately, she slipped away in defeat. Liang Mingzhang regarded the homely dishes his wife had prepared, pondering when this pampered young lady had begun to take up cooking. He picked up his chopsticks, sampling a morsel as he spoke. It's not entirely unpalatable. Her skills are quite commendable. I had a series of back-to-back meetings last week, yet she managed everything seamlessly. You're defending her. Yang Fuzhen glared at him, as if he had committed some grievous offense and had been caught in the act. Haiqing may lack in many areas, but it is certainly populous. There is no shortage of postdoctorates here. What sort of talent do you think we can recruit? Is she truly so exceptional that she deserves your defense? You simply enjoy watching me get angry. You take joy in my frustration. With a resigned sigh, Yang Fuzhen reassured herself. At least he was eating her cooking and not some other woman's fare. That was enough for her. Otherwise, if Liang Mingzhang were to humiliate her, she would be powerless to retaliate. She could only retreat in disgrace, unable to find a graceful exit, and would ultimately fall flat. Though she was reluctant to confront him, she found herself unable to harbor resentment. Isn't hiring new staff a hassle? Do you think I have the luxury of simply indulging in manicures and afternoon teas every day? Liang Mingzhang regarded her calmly, his inner thoughts concealed. He had to admit that his young wife possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. In her limited forays into the culinary arts, she had managed to recreate the flavors of home with surprising accuracy. This unfeeling glance, however, was misinterpreted by Yang Fuzhen. I know. Even if I haven't given you those snacks before, I can certainly bring you meals every day, specially prepared with your preferences in mind. Oh, she misread his words as a lament. Liang Mingzhang was acutely aware that his habitual severity toward her rendered every tranquil glance a canvas upon which she could decipher a myriad of sentiments. He refrained from correction, merely dismissing her. No need. You visit once, and it's a person promoted. I cannot afford the trouble. Moreover, his tenure at the company was brief, occupied either with inspecting the shipyard or in the smart home workshop. It had long been evident to him that this vixen harbored ulterior motives, her provocative attire betraying her intentions. She was not in pursuit of a promotion or a raise. Rather, she sought to exploit him. Whenever Yang Fuzhen recalled the secretary's recent mention of divorce, a tightening sensation gripped her heart. Darling, do you dream of liberating yourself from me? Without me to bother you, you would surely be happier. Countless women would willingly cook for you, and they would certainly be more agreeable in bed. Chapter 54, in the courtroom. On the day of the hearing, Liang Mingzhang arrived early at the courthouse entrance. His wife's baseless allegations were hardly worthy of rebuttal. He had not perceived anyone attempting to take advantage of him. Rather, he observed her fixation on what he considered his own territory. Her malicious intentions led her to assume that others shared her propensity. As the weather turned cooler, he admonished her, "You must not continue to dress so scantily." Yang Fuzhen, arriving at the courthouse in tandem with his vehicle, beheld his figure and saw no one else. She approached him directly, unwrapping the scarf from her neck and enveloping him snugly. "What manner of servants do you have, that they fail to prepare you warm clothing even as the temperature drops? In my view, you ought to dismiss them at once. If you catch a chill, receiving injections at the hospital will be quite painful. Dear sister, are you addicted to dismissing those around me?" He, in his previous life, had shown no regard even for self-harm. When had he ever feared the pain of a needle? "Do you think everyone is like you, who, when ill, require me to blindfold you and coax you for half an hour before drawing blood? I believe you are doing this intentionally, trying to drive everyone away from my side in pursuit of your own happiness." He retorted, "I assure you, even if you were to dismiss someone now, new hires would inevitably be brought in to ensure the company's operations continue smoothly." It was a fanciful notion that he would be left with only her by his side. "Indeed, I was spoiled by you in the past. It is my fault for not understanding how to cherish it." Yang Fuzhen forced a smile as she accepted the bag from him. "Allow me to carry it. Your back is not well." Unbeknownst to him, it was laden with more than just a laptop and contractual documents. It was unexpectedly heavy. Liang Mingzhang regarded this little thief brazenly committing theft. He allowed her to take the lead as they entered the courtroom together. "My back is quite well. Thank you for your concern. Is that so?" "I do not believe it, unless I am permitted to test it." Yang Fuzhen was unable to keep pace with his long strides and trailed closely behind. "You have seen through me. I do indeed wish to eliminate everyone around you, leaving only myself. I believe they all harbor ill intentions, seeking to allure you. Yet now, you only aspire to expel me." Her tone was steeped in melancholy, especially as he had just alluded to their university days, amplifying her sense of loss. "Others are not as idle as you. I am not merely a vegetable in your garden." Liang Mingzhang did not hasten to take his seat, but abruptly halted, turning back to inquire, "Yang Fuzhen, are you concealing something from me?" He referred to her previous life. Yet she stood frozen, immediately surrendering, not wishing to be misunderstood. Especially after hearing about that significant trouble, her burdens felt significantly lighter. "I have nothing with Sun Dongsheng. That day he did not ask me out. He merely sought money from me." Never mind. Liang Mingzhang was not foolish. Moreover, that was not the inquiry he had posed. "If there ever comes a time when you genuinely find that kind of person appealing, I would truly feel inferior. For what must I have done to be worthy of your attention?" Yang Fuzhen took her seat in stark contrast to him, still murmuring softly, "Darling, I do not wish to quarrel with you. I am reluctant to part ways. Yet, thinking of the shattered mirror you left behind sometimes stirs thoughts of surrender. If we continue to entangle ourselves, it will only bring you pain. So, is separation indeed what you desire? Is it the correct way to love you?" Following the court's commencement, Yang Fuzhen listened intently as Yuan Luqing presented evidence. Mr. Liang's initial pursuit of Miss Liang was not born of affection, but rather a desire for the Yang family's wealth. Now that he has obtained the assets, there is no need to persist. Moreover, during their university relationship, Miss Liang treated my client as a mere servant. They were required to meet daily, embracing each other, and eventually cohabited off-campus, sharing domestic responsibilities. Even a donkey in a production team would not be so overworked. Consequently, their relationship was devoid of genuine affection from the outset, and the scant feelings that remained have now completely disintegrated. While they are still childless, separation would benefit both parties. Thus, I apply for a divorce. Counselor, please be mindful of your wording. The judge interjected. The term domestic responsibilities was understood by the judge not out of ignorance, but due to its blatant implications. In light of the opposing counsel's assertion that there is no affection between the two parties, we do not concur. Mr. Liang is not the type to endure humiliation. Whether in winning scholarships during university or commanding respect in the company, he is not one to be trifled with. Shi Qinheng gazed down at the thick outline before him. Thicker than a graduation thesis. She never entered a battle unprepared. The hefty documents were the result of her sleepless nights and her unwavering determination to win. As for Miss Yang, her love for Mr. Liang was profound. Otherwise, she would not have willingly entrusted all her shares, properties, and business authority to her husband following her father's passing. Upon receiving the court summons, she had even suffered frequent bouts of illness, substantiated by medical records. Furthermore, The shortcomings of Miss Liang in the past were gradually being rectified as she began to learn how to cook for her husband, a skill she had never before ventured into. Now, diligently studying recipe videos. Better to preserve 10 temples than to destroy one marriage. The bond between the two had not reached an impasse. It could be salvaged. And Miss Liang was earnestly striving towards that goal. Do not divorce. What nonsense is this? Do you actually believe your own words? If this were truly about money, you would speak without restraint, taking on any case. Yuan Luqing was well aware of the inevitable defeat, yet felt compelled to persist in this charade. She could not abandon the performance entirely. My client is willing to sacrifice her own reputation, risking a plunge in stock values post-trial, all in the name of divorce. Is it not evident how deteriorated their relationship has become? Furthermore, they have long been living apart. After superficial appearances, they are devoid of any connection. Their current state is nearly equivalent to separation. If their love had not fractured, would Mr. Liang's submitted divorce agreement place all debts upon Ms. Liang? This shows a disregard for her welfare and a desire to retaliate against past grievances. Please be cautious with your language, the judge cautioned for the second time, ready to strike the gavel that would dismiss him from the courtroom. What drivel! Your words reek of greed and distortion, more befitting a brawling woman than a courtroom litigant. We have never been separated, Shi Qinghang insisted, not allowing him to lead her astray. The claim that they have been separated for less than 3 years, thus cannot be deemed abandonment, is unfounded. They have never been apart. The Liang family possesses numerous assets. Residing in one's own home is hardly a distinction. Just days ago, Miss Yang stayed in the villa occupied by Mr. Liang. The two see each other daily at the office, and their sleeping arrangements at night do not equate to separation. Please do not conflate concepts. Regardless of Mr. Liang's decisions, Miss Yang will accommodate him. When one is angry, impulsive actions may indeed occur. Yet, Miss Yang possesses a magnanimous heart, waiting for her husband to return to the family once he reflects. Shi Qinghang refused to engage in any discussions regarding the divorce agreement. She was resolute in her determination to remain married, indifferent to the distribution of assets or debts. Her stance was unwavering. She would not entertain the notion of separation. In her view, the intricacies of their financial entanglements were inconsequential. Yuan Luqing, lacking any means to counter her resolve, resorted to enumerating Yang Fuzhen's transgressions. Prior to their marriage, Miss Yang had shown indifference towards her in-laws, neglecting her duties as a daughter-in-law. Her feigned affection during the divorce proceedings stemmed from a fear of financial repercussions. However, such tardy emotions were worth less than mere weeds. During their marriage, Miss Yang subjected Mr. Liang to frequent humiliation and engaged in flirtations with her university classmates, leading him into a state of severe depression, prompting him to propose divorce on one occasion. Their busy lives had previously delayed the matter, but now, aware of the mutual torment they inflicted upon one another, they recognized the potential for tragic outcomes, including the possibility of murder. Listening to Yuan Luqing recount these numerous grievances, Yang Fuzhen felt an intense regret for having returned to life too late, leaving behind so many blemishes and inflicting considerable harm upon her husband, thus providing him with leverage against her. At that time, following the passing of her father, enveloped in profound sorrow and influenced by others, she erroneously believed that Mr. Liang was responsible for her father's demise, leading her to seek vengeance in a manner that was, perhaps, understandable. Shi Qinghang, recalling the heartfelt exchanges with the parties involved, possessed a remarkable memory that allowed him to counter each claim with precision. However, the opposing counsel could not hastily conclude that the couple's relationship had irreparably fractured. Yuan Luqing, gritting his teeth in frustration, realized that the opposing party seemed oblivious to the gravity of their situation and insisted on the existence of feelings between the couple. Reluctantly, he resorted to self-deprecation. To be candid, due to the early dissolution of their affection, Miss Yang has taken advantage of legal loopholes and the current divorce framework, intentionally making Mr. Liang's life difficult. Mr. Liang has already found solace in another, having been involved with the rising star, Wang Ziyue. In light of the principle of respecting individuals' freedom in love and marriage, we request the court to grant a divorce. Mr. Liang, a paragon among men, found himself in the limelight, surrounded by numerous social engagements and temptations. Shi Qinghang refrained from debating whether Liang Mingzhang was genuinely unfaithful or merely feigning indiscretions, for such inquiries held little significance. Instead, he endeavored to showcase the selflessness, tolerance, and lingering affection of the parties involved, asserting that Miss Liang could indeed forgive. To love someone is to embrace them without conditions and to care for them without justification. Furthermore, I must remind the opposing counsel that perjury is punishable by law. As far as I am aware, neither party has engaged in extramarital affairs, domestic violence, gambling, or other vices that could lead to the disintegration of their family, nor any other fundamental issues. Yet, even if Mr. Liang were to err, Miss Liang would still be willing to await his return to the right path and to their family. Shen Qinheng harbored a deep-seated fear of Yuan Luqing uncovering evidence of Liang Mingzhang's infidelity, as that would place him in a precarious position. It was preferable to maintain the current stalemate, rendering both sides speechless. The court adjourned, and the judge's gavel echoed as both parties awaited the final verdict. Chapter 55, Bullying. In an outcome devoid of suspense, the judge dismissed Liang Mingzhang's lawsuit, determining that the couple's relationship had not irreparably broken down and therefore denied the request for divorce. As they departed, observing friends and family noted that Yang Fuzhen had been carrying her husband's bag the entire time and only returned it to him as they parted ways. Yang Fuzhen refrained from acting alone in hazardous situations in the future. Liang Mingzhang remarked from his elevated position in the car, "If you wish to pay for your foolishness, do not expect me to rescue you. Are you expressing concern for me?" Yang Fuzhen inquired, tilting her head. "Such delusions," Liang Mingzhang retorted, closing the car window and preparing to instruct the driver to depart. "I simply do not wish for you to end up lifeless in the streets during the course of this litigation. Others may assume that if I fail to secure a divorce, I would resort to murder, thus implicating me as a suspect and jeopardizing my business. Indeed, if you were to become a widow, divorce would no longer be necessary," Yang Fuzhen thought as she watched him drive away. Reflecting on his willingness to tarnish his own reputation in court, admitting to infidelities and domestic abuse, merely to persuade the judge to grant a divorce. Overwhelmed by guilt, she began to question her decision. "Am I right to cling to this relationship?" She pondered. "You are intent on divorce. Should I perish, you would inevitably become a suspect. Just as in my past life, when my father passed, you would be the greatest beneficiary, with all evidence pointing towards you." Upon arriving at the entertainment company without prior notice, Liang Mingzhang found the managers and agents visibly anxious. "Mr. Liang, we have clarified the circumstances surrounding the previous incident involving the top star's suicide. There were no hidden rules, nor was there workplace bullying," the agent reported as he entered the office. "We have swiftly prepared a public relations statement, directing blame towards the local television station that deliberately obstructed him during a variety show recording. The response has been quite positive. We have consistently asserted that, regardless of the situation, we stand with our colleague to seek justice for him, and we have garnered additional support in the process." Liang Mingzhang held faith in the capabilities of his team's core members, for the Liang group did not employ idlers. Yet, he felt compelled to inquire. What exactly drove him to suicide? It appears he had bullied others during his school years, and now the victims have resurfaced, vowing to ruin his reputation. He considered offering monetary compensation, but the victims rejected it, seeking revenge and intending to take him down with them, the agent reported, his expression devoid of emotion. He held numerous endorsements. If he were to terminate his contracts, he would face exorbitant penalties. Furthermore, his career in the entertainment industry would come to an end, stripping him of his ability to generate income, with no clear timeline for repayment. Losing his fan base meant relinquishing $2.08 million in income, leading him into despair, ultimately resulting in his suicide. It is not that he recognized his wrongdoings. Rather, he understood that he could no longer earn money. Otherwise, he would never have approached those he had once bullied to apologize or offer compensation. Of course, no amount of compensation could truly heal the wounds of the victims. Their academic prospects might have plummeted, altering the trajectory of their lives. They may carry the burden of this immense shadow for a lifetime, forever trapped in the memories of that narrow alleyway in school. Perhaps he has developed issues, transforming from a once kind-hearted individual into someone with antisocial tendencies. In his moments of bullying, he failed to consider the feelings of others. Now, in death, he meets a fitting end. The company can profit from his tragedy, and his parents will not need to provide any compensation. While the parents may have erred, the child remains innocent. However, it is difficult to imagine that parents capable of raising a bully are not equally flawed. The agent concluded his report but glanced back at the locked office door, lowering his voice to say, "Mr. Liang, I have completed all the tasks you assigned me. Here is the evidence of Wang Ziyue's tax evasion." Deep within, the agent had been pondering why Liang Mingzhang harbored such animosity towards this seemingly unknown young woman. "Understood, you may leave now, and kindly summon her for me," Liang Mingzhang instructed. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the agent, having worked alongside Liang Mingzhang for many years, blurted out, "If you find her displeasing, why not simply fire her? Why complicate matters by exposing her? Your primary responsibility is to assist artists in obtaining resources and to safeguard their privacy. Your current conduct is unprofessional, leading me to reasonably suspect that you are thriving on gossip about celebrities. He does not appreciate individuals who pry into his affairs. Must I report every decision I make to you? I seldom frequent the entertainment company, my focus being on other enterprises, leaving you to occupy the helm alone. Did you assume that you could wield authority in this confined realm, dictating terms at your whim? Had it not been for the artist nurtured by this agent, who achieved remarkable success with films grossing over $1 billion and garnered prestigious accolades, she would have been replaced long ago. As Mr. Liang rightly pointed out, I overstepped my bounds. The agent bit her lip and lowered her gaze. I voluntarily request a 50% reduction in my salary this month as a lesson for myself. Furthermore, I hope Mr. Liang can quell his anger. Your busy schedule surely does not necessitate your oversight, as I am capable of managing myself. I should cherish such a commendable superior, whose directives are clear and devoid of ambiguity, sparing subordinates the necessity of conjecture. It is imperative not to lose sight of this fact. A good superior should be complimented by diligent subordinates, rather than having them overstep their bounds. After the agent departed, an almost palpable silence enveloped the office. On her phone, a message from Yang Fuzhen appeared. In my earlier days, I was immature, always competing for affection. Has this troubled you for long? Perhaps there exists a form of love that involves letting go. Should you insist on a divorce, I shall acquiesce. When you appeal again, I will not impose further hardship upon you. However, I have one request. Aside from burdening me with debts, you must agree to another matter. Liang Mingzhang's mind was a blank canvas, fixated on her declaration of consent to the divorce, unaware of what her request might entail, yet knowing she would not easily yield. Speak, what is your request? I have seen your longing gaze. If you desire a casual fling, I hold you in utter disdain, yet to rid myself of you. I might entertain such a notion. Ipusas no kuningskamas. Perhaps I did once, but you disapproved, so I have shelved them all. I fear provoking your ire, striving instead to enhance your goodwill. Yang Fuzhen sent a wry smile emoji before continuing. I am willing to let go, no longer wishing to ensnare you. In the future, without my presence, you shall be free. Indeed, I often fantasize about you. You are the subject of my spring dreams. Yet, I do not wish to trouble you, not from a lack of desire to seek your favor, but from a reluctance to impose upon you. My request is simple. You present a request to me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. I do not wish for you to remember me in the future with nothing but negative memories of my actions toward you. Your prompt agreement to the divorce is my heart's desire. Liang Mingzhang replied, very well. I lack the ability to bring you joy. If a divorce will make you happy, I shall consent. After Yang Fuzhen sent her response, Liang Mingzhang remained silent, gazing intently at his phone screen for an extended period. It was not until the knock of Wang Ziyue roused him from his reverie. Chapter 56, A Deceptive Trap. The regret should not be his, particularly as he now beheld the planning proposal on his desk. In his previous life, when he presented it to Yang Fuzhen, she had ruthlessly humiliated him, dismissing it as worthless paper, discarding it into the wastebasket. This had eroded his professional confidence, leading him to question his abilities. From a spirited youth, he had devolved into a severely depressed individual plagued by internal strife. Ironically, he later revitalized the entire entertainment company with this very proposal. Upon this realization, Liang Mingzhang solidified his resolve to divorce. The wounds of the past loomed vividly in his mind, and he could not afford to turn back. Mr. Liang, you summoned me? Wang Ziyue, clad in scant fabric that was hardly distinguishable from a bikini, approached him, her attire reminiscent of her former self. Liang Mingzhang, despite his poor memory, would not forget the originator of his slander. Indeed, I have heard from other subordinates that you have been acting presumptuously on set, not only instructing the screenwriter to augment your scenes, but also directing the director's filming. That is not true. My agent merely selects poor scripts for me, Wang Ziyue replied, encroaching further into his space. Mr. Liang, you must advocate for me. Your slender fingers rested on his broad shoulder. With your capabilities, you aspire to star in serious dramas? Wouldn't he that jeopardized the entire production crew? Liang Mingzhang suppressed his revulsion, brushing aside her hand as one would dust. To expect the treatment of seasoned artists, one must first possess their skill and virtue. Surely you do not expect me to act in a web series? I am a prominent star with 30 million fans on a certain platform. If I concede now, will the next step not be to have me perform in short dramas? Wang Ziyue pouted, clearly dissatisfied, as she unbuttoned 2 buttons of her sheer blouse and leaned closer to him. How many of those 30 million fans are purchased? How many are mere zombie accounts? You should be aware of this yourself. Liang Mingzhang, though not immersed in the world of fandoms, understood the underlying dynamics as an investor. Agents masqueraded as major fans, orchestrating a few leaders to manipulate smaller fans, functioning as data laborers. Each time an idol posted a selfie, fans would tirelessly flood the comments with praise, as if honoring their parents with such fervor. yet they are still popular. They rank higher than those who have faded into obscurity. How could their treatment be lesser? Wang Ziyue leaned closer, her cleavage almost visible. Yet, even if Liang Mingzhang were famished, he would not resort to such desperate measures. You come here dressed like that? I have already informed the agent to terminate our contract. Seek other opportunities henceforth. Even if you have a change of heart, I shall not grant you the chance. Seeing her support slipping away, Wang Ziyue's throat tightened with distress. Before departing, she sought to extract something from him. Mr. Liang, please speak to me civilly. Why resort to such measures? If you grant me double my previous pay for my last role, I shall let this matter rest. Wang Ziyue tore her black stockings and sat on his lap. Noticing his lack of response, she questioned his capabilities and ultimately abandoned her attempts to entice him. Wang Ziyue, are you not concerned about the surveillance in my office? It is precisely because you have bribed the security personnel in advance to obscure this footage. Truly commendable. Liang Mingzhang felt compelled to applaud her. With a forceful shove, he pushed her out, continuing, you have feigned maturity, altering your age. You may have just turned 16, yet you claim to be 19. Such audacity to slander me so brazenly, given the implications of your actions towards a minor, warrants even graver consequences. Your previous company's protection has emboldened you to take advantage of other artists, returning triumphant every time. Alas, this time you have encountered solid resistance. Mr. Liang, how do you know all this? She disregarded her injuries, her palm scraped, and her hip aching as if her leg had broken. Otherwise, how could you justify addressing me as Mr. Liang? In his previous life, Liang Mingzhang had overlooked this venomous woman, dismissing her as inconsequential amidst the power struggles with the Yang group and the relentless betrayals of his wife, leaving him exhausted both mentally and physically, defenseless against the onslaught. However, this life was different. He possessed the wisdom of his past experiences, enabling him to circumvent many risks in advance. Given that Mr. Liang is aware, are you not concerned about the repercussions of your actions being revealed, perhaps even facing imprisonment? Wang Ziyue, stricken with shock and fear, realized she had crossed a point of no return. She tore her miniskirt further, almost exposing herself, and crawled towards the office door, opening it to stage a dramatic scene. Help. Please, General Liang, do not touch me. I am but a child. This is harassment. Liang Mingzhang gazed at the little fairy before him, her clumsy antics resembling a poorly executed performance. The film she had starred in showcased none of this talent, leaving him with a sense of sorrow. In her past life, such a mindless individual had managed to convince Yang Fuzhen of her innocence, branding him as a lecherous pedophile. As the office door swung open, many witnesses were drawn to this unsightly scene. Fear not. I have already contacted the authorities, the agent declared, sitting beside Wang Ziyue with a mixture of regret and pity. Yiming heard the commotion and attempted to offer her a coat, only to be halted by the agent. She may be willing to ruin herself, but if you cover her shame, she may not express gratitude. In fact, she might blame you for hindering her schemes. Moreover, compromising the crime scene leaves General Liang without a means of self-defense. How will this little fairy seek justice? The agent now understood why Liang Mingzhang had chosen to employ such ruthless measures to eliminate the threat. As the wail of sirens echoed, Liang Mingzhang brandished a button from his chest before Wang Ziyue. Without the office surveillance, do you think I lack evidence? Once you enter prison, I trust you will have ample time to explain your tax evasion. Please, General Liang, I realize my mistakes. I should not have been bewitched and plotted against you. I overestimated my own worth, daring to disturb you. Wang Ziyue struggled to rise, her own short skirt nearly causing her to stumble. Nevertheless, she persisted in crawling toward Liang Mingzhang, pleading, General Liang, could you perhaps consider my status as a first-time offender and grant me another chance? I'm still a minor, in need of guidance regarding my morals. If you do not mind, I would be willing to call you Godfather. If you spare me, you will be like a second father to me, and I shall be your most loyal servant, eager to toil for you. Please, I beg you. Chapter 57, Godfather. She was willing, but Liang Mingzhang was not. The prospect was enticing, no consequences to bear, and a wealthy, powerful godfather to boot. He was baffled by why so many women wished to call him daddy. As the chill of Haiqing settled in, Yang Fuzhen's scar from their last meeting still hung in his cloakroom. The firewood crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow. Yuan Luqing paid a visit to the Yang family villa that evening. I apologize for the previous incident. I did my utmost, but they were too cunning. However, do not worry, General Yang. The interval between the first and second trials does not exceed 3 months. It could be as brief as 5 days. I have learned from my past experiences and am thoroughly prepared. Liang Mingzhang set down his teacup and flipped through the pages. Mr. Liang suffered a gastric ailment. Ms. Yang accompanied a college friend to the temple fair. At the graduation ceremony, Mr. Liang prepared flowers, yet Ms. Yang was too engrossed in conversation with her childhood friend, leaving him alone in a corner with the blossoms. Ms. Yang disregarded Mr. Liang's late night overtime, insisting he create a proposal for her older brother without compensation. I refrained from mentioning these trivial matters before, believing them irrelevant to the case. And some are too old to find evidence, raising suspicions of hearsay. Yuan Luqing observed General Liang's intense focus on the documents, hoping to redeem himself. This time, he would treat it as a last-ditch effort against a formidable foe. Everything must be tried. He hoped that the biased female judge might waver. He recalled the time when, shortly after their marriage, her best friend had come to visit, and he had been relegated to sleeping on the side. The heirloom jade pendant gifted by his mother had been dismissed as a counterfeit and carelessly thrown into the garbage. She scolded their humble background for being unable to appreciate true value, while he had injured himself fixing the household lights, only for her to deride him for being overly dramatic. Men should not express pain or fatigue. Each incident, as Yuan Luqing organized them, ignited his fury. Even if General Liang softened his heart, he would counsel his employer to remain resolute. There is no need for further trouble. Liang Mingzhang returned the evidence to him, noting that part of it stemmed from his own statements, while the rest detailed his witness to their journey from love to marriage. She had agreed to divorce. The next court date would seal their fate, yet the cold, lifeless words on paper transported him back to those days of anguish. In his past life, the proposals he crafted for Sun Dongsheng had gone unused, and Yang Fuzhen had indiscriminately accused him of negligence, claiming he had deliberately embarrassed Sun Dongsheng. The late-night meals he had prepared for her had been given to the servants simply because she was menstruating and in a foul mood. She had flaunted her carefree nights out, returning home at dawn, and when he inquired, she coldly silenced him, asserting he had no right to question her affairs. Liang Mingzhang no longer cared whether Yang Fuzhen was intentionally provoking him or simply indulging in her callousness. His only desire was liberation. Before Yuan Luqing could depart, Liang Mingzhang received a call from Yang Fuzhen. "Mingzhang, what are you doing? I miss you. Downstairs. Would you like to come out and watch the moon together?" Liang Mingzhang fell silent for a moment before nodding. All right. He left Yuan Luqing behind, reminiscent of the time his wife had abandoned Shichinang. General Liang. Yuan Luqing had not anticipated his acceptance, expecting a swift refusal. She has agreed to divorce. I must confirm her sincerity to prevent her from toying with me or changing her mind at the last moment. Liang Mingzhang could prolong their entanglement for years. But if he could bring it to an immediate conclusion, why delay? Upon exiting the villa complex, he spotted her pacing outside the intricately carved fence, counting her steps. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me." Yang Fuzhen could not help but smile upon seeing him. "How have you been lately? Are you feeling well? I initially did not wish to disturb you, but I had a nightmare last night about something terrible happening to you. I was so worried that I rushed over to check on you. Why do I bear the burden of your sleepless nights? My well-being is of no concern to you." Liang Mingzhang stood there, hands at his sides, unhesitant to remind her. "I recall the times you went to dance halls, KTVs, and bars with friends, returning reeking of smoke and alcohol, yet you accused me of being indifferent. It seems you have forgotten that you were the one who insisted I not interfere in your life. You used my proposals as favors for your relatives, disregarding my efforts. Why do you have to speak with me now? Aside from the upcoming trial, we have no need to meet again." Liang Mingzhang felt no ailment afflicting him, and upon hearing his words, Yang Fuzhen was utterly humiliated, wishing she could vanish into the ground. "I understand that not every apology can be met with 'it's all right.' I once wished to keep you to myself, fearing that if you soared too high, you would leave me behind. Despite your success, surpassing even my father, I slandered you for financial mismanagement, claiming it would lead to significant losses for the company. I allowed you to be accommodating, even when you fell ill, permitting you to give the sole VIP room at the overcrowded top hospital to my friend." She had no face left to disturb him again. Yet today marked the anniversary of his attempted suicide in his past life. She was terrified that the divide between them would become insurmountable, a wound etched into her heart. "As long as you are well," he said, "that is enough. When have you ever regarded me as a person?" Liang Mingzhang stood here by her grace, reminding her not to forget her relationship with her male best friend, clad in matching outfits. "On my birthday, I received a call and left, returning only after dark. Your friends have tormented my parents while you stood idly by, finding it amusing. Enough of this." Yang Fuzhen's face flushed crimson, tears blurring her vision. Not every matter can be dismissed with a flippant remark about youthful ignorance. At 40, how many tears must Yang Fuzhen shed for the 20-year-old version of herself? How many apologies must she utter to find liberation? "What did you say?" Liang Mingzhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Fuzhen swallowed her tears, rushed over, and embraced him tightly for a fleeting moment. Reluctantly, she released her hold, forcing herself to let go, despite her reluctance. Farewell, Mr. Liang. Yang Fuzhen turned and entered her car, while Liang Mingzhang, still enveloped in her fragrance, felt an emptiness in his chest and shouted in anger. Yang Fuzhen, come back. You need to clarify your words. He no longer wished to suffer for her, to weep for her, or to endure sleepless nights. Yang Fuzhen drove aimlessly, circling the city of Haicheng. Mr. Liang, our grievances are settled. Liang Mingzhang, furiously turning in circles, struck his fist against the crimson and green tiled wall. He took out his phone and sent her a message. What did you mean by the past life you mentioned to Yuan Luqing? And the 40 you spoke of to me? You seek liberation, yet you shall never attain it, nor find ease. The first message was sent successfully, but the second was met with a red exclamation mark. She had deleted him from her contacts. Chapter 58. Farewell, sir. Merely half a month later, the second court hearing arrived. Shi Qinghang had come to an understanding with his employer. It was simply a formality, and there was no need for the fervor displayed last time. They sat side by side. Shi Qinghang did not activate his microphone and whispered to her, Miss Yang, if you are resolute in your decision to divorce, why not go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Surely, it is not merely to secure another lawyer's fee. Court proceedings are swifter. If you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, you must undergo a cooling-off period. Yang Fuzhen was not afraid of her husband changing his mind. She feared her own reversal. I know that divorce is best for him. I can no longer be selfish, only considering myself. But no matter when I see him again, I will feel reluctant. The thought of his future without me by his side twists my heart with pain. Thus, she must force herself to make a decision. I understand. Miss Yang fears that during the cooling-off period, you might change your mind, Shi Qinghang acknowledged with a nod. Should Miss Yang seek to reconcile, it would compromise her dignity. Everyone has their pride, especially women. Regarding the division of property, would you like me to fight for you? I cannot guarantee you 60% of the Yang family's assets, but I can ensure you are not burdened with debt and receive a small portion of real estate. Yang Fuzhen shook her head. No need, let the debts be mine. I do not care for appearances. If relinquishing my dignity could mend our broken relationship, what use is this pride? I simply wish not to disturb him too much. In my past life, I wanted everything. I desired indulgence, leniency, and autonomy, yet the ultimate outcome was losing my husband. As both parties held firm to their positions, this time, Yuan Luqing, unlike last time, appeared composed and adept. I do not know what Miss Liang refers to as love. A half-month absence without contact has transformed her husband's concern into suspicion. Mistakes made by oneself are cast upon the partner, accusing him of insufficient care. Engaging with an old classmate while blaming her husband for not being exceptional enough to prevent her infidelity. Meanwhile, the evidence submitted on screen consists of Yang Fuzhen's conversations and correspondence with Liang Mingzhang from her previous life. Each line felt akin to training a dog. Aside from me, who would want a country bumpkin like you, who has never seen the world? Without me, you are not worthy of polishing shoes in Haicheng. I have been more than kind to you. Do not take it for granted. What further explanation do you seek? You profess to love me, yet cannot forgive me, even for this minor transgression. Do you realize how unappealing you are when angry? Yet I endured. Did you think yourself unique? In truth, I am equally gentle with everyone. After having a child, I shall surely settle down. I must indulge myself before learning to cherish what I have. Yang Fuzhen lacked the courage to finish reading. Every word was a dagger, piercing the heart of the man who once held her dearly. Thus, he ultimately chose to end his life. Does the defendant have any statements to make? The judge, composed and unperturbed, inquired of the female attorney. As Shi Qinghang opened his mouth, Yang Fuzhen muted her microphone and spoke on her own behalf. No, I agree to the divorce. Mr. Liang, I am sorry. I apologize for all my past words. From now on, may the mountains be high and the waters deep, and I only wish for your journey to be smooth and your health to be well. The female judge, subtly favoring the female side regarding the property distribution, ignored the evidence submitted by the male side, intentionally offering reminders. Yang Fuzhen felt grateful but did not object. The property belongs to him, and the debts are mine. Yuan Luqing internally cursed, recognizing the pervasive influence of this female advocate. Had she not known of the judge's integrity, one might suspect corruption. It truly reflected what those young women said about stepping out of the home and excelling in various fields, subsequently raising their voices for other women. After the hearing, the two exited the courtroom in silence, confronted by a grand staircase. Her mind drifted back to the long street she had traversed that day. What a pity. Your deities did not assist you. You pray to them. It would be more beneficial to pray to me. Liang Mingzhang began with cold sarcasm, looking down upon her with a scrutinizing gaze and a teasing tone. What prompted your sudden agreement to divorce? Have you found someone new? Let us see how you manage that 10 billion in debt. Do not be too pleased with yourself now. You will eventually find yourself begging me again. And you dare to block me. It was I who treated you kindly? Without someone new, I will no longer trouble you. Yang Fuzhen turned back, a smile gracing her lips, even if it was laced with bitterness. Do you wish for me to plead with you? I can beg on your behalf. But I suspect you would prefer to distance yourself from me, severing all ties. Even if I long for you, I can still manage myself. In the matter of loving you, I lack ambition. Yet I possess this small measure of resolve. She had been retreating all along, while Liang Mingzhang, for reasons unknown, perceived a hint of threat in her words. Was it merely a misinterpretation? All that had transpired need not be entangled further. Yet you must clarify your words. What do you mean by 40 in the past life you speak of? It no longer matters. Yang Fuzhen shook her head, exhaling in relief, and once again lifted her gentle smile. I previously overlooked you too much, unaware of your preferences, indifferent to your feelings, and uncomprehending of your emotions. I treated others with more kindness than I did you, failed to uphold your dignity, and never supported your dreams. Hence, your decision to abandon me is what I rightly deserve. I will gradually repay the debts, treating it as penance. Perhaps with each extra payment, I will inch closer to liberation. Yang Fuzhen. Liang Mingzhang did not press further, merely etching this matter in his mind. There was no need to force anything, for he would uncover the truth himself. I have nothing with your sister. This is not an explanation to you, but a matter of my upbringing. I cannot bear to sully myself. I hold no guilt regarding you, nor have I ever defiled our marriage, in this life or the next. Understood. Thank you for sharing. From now on, you may choose a lovely wife for yourself anew. Yang Fuzhen's eyes curved like crescent moons. The thorn in my heart has been extracted, intertwining an unprecedented agony with a sweetness that is equally unfamiliar. In truth, I had long suspected that you were a born leader, albeit born into a rural existence. Your purpose was to bestow blessings upon the countryside, allowing the underprivileged to bask in your glory. You would never stoop to the level of your adversaries by engaging in their base actions. Such would not be punishment for them, but a degradation of oneself. I have never regretted my affection for you, whether it was the genteel and tender version of you from the past, or the cold, ruthless figure you have become now. If given the chance to relive my choices, she would still choose him, even if it meant paying the price with tears and dignity. She would willingly traverse that path 1,000 times over. Liang Mingzhang gazed in the direction of her departure, reminiscent of the countless times she had observed her own silhouette fading away. Closing her eyes, she suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within her. Chapter 59, Turning Point. After the divorce, Yang Fuzhen's life remained largely unchanged, save for the sleepless nights and the clumps of hair that fell from her head. It was only in the dead of night, as she finally began to drift into slumber, that the sound of banging on the door shattered her peace. After several nights of tossing and turning, she could no longer endure it. Even forcing herself to awaken felt a monumental task. Mom. As she opened the door, the sight of her mother, particularly those eyes brimming with resentment, sent a chill coursing through her. Have you grown up now? Have you developed a backbone? You undertake such a monumental decision as divorce without consulting me first. Do you still regard me as your mother? Mom, you agreed to the divorce as well. In her profound sense of loss, Yang Fuzhen desperately sought solace from her family. Yet she never anticipated that the mother who had once indulged her during their shared prosperity would now withdraw that affection. Yes, I consented to your divorce. You heard me. I even approved of your remarriage, but you chose not to listen. You ungrateful child. Do you still dare to defy me? Mrs. Yang's demeanor shifted from her usual grace to one of ferocity, resembling a venomous serpent ready to strike. Since you selectively listen, do not claim to heed my words. If you truly listened to me, you would marry that boy immediately. Yes, divorce is acceptable, but did I compel you to bear all the debts? Those are the company's debts, funds vital for the operation of our projects. Who do you think you are? Can you shoulder that burden? You're nearly 30. You're no longer a child. Why are you so impulsive and immature? Yang Fuzhen was not immature. It was precisely her maturity that led her to this decision. In her past life, she had chosen wealth, corporate success, and fame, only to discover that happiness eluded her. In this life, she wished to repay the debts of conscience, striving for a clear conscience. Mom, if spending a little money can bring me peace of mind, I believe it is worth it. I have grown up and can make my own decisions. I am sorry for causing you worry, but you need not concern yourself. I will repay this debt gradually and will not burden you. You can rest assured. As for that so-called aunt's son, I will not meet him. Nor is there any potential for further development. I have resolved to spend the rest of my life alone. Do you hear yourself, you ungrateful wretch? After all I've sacrificed for you, this is how you repay me. In a fit of rage, Mrs. Yang delivered a sharp slap across her daughter's face. What I care about is not repaying debts with you. I am unwilling to see the legacy left by your father being seized by others. I warned you long ago about Liang Mingzhang's ambition. He never even pretended to hide it. His intentions to achieve greatness were evident in his demeanor. You insisted that he was reliable, but he has proven to be anything but honest. He will undoubtedly usurp what rightfully belongs to you. Mom, please calm down. Hitting me will not solve anything. Moreover, that legacy was built by my father. You are not the rightful heir, so why suffer so? Yang Fuzhen covered her face, feeling a pang of discomfort, despite being of the same maturity as her mother, especially in her past life, where she had conformed to her mother's expectations, always receiving her gentle words. Now, confronted by those disappointed eyes, she felt utterly out of place. Mom, if I were still a child, would you resort to violence? What is the merit in being honest? A man devoid of virtues is praised for being honest by matchmakers. I prefer that Mingzhang is not an honest man. There exists a woman who is perpetually convinced her husband is unfaithful, leading to a spiral of paranoia that drives him to the brink of infidelity. When he ultimately strays, she smugly declares, "See, my prediction has come true. With Mingzhang, when we first married, you warned me he had ulterior motives, and then you mocked him, constantly subjecting him to tests of obedience. Now, you've driven him to this path while absolving yourself of any blame. You disloyal daughter. Do you intend to drive me to my grave?" Mrs. Yang was bewildered. Her daughter, who had always been obedient and understanding, aside from matters of marriage, was now rebelling against her elders for a man who had already abandoned her, forsaking even the warmth that remained. "I do not care. You have but two choices. Either seek Liang Mingzhang and pass the debts on to him, or marry the son of my friend and use the dowry to cover the debts." With a sigh, Yang Fuzhen rejected both options and began to gather her belongings, determined to move out. "Mom, I always believed that maternal love was selfless, only to realize that no love in this world is truly selfless. As long as I provided you with emotional value and acted as your little servant, I was your precious darling. But when I have my own thoughts that diverge from yours, I am suddenly deemed unworthy. It is worth reflecting that even the most exemplary child may not gain their parents' approval or a word of praise. Conversely, the rebellious and willful child will only hear their elders lamenting family misfortunes. Leave. I want to see where you can go after this. With a mountain of debt weighing you down, you'll soon learn the hardships of life." Mrs. Yang, in a fit of rage, smashed the wedding photos of her daughter and son-in-law. Her eyes were filled with disappointment as she yelled at her daughter, venting her emotions without concern for the servants who might come to witness the spectacle. Having lived a life of privilege, she now struggled to maintain her pride. Your sheltered existence has led you to believe you can survive alone. Someone, freeze all of the young lady's bank cards. She is not permitted to spend another cent from the Yang family. What have I done to deserve this? After fighting with the second household for half my life, believing I had a husband and a family business, I find myself bereft of both, merely a bride to someone else. Mrs. Yang sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the thought of Yang Yueping and her money-grubbing mother secretly mocking her, causing her heart to ache. Particularly painful was the realization that Liang Mingzhang, whom she had once dismissed, had now risen to prominence, commanding respect in Haicheng, while she felt as if ants were crawling all over her. "Madam, please calm down. I will instruct the servants not to spread today's events." Guomin, concerned for the young lady, understood the immediate priority was to maintain harmony. Without the support of the matriarch, her efforts would be futile. Servants would neither gossip behind her back nor dare to. They were all beneficiaries of the Yang family's kindness and understood the value of gratitude. The matriarch need not worry about family disgrace, even if word got out. The gossip merely reflected a lack of refinement. In this world, no matter how perfectly one lives, it is impossible to satisfy everyone. At present, the most pressing concern remains the young lady. After all, the well-being of one's own flesh and blood far outweighs superficial appearances. She has only recently gone through a divorce and is undoubtedly experiencing a tumultuous emotional state. How could the old matriarch fail to offer her solace, instead exacerbating her pain as if pouring salt into her wounds? Especially prior to the divorce, it was evident that the young lady was already in a fragile state, showing signs of depression. I fear that the pressure from her mother could serve as the proverbial last straw, leading her to despair. Chapter 60, Retribution. Upon witnessing her daughter's despondent demeanor, Madame Yang had lost all hope. She resolved to take matters into her own hands and made her way to the company. However, she did not venture alone. For courage, she enlisted the company of her uncle, Yang Xiaotao. As they entered, they were promptly halted by the receptionist. "Please wait a moment. I will call the president's office." "Who do you think you are? Do you even know who we are?" Madame Yang fumed, using her hand as a makeshift fan, desperately trying to cool her rising anger. She longed to deliver a stinging slap to the receptionist's face. All right, sister-in-law, calm down. Anger will only lead to wrinkles. Yang Qiutao interjected, pulling her back gently. You've been abroad for so long. It's only natural that the receptionist does not recognize you. After saying this, he released her grip, mindful of their public image. He then addressed the receptionist. Surely you must know me, even if you don't recognize the president's wife? Although I am now retired. Liang Mingzhang would still call me uncle if he saw me on the street. Madam? The young receptionist was taken aback, 1,000 doubts racing through her mind. Their president was still in his prime, and it was hard to believe that he had a wife of such advanced age. As for his claim of being called uncle on the street, that seemed utterly ludicrous. The news of President Liang's divorce had circulated within the company by the following day. Though no one spoke of it openly, everyone was well aware of the underlying truth. Perhaps President Liang, being polite, still referred to his ex-wife's uncle in such a manner. However, even if you had contributed to the company, President Liang still had to adhere to the rules and regulations. Moreover, as a former shareholder, you should be well versed in the company's policies and cannot willfully disregard them. The receptionist emphasized the word contribution deliberately, hoping to remind him of his obligations. Yet, Yang Qiutao, with a face of impenetrable resolve, feigned ignorance, leaving her with no recourse. Enough. No need for your announcement. He is currently in a meeting, and interrupting him would be counterproductive. I can approach him myself. And by the way, this is the wife of the late Mr. Yang. What are you thinking? Oh, I thought the Qing dynasty had fallen. The receptionist retorted with an eye roll, and as the two entered the executive elevator, she proceeded to call the president's office, indignantly stating, Madam Yang's mourning period has long passed. If he were aware, would he allow these people to exploit his memory for their own gain? And as for President Yang, we might as well start counting from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Inside the elevator, Madame Yang remained blissfully unaware of the receptionist's remarks. Or else she would have turned around to confront her. Particularly in her current state of distress, she longed for an outlet for her frustrations. What audacity! It is merely the arrogance of those who wield power. When I stood alongside the late Mr. Yang in our endeavors, this little wretch was likely still a child, suckling in some alleyway. I maintain that when leaders are corrupt, their subordinates will inevitably follow suit. This is the principle of a crooked beam supporting a warped roof. Yes, calm down. Don't let anger consume you. Others may be indifferent, but I would be the one to suffer, Yang Qiutao assured her. Isn't this the classic case of the loved ones suffering while the enemies rejoice? When Yang Qiutao stepped into the elevator, he believed that after resigning, he had escaped scrutiny. He was oblivious to the impending awkwardness of explaining his circumstances. Fortunately, he did not have to endure the humiliation of taking the employee elevator. Just as he was reveling in his moment, Madame Yang slapped the back of his hand, redirecting the ire upon him. You are useless. I entrusted our daughter to you years ago, and you failed to protect her. With a demeanor like yours, how can you even call yourself an uncle? Had I known, I would never have gone abroad. Had I not relinquished control and listened to that deceased wretch, I would have monitored the company management closely, and that Liang fellow would have had no say in matters. Now they dare to bully us, a widow and her orphan child. If you do not stand up for me now, it would be a disservice to our past alliance. Madame Yang's frustration was palpable, if not for her pursuit of excitement. She would not have found herself in such a predicament. Regret, however, comes too late. Do not wrongfully accuse me. If you wish, we can summon Xiaozhen, and I will confront her directly. I exerted every effort to elevate her position. Yang Qiutao wore a pained expression, as though he bore an immense injustice. Yet Xiaozhen was unwilling, as if their marriage was a conspiracy against her. Now, what has become of it? She was unceremoniously cast aside, leading to widespread alienation. One wonders what charms that fellow possesses to have captivated Xiaozhen so completely. Perhaps his allure is akin to that of a drug. Madame Yang shot him a glare, and as the elevator reached the top floor, she stepped out, exclaiming, Liang Mingzhang, you ungrateful wretch, come out this instant. Back in the day, you were nothing but a beggar. Had it not been for our Liang family's assistance, you would not have even completed your university education, but instead would be digging potatoes in some remote corner. Now you cast aside my daughter without a penny to her name, and dare to burden her with debt. Are you even human? Do you have the audacity to call yourself a patriotic entrepreneur? Before she could continue her tirade, Liang Mingzhang, having received the receptionist's call, emerged from the conference room, fully prepared. Whose leash was not secured properly, allowing you to roam free? Was it your uncle's? Son-in-law, your words are rather harsh. One must not forget their roots, Yang Qiutao interjected, his face flushed as he defended his sister-in-law. In this world, what you sow is what you reap. If you neglect to do good, even if you pilfer from the company, it cannot last. A man must be upright and honorable. How can one thrive on deceit? Liang Mingzhang raised his hand, and the towering electronic screen that occupied an entire floor of the company illuminated with footage from the hotel surveillance, revealing Yang Xiaotao in all his naked glory, a beer belly hanging over Madame Yang's head. The sound of Madame Yang's voice echoed throughout the company. Yang Qiutao, did you not say you would erase all these recordings? Madame Yang, upon seeing her own image on the screen, was struck with terror, her face paling as she hastily shielded it with her bag, wishing fervently to disappear. Yang Xiaotao, initially contemplating whether Liang Mingzhang had truly driven his ex-wife to despair, found himself too preoccupied with his own exposed secrets to concern himself with others. There was no way to contest the authenticity of the hotel footage, nor could he deny his own identity. He could only muster the courage to defend himself. This occurred after my brother's passing. It is the 21st century. We cannot expect a widow to remain chaste for her deceased husband. Yes, we were in a normal relationship, Madame Yang intended to clarify, questioning whether there was a misunderstanding. But as her accomplice had already spoken, she could not contradict his statement. Uncle Aunt, would you like to check the timestamp on the hotel footage? At that time, your father-in-law was still alive, Liang Mingzhang offered, his tone laced with mockery. At this moment, Madame Yang could no longer maintain her composure. She covered her face and fled in disgrace. In her haste, she took the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. And in her rush, she tripped and twisted her ankle. Yang Xiaotao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having traversed through life as tempests and tribulations. As long as one casts aside shame, embarrassment becomes a stranger. Nephew, since you still address me as your second uncle, do refrain from making this situation so awkward. Whatever grievances you hold against me, let us resolve them privately. The release of my video is unbecoming and detrimental to your company's reputation. Look at it. Does it make sense? When the gunfire ceases, there are no victors. Even if I am now stripped of power, do you truly wish to gain an adversary in me? Though my personal morals may be lacking, this remains my private affair, and I have not broken the law, have I? Indeed, I have. Sun Dongsheng is currently in northern Myanmar, seeking my aid, and has divulged everything. Liang Mingzhang did not anticipate that Yang Xiaotao would possess such audacity, ignoring him while still daring to present himself. I know of your collusion with Sun Dongsheng that led to your father-in-law's demise. If I remain silent, do you believe I am unaware? I have already submitted evidence of your involvement in your father-in-law's death to the authorities. Prepare for imprisonment. In jail, you may have the opportunity to explain to the police that your indiscretions were merely personal matters and that you committed no crimes. Chapter 61. Pimping. Yang Fuzhen was entirely preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth, having lost contact with her mother for several days, remaining oblivious to the happenings within the company. At the spherical doll exhibition, Yang Fuzhen, once the center of attention, found herself relegated to a mere spectator this time. Xiao O Mei. The dolls you showcase today are truly exquisite. She approached a former acquaintance, only to realize that those who once fawned over her had now turned their backs in indifference. Zheng Xiaomei barely acknowledged her with a dismissive grunt, completely disregarding her presence. After treating her as if she were invisible, she resumed her conversation with others. Sister Lu, the doll you purchased last time is now out of production. Fortunately, you acted quickly. Otherwise, it would have been reserved by someone else. How is the doll faring? Our factory has released several new sets of traditional clothing for dolls. I'll send you a couple. The sycophantic smile contrasted sharply with the frosty demeanor she exhibited towards Yang Fuzhen. Yang Fuzhen understood, as business took precedence. Naturally, there was no time for idle chit-chat with old friends. Furthermore, since her rebirth, she had been engrossed in mending her relationship with her husband, neglecting to nurture friendships based on shared interests. Only when one is in need does one regret the lack of social interaction. Just as she turned to leave, not wishing to intrude, Sister Lu called out to her. Xiaozhen, I hear you're also planning to establish a doll factory. I will certainly support your endeavors. In our circle, your aesthetic is the most refined. Thank you, Sister Lu. Yang Fuzhen turned, offering a comforting smile. Zheng Xiaomei immediately shot her a venomous glance, exclaiming, Fuzhen, how could you? I considered you a friend, yet you steal my clients. She then stomped her high heel onto the ground, bitterly adding, Fuzhen has just divorced, receiving no assets, yet she carries debts. Who knows if she even has the funds to start a factory? She might be attempting to swindle everything for nothing. I will find a way to secure startup capital. Yang Fuzhen felt a twinge of displeasure at her undermining. But the sharp edges of her former life had long been dulled by the grind of existence. At this moment, she sought not to retaliate, but rather to maintain her integrity before potential clients. The bank debts were not pressing, and I still had some jewelry to sell. A starving camel is larger than a horse, and it would not hinder my plans to open a shop. Are you jesting? Zheng Xiaomei retorted. Who doesn't he know that you were cast out by the Yang family? Can your mother still let you take those jewels with you? Dream on. It seems that the choice of which store to patronize is a matter of personal freedom, isn't it? Sister Liu, having observed the exchange, could no longer remain silent. Typically one to detest kicking someone when they are down, she now took a stand. Hurry and refund the doll accessories I ordered from you. I no longer wish to buy them. Before you engage in business, learn to be a decent person. Otherwise, if the store owner lacks integrity, the dolls produced cannot be of high quality. Fuzhen, I'm placing an order with you right now. This is the deposit. I want the very first doll you create. With that, she handed over her gold card. Yang Fuzhen was deeply moved. Had this been in the past, she would not have cared for such a trifling sum. Now, even a small amount posed a significant challenge, forcing her to bow and accept it. If you're planning to discount the jewelry, may I select a few pieces? I know you have many valuable items. Sister Liu, eyeing this fallen aristocrat, resembled an ancient merchant fixated on a bureaucrat whose fortunes have been seized. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of your misfortune. I will certainly pay you above the second-hand market price. Upon learning of Yang Fuzhen's post-divorce struggles, Liang Mingzhang found himself at a loss. In the president's office, he hesitated before dialing Yi Ming's number. Are you filming? Yi Ming was cautious not to disturb President Liang, who had never proactively sought her out. Receiving a call from him today was as surprising as the sun rising in the west. Yes, President Liang, I am recording a variety show. Thank you for your concern. However, you need not worry. I'm doing well. It was my fault before, wanting to capitalize on the limelight and earn a fortune. I could not withstand the disdain from colleagues and the online harassment from fans. I wanted the rewards without enduring the pain. How could I expect to have all the good fortune? Liang Mingzhang feared that if he did not interrupt her, she would continue rambling until the next year. I didn't call to check on you. I have a matter for which I need your assistance. Yi Ming immediately perked up at the seriousness in his tone. I am at your service, President Liang. Please, command me. Was it a personal matter? Your affairs are my affairs. I am more than willing to share your burdens. Clearing his throat, Liang Mingzhang continued. Xiaozhan, my ex-wife, has opened a doll shop. Is it BJD? Yi Ming exclaimed, understanding the implication immediately. I love Ace. I'll go buy one. No, make that two. Liang Mingzhang, holding the phone, felt a strong urge to hang up. When did he become a matchmaker? He held back, continuing, I'm not asking you to sell. I haven't recruited anyone for her. Rather, when her store opens, could you help promote it? You have considerable followers across various platforms. Please share on all of them. Understood. Even if she does not advertise online, I will take the initiative to promote her. Yi Ming comprehended and responded appropriately. I do not know Miss Yang, but I trust your judgment, President Liang. A store recommended by you must be reputable. However, even if Yang's business lacks integrity, it will not tarnish my reputation. I will recover it myself. I wonder why President Liang wants me to do this. Is he concerned for his former sister-in-law? It's because among your fans, there are many women. The market is vast, and their purchasing power is strong. Liang Mingzhang noted the girl's growing boldness, daring to pry into his personal affairs. I do not concern myself with her. I merely wish to prevent her from being driven to desperation, committing acts that would disgrace the Liang family. Over the phone, he could hear Yi Ming giggling. Rest assured, President Liang, I promise to fulfill this task. Even if there are many male fans among my followers, I will guide them to purchase dolls for their girlfriends. And for the lonely ones without girlfriends, I will suggest they buy dolls to keep as companions. However, President Liang, as I have no familial ties to Yang, if she inquires about my unusual enthusiasm, how should I explain? In truth, it is Liang Mingzhang, this straightforward man, who lacks the finesse to concoct excuses. Just like that absurd incident earlier, which was utterly ludicrous and utterly untenable. Having already parted ways, what relevance does the family name hold? If you require my guidance for such trivial matters, it will be better for you to pack your belongings and depart promptly. I am well aware of the company's regulations prohibiting artists from using their accounts to post independently. As for the manager, I shall speak to them. If Yang Fuzhen inquires, do not mention that I instructed you to do so. Understood, Mr. Liang. Yi Ming merely indulged in a bit of playful charm with him. Yet she dared not truly provoke the boss. Should Yang, the owner, inquire further, I shall assert that I harbor a secret desire for her ex-husband, feeling a twinge of guilt. Therefore, I shall undertake this small task as a form of compensation for her. However, Mr. Liang, if I assist you in resolving this matter, might there be a reward? Before even commencing the task, you dare to negotiate terms with me? Liang Mingzhang immediately furrowed his brow, aware that the current youth are not easily managed, often demanding workplace reforms. Yet, instructing others to accomplish tasks, accompanied by a small token of appreciation, is not without merit. Speak, what sum do you desire? Yet, a foreboding sensation flickered within Liang Mingzhang. He feared this little monkey was not motivated by monetary gain. As expected, she spoke, Mr. Liang, I do not seek money. The last time you blacklisted my friend, might you consider releasing me from that as well? Chapter 62, Aunt. Yang Fuzhen had sold everything she could possibly part with, barely accumulating enough funds to open her store. However, there was not a single cent to spare. While in the shop, collaborating with the designer to finalize the sketches for the custom dolls, she received a call from her mother-in-law. Hello, Xiaojin. Your father and I have arrived in Haicheng. Liang's mother spoke with her usual warmth and affection. Ah, Zhang is busy with work, so we won't disturb him. The last time we were at your home, even breakfast was a hurried affair. He was munching on dry bread while simultaneously conversing with his secretary. We have just reached the station. Do you think you can pick us up? If you're unavailable, it's perfectly fine. We can take a taxi. This time, we brought your elder sister along. After all, our grandson is on winter break. He performed admirably in his finals this semester, so we thought to reward him. He has been eagerly mentioning his desire to visit Haicheng. Liang's mother continued her chatter, only to realize her daughter-in-law had not responded for quite a while, sensing something amiss. Just as she was about to inquire, Yang Fuzhen spoke up. Sure, Mom. Just a moment. I'll go pick you up right away. What a remarkable little fellow. So diligent and eager to learn at such a young age. He will undoubtedly turn out well, just like his uncle. After hanging up, Yang Fuzhen relayed a few instructions to the designer. You all continue with the sketches. Do not wait for me. Once I finish, I'll return. The first batch of goods is crucial. Do not shy away from putting in the effort. Only by maintaining good relationships with our earliest clients can we unlock future markets. Focus on the client's aesthetics. Do not attempt to mold the patrons or push them out of their comfort zones. She was unaware of when she might return today. Likely not early. However, that was of little consequence. Worst case scenario, she would return and work late into the night. Boss, during our initial phase of entrepreneurship, we did not hire so many people. With your absence, we lose a vital workforce. The designer expressed concern, not wishing to direct the boss, but feeling the need to state the facts. Moreover, the interns have not yet been exposed to BJD without your supervision. What if they mishandle things? If we start to micromanage, it may come across as self-indulgent, relying on seniority to impose authority. At such a critical juncture, we cannot afford to delay production. The output is already slow. One day delay today leads to another tomorrow. When will the shelves ever be fully stocked? I understand. I will attempt to return as soon as possible. However, today I must attend to this. They're very important to me. Yang Fuzhen did not chastise her well-intentioned subordinates, recognizing that they were also anxious for the company's success. Collective effort is always preferable to idly slacking off. Grabbing her canvas bag, she set out, silently praying for a swift journey, hoping not to keep her in-laws, elder sister, and little nephew waiting too long. Upon arriving at the station, she spotted a few figures waiting in the distance and immediately donned a bright smile as she approached them. Dad, Mom, elder sister, have you been waiting long? She crouched down to ruffle the little one's hair. Welcome to Haicheng, little friend. The small child, seemingly unappreciative of such adult affection, shrank back behind his mother and mischievously retorted, You can't represent Haicheng. Why say welcome to me? However, Haicheng truly was vast, and since he had disembarked from the train, he felt his eyes were insufficient to take it all in. Such rudeness. How can you speak to your aunt in that manner? Your aunt is a native of Haicheng. How could she not represent it? His elder sister pulled the child closer and pressed him toward Yang Fuzhen. Go on, apologize to your aunt. What a troublesome child, lacking in basic manners. The child, feeling slightly pained by the tugging, sought help from his grandparents. Yet the doting grandparents did not come to his aid this time. It seemed that this beautiful aunt had won their favor. It's quite all right, elder sister. The little one is still young and uninformed. Children speak without restraint. Yang Fuzhen smiled, yet this time refrained from patting the child's head again. Everyone has their quirks. It is entirely normal for him not to enjoy being touched. We must respect the child's feelings. A little man growing up disliking being handled. Your aunt understands. Long live understanding. The little one managed to evade an apology and skated by. Xiaojin, your educational philosophy is truly progressive. What shame you don't have children. Otherwise, when will you and your younger brother have a child? Your son would surely be a responsible and warm-hearted young man. The elder sister held her son's hand, chatting merrily as they followed behind Yang Fuzhen. We didn't wait long. Was there traffic? Liang's mother chimed in. There are many people in Haicheng, and the cars are numerous. Fortunately, the big city is civilized, yielding to pedestrians. Liang's mother continued with a chuckle, not forgetting to poke fun at their own rural origins. Unlike back home, where pedestrians do not yield to cars, and cars do not yield to pedestrians. It's not that people walk on the zebra crossing. Rather, wherever they walk, that becomes the zebra crossing. There was no traffic. I sold my car and took the subway. Yang Fuzhen led her family onto the bus, where seats were scarce, heading straight to the designated area for the elderly and infirm. Addressing a girl occupying the seat, she asserted, "You should stand. Don't you know to respect the elderly and the young?" The elder sister stood behind, utterly astonished, whispering to their mother, "This sister-in-law looks delicate. Yet she's so fierce when arguing. When she gets riled up, it's quite intimidating. Is your younger brother being completely dominated by her?" Liang's mother was unconcerned. As long as her daughter-in-law and son were united in purpose, she held no feudal beliefs. However, you are mistaken. Xiaozhen is only fierce in public. In front of your brother, she is as soft as a noodle. The innocent girl who had been chastised by Yang Fuzhen reluctantly relinquished her seat. Yet as she walked back with a friend, she muttered under her breath, "What a show-off," thinking she is some kind of hero. Nowadays, the elderly are often in better shape than we are. They can hang on the monkey bars all day at the park. It's the fragile college students who need more care and attention. All right? Which school do you attend? Yang Fuzhen directed her grandparents to sit down, gesturing toward the two students. You are from Haicheng University, right? I recognize the charms on your backpacks. I previously donated to Haicheng University. Should I speak to your counselor about your behavior while out in public? I'm sorry, sister. I know I was wrong. Please do not go otherwise. My chance of becoming an enthusiastic member of the group will be lost. The young girl's expression shifted in an instant, and she quickly conceded, regardless of whether we are on campus or off, we must embody the ideals of the four good youths. We should offer our seats to the elderly, assist grandmothers in crossing the street, and help pregnant women carry their belongings. We are not affiliated with Haicheng University. That trinket was purchased online without thought. I will take full responsibility for my actions. If you wish to scold me, do so, but please spare our teachers the trouble. I beg of you. Killing someone is merely a matter of a pointed finger. Yang Fuzhen did not pursue which school they belonged to, merely hinting and choosing to ignore them. Liang's father, having lived a life of honest simplicity, habitually yielded in situations, feeling guilty for taking someone else's seat. Standing for a while would not be detrimental. He used to toil in the fields, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Perhaps I should just rise. The child had a point. City dwellers also face challenges, and the pressure is considerable. Sit down. Liang's mother firmly pushed him back into his seat, exclaiming with urgency, "It's not easy for Xiaozhen to secure this seat for us. Why should you act so self-important, using her efforts to gain favor with others? You are truly bothersome, always trying to meddle. If you were to reclaim your wages, would you be pleased if I said I would forego my salary to help others? I shouldn't have brought you along. City folks have their pensions, so why should you feel sympathy? Truly, it's like a cabbage seller with the heart of a jeweler." The little one, small and short, was being lifted by his mother, only able to see legs. Soon, he could not stand any longer and whimpered, "Mommy, I'm tired." "Stop fussing. I'm carrying a bag." His older sister scolded him impatiently. Yang Fuzhen glanced at her in-law's suitcase and bag, which indeed rested in her hands. She promptly picked up her nephew, saying, "Annie will hold you. Let us enjoy the scenery outside, shall we? Haicheng is beautiful, and the bus will soon pass by landmark buildings. One day, when you're ready for school, I will take you to conduct business. He is so weary. Having a family member assist him will allow him to rest a bit." "Ajun, please give the child to me," the older sister said, feeling a bit awkward about asking her sister-in-law to hold the child. "By the way, why did you sell your car? For environmental reasons?" Chapter 63, Bankruptcy. The older sister was aware that city folk have many rules. With ample money, they resolve survival issues and then begin to pursue spiritual civilization. That is not the case. I am merely short on funds. Yang Fuzhen lifted the little darling slightly to offer him a clearer view. Although she had no children in her past life, she lived to be over 40 and had held her friend as child. Thus she was quite adept at holding little ones. "Allow me. You've been on the bus for quite some time and must be tired. It's wise to conserve your strength, as we will be visiting the scenic areas soon. I can hold him just the same. Raising children in the countryside is simply done this way. Neighbors and relatives hold them, and that is how they grow up. Xiaozhen, I didn't expect you, a city dweller, to be so knowledgeable." The older sister, feeling utterly exhausted, chose not to argue. Only after the bus started moving, amidst the rumble of the vehicle and the chatter within, did she lean down to whisper to her mother, "Didn't you say my sister-in-law is quite wealthy? Always throwing around millions like we do with paper money. Why has she sold her car then? What could it possibly be worth? Is there trouble with the Yang family business? Or has my brother gotten into some sort of trouble? Don't pry into things." Liang's mother gently admonished her daughter, speaking earnestly. "If Xiaozhen wishes to share, she will. You should simply listen. If she prefers not to speak, then do not press her. Adults have their own struggles, and one must allow others some space. Riding the bus is pleasant. The view is expansive, and it helps you become familiar with the surroundings. Stand quietly. Being busy does not exempt you from responsibility. If you truly have time to spare, take the child. Do not let your sister-in-law carry him. She is weary from work as well. Liang's mother, having lived a life of honesty, had grown accustomed to seeing some of the world through her son's experiences. She had begun to learn to let go of her former self-righteousness and to advocate for her own interests. She had opened her mind to accept people and events that differed from her own. Understood, life is already challenging enough. But you just said we, the farmers, should not concern ourselves with the capitalist affairs, the older sister remarked, slightly disdainful, unsure where her mother's loyalties had strayed. Xiao Zhen is different. She is part of our Liang family and must be protected, Liang's mother explained to her daughter. Isn't Xiao Zhen family? Am I not your true sister? The older sister retorted, but without any intention of competing for affection with her sister-in-law. You need not remind me, mother. I am aware that my sister-in-law intended to sponsor the child's education. I can comprehend that on my own, even if she does not provide me with such benefits. I would not meddle, as long as she and my brother are well. As the eldest sister-in-law, I may not have received much education, but I am sensible. I wish for my brother's happiness and a harmonious family so that he can succeed in his endeavors. Until the bus arrived at the museum entrance, Yang Fuzhen held the little one and disembarked. Approaching the ticket counter to inquire about any discounts, she momentarily experienced a mental lapse upon hearing the ticket price. After taking a few steps away, she dialed her good friend. Yiyu, can you lend me some money? It felt as though a royal was asking a beggar for assistance. Yiyu, at the hospital, held the phone between his ear and shoulder while diligently writing up medical records. Did you lose a game of truth or dare? No, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Yang Fuzhen, no longer asking for a loan, directly stated, just transfer me some money. Now it's a robbery. Yiyu sensed something was amiss and kept the intern from calling the next patient, focusing intently on her. What is our relationship? Why borrow? If I have it, I'll give it all to you. Unfortunately, I'm as broke as a joke. What about old Liang? He just ventured into the restaurant industry and is now a major player in Haiqing, asking for some cash. However, I worry that if this continues, his business rivals will accuse him of unfair competition. Thank you for the heads up, but your information is outdated. I've divorced my husband. Yang Fuzhen had moved past the pain and could now discuss the matter lightly, unlike when it was fresh, and she couldn't even mention it. Poor thing. You've been crushed under the weight of work, and you don't even pay attention to explosive social news. Oh my, oh my. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback, his mind stalling. He soon began to sympathize with his friend. So, you're broke due to a divorce. Where did you find a lawyer? Tell me, so I can avoid the pitfalls. I truly sympathize with you, but I am genuinely out of money. If you had mentioned this a few months ago, it would have been fine. Back then, I was still from a prestigious family. Last month, I had a huge argument with my father about not getting married, and he cut off my allowance. My spending habits are extravagant, and that little salary from the hospital isn't enough to cover my monthly expenses. It's not the lawyer's fault. It's that I didn't want to fight him. At this moment, Yang Fuzhen desperately needed money to buy tickets and was indifferent to her friend's plight. Then borrow from others. You must give me something. Oh my. You can't let your sister suffer while you suffer too. Yiyu, sharing the same hardships with his friend, remained loyal and was busy contemplating ways to make money. Accepting red envelopes from patients was out of the question. That would never happen. Sick individuals already face enough misery, enduring both illness and the financial burden of treatment. Are doctors not human for exploiting them? Wait for me a moment. I'll go call my mentor out of his retirement fund. I'll just tell him I'm getting married to solicit a gift. After hanging up, Yiyu promptly transferred her a sum, with a note, voluntary gift. Furthermore, she possesses a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Jean. I have only this meager amount of resources. No matter how much you extract, it won't suffice. Never mind. Next month when I receive my salary, I'll have to be frugal with my own expenses. This is all the money I have, and it barely covers my own needs, let alone supporting my dear friend. My life is so arduous. At a young age, I've already experienced what it means to be a painlessly burdened mother. Despite her complaints, Yiyu still refrains from undermining her friend's dignity. Deep down, she understands that it is not a lack of desire for wealth, but rather an inability to compete with the cunning Liang Mingzhang, that old fox. In an effort to salvage her own pride, she claims there is no need to fight for inheritance. Yang Fuzhen promptly accepted the money and prepared to buy tickets. Just as she was about to scan her code, her mother-in-law intercepted her. Let your elder sister pay. Every time we come to Haicheng, it's always you footing the bill. We deserve a chance to contribute. As the eldest, it's only right to take care of your younger siblings. The elder sister's eyes widened in disbelief. But I have no money. She too recognized that her siblings were financially constrained, yet having already covered her travel expenses, She was not a deity of wealth. Moreover, the currency system between her and her brother's family was vastly different. What her brother spends on one meal requires her half a year of hard labor. Didn't Tia Zhang send quite a bit of money home in the past? Liang's mother reminded her. But you forbade touching that money, didn't you? The elder sister had previously entertained thoughts of using those funds, believing that since her brother was doing well, she shouldn't have to endure hardship herself. However, her parents forbade it, and thus she dared not pursue it further. Now that the situation was dire, why not utilize it? Yang's mother did not wish to take advantage of her son, yet she understood the need for flexibility. Chapter 64, The Laughingstock. A few of them entered the museum, and the little one's eyes were wide with wonder. Yang Fuzhen followed behind, her phone buzzing with messages from Yin. You received the money and have ignored me. How heartless of you. I was merely trying not to disturb your work. I'm not saying this lightly. Why not consider marriage? Yang Fuzhen replied, for money. You'd even betray your best friend. Do you still consider yourself human? Yin retorted. Not at all. Yang Fuzhen realized she had fallen into her trap and corrected herself. It's not about the money. I genuinely believe marriage is wonderful. Having a partner is quite nice. If you continue living as a single aristocrat, you may regret it when you grow older. Impossible. Without offspring, I want to have to worry about being mistreated by caregivers. Yinu's staunch stance against marriage and child-rearing remained unshaken. With the advancement of technology, when I grow old, I can simply purchase a robot to take care of me, which is far superior to a son. It requires no money and no effort. Based on my years of experience with children, raising them is futile. I'm still dependent on my parents. Even if robots aren't that advanced, I'd rather enjoy 50 years of comfort and suffer for 5 years in old age than to manage a child's education in youth, then oversee their marriage, and still have to bless them after my death. You speak this way because you are young. When you truly grow old and fall ill, you will understand the significance of family. By then, your parents will be gone, and being alone will be truly pitiful. Yang Fuzhen spoke earnestly, genuinely concerned for her friend. When you are healthy and well, you believe you can remain this way forever. Yet, when illness strikes, the instinct for survival is profound. Given how wonderful marriage is, why did you get divorced? Yin shot back. Yang Fuzhen responded nonchalantly. If marriage were so splendid, why would I contemplate a second marriage? Just wait. I will eventually reconcile with him. I'll be waiting for you to remarry him. But don't forget to return my money first. It's your turn to support me now. Yin hoped she wouldn't have to wait too long. If her friend only repaid her when she had gray hair and lost teeth, she would miss out on the enjoyment. Rest assured, your investment in me will yield significant returns. I want to wait until you are incapable to repay you. Yang Fuzhen painted an enticing picture of the future. It was uncertain whether Yin would chuckle at such whimsical notions, but Yang Fuzhen looked up to find Liang Mingzhang had entered unnoticed. Mom, do you think my sister-in-law doesn't want to spend money on us? The elder sister, who had been whispering with their mother, abruptly swallowed her words upon seeing her younger brother's figure. Dad, Mom, what is going on? You came without notifying me. What do you need her for? Liang Mingzhang's brows furrowed deeply. After expressing his grievances about his family, he turned to reprimand his ex-wife. Yang Fuzhen, do you think you were so noble? You believe that by doing this, I would feel indebted to you? You are mistaken. If you wish to be overly sentimental, I won't care and will simply observe. That is fine. If you enjoy watching, then watch. Regardless, I become the laughingstock of the entire elite circle in Haiqing. With numerous debts to her name, she felt no burden. A multitude of nuisances could not harm her. It's perfect that you are here. I was just about to leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to arrange accommodations for your uncle and aunt tonight. I can't return to my mom's place, and my own is too small to accommodate so many guests. Yang Fuzhen contemplated whether to move in with her friend. This way, she could save on rent, reduce utility costs, and enjoy better living conditions. Jean, what do you mean by that? Am I at fault for worrying about your work while being with your mother and sister? Liang's father sensed the tension between his son and daughter-in-law, but felt it inappropriate to intervene in their affairs, so he refrained from asking further. All right, Mom, I understand. Next time, I'll reach out to you. Xiaojin also has work commitments. Liang's mother felt a wave of anxiety and unease wash over her, her right eyelid twitching vigorously. You didn't notify us before coming to Haiqing. What if you get lost or scammed? Liang Mingzhang stood there with his hands on his hips, feeling a heaviness in his chest as he tried to catch his breath. I've gone to your sister's homes without prior notice before. Haven Ti? All right, Mom. I understand now. Your daughter's family can be visited casually. But your son's family requires an appointment. Liang's mother lost her desire to continue the outing and urged her daughter. Let us go. After a day of travel. You must be tired. Let your brother take us to where we'll be staying. I didn't mean that My elder sister's home is in the county. Quite close. I'm in Haicheng. Isn't that far? Liang Mingzhang noticed his presence had dampened everyone's spirits, further aggravating his own frustration. Nevertheless, he thought of canceling a few meetings the next day to spend quality time with his family. The elder sister hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent and regretted calling her brother. Now seeing her sister-in-law preparing to leave, she called out, "Xiaozhen, aren't you coming back with us? You sold your car and would have to squeeze onto a bus. How exhausting. Wherever you wish to go, let Mingzhang take you." Exactly, Liang's mother added, not only speaking up but also pulling her daughter-in-law's hand to walk out together. Liang Mingzhang, having not brought a driver today, drove his parents to his villa. However, Yang's mother remained uneasy, grasping her son's hand. "Are you and Xiaozhen doing well?" Liang Mingzhang felt a lump in his throat. Meeting his mother's expectant gaze, he nodded with difficulty. "Mom, it's my fault for forgetting your checkup date. I should have reminded you earlier to arrange for the hospital. It's all right. I'm not senile yet. I can take care of myself. No matter how excellent you are, my son, you're not made of iron. It's quite commendable that you managed to handle your extensive career so well. Nobody can do everything. I won't impose unreasonable demands on you, and you shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself." Liang's mother didn't keep her son, but instead pushed him out. "Xiaozhen has matters to attend to. You should take her there. I'll call a driver." Liang Mingzhang was already preparing to contact his subordinate. Yang Fuzhen coincidentally interjected, "Yes, I can take a taxi back myself." "Auntie, there's no need for concern." How can Liang's mother not be concerned? With every utterance punctuated by Annie, Mingzhang, as a husband, should cherish his own wife. Go and see her off. Liang's mother halted her son's phone call, refusing to use her worries as an excuse, morally coercing him. However, Liang Mingzhang, mindful of his mother's upcoming checkup, did not wish to provoke her anxiety and ultimately acquiesced. Returning to the car alongside Yang Fuzhen, he observed her seated in the back, and with a hint of displeasure remarked, "Miss, I am not your personal chauffeur." Yang Fuzhen bit her lip but moved to the front passenger seat, suggesting, "Tell Annie that after a long day at work, your back hurts. She wants to insist on having you drive." Liang Mingzhang ignited the engine, the sun having already dipped below the horizon. "You have a remarkable ability to change your tune swiftly, fearing that my mother remains oblivious to our divorce." In chapter 65, the studio loomed ahead. "I acknowledge my shortcomings, which is why you hold such a perception of me." Yang Fuzhen sighed from the passenger seat. "I lack the ability to alter your preconceived notions, merely wishing to clarify. I changed my address, fearing that after our divorce, calling her mom might repulse you. I do not wish to irritate you nor affect your mood in any situation involving me. As for any notions of grandeur, they are mere fabrications. It is simply the affection I receive from my mother-in-law. Human nature is such that, even post-divorce, I would still lend a helping hand if she were in need. Could you not have called me? What are you trying to prove, playing the part of a grand wolf?" Liang Mingzhang drove, his heart heavy with unexpressed frustration. "I assumed they would reach out to you. In hindsight, my judgment proved accurate. Did your sister not call you?" Yang Fuzhen, failing Wurongit, lowered her gaze to fidget with her seatbelt. "Do you not realize why I didn't call you? You avoid my presence and disdain my voice. Why would I seek to be a nuisance? I agreed to the divorce to grant you a tranquil life. Otherwise, inconveniencing you over trivial matters would render the divorce pointless." "Regretful? I believe your remorse stems from the weight of debt," Liang Mingzhang asserted without inquiring about the route, driving straight to her company's entrance. "You." Yang Fuzhen felt unjustly accused, her heart heavy with discomfort. "Today, I set aside my work to accompany your parents. You could have at least expressed gratitude instead of hurling insults. Do you possess no conscience? Even if I lacked one, it's merely a reflection of your influence. One who dwells in ink darkens." Liang Mingzhang parked the car, still withholding any soft words. "Is it merely about money? Speak plainly. How much will it cost to compensate for a day's delay in your work?" "I do not want money. I want you to work for me, to make up for what I missed today." Yang Fuzhen's patience reached its limit, erupting in frustration. "Otherwise, I shall inform your father and weep to your mother, parading in your village, denouncing you as a heartless scoundrel, rendering you unable to face your fellow townsfolk." Liang Mingzhang felt numbed. Faced with this obstinate rogue, he found himself without recourse. They both exited the vehicle, heading towards her company, which, while sizable, paled in comparison to his own enterprises, merely qualifying as a studio. "How did you know my company was here?" Yang Fuzhen queried upon entering, suddenly realizing. "Have you been secretly following me? You think too highly of yourself. My connections are merely extensive, and I happen to overhear." Liang Mingzhang's expression flickered with a moment of panic, quickly masked. "Why on earth would I concern myself with your trifling endeavors? Even if offered for free, I would decline. Is that so? Mr. Liang, your perspective is rather narrow. Allow me to introduce you properly. My store has immense potential. If you invest, I assure you, the returns will far exceed expectations. With a tone that was half joking, half serious, Yang Fuzhen elaborated, you have no idea how exceptional my store is. Just opened, and the hottest rising star, Yi Ming from your company, is already promoting for me. Before I even produced a single doll, orders have surged, and many have even made their way overseas. My dolls cater to the high-end market, with a starting price no less than 10,000. Once we scale up, it will outpace even jewelry. Liang Mingzhang, considering her words, murmured in contemplation before. Under her hopeful gaze, he replied, not interested. Having just painted grand visions for her friend, she turned to do the same for herself. Yang Fuzhen's spirits plummeted as she saw a subordinate still working late. Everyone, go home. I will handle the finishing touches. Those unfamiliar with Liang Mingzhang assumed he was the boss's new charming companion. In a light-hearted jest, they teased, Sister Jeanne is quite the charmer this time. Her new flame appears far superior to the last. He looks like he could be quite the catch, though one wonders if he is clingy. Nonsense. There's no last time. I can barely sustain myself. I must first escape poverty before seeking companionship. Yang Fuzhen felt irritated, unsure why her subordinate was speaking so nonsensically. She intended to clarify with Liang Mingzhang, but was interrupted as he stated, I do not concern myself with the personal life of Ms. Yang. Indeed, you ceased to care long before our divorce, Yang Fuzhen retorted, reluctantly picking up the half-finished doll, retrieving cotton balls to painstakingly clean it. Once all the employees had departed, Liang Mingzhang finally inquired, did you inform my parents about our divorce? I did not, she replied, shaking her head. Your family matters are yours to manage. You possess absolute freedom and authority. Whatever decision you make, I will support and cooperate with you. If you wish for me to refrain from contacting them, I can certainly acquiesce. Am I to avoid them entirely? Liang Mingzhang pondered silently, a word of thanks lingering on his lips, yet he remained mute. The topic of their divorce could wait. Revealing it all at once might be overwhelming for his mother. As for Yang Fuzhen, if she desired to maintain contact, she could do so. If not, it held no significance. Consider it a means to atone for past arrogance and ignorance, as well as a reflection of my affection for all that you cherish. I refrain from contacting them solely out of concern for your feelings. If you are unbothered, I quite enjoy conversing with your mother and aunt. I understand. Their traditional beliefs deem a son's divorce as a grave matter, regardless of how commendable he is. Even if he could marry 100 times over, they still hold the original spouse in high regard. High regard? Is that their sentiment or yours? It seems you've inadvertently revealed your true thoughts, Liang Mingzhang teased, raising an eyebrow. 100? I am no duck. With you is a bane. Why would I desire more harpies? You only encourage me to act the harpy. Despite the amusement in her eyes, Yang Fuzhen nonetheless compelled him to labor, handing him a pile of unfinished dolls and foam balls to fill them with. Gazing at the heap of dolls before him, Liang Mingzhang felt a headache coming on. Finishing them all would take until morning. Yang Fuzhen, are you setting a trap for me? As a novice, if I complete this and you declare it subpar, how would I even comprehend your quality standards? In that case, you could easily use it as an excuse to extort me for compensation, especially with these dolls. Their contents are unlike anything outside, regardless of their outward appearance, good or bad. They are easily discernible. The insides, however, lack any standard for judgment. All right, hurry up. Had I not gone to the station today, I would have completed them all. We must work late into the night together. If Yang Fuzhen sought money, she would never have suggested divorce. Madame Lien has relinquished her life. Would she still be concerned about such trifling extortion? Upon encountering the aunt today, I initially intended to inquire why she had not flown, as traveling by train is quite arduous. Yet, on reflection, I realized I lacked the means to reimburse her for a plane ticket. Wouldn't that be speaking without the burden of experience? I suddenly recognized that I had never truly tasted the bitterness of life, having engaged in numerous acts of unwarranted generosity. Her divorce, leaving her with nothing, has indeed fostered her growth, bringing with it certain advantages. Spare me the lamentations of poverty. I am not your benefactor, nor can I conjure gold coins. Liang Mingzhang gazed at the cluster of dolls, tempted to withdraw from the endeavor, uncertain whether it was too late for regrets. Must these tasks consume an entire night? Yang Fuzhen, do you lack a nightlife, compelling me to join you in this nocturnal deprivation? To think of you as a small-minded individual interpreting my intentions as selfish. Yang Fuzhen cast him a reproachful glance before lifting a doll from beside her to show him. Darling, do you think this resembles you? Chapter 66, Casting a Spell. Realizing she had grown accustomed to calling him that, she hurriedly covered her mouth. Yet this time, Liang Mingzhang did not correct her, as if he had not heard. is focused solely on the doll in her hand. Not all. It doesn't resemble you. You're far more handsome. Yang Fuzhen es compliment fluid naturally. Devoid of any flattery, simply an honest sentiment. This is my personal design. It's not for sale, just a decoration for my bedside. Would you like one? I can make you another, and you can provide input on the desired temperament and attire, or simply send us a photograph. Yang Fuzhen surmised that most straight men would fail to appreciate the joy of handcrafting and nurturing. Unlike many female clients who meticulously plan the doll's lineage, birth date, and interests, she whimsically pondered that perhaps next time she would simply gift him a ready-made one. Enough of that. Overly lifelike dolls can be quite eerie. Liang Mingzhang rejected without a second thought. He had considered teasing her by suggesting he would model it after Yi Ming's visage, but the thought of seeing her eyes, glimmering with mirth, darken in response, and perhaps lead her to tears, softened his resolve. I fear you might venture to a neighboring country and infuse some dark sorcery upon me. Yang Fuzhen clicked her tongue, lamenting the absence of trust among individuals. Reluctant to part with his company during this vigil, she contemplated asking if he felt tired, only to find him engrossed in his phone. Who is it? A new flame checking in, urging you to return home? Liang Mingzhang slid his phone towards her, revealing a message from Yang Qiutao. Nephew. No. Liang, I realize my mistakes. I truly regret my actions. I should not have been so bewitched as to harm my elder brother and implicate you. Who among us is without fault? Moreover, this is not solely my wrongdoing. It was all incited by that woman. My sister-in-law, driven by ambition, stirred the pot, or I would not have been so misguided. The whispers of a pillow can lead to ruin. My sister-in-law is indeed a calamity. However, you cannot send me away now, for I did not push my brother. I merely led him to the edge of the rooftop. Besides, the surveillance in that area was malfunctioning. Yang Fuzhen had initially felt elated that he was willing to share such personal matters with her, entertaining thoughts of whether he still cared for her, until she saw more pleading messages from Yang Qiutao. Regardless, he is my brother, not your biological father. You need not hold a grudge against me for the vendetta of a father-s murder. Furthermore, his death benefits you. From this perspective, you should be thanking me. I know you have always acted with integrity, managing this enterprise for years without engaging in any unlawful activities. If I wished to retaliate, I would find no means to do so. But in the course of life, who can avoid getting their shoes wet? You have spared my uncle this time, and I will remember your kindness. Should you err in the future and fall into my hands, I will recall today as act of salvation and assist you once more. You understand, my uncle has extensive connections. Do you not desire an additional friend and safety net? Yang Fuzhen was profoundly shaken, haunted by the unresolved mysteries of past deaths. Her father's tragic demise at the hands of someone close. Her seemingly virtuous mother engaging in such disgraceful acts. Mingzhang, how do you intend to respond? I have always known you to be more capable than I. I just did not anticipate that in comparison, I am but a mortal to your divinity. Were it not for you, I might never have uncovered the true culprit behind my father's death. I now grasp why, despite my repeated assertions of innocence. You do not believe me. It is because my mother's infidelity leads you to think that the apple does not fall far from the tree. That family morals are inherently flawed. That is not the case. I trust you as you trust me. Liang Mingzhang remained focused on his task, filling the doll with foam balls, as if pausing their work to meet her gaze would render them both uncomfortable. If you do not believe me, I would not run to prove my innocence. On the contrary, the more unjustly you accuse me, the more I will strive to solidify that stigma. This is who I am. Because you trust yourself, I present this to you as a token of gratitude for your care of my parents and sister. You need only respond. Yang Fuzhen withdrew her gaze, typing several lines in Liang Mingzhang's voice, reminiscent of many past instances. In times gone by, whether within the confines of an ivory tower or a walled city, she often unreservedly perused his messages, replying to friends and colleagues alike. Yet now, she had no time for romantic gestures, only a torrent of indignation, a teacher for a day, a father for life. My father-in-law is my mentor and friend. Though not my biological father, he has guided me through life's complexities. His influence is as significant as that of biological kin, perhaps even greater. If someone were to harm your mentor, would you remain indifferent? Even if your teacher provided sustenance and assistance on multiple occasions. But someone is ungrateful, as you likely does not care. Indeed, if your mentor's death could benefit you, you might even take matters into your own hands. I will pursue this matter to the end, and blaming it on a woman will not absolve the participants of their culpability. Yang Fuzhen clutched her phone, struggling to speak on behalf of her mother. Mingzhang, while you hold Yang Qiutao accountable, could you spare my mother? I acknowledge her faults, plotting against her husband, disregarding familial bonds. Yet, even if she is a criminal, a harlot, she is still my mother. She has cherished me since childhood. I'm not so selfless and strong as to enact filial justice. Moreover, it was my father's infidelity that initiated this turmoil. He brought home his illegitimate child and provocatively flaunted the mistress, causing my mother profound anguish. I understand that my father's wealth does not justify betrayal. And while I know my mother should not retaliate in kind, she is merely a flawed, ordinary woman. This is Yang Fuzhen. She has never concerned herself with how others treat one another. She only cares if someone treats her well. If a person is saintly but unkind to her, she will keep her distance. Conversely, if someone is selfish yet treats her well, she cannot bear to part ways. Thus, as long as she does not betray her country, she sees no fault in her principles. Such transgressions as infidelity that lead to a spouse's demise are merely attributed to the imperfections of personal morality. Liang Mingzhang summarized her thoughts succinctly. Yang Fuzhen felt a deep sense of shame. That is not the case. Were it someone else, I would condemn her. But she is my mother. I cannot be impartial. Perhaps we all wield double standards. Nephew, no, Liang, I beg you, please. My mother suffers from hypertension, and my son is afflicted with uremia. Have pity on me and grant me a way out. On the phone, that once imperious elder now finds himself bowing repeatedly before Liang Mingzhang. Yang Fuzhen returns his phone to him. Liang Mingzhang, genuinely fearing that Yang Qiutao might perish within his device, contemplates blocking him, only to receive 2 more messages. Uncle has knelt before you. Uncle is willing to toil like a beast for you, as long as you spare me. Uncle truly recognizes his mistakes. Had I known my brother was such a fool, I would not have anticipated that my son-in-law, akin to a foster child, possesses such strength and resolve. You do not truly repent. You are merely terrified. I do not wish to repeat myself. Take your grievances to the police and argue your case there. Such a beast. He fears falling from the saddle. After responding, Liang Mingzhang shuts his phone and turns his gaze back to Yang Fuzhen. New loves are merely a collection of old faces. Do you presume everyone is like you, unable to survive without love? I have suffered enough at your hands. Must you summon yet another ancestor to vex me? Yang Fuzhen, lacking the inclination to argue as before, contemplates whether he still harbors any affection. She merely swallows hard, gathers her courage, and reiterates. Mingzhang, propose a condition. What must I do to prevent my mother from going to prison? Chapter 67, The Iceberg. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? Liang Mingzhang recalls that evening when she implored him not to divorce her. He had commanded her to entertain clients, and she had acquiesced. Does she intend to employ the same tactics again? In light of my assistance in concealing the divorce, help me. Yang Fuzhen gazes at him imploringly. Assist me in concealing the divorce? You might as well offer yourself. Liang Mingzhang jested. Previously, every encounter with him felt like a collision with a shrewish wife. This time, however, she exhibited an unexpected demeanor. She neither seized the opportunity to plead for a deeper connection nor sought to tease or probe him in return. She simply stated, Donotist. Yang Fuzhen is acutely aware of how much he despises her. If you had known I would expose your mother's scandal to the world, you would have flayed me alive for 3 days and nights. Yet now, you do not even mention it. Liang Mingzhang perceives the transformation she has undergone. The iceberg within him reverberates with newfound warmth. Now, all that remains is her incessant pleading. I will not concern myself with your mother's fate, for she has already been punished. A woman so arrogant, publicly humiliated, suffers a fate far worse than death itself. Should she continue to live, I shall impose no further punishment. However, should she succumb to despair, do not lay the blame at my feet. Most crucially, this matter is not significantly tied to my former mother-in-law. How could Yang Qiutao, who has wielded power at the Yang Group for decades, be so easily swayed by a woman? If he lacked the ability to control the situation, how could he remain in management for so long? A woman is merely a reason for him to blame when he finds himself at a dead end. Thank you. Yang Fuzhen releases the burden from her heart. She holds only gratitude towards him. How could she harbor resentment? My mother brought this upon herself. What cause do I have to unleash my fury upon you? In my ignorance, I once expected you to be flawless while I received a failing grade. Only after considering the situation from your perspective do I realize that if I were a man, I too would not wish to marry a woman like myself, no matter how beautiful. This reveals how deeply you once loved and tolerated me. Now, it is too late. You must be weary, so please return. I shall finish this and retire for the night. Fearing his stubbornness, she playfully remarks, lest you conspire with Yuan Luching behind my back, claiming I treat you like a beast of burden. Liang Mingzhang's expression falters slightly. As he strides past her, he assertively pulls her along. You shall not resist. We are leaving together. Where do you reside? I shall escort you home. Have we exchanged roles? I was the headstrong one, and now you act unreasonably. Yang Fuzhen winces as he grips her arm, forcibly pulling her from the studio. Are you unaware of where my company is located? Did you not inquire about my rented accommodation? Birds of a feather flock together. Liang Mingzhang stands with her at the entrance of the company, awaiting her guidance. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Yang Fuzhen chuckles inwardly, obediently leading the way. My residence is not far from here, a mere 2 steps away. After traversing the winding alleys, they arrive at an old, dilapidated complex. From the outside, it appears worn and shabby, and upon entering, one discovers it to be a shared living space with several households sharing a kitchen and bathroom. There you are, we have arrived. You may return now. Is this place even habitable? Is it low-income housing or a coffin? The only difference between this and a pigsty is that it is not as spacious. Liang Mingzhang disregards her comments and strides inside. The room is barely the size of a bedroom, yet it is tidily maintained. He struggles to suppress his ire. Yang Fuzhen, you are truly a calamity. Why can you not apply your methods to your mother instead? She drives you out, yet you comply. Why do you let her dictate the terms? If you were to cast her out, what would happen? I nearly fell victim to your manipulations. In confronting your mother, do you find yourself speechless? I assure you, most of my mother's clothes, jewelry, luxury bags, and transport have already been sold. I cannot sell the villa and leave my mother to sleep on the streets. Yang Fuzhen stands at the door, clutching her clothing with an air of uncertainty. Otherwise, I could not afford this studio, though you may see it merely as a small workshop. Every endeavor has a challenging beginning, and the initial investment is astronomical. If she does not evict me, I shall not return. The estate in the suburbs is too distant from the studio. Commuting daily would consume far too much time. In truth, I do not often return here. I spend most of my time at the studio. Today, you insisted I come back. On weekends, I often stay with you for a meal. Yang Fuzhen is at a loss for how to convey that she has not treated her mother well in either life. Since the day he took his own life, she has succumbed to alcohol and sleepless nights, leaving her mother alone and abandoned. In this life, the divorce and debts weigh heavily upon her, diminishing her mother's quality of life and causing her worry at an advanced age. She has become a burden, even as she seeks sustenance from friends. Liang Mingzhang opts to remain, turning to lock the door behind him. The makeshift lock, a simple wooden bolt, offers no real security. How do you know this is smaller than a pigsty? Before Yang Fuzhen can respond, she realizes, oh right, well my uncle and aunt may only grow vegetables. There must be livestock farms in your village. Seeing that he has no intention of leaving and is instead preparing to lie down, she approaches him. This place is too small for anyone to reside. Have you forgotten my origins? I have endured far harsher conditions. If a little princess like you can endure it, what can I not tolerate? Liang Mingzhang finds women perplexing. Their mood shifts faster than turning a page. Just moments ago, she lamented their separation, yet now she retreats when he offers his embrace. The mind of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Despite having lived 2 lives, he still fails to comprehend the female psyche. In university, was not the apartment you rented of similar size? I tell you, you need not contribute financially. I receive my salary this month. I shall simply send less to my parents and rent a larger place. Should you insist on staying in such cramped quarters, it is your choice. You claim to enjoy the feeling of turning and finding me so close. The misdeeds she committed have left Liang Mingzhang reluctant to speak of them any further. The 2 of them are crammed into a modest rental unit outside the school, where the confined space makes even turning over a cumbersome task, often leading him to wake up with a stiff neck. It is precisely because he acknowledges his past mistakes that he now seeks to make amends. Yang Fuzhen, of course, has not forgotten. In this place, she can find rest. Yet she is unwilling to let Liang Mingzhang succumb to slumber. The bathing facilities are far from convenient. There are no sleepwear garments or fresh toiletries available. If it weren't for your obsession with cleanliness, I would have only bathed every other day during winter. In the dry northern climate, it is not customary to bathe daily in winter. Liang Mingzhang is simply exhausted. I have business to discuss tomorrow, and I must endure the drive back before dawn. You can use your toothbrush and towel. It's not as if they've never been used before. But why did you block me? Hurry and let me out. Yang Fuzhen opened her mouth, yet only managed to speak softly. I fear that if I retain you as a friend, I might uncontrollably express how much I miss you daily. Go ahead and say it. Will it cost me a piece of flesh? I've endured your incessant chatter before. After freshening up, they lay together on the bed. The bed is woefully small. For his height of 187 centimeters, he can hardly stretch his legs. Yang Fuzhen turns over and perfectly tumbles into his embrace. We have been supporting that girl student from the impoverished mountainous region all this time. She has just been accepted into university this year, achieving commendable results and securing a place at Haicheng University. Given my current financial predicament, I can no longer continue supporting her. She excels academically and is pursuing a major aligned with your company's technology. Thus, I do not wish for her to work part-time during university and hinder her studies. Can you continue to support her, at least until she completes her master's degree? If she were not academically inclined, I would not insist. But since she is a top student, she deserves not to be delayed. I could directly provide for her. Yang Fuzhen, do you remember? The initiative to support underprivileged students was yours. You claimed to have committed numerous wrongs and feared it might affect your descendants. Thus you sought to accumulate virtue for them. Liang Mingzhang mentally calculated that since he began supporting her in her freshman year, it has been about 3 to 4 years since she graduated, coinciding with the time of her college entrance examination. Yet, this support experience cannot be deemed delightful. I suggested supporting a boy, and you said that Yaozu is the treasure of the family and would never lack for education. Resources should flow to the disadvantaged. Girls are the ones often abandoned. I acquiesced. You also insisted on supporting only those who excel academically, dismissing those who are neither clever nor diligent as a waste of money. Those who lack knowledge will grow into unworthy adults. I had no objections. However, later on, when you saw that the girl had entered high school and was not unattractive, you remarked that she would surely admire me when she grew up. Out of gratitude, she might even flirt with me, suggesting that we were inviting a wolf into our home. Is that not absurd? Liang Mingzhang reasonably suspects that even a good-looking dog on the street could harbor ill intentions. But with such a delectable cake lying beside him, Yang Fuzhen has grown deaf to his grievances, nodding in agreement. Then her small hand became restless, exploring his chest, unfastening the buttons of his shirt, and taking a playful bite. Chapter 68, The Elite. Yang Fuzhen, having feasted well the night before, felt as though her waist had been severed, and her legs now felt weak. After nearly 2 decades apart from her husband, they had once again rekindled their passion. Her male deity remained as vigorous as ever. Awakening, she pressed her numb head and noticed his wristwatch left at the bedside. On her phone, she saw that he had already input her birthday to unlock it. Logging back into her account and adding her as a friend once more, indolently sprawled on the bed, Yang Fuzhen gazed at the brilliant sunlight outside, reluctant to rise, wishing instead to linger in bed a while longer. She sent him a message. I dreamed of someone who looked just like you galloping upon me last night. Will you come again today? Otherwise, I feel as though it was all a figment of my imagination. Brother, was it Yiming you instructed to help me promote? After sending the message with a flutter of trepidation, awaiting his inevitable sharp retort, she was surprised to see his prompt reply. Open the door. Your breakfast has arrived. Still quick to respond. Yang Fuzhen rose from the bed, momentarily forgetting the tattered sleepwear he had torn from her. She opened the door, gradually awakening from the reminiscences of the previous night. Instinctively covering her chest, she cracked the door open just enough to bring in the breakfast. Placing it on the table, she discovered it was filled with her favorite dishes, sweet rice balls, sesame balls, and pumpkin millet porridge. Not possessing a bird-like appetite, she knew she could not finish it all alone. Did you not despise my food wastage in the past? You even made me copy the farmer works hard 10 times. I detest that you bought an abundance of food only to stuff it into my mouth after a mere bite. You expect me to attend class during the day, work at night, and still run on the treadmill during the weekends to maintain the abs you desire. Liang Mingzhang could hardly be bothered to respond. The leftover food no longer mattered. Her antics far outweighed that. What she relished most was sharing the same dish, forgoing chopsticks. Taking alternating bites from the same piece of bread, gradually finishing it together. It seemed to provide her with a fleeting sense of joy. What do you mean by instructing? I know that graduates from the art academy are often lacking in academic rigor. That's called giving directions. And what was that you wore this morning? Never appear before other men in such scant attire again. If I see you opening the door in such revealing clothing to the delivery man, I swear I will punish you. You dare? Of course I must. Yang Fuzhen huffed, displaying no sign of being intimidated by his authority. On the contrary, having received his offerings, she felt emboldened. How can you be more futile than I? Previously, I wished to lock you away. Now you are being unreasonable. Why don't you learn from my merits? Or do I possess none? You wield your power for personal gain, oppressing others, and bullying female subordinates into handling your private affairs. We are akin to Donghua and the wolf, though seeing you act like a dog biting the immortal, I have grown accustomed to it. Having endured such mistreatment, her moments of gentleness always left him feeling unfamiliar. If I were a wolf, I would be the first to devour you. Yang Fuzhen took a few bites of the sweet rice balls, reluctant to discard the remnants since they were his purchase. She packed the leftovers in a food container and placed them in the refrigerator, intending to heat them up later for dinner. Have you not consumed my share before? Liang Mingzhang's message instantly caused her cheeks to flush. How vexing. Liang Mingzhang. Is Boss Yang's mind wandering again, harboring impure thoughts? Reflecting on the past, The presence of a celestial husband makes me pure. ISNT, that demanding the impossible? Yang Fuzhen stepped out, not heading to the office, but rather in the opposite direction. Knowing her mother had faced such a scandalous incident, she feared for her mental state and thus returned home. Since your last departure, I've been thinking of you. Aunt Gua, overjoyed to see the young lady after a long time, was eager to express her delight. I wanted to call you to inquire, but I fear it might disturb you. Later, I heard that you had opened some sort of doll workshop, which alleviated my worries considerably. You should visit the old lady soon. After returning from Liang's group, she has locked herself in her bedroom, refusing to eat or drink for 3 days. It is my failure. I could neither persuade her to open her heart nor mend a relationship between you two. Aunt Gua, there is no need for internal strife. Yang Fuzhen genuinely feared for the elder's well-being. If she passed while she was preoccupied with work, her mother would lose her anchor and might spiral into despair. She could not accompany her all day, but thankfully, Aunt Gua was a willing listener, ready to hear her troubles. Their home had fallen into bankruptcy, resulting in the dismissal of numerous servants. She was now required to engage in labor she previously never needed to undertake. The burden of work has increased without any corresponding rise in remuneration, yet you remain by my mother's side. I am immensely grateful for that. My dear, there is no need for such words between us. Guomin harbors no grievances whatsoever. Since the moment you were born, I have been part of the Yang family, steadfast until you reached the age when you could bear children yourself. In the past, life was too leisurely, leaving me restless. Now, I'm merely leading normal life, laboring to earn a living, and I feel no sense of imbalance. Yang Fuzhen cast a reassuring glance at her, then proceeded to knock on her mother's door. Mother, it's me, Xiaozhen. I'll come back to see you. I'm sorry for what happened last time. I should not have morally coerced you, demanding that your maternal love be boundless and selfless. Sacrificing your interests was already more than enough, and to accuse you of coldness and lack of empathy, engaging in arguments, was indeed a grievous error. I don't know who instilled in me the belief that I could be unforgiving and argumentative. Seeing that her mother showed no intention of opening the door, she had Guomin fetch the key, disregarding the need to respect her elder's privacy, and directly opened the door. Upon entering, she was struck by the sight of her mother, worn and haggard, which filled her with compassion. Xiaozhen, is that truly you? My precious child? Mrs. Yang swept aside her disheveled hair, her eyes clouded with age. I am so sorry, Xiaozhen. In a moment of confusion, in retaliation against your father's infidelity, I acted foolishly, and now my shame has spread even to foreign shores. Do you know? Our video was uploaded to a small video website, and now the entire city knows. How am I to face the world? Xiaozhen, perhaps it will be better if I just ended it all, to spare my daughter's reputation. Mother, Zhou Jiashua. Yang Fuzhen called her by name in a moment of desperation. As her mother began to regain composure, no longer lost in her own humiliation, she offered her a glass of water. Mother, take a sip to soothe your throat and listen to me. Life is fraught with challenges. Many from humble backgrounds endure ridicule as they strive to make a living. They say one must endure great hardship to rise above, and we have already ascended, so we cannot afford to falter. There is a star who, in her youth, made poor choices and acted inappropriately. Yet look at her now. She has rehabilitated her image and become a household name. Another actress, embroiled in scandal, continues to thrive, raising 3 children without hindrance to her enjoyment of life. As long as we refuse to surrender, no one can bring us down. I am aware of those who engage in illicit services and borderline entertainers. They are willing to expose themselves for profit, but they are not me. Zhou Jiashua wept profusely, wishing to retreat into the depths of despair, never to emerge. Darling, could you do me a favor? Please apply for my death certificate and tell everyone that I have passed away. Then I can assume a new identity and start anew. I know there are those who are disabled, but the misfortunes of others cannot serve as balm for my own suffering. Even if someone is blind, it cannot alleviate my pain of loss. Mother, if you fear not even death, why then concern yourself with the opinions of others? Yang Fuzhen embraced her mother, determined not to abandon her in this moment of sorrow, much like when she first entered kindergarten and her mother comforted her with unwavering patience. Who among us is not spoken behind closed doors? Even if one commits no faults, there will always be those who fabricate stories. Moreover, we are all novices in life. It is impossible to navigate existence without making mistakes. Those who revel in our misfortunes often have lives that are just as chaotic. Perhaps their own affairs are far from tidy. Xiaozhen, you truly are remarkable. How is your studio faring? When you have the time, could you craft a doll that resembles your younger self? Zhou Jiashua finally calmed, gripping her daughter's hand tightly, as if reigniting her hope for life. Xiaozhen, you are everything to me. If you too fail to offer hope, I truly cannot continue. Listen to your mother. engage with my friend's son. I did not expect marriage, but at least give each other a chance to understand one another. He is not a monster. Meeting him could provide me with peace of mind. Wouldn't he it? That scoundrel Liang Mingzhang, I cannot stand him. Mother, do not speak ill of him. He too was driven by circumstances. Yang Fuzhen had previously advised her mother against causing a scene, but her warnings had fallen on deaf ears. All right, I will not speak ill of him. But you must promise to heed my words. Xiaozhen, promise me. Chapter 69. The stand-in for several consecutive days, Liang Mingzhang found himself in high spirits. A stark contrast to his previous demeanor, which had been perpetually clouded. His subordinates, once hesitant to breathe freely, now found themselves liberated by his newfound cheerfulness. With the boss in good spirits, it felt like a sunny day. The oppressive clouds that loomed over them dissipated, and their work efficiency surged. Having recently assessed his newly ventured restaurant business, he decided to message his ex-wife's sister, inquiring whether she might grace his establishment with her presence. He first noticed a post from Zhou Jiashuo on social media, the words brimming with wisdom. Where there are widows, blossoms abound. A daughter's first marriage often surpasses the second. Now past the age of reason, what could bring more joy to a mother than the well-being of her daughter? Lovebirds ultimately find their way to each other. She quoted a popular saying among the youth. The CPI ship has finally come true. The accompanying image was brimming with atmosphere. A man holding 99 pink roses. Grinning like a fool. Though only a silhouette of the girl was visible, he recognized her instantly. This woman, entwined in his life across 2 lifetimes, was his first love and his greatest torment, Yang Fuzhen. The notification sound of his phone chimed in just then, revealing a message from Yang Fuzhen. Today is the payment date. I see that this month's bank loan has been paid off. Did you help me with this? Thank you so much. I knew my ex-husband couldn't bear to see me in such dire straits, really pushing me to the brink. You're so kind. You're my favorite. Liang Mingzhang hesitated to respond, feeling a chill in her tone, as though the warmth of their past had faded into mere formality. He revisited his former mother-in-law's social media, enlarging the image to see the foolish grin of the man, adorned with the watch he had left with Yang Fuzhen. Perhaps I am the fool, he mused. He had intended to leave something behind as a pretext for further interaction, yet now it seemed his affections were misplaced. In this life and the next, I have faced utter failure. But he refrained from sending these thoughts, deleting the draft he had composed. He contemplated acquiring more funds from the bank to alleviate her debts, but ultimately chose to refrain from continuing this childish game. Rising from his desk, he made his way to the exclusive elevator, descending to the basement level. There, a new batch of young talents, recently signed by the entertainment company, were practicing their dance routines, each one fair-skinned and elegantly tall. Why is our president here today? The manager, spotting his superior, immediately set aside her work to greet him. These newcomers look promising. Their figures are commendable. Some are auditioning for art schools, some are still students, while others have trained in ethnic dance since childhood. Most importantly, their faces are unaltered, all natural beauties. They are willing to toil and do not complain at the slightest inconvenience. Liang Mingzhang's gaze swept across the room, landing on a young girl he had inadvertently noticed on the day she joined the company. At this moment, she was swiftly located amidst the throng, adorned in a simple, pristine white dress, reminiscent of gardenias. Her name was called. Liang Mingzhang merely gestured, and the agent, following his direction, accurately announced the name of the young lady, Su Laiqing. Liang, indeed, possessed an exceptional eye for talent. Su Laiqing entered the entertainment industry not merely for financial gain, but out of a sincere passion for performance. Coming from a well-off family, she had acted in films during her childhood. However, her academic pursuits and the scarcity of opportunities led her to halt her acting career. Liang Mingzhang nodded. To debut as a child star, one must possess not only breathtaking looks, but also familial connections and resources. Bring her out, he commanded. The agent, amidst the deafening rap music, approached the young lady and summoned her forth. Consequently, the performers who were previously dancing abruptly ceased their movements, whispering among themselves. Speculating, what does Liang want with her? Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? Given that he is currently divorced and sleeping alone, he might be seeking companionship. Have you noticed how her eyes and mouth bear a resemblance to Liang's ex-wife? Did I instruct you to stop? Keep practicing. The agent shot a glare, causing the crowd to scatter. Nevertheless, the dance studio buzzed with hushed discussions. I've heard that Liang is quite pure-hearted, never engages in casual affairs, nor does he have any peculiarities. How enviable for Su Laiqing. She is truly fortunate. If only I could catch Liang's eye as well. Indeed, Laiqing will undoubtedly secure abundant resources and sweep numerous awards. Even without the backing of a major figure, merely having connections with someone like Liang, a paragon of excellence, would render one's life fulfilling. What a pity we lack such captivating looks. If only we could advance with Liang, I would gladly be a mere substitute. Liang Mingzhang led the young lady into the exclusive elevator for executives, and as the doors closed, he spoke. Is that man so impoverished that he must on a second-hand watch to feign sophistication? It appears you have found favor with such a person. After parting ways with me, it seems you have significantly downgraded your standards. To take my possessions and offer them as flattery to another. How audacious of you. Yet, with your romantic mindset, such actions are hardly surprising. It seems your affections have merely shifted. Once you pursued me, now you seek a new target. Have I failed to satisfy your desires? Or do you crave novelty? Suddenly, Liang found himself engulfed in internal conflict. He distinctly recalled her shivering that night, rolling her eyes several times. How could she forget him so readily once she had gained what she desired? It appeared that women must always be tantalized, never fully satiated. Should one indulge too much at once, interest would wane. Mr. Liang, are you speaking to me? Su Liqing, in the confined space of the elevator, was taken aback by Liang's seemingly soliloquizing nature. It appeared he was addressing her, yet she struggled to comprehend his words. Was it due to her limited education or the overwhelming work pressure of recent days that had dulled her understanding? I wish to embark on a new chapter in my life, to find someone to accompany me through this transitional period. As the elevator reached its destination, Liang ushered her into his office. In the next instant, he drew the blinds shut. Are you willing to be with me? Such a stroke of fortune. Who wouldn't he welcome it? Su Liqing nodded, only to hear Liang command, remove your clothing. Her pupils dilated in shock, yet she quickly composed her expression. Unsure whether this was a test of obedience, she recognized that having entered this realm, she had no intention of maintaining an untainted image. Having never engaged in such acts before, she felt a tinge of awkwardness. Nevertheless, for the sake of her future and the allure of a handsome man, she compelled herself to overcome her shame, shedding her garments one by one. My preference leans towards a teardrop shape. I'll cover the expenses for your enhancement. Liang Mingzhang scrutinized her from head to toe as if appraising a piece of art. Not bad. Your exterior bears a resemblance to her. Internally, you're not too dissimilar either. Mr. Liang, I fear the pain. Is it possible to forego the breast augmentation, despite the warmth of the office heating? Su Liqing's teeth chattered, her ears flushed crimson. In the future, I can wear shapewear to achieve the desired silhouette. Success in the industry depends on both talent and fate, but my fate is determined by the heavens. Liang beckoned her closer, indicating she should follow him. With me, you will become a rising star in the entertainment circle, radiant enough to dazzle others. Those in your field can only envy you. Powerless to do anything, but watch as you soar ahead. In the future, be obedient. Do not defy me, understood? Chapter 70, Pathological. Liang Mingzhang brought Su Liqing to his home, a sprawling mansion far more spacious than her modest upbringing, exuding a wealth far beyond measure. Upon entering, he lifted her onto his lap, entwining her hand with his and brushing it against his lips. Little Su, let me tell you, I do not favor overly submissive women. From now on, interact with me according to my expectations. Su Liqing's body tensed, her nerves on edge. Mr. Liang, I fear I cannot meet your demands. Do not fear. Refrain from calling me Mr. Liang. Address me as husband. Liang offered a nonchalant smile, his hand gliding along her back in a soothing motion. Calling me Mr. Liang feels too distant. I prefer you to call me husband. He then picked up an orange from the table, meticulously peeling it and patiently removing the white pith. When she reached out to take a piece, he swiftly withdrew his hand. Are you disobedient? Your husband will feed you. Mr. Liang, I dare not call you that. It feels almost impossible to utter. It felt akin to when one surfs the internet, changing their username to something extravagant like treasured one of the god of wealth. When truly facing the god of wealth, no one would dare to address him so directly. What are you afraid of? Are you being disobedient again? Liang pressed an orange segment into her slightly parted lips. Su Liqing grimaced at the sourness. Yet, in Liang's indifference, she remained silent, enduring the tartness without the ability to savor it, swallowing it whole. Am I some sort of beast? Don't you know how much I enjoy hearing you call me husband? Each time you sweetly coo to me, it makes my bones feel weak. Liang tossed a thick stack of household rules toward her before rising to head to his study to attend to work. Behave well, and I shall reward you, my dear. As the door to the study slammed shut, Su Liqing's heart raced like a drum. She hesitantly picked up the stack of rules, treating it as if it were a hot potato. Flipping to the first page, she read, arrogant and self-important, prone to contradicting others like a nitpicker, often denying my words and questioning my character, possessing a pathological possessiveness and controlling nature. I fall into despair at the sight of you speaking to other women, leading to explosive outbursts. Not only do I deprive myself of sleep, but I also prevent you from resting, frequently undermining me belittling my worth, and pointing out my flaws, causing me to doubt myself, and leading to tendencies of depression. Su Laiqing felt as though she were reading an ancient text. The girl described in the document seemed almost inhuman. It starkly contrasted with her naturally gentle and obedient disposition. Was this not a death sentence? After sitting in the living room for a prolonged period, anxiously reading and pulling at her hair until it nearly became sparse, she finally mustered the courage to address Liang Mingzhang as he exited the study, whether for water or a restroom break. Boss, I cannot undertake this role. I do not possess a dual personality, and I fear that if this continues, I may spiral into a split psyche. Even if you are willing to cover my medical expenses, I do not wish to suffer workplace injuries. Boss, when I first arrived, I mistakenly thought you were merely seeking a companion for slumber, one more functional than an inflatable doll. Alternatively, I could also take on the duties of a caretaker, serving you tea and water. Observing the vastness of this villa, it is apparent that there are few servants. In any case, I have no qualms about engaging in physical labor. However, intellectual tasks are far too daunting for me. She may perform temporarily, yet one wonders how long she can convincingly embody a character so fundamentally opposed to her true nature. If you desire to partake in this line of work, mastery of the craft is paramount. I do not expect you to harbor genuine affection for me. Can you not engage in mere pretense? There is a certain chill to Liang Mingzhang's smile. Approaching her, he gently ruffled her hair, coaxing her softly. Many individuals from the lower strata possess an inherently resilient character, yet they must greet the world with a smile to survive. They must project cheerfulness in the face of the foreman's scorn and ridicule. Some housewives have long grown weary of the relentless cycle of domesticity. Yet, as they depend on their husbands for sustenance, the prospect of divorce looms large, threatening starvation. Thus, they don a facade of filial piety, masking their true feelings. If you are unwilling to play this role, where shall I find an NPC so well suited? If you genuinely develop feelings for me, I would find that troublesome and devoid of meaning. Suddenly, Liang Mingzhang gripped her hair, pulling her head back forcefully, compelling her to meet his gaze. Darling, why does my husband's watch appear on another man's wrist? Can you enlighten me? Have you sold it? I am aware that you are currently in need of money, selling everything. Will you one day sell your husband as well? Liang Mingzhang chuckled softly before releasing her. Su Laiqing felt a sharp pain from where her scalp had been tugged, but dared not vocalize her discomfort. Now, forced to nestle in his embrace, she recalled a household rule. She must respond to all his ramblings, sudden and inexplicable as they may be. At this moment, she resembled a frightened rabbit, her teeth chattering as she spoke. Mr. Liang, do you perhaps have a tendency toward masochism? Many of these stipulations are decidedly unfriendly towards you. Your gaze truly terrifies me. It is a far cry from the aloof and indifferent CEO I encounter during company meetings. I can cooperate with you, but should the pressure become unbearable, may I utter a safe word to liberate myself, even if momentarily? Su Laiqing now realized that should she refuse, not only would he likely retaliate against her, but her prospects in the entertainment industry would be irrevocably thwarted. She would face a complete erasure, ceasing to exist in this world. Without a safe word, you must remain by my side, understand? My dear, Liang Mingzhang tightened his embrace, nearly suffocating her. It felt as though if he released her, this mirage of a dream, akin to Zhuangzi's butterfly, would dissolve like soap bubbles upon contact. I shall personally craft a script for you, shall I? In due time, I will invite seasoned artists to accompany you, to support you wholeheartedly. Do you prefer a highbrow drama or a portrayal that aligns closely with your authentic self? Such a task would be simple and convenient. My affection for you prevents me from allowing you to suffer unduly. We shall avoid a hellish beginning. Liang Mingzhang had even conceived of casting her in a campus romance drama, allowing her to relive her university days with Xiaozhen. Su Laiqing found herself with little choice. Mustering the courage to suggest, Mr. Liang, have you considered scheduling an appointment with a psychologist to assess your mental state? Very well, should you permit me to go, I shall comply. However, let us postpone until your career stabilizes, shall we? Liang Mingzhang grasped her hand, observing its pristine appearance, devoid of the gaudy embellishments favored by many frivolous girls. When the time comes, whatever awards you desire, I shall procure them for you, using my resources to ensure they are bestowed upon you as gifts. You need not repay me, nor endure any discomfort. Simply accompany me obediently. Such exquisite hands deserve adornment. It would be a shame to leave them unembellished. Allow me to apply some floral essence upon them. His tone was gentle yet detached, causing Su Laiqing to involuntarily shiver, apprehensive of what peculiar item he might employ. He claimed it was to assist her in applying nail polish, yet she feared he might wield scissors instead. Chapter 71. The Innocent Flower. Su Laiqing officially joined the production team, and Liang Mingzhang, having concluded his meeting, drove directly to the set. The extensive promotional efforts had successfully established her pure and innocent persona, garnering her a substantial following. Upon disembarking, she was met with a throng of female fans, not seeking signatures or photographs, but fervently presenting her with gifts. "Qingqing, you are so adorable. I'm utterly captivated by your beauty. I followed you during your training camp and have quietly admired you ever since. This card is handmade, and I have written you a letter. I hope you find joy every day and remember to rest during filming. Qingqing, go, go, go. No matter how high you soar or how far you travel, your fans will always be by your side." Su Liqing, of course, did not personally engage with them, content to observe from a distance as her manager greeted the fans with a warm smile. Thank you. Your support for Liqing means the world. Without your affection, she would not have achieved her current success. We hope everyone will continue to help us manage the reviews and allow Liqing to establish her footing. Of course, we'll manage the reviews and set the tone. We are professionals. Sister Qingqing only needs to focus on her work, learn more, and enhance her skills. A prominent fan, still hesitant, voiced her concerns after witnessing the manager's courteous demeanor. There are many rumors circulating that Qingqing is being kept by someone. Is there any truth to that? If it's a normal relationship, it's understandable that it cannot be made public right now. Whether due to an unstable relationship or the company's considerations to avoid losing fans, we can comprehend that. However, the studio must actively combat any negative publicity. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and we cannot allow our Qingqing to be mistreated. You must protect her and ensure she resists temptation and stays on the right path. The fan leader initially intended to instruct the staff around the artist to remind her to focus on her career and not rush into romance. However, the manager, growing increasingly impatient, dared not offend these dedicated fans and merely forced a smile, offering a convenient excuse. Liqing's next scene is about to begin. I must attend to her. Let us keep in touch in the fan group when time permits. With that, she made a hasty retreat back to the dressing room, not forgetting to express her gratitude in the trending topic. Thank you all for your love and support for Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing reciprocates this affection with her fans, and we appreciate all the efforts made. In the future, aside from letters, we will not accept anything else. Thank you once again. After the manager posted this, due to her idol's beauty and kindness, they managed to attract even more fans. Mr. Liang has arrived. When you see him later, feel free to ask for a trending topic and let him invest in your marketing as the understanding person you are. Su Liqing tossed all the gifts and letters from her fans into the trash bin. It would be prudent to dispose of such items early on. Who knows if they might contain hidden cameras? Would she dare accept a cake from a stalker, fearful of the consequences? After exiting the private changing room with a smile plastered on her face, she approached Liang Mingzhang, pouting in dissatisfaction as she recalled the persona he desired. Why did you arrive so late? Are you not aware of the arduous nature of filming? Although it is lucrative, it is exhausting, especially for someone like me, a privileged flower who has never faced hardship. My studio issued a notice. You will assist me in trending on social media later. The promotional angle will remain that of a naive and innocent persona. After all, they are unaware of my true self. Darling, I have missed you so much. What gifts have you brought me this time? What surprises await? Where shall we dine for a delightful meal at noon? Liang Mingzhang gazed at her, his tone correct, and her lines flawless. Such selfishness, driven by greed and a disregard for others, is indeed disheartening. Yet, he still feels an inexplicable familiarity, a certain essence that seems to be lacking. Perhaps it is better to accept that a beggar adorned in a dragon robe does not become an emperor. One must remain true to oneself. Otherwise, your discomfort is inconsequential, but your attempts to mimic others are painfully awkward to witness. Perhaps my late mother-in-law's words hold some truth. A person's fundamental tone is predetermined from birth. The sudden rise to wealth of a commoner, leading to indulgence, pales in comparison to the inherent grace of a lady born into affluence. The elegance cultivated over decades cannot be replicated, no matter how exceptional the performance. Upon hearing these words, Su Liqing was immediately flustered. The transition from extravagance to frugality is arduous, and she feared that this plaything of hers might be discarded by her benefactor if deemed valueless. She clutched Liang Mingzhang's arm. A mix of desire and trepidation etched on her face. I'm so sorry, dear husband. No, Mr. Liang, I was wrong. It is my foolishness and slow learning. But I promise to strive harder from now on. Please don't abandon me. I beg you. At first, I struggled to adapt to your ways. But now that I am becoming familiar, I will perform better than before, I swear. If you cast me aside, how shall I survive? Without your support, those I once looked down upon would surely seek revenge. She knew he was reluctant to part with the identity and status of a little princess in the Shanghai circle. Liang Mingzhang regarded her with a mixture of amusement and indifference, devoid of any sympathy for the panicked puppet before him, reveling instead in the power of manipulation. In the entertainment industry, there are figures from the Beijing circle and young ladies from the Northwest, lacking the requisite talent. How could one expect to stand alongside them? Apart from relying on me, what other recourse is there? Fortunately, she remained somewhat candid, not cloaking her ambitions under the guise of love, but rather expressing her desires unabashedly, which I find commendable. Mr. Liang, I truly cannot discern which version of you is genuine. Su Laiqing could not grasp the nuances of his words, leaving her in a state of perpetual anxiety. Was the previous iteration of him fleeting, or was this current self to be eternal? If you no longer wish for me, may I continue to work at our entertainment company? I will strive to bring you honor, to ensure you are not embarrassed or disappointed. Even if I wished to compete in other realms, I would not send a subordinate like you. Liang Mingzhang remained oblivious to what she meant by her efforts. Lacking talent, would she merely tread in place? Very well, calm yourself. Humans are complex and multifaceted. I have no desire to exchange you for another. Just consider me as an old uncle visiting. He pinched her cheek playfully before sending her off to shoot her scenes, lingering not in haste, but rather observing the proceedings. Su Laiqing, possessing merely a pretty face, did not embody the heartfelt passion for acting that her agent had suggested. She was not in this industry solely for the love of it. In fact, at this moment, her repeated attempts at a scene were drawing the director's impatience. Today's audiences are unfortunate. They do not choose based on talent, but rather consume what capital feeds them. The senior colleagues, aware of her financial backing, treated her with caution. It is challenging. Teacher Su, shall we attempt another take? We appreciate your efforts. No more filming. Let the stand-in take over. Su Laiqing was disinterested, her mind elsewhere. By evening, Liang Mingzhang's dedicated driver escorted Su Laiqing back to his villa. Upon entering, she overheard Liang on a phone call, his stern demeanor resembling that of an unyielding ruler. Bullying fellow actresses? Surely, it cannot be that extreme. Our Qingqing has always been naive and unversed in the ways of the world. Shouldn't the seniors show a bit more tolerance? I have invested 200 million in this production. Am I to simply indulge a little girl? Other directors, writers, and actors are not to be interfered with. Must I spend my money merely to be treated as a fool? I am not seeking international accolades. Consider it a game with my woman. If you cannot manage your little sister well, then perhaps it is time to vacate the position for someone more capable. The producer on the other end refrained from confronting him, knowing that the lofty ideals of literary integrity would hold no sway in Liang's presence. He feared that if he did not flatter the wealthy benefactor sufficiently, he might see her taken away by another. Absolutely, Mr. Liang, you are correct. How could we not accommodate such an enchanting newcomer as Miss Su? Furthermore, our Qingqing has prior experience as a child star, regardless of her hiatus. Her foundation surpasses that of those fresh to the field. Rest assured, we will not utilize your funds to realize our own aspirations and then fault you for a lack of artistic understanding. Everything will prioritize Miss Su's comfort, ensuring we cater to our little sister's needs. The other party acknowledged that many lesser-known actresses were stifled by older, more established figures. It was time to grant them opportunities. Satisfied with the response, Liang Mingzhang nodded. I believe many extras perform better than those who are classically trained. They possess life experience. And don't tell me there are actors who cannot be replaced. I can directly speak with their benefactors. As for any last-minute casting changes, simply submit the new compensation to me for reimbursement. As long as my little Qingqing remains joyful, I do not wish to see her return to me in tears. Once the call ended, Su Laiqing had slowly approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist and speaking sweetly. Dear husband, I did not bully that senior. She tried to take my makeup artist, insisting on a first-come, first-served basis. But in our crew, when have I not been the one to choose first? Others indulge me. Yet she does not support me, clearly looking down on me. How can I tolerate that? One must heed the master when striking the dog. Her actions indicate she disrespects my father. I am cherished, and I refuse to bow to the hierarchy. Su Laiqing genuinely perceived no wrongdoing. She merely enacted a slight reprisal, not an excessively harsh one. These individuals were making a mountain out of a molehill, even contacting her benefactor. So, you just yanked her hair and pushed her into the sink? Weren't you worried that her recent enhancements might dislodge and nearly drown her? Liang Mingzhang's expression grew stern. Yet he found himself unable to discipline her. He wished to teach her a lesson, but his affection overpowered his resolve. What is there to fight over regarding a shared makeup artist in the crew? The company has provided you with a personal assistant, makeup artist, and photographer, has it not? Yet you still desire what others possess. If you continue this behavior, I doubt the company will provide you with such comprehensive support in the future. You may have to share with others. I see no other female stars receiving such treatment. As she filmed and rested, Liang Mingzhang mused on the capriciousness of fate. Once a naive and carefree girl who understood the importance of considering others, she had succumbed to the allure of fame and fortune, and the competitive environment had transformed her into someone arrogant and willful. Ironically, this mirrored the essence he had initially desired in her. Yet, she was not herself anymore. "Daddy, I'm still young. I just turned 18 this year. I do not understand. Please teach me. I promise to heed your words and commit wholeheartedly." Su Laiqing rose on her toes, kissing his throat. "I can endure being overlooked, but I cannot tolerate anyone disrespecting you. That little wretch, competing with me, clearly does not regard my benefactor. In the future, I will exercise restraint, ensuring that I neither inflict fatal harm nor cause injury. I will strike a balance, aiming to wound her psyche rather than her body. I seek to brutally humiliate her spirit. It is not out of fear that I comply with my benefactor's wishes, but rather out of obedience. I am acutely aware of my benefactor's affection for me, which extends beyond mere physical intimacy. He desires for me to cherish my youth, to capture more beautiful moments. That photographer possesses remarkable skill. Indeed, a strong commander does not surround himself with weak subordinates, and it is no surprise that he was chosen by my benefactor. Please do not replace her, I implore you." Su Laiqing had initially anticipated a comforting word, believing it was due to her beauty that he would console her, yet she understood that this was merely a fanciful delusion. A man like General Liang derives emotional value solely from those around him, and cannot be expected to soothe her as a typical boyfriend might. "Xiao Qing, you are vastly different from her." Liang Mingzhang pressed down on her arm, neither bowing to her nor permitting her to make any further moves. "She possesses brilliance, yet she is kind-hearted. She would never wield her capitalist status to bully others or engage in oppressive behavior. In the past, her reckless actions were directed at me, relentlessly demanding reassurance and compelling me to repeatedly affirm my affection for her. However, when it comes to the middle and lower classes, she often adopts a blind, saintly demeanor. If someone were to scratch her car, she would merely laugh it off." Liang Mingzhang harbored grave doubts. If someone were to damage Su Laiqing's vehicle, would she not bring them to ruin, leaving them utterly devastated? Su Laiqing watched his retreating figure as he headed to the study, uncertain of how to retain him. On one hand, she relished the exhilaration of commanding respect in high society, where many seasoned artists bowed to her authority. On the other hand, she was gripped by the fear of losing the mirage of attachment, terrified of being cast from the clouds into the mire. She believed that it was not General Liang who required psychological help, but rather herself. Liang Mingzhang intended to attend to business in the study, but first received a video message from his mother. "Zhang, I've sent you some local delicacies from home. Please have Xiaozhan find a chef to prepare them for you. The countryside's offerings are truly superior." Xiaozhan agrees, fresh, untainted, and free of pollutants. "Once you've enjoyed them, I'll send more. There are plenty of mountain delicacies, though it is unfortunate that I cannot send the homegrown vegetables." Liang's mother was contemplating whether to use vacuum-sealed bags to airlift the family's chickens, ducks, and geese to her son and daughter-in-law when she noticed that her son's villa had acquired new inhabitants. "Mother, I've divorced Yang Fuzhen. Please refrain from referring to her as Xiaozhan any longer." Liang Mingzhang was weary of the pretense, especially now that his mother had recovered from her surgery. In truth, he had been divorced for some time, fearing that the news would worry her, and had refrained from mentioning it. However, as he approached his 30s, he felt entitled to make his own choices and to be accountable for them. "Just take care of yourself. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. If I continued to be apprehensive about your worries and kept things from you, I might as well cease working altogether. As for food, you may keep it. I lack nothing in Haiqing. As long as I have money, I can procure even the most organic vegetables." Liang Mingzhang was unsure when he began to find his mother's tone increasingly intolerable, as if the wealthy were foolish, living amidst technology and harsh realities. In fact, the opposite was true. With rapid economic development, the country's conditions were beginning to rival those of the beautiful nation. Wealthy individuals consumed healthy fruits and vegetables, fresh beef and lamb, both nutritious and aesthetically pleasing. It was the impoverished who were daily soaked in high-calorie, high-fat, and high-salt diets, leading to widespread illness and obesity. He believed these issues stemmed from his ex-wife's sister's mindless indulgence of their parents, transforming them from mere frogs at the bottom of a well into individuals with even shallower perceptions. Chapter 73. The Thief. Liang Mingzhang, embracing his beautiful companion, fell asleep early and thus missed the multitude of messages his mother sent afterward. "Zhang, you have grown up and have always been the pride of our family. In the past, the household revolved around your decisions. You were assertive and a university student. You managed the family affairs, so why should your personal matters be any different? I have advised you about Xiaozhen before. so I shall refrain from further comment to avoid being a nuisance. However, when entering a new marriage, one must tread carefully. One cannot trivialize emotions simply because one occupies a high position, treating other women's bodies as playthings. Regarding the matter of food, she acknowledged her understanding and promised not to trouble him with such trivialities in the future. A mother's worry for her child spans 1,000 miles, and I tend to fret unnecessarily. It's akin to the illiterate claiming that all university students are bookworms, or the poor asserting that the wealthy are all wicked. They merely project their own experiences onto those they cannot comprehend. Before dawn, Liang Mingzhang was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of ringing. Glancing at his mother's messages, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had always perceived his mother as excessively saintly, lacking the decisiveness he possessed. Now, he found himself in a state of confusion, pondering whether to follow his heart or to approach relationships with seriousness. Upon answering the call, he heard Yang Fuzhen's voice on the other end. "Darling, it seems someone has entered my room." Liang Mingzhang's sleepiness vanished instantly. He threw off the covers and sought his slippers. "Yang Fuzhen, did you lose a game of truth or dare?" The movement stirred Su Laiqing, who had been sleeping beside him. Groggily, she opened her eyes, still dazed. "Darling, who is it?" Liang Mingzhang instinctively covered the mouthpiece, yet Yang Fuzhen heard him. "Did I interrupt your rest?" Sensing the tremor in her voice and her deliberate attempt to lower it, he realized this was no prank. "I'm changing clothes and heading over. Take your time explaining." Yang Fuzhen took a deep breath before continuing, her anxiety palpable. "I'm not at home. I'm at my friend Xiao Yin's place. She went out to have fun last night, so I'm alone. I just returned from work and found my lingerie strewn all over the nightstand. Xiao Yin is a doctor with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. She would rummage through my things and leave a mess. She enjoys joking with me, but always respects my privacy, even while I'm staying here." Liang Mingzhang bolted out the door at lightning speed, frustrated by the slow pace of others, opting to drive himself. Grasping the steering wheel, his hands trembled uncontrollably as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, maintaining his usual calm tone. "Yes, continue." I pretended to be calm, and, from the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone beneath the bed. Yang Fuzhen swallowed hard, her nerves taut. I stepped out of the bedroom, too afraid to run, pretending to head to the bathroom instead. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I heard rustling sounds coming from the bedroom. I don't know if I'm just exhausted from work these past few days and imagining things, or if it's real. Now I'm hiding in the bathroom, afraid to come out, turning the shower on full blast, unsure if he can hear me making this call. "Okay, I understand." Liang Mingzhang quickly assessed the layout of Yin Yiyu's modest two-story villa in his mind. The upstairs housed bedrooms and bathrooms, while the ground floor contained the kitchen, study, and living room. Xiao Zhen was upstairs. Rushing down the spiral staircase could alert the intruder, making her hiding in the bathroom the most prudent choice. "Have you called the police?" "Don't move. Stay put and wait for me. I'll be there shortly. If you have any lethal tools nearby, arm yourself. If he breaks in, don't be afraid of casualties. I will take the blame. Your safety is paramount." Liang Mingzhang racked his brain, unable to recall whether the bathroom door was made of anti-theft material or frosted glass. He accelerated, the roads relatively clear at night. Yet he still felt the pace was too slow. I haven't called the police. I was about to now. Yang Fuzhen glanced around, failing to locate any makeshift weapon. Aside from shower gel and shampoo, skincare products are hardly capable of serving as weapons, insufficient for a criminal to fend off with a single hand. "I just overheard a girl's voice on your phone call. Are you in a predicament? If you have matters to attend to, please do not worry about me. It is too late to trouble you now." I hung up and reached out to Xiao Yin. "Once she returns with a companion, my fears will dissipate." "Yang Fuzhen, who taught you this tactic of retreating to advance? If you did not wish to trouble me, why did you call? Should anything happen to you today, I will ensure you do not rest in peace. I shall reduce you to ashes." Liang Mingzhang's eyes blazed red as he observed the navigation system drawing closer. Disregarding the red lights, he ran through. Hearing her words, his earlier facade of calm shattered. "Do not hang up. I must hear your voice at all times to ensure your safety. Do not call the police either. Once you have dealt with them, you understand it is futile. The trivial matters and the significant ones are muddled, unless you are a foreigner. When the sirens wail, if they do not scare off the home invader, it may only incite him to desperate measures. Regardless of whether it is assault followed by murder or taking you hostage, such outcomes are not what I wish to witness." Liang Mingzhang faintly heard the sound of the shower on her end, and his heartbeat quickened. He feared that this beautiful fool would wield a plunger as a weapon, engaging in a futile struggle against the assailant. After circling half of Haicheng, he finally parked outside Yin Yiyu's building, opting not to use the parking garage, but merely abandoning his vehicle at the roadside before preparing to ascend the steps. "Mingzhang, do not come. I fear for your safety. Yang Fuzhen was uncertain whether the assailant possessed a dagger or kitchen knife and deeply regretted making this call to her ex-husband. The mere thought of Liang Mingzhang being stabbed in their confrontation sent shivers of fear through her heart. Perhaps I should open the door to lure him out, allowing you to act when the opportunity arises, thus minimizing your risk of injury. Until the bathroom door was forcibly kicked open. Yang Fuzhen, startled, dropped her phone, failing to hear her ex-husband's curses. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Is this your way of repaying the divorce by leaving me empty-handed? Liang Mingzhang admonished her not to be unarmed. Yet he himself had forgotten the principle that a gentleman does not rely solely on his hands, but rather makes use of tools. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw the assailant wielding a stick, his head covered with stockings. The criminal had noticed the intruder entering the room and lost the earlier cruel smirk on his face, turning with a degree of panic to fixate on this newcomer, uncertain whether he was the female host's friend or suitor. Raising the iron rod, he swung down with intent. The bathroom door swung open, and Yang Fuzhen found nothing suitable to defend herself with. Yet, even unarmed, she felt no fear. Perhaps it was the arrival of a steadfast ally that emboldened her. Or perhaps the dread of Liang Mingzhang being harmed made her forget her own trepidation. Chapter 74, A Half-Moon Serenade. Liang Mingzhang deftly evaded, catching the blade with his bare hands and seizing the stick. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he saw Yang Fuzhen embrace the assailant from behind. Liang Mingzhang, already irked, became even more incensed. Yang Fuzhen, what are you doing? Embracing another man before my very eyes? He was about to kick out, fearing injury would force him to halt his actions. Yang Fuzhen was thrown aside, her body crashing heavily against the wall. Struggling to rise, she felt as if her ribs had shattered. Liang Mingzhang swiftly subdued the assailant, pinning him to the ground, and rained down several punches on his chest. Do you covet my women? Yang Fuzhen, enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise with great difficulty. Fearing for his life, she rushed to grasp his hand. Mingzhang, do not administer vigilante justice. We should call the police, call the police. Each word required several deep breaths. What did you call me? Liang Mingzhang stood, aware of their shared past, knowing he would not strike like the assailant without restraint. He feared that in his fury, he might inadvertently harm the woman who clung to him. Do you know him? Yang Fuzhen shook her head, producing her phone, ready to dial 110. It was inconvenient to call someone else. Even like a frightened rabbit, she remembered that on the other end of the line, a young girl called him husband. I have never seen you so generous. Liang Mingzhang snatched the phone away, puzzled by her sudden caution and recklessness. I will contact the police to ensure they understand the gravity of the situation. As her high heels clicked against the floor, a wave of perfume enveloped the air. Please, brother, spare me. I'm not familiar with this woman. I am simply bewitched. The assailant, bloodied and dazed from Liang Mingzhang's blows, still clung to the instinct for survival. Pleading, I do not know this girl. I have been single for too long and cannot control my desires. I'm a migrant worker, utterly broke and unable to afford a night out. I have followed this woman for quite some time. She has always been alone. I thought she was single, without a man. Blame me for being unable to restrain myself with such a beautiful woman. Please, brother, call the police and let them take me away. I would rather be in prison than die here. For fugitives, the police are enemies, but for myself, they are saviors. Why are you returning so late? Liang Mingzhang gazed into the night, knowing dawn was approaching. No matter how difficult the early days of entrepreneurship are, one must strive. What good is life if one earns but cannot spend? Today's youth are accustomed to sleepless nights and late mornings. As a lone commander, aligning my schedule with theirs is inconsequential. Yang Fuzhen, fearing his reproach, endeavored to defend herself. Moreover, tomorrow is a holiday. I am merely putting in extra hours today. It is not as though I always return this late. Otherwise, I would have been caught long ago. Should I still praise you? Liang Mingzhang had yet to settle accounts with her when he dialed an old friend at the city bureau. Officer Xian, are you busy? My wife has encountered some trouble. There has been a home invasion. Please hold on, Liang boss. I will check with the person in charge of that district. Xian Duo was burning the midnight oil over a dismemberment case in Haicheng when he received his friend's call, momentarily setting aside his work. Addressing street security issues is no trivial matter. Rest assured, I will personally oversee this. Thank you, Brother Xian. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Liang Mingzhang said. Even though it was still the early hours of the morning, he had already intruded upon his friend. No, not at all. I am on duty. Xian Duo hung up the phone. The assailant remained silent, watching as the female host returned home. I saw Xiao Zhen's message, which frightened me to death. Yin Yu, still in her high heels, rushed upstairs, nearly twisting her ankle. As she ascended, she had overheard Liang Mingzhang's interrogative tone during the assault. At this moment, She delivered a kick to the assailant, biting her teeth in anger. Another outsider, a wretched beggar. The once prosperous Haicheng has been thrown into disarray by your kind. Why do you not remain in your own rural corners, wandering about here? You're more bothersome than refugees. When will we expel you all back to your hometowns so that you may finally settle down? Yin Yu, feeling for a friend, was irate, wishing to impose heavy taxes upon these outsiders to see if they would still swarm here. All right, Yu, I am fine now. Please refrain from attacking other innocent compatriots. Yang Fuzhen felt somewhat better as the sharp pain receded. After all, youth was on her side. She took a deep breath and sensed that all was well. Among those who built Haicheng, many were from out of town, though such drifters remain a minority. You are simply too kind, Yin Yu remarked, pulling her close, continuously checking for any injuries. The soaring prices in Haicheng had not deterred this band of leeches. The rats in the sewers truly managed to survive anywhere. They are merely trying to make a living, Yang Fuzhen thought, her heart warming at the sight of those she cared about being nearby. Yin Yu, having just seen old Liang's car downstairs, let out a sigh of relief. He had yet to stand up for his sister. But he found himself on the receiving end of criticism. It's so late, and you're still out having fun. Come on, brother, this is my home. I've worked so hard. What's wrong with indulging a little? Yin Yu wanted to clarify the situation for him. However, he restrained his annoyance, knowing how much Xiaozhen cared for this man, lest he speak without thought. If they were to argue, Xiaozhen, already startled, would only become more anxious. Regrettably, Xiaozhen stayed behind. Had she not been foolishly swayed by him, she could have gone out with me to enjoy herself, rather than facing this absurd situation alone at home. Are you my father? Stretching your hand so far, overstepping boundaries, just because you hold sway at the company. Do you think you can act as if you own the land? Coming to my home in the middle of the night, shouting as if you own the place. It nearly caused my ex-wife to end up on the streets, but thankfully I took her in. This man doesn't even offer a word of thanks, and instead adopts an accusatory tone, as if I owe him something. Mingzhang, I have been good. I haven't gone out frivolously, Yang Fuzhen whispered in his ear, pledging her loyalty. Realizing he didn't care, she refrained from elaborating further. Yet she pondered why he had erupted in anger when she had just thwarted an assailant. The police arrived promptly, with several officers entering the premises after exchanging greetings with Liang Mingzhang. Boss Liang, I apologize for startling your wife. It was a lapse on our part. In the future, should anything arise, please contact me directly. Director XIN is quite busy dealing with interprovincial major cases. Calling him over is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I assume someone of your stature would have at least 2 bodyguards at your side. We should have been more considerate. However, even with a multitude of bodyguards, it does not excuse our negligence. How about this? I will leave 2 brothers on duty here until we thoroughly eliminate the nearby gang, ensuring your wife can rest easy before we stand down. Liang Mingzhang, well aware that having more friends means more avenues, chose not to burden these brothers further. Yet he felt no guilt for having disturbed Director X. After all, relying solely on their selflessness and greatness was unreasonable, especially considering their meager wages and heavy workloads. Chapter 75. A middle-aged woman, Yang Fuzhen, spent a night at her friend S.'s place, perpetually grateful for his timely rescue. Once the dolls were completed, she selected a beautifully crafted one from the first batch, intending to gift it to him as a token of appreciation. Upon arriving at his entertainment company, she unexpectedly encountered Yiming. Yiming seldom visited the company. This time, she was there to review a script and was about to call it a day. Upon seeing this uninvited guest, her eyebrows subtly raised. As she brushed past Yang Fuzhen, she did not feign ignorance, but lowered her head and half-bowed, greeting her, Mrs. Liang. Yang Fuzhen felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, news of her divorce from Liang Mingzhang should be common knowledge within the company. Was this address an implicit suggestion? Yet it also brought a hint of sweetness, for in front of the assailants, Liang Mingzhang had openly referred to her as his wife. Whether for the sake of bolstering her or out of habit, he no longer resisted her presence as fervently. Thank you, Yiming. Your assistance in promoting the shop has saved me on advertising costs. Orders are now scheduled until next year, and there have been no cancellations. It's my pleasure, madam. Even without my promotion, your own marketing would yield similar results. Good wine needs no bush. Yiming paused, smiling gently, revealing a pair of shallow dimples. She harbored no strong fondness for Yang Fuzhen, nor were they particularly close. Yet, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Before she could indulge in the spoils of success, that little vixen Su Laiqing had already snatched the opportunity. It was hard to swallow. With such a prominent figure so close at hand, it would be a waste not to utilize her. While I may not be a seasoned veteran in the doll circle, my past purchases of BJD have granted me some understanding of the industry's customs and trends. Niche circles often indulge in self-absorption, and the doll community is rife with unhealthy practices. Many spend lavishly, yet are expected to worship the store owner. They refer to this one as teacher and that one as boss. One misstep in tone, and the artist's leg hair could become the target of collective ire. Yet your store boasts excellent service and high-quality products. Finally, customers no longer have to spend money to be treated like subordinates, which naturally attracts buyers. Yang Fuzhen did not deny this. It was indeed one of the reasons she managed to stand out among her peers in the competitive market. While others still adopted the airs of artists, she did not emulate the arrogance prevalent in the industry. Thank you for your recognition. There is one question I wish to ask. Did Liang Mingzhang suggest that you promote my shop? If so, but the president forbids disclosure. Isn't that putting me in a difficult position? Yi Ming's attitude was ambiguous, her smile holding a hint of significance. If it is not, out of genuine intent, I would be more than willing to assist. If it's that heartless vixen who has taken his heart, I hope you and President Liang can reconcile, lest he be led astray by that seductive temptress. Temptress? Yang Fuzhen was taken aback. She was not crushed by life's burdens, but her heart was entirely devoted to the dolls. She had not absorbed much external information and paid little attention to the flowers and weeds surrounding Liang Mingzhang. She wished to inquire further, but Yi Ming had already departed. Speak too much, and I fear the president may be displeased. You should see for yourself in the office. The concubine is currently seducing President Liang in broad daylight. I must rush to record a variety show now. So I shall take my leave, and we can chat another day. Yang Fuzhen was left bewildered. As she reached Liang Mingzhang's office door, she heard voices from within. What am I to you? A discarded wife's phone call, and you run off, your eyes no longer holding this girlfriend of yours. Su Laiqing's voice quivered with emotion, regardless of whether Liang Mingzhang desired a jealous partner. Her possessiveness grew stronger by the day, and she found it increasingly hard to control herself. I toiled daily on set, enduring hardships under the scorching sun and the biting cold of the river. I refused to use a stunt double, determined to show my dedication and bring you pride. Yet you hardly think of me. Your gaze is solely for that yellow-faced woman. She is nearly old enough to be my mother. If she keeps occupying your thoughts, I should enroll her in a class on how to win a man's heart. I will be the first to sign up. Enough, you exaggerate. Your mother had a child at 10. Even the late Qing courtesans did not start so early. Liang Mingzhang lifted her onto his lap, his heart swelling with joy rather than pity. This capricious demeanor finally bore a resemblance to his muddled ex-wife, exuding an inner and outer sense of control that was far more moving than any performance. You were given the opportunity to collaborate with a commendable team, yet you failed to extract any valuable lessons, instead opting to lament your hardships incessantly. If you truly harbor such reluctance, I shall not impose my will upon you. I would prefer that you remain at home, venturing nowhere. While I toil, you may saunter with a few friends, indulge in beauty treatments, and sip afternoon tea. Upon my return, you can offer me a soothing massage. I have always wished for you to embody the virtues of a devoted wife and nurturing mother rather than that of a formidable career woman. Su Laiqing scoffed and turned her head away, resorting to a childish pout. I refuse to comply. You are never to see her again. Liang Mingzhang intended to impart a few stern words to her, fearing that if this continued, she would be utterly spoiled. Just then, he caught sight of Yang Fuzhen at the doorway, and all his earlier thoughts evaporated. I have no particular business. I merely wish to thank you for your assistance last time. Yang Fuzhen met his gaze, concealing the sorrow within her eyes. After a brief pause, she managed to muster a polite smile. I made a little doll for you here. Liang Mingzhang approached the entrance and took the bag from her hand, while Yang Fuzhen bid him farewell without further ado. He watched her retreating figure, hesitating multiple times to speak. Turning back, he found Su Laiqing holding his company's seal, oblivious to its significance, or perhaps feigning mischief, carelessly stamping it on various contracts. Get lost. Liang Mingzhang grasped her wrist forcefully, hurling her to the ground. She fell like a delicate leaf, fluttering downwards. Indeed, accompanying you is akin to being with a tiger. I cannot fathom the reason for your explosive rage. If you dislike it, simply say so, and I shall depart. I am a person, not an object. I too possess dignity. Su Laiqing, clutching her nearly injured waist, laughed bitterly through her tears. You previously remarked that I was a child, enamored with my naivety. I merely toyed with your official seal, and you resort to such cruel measures. Even if the contract were to be ruined, you could simply have the partner sign another, could you not? With your influence, who would dare refuse to re-sign? They all need to curry favor with you. Do you think I am oblivious to this? Each time you encounter your ex-wife, you spiral into madness. Each reconnection subjects me to further torment. What is this tempestuous fury now? Dare you still be obstinate? Do you understand the financial losses and the waste of time and effort that will ensue from this notification bearing my seal? Liang Mingzhang's veins bulged as he pulled out his belt in anger. Chapter 76, A Dog's Push. Su Laiqing, having lost consciousness from blood loss, was transported to the hospital. Her breaths faint. She vividly recalled Liang Mingzhang stating that he cherished her innocent and fearless demeanor. He would shower her with affection and shield her from storms. However, once the man's temperament shifted, she realized how frightening he could be. Liang Mingzhang did not accompany her to the hospital immediately. He attended to his work before dispatching a driver to take him there. On the way, he received a message from his manager. President Liang, please calm down. Xiao Qing has been spoiled. You should reprimand her, and we will ensure she is properly educated. Such an important seal should not be handled carelessly. Even if she is young, she is not truly ignorant. Even children would not be so reckless. As for public relations, rest assured, we are always prepared to mitigate any potential fallout and minimize the impact on the company. In truth, the manager was still uncertain whether to claim that she had fallen or had an accidental tumble. A meeting with the public relations team was necessary before making any decisions. Liang Mingzhang, as the superior, offered no guidance, choosing silence as his response. His phone buzzed again with a message from his mother. Ah Zhang, your father and I have pondered for 2 days and come to a resolution. Regardless of how Xiao Zhan is, or the character of your new wife, you will always be our most cherished son. We will respect your decisions regarding your new girlfriend, regardless of our personal feelings. To avoid placing you in a difficult position, we will maintain a good relationship with her. Out with the old, in with the new. Nothing is more important than our own flesh and blood. For the sake of everyone's dignity, we will cease contact with Xiao Zhan from now on. It will be disrespectful to your girlfriend's feelings otherwise. Upon arriving at the hospital, Liang Mingzhang encountered Yin Yiyu, donned in a white coat, yet displaying a look of urgency as he registered. It was a rare sight to see the usually composed doctor. Yin in such a flurry. The day he rekindled old flames with his ex-wife, she had teased him when he emerged from her apartment. Yet today, he expected her to retort, but instead, she merely cast a resentful glance his way before hurriedly ascending the stairs, her high heels echoing against the floor. Liang Mingzhang observed her anxious decision to forego the elevator, opting for the stairs instead. He followed her upstairs to the VIP room, inquiring about the medical records. The news he received was akin to a thunderclap. Yang Fuzhen had been in a car accident. When she arrived, she had already suffered from excessive blood loss and was in a state of shock. It was only when the nurse called him twice that he snapped back to reality. Responding, I'm a relative of the patient. The young nurse, skeptical, only believed him when she saw Dr. Yin conversing with him. What happened to Xiao Zhan? She was always well when she was with me. How could she have encountered so many troubles after merely 2 days with you? Liang Mingzhang, typically composed, found his emotions spiraling out of control when it came to her affairs. After the previous robbery incident, he had wondered if it was his enemies seeking revenge, targeting his family. His parents lived far away, so perhaps they had set their sights on Xiao Zhan. Or perhaps they were aware of his wealth and aimed to kidnap her for ransom. Fortunately, the news from the police had dispelled his suspicions. Yet now, he genuinely questioned whether it was due to her mingling with unsavory characters that she was now entangled in this predicament. Yin Yiyu, nearly choked with anger, pointed at him. What right do you have to accuse me? I cannot comprehend your logic. If she is yours, you have failed to care for her. I took her in. You should be grateful. If she is mine, then you have no business discussing her with me. Xiao Zhan claimed you were responsible. Yet I have always perceived that as a far-fetched tale. Just like now, she was provoked by you, resulting in the accident. And yet you shift the blame to me as if I have entangled her with unsavory individuals. Is it not possible that I can manage my own affairs? While she cannot endure your venomous words, Yin Yiyu, a prominent figure in the hospital, raised his voice outside the VIP room, drawing the attention of the nurses, who chose not to intervene. He understood better than most the importance of maintaining silence, but concern overwhelmed him, and he could not suppress his frustrations any longer. The young nurse sighed inwardly, realizing that even the most trained professionals could replicate the very behaviors they once criticized. So, was it the debts that drove her to despair, leading her down this path? Liang Mingzhang, standing beneath the eaves, found himself compelled to bow his head, to learn of Xiao Zhan's condition. He could not afford to offend this fierce woman entirely. What was her state upon arrival? Had she sustained any injuries to her limbs? Was there still hope for her recovery? Were you not always heartless and detached, capable of letting go? Why then do you now feign sorrow? Ah, I see. Yin Yiyu was both infuriated and heartbroken, disregarding everything else. The satisfaction of avenging this executioner made her long to retaliate fiercely for Xiaozhen. Was she afraid of her demise? Leaving debts unpaid? Was the absence of a mere dog pushing you to this point? If it were a fear of losing this simple-minded woman, who continued to serve as your backup, it should not be so dire. After all, with your undeniable charm, a mere howl would have women queuing to flock to you. Yet, you shall never encounter someone as enamored with you as she was in this lifetime. Deep within, Yin fervently prayed that her best friend could hear her, that she was being bullied by her husband. She hoped she would awaken swiftly to protect the one she cherished most dearly. It was reminiscent of how, in the past, she would often manipulate me through threats to achieve her controlling aims. Liang Mingzhang found himself laughing in disbelief, recalling the days of his previous life. She frequently boasted of the multitude of men waiting for her. Yet she had chosen you. If it weren't for your constant disbelief, would I deceive you? The way you rifled through my phone was utterly revolting, leaving me with no semblance of privacy. I now genuinely suspect that her past attempts to manipulate me were all learned from you. After all, donning a white coat, she serves the world. But once she sheds that attire, she becomes the queen of the nightlife, adept at managing men. Yet, your talents have been misapplied, leading the innocent and lovely Xiaozhen astray. You treat men as mere diversions, allowing her to be tainted by your influence. Good heavens! Wasn't it you who instigated her with your office romance? Yin could hardly fathom how Xiaozhen had endured all these years. Is it fair to label it manipulation? If you lack even this modicum of tolerance, on what grounds do you claim to be her boyfriend? When she joined us for outings, you viewed her so disdainfully. It left her confined to her home, akin to a matron from a bygone era. You were not like this when you first married. It only grew worse over time. You cannot tolerate even the slightest criticism from others. Every word from Yin struck precisely at Liang Mingzhang's sore spots, for they echoed the sentiments expressed by Yang Fuzhen in her previous life.